Chapter 001. Enlisting Tomorrow. Carl felt someone calling out to him. Carl, Carl. As if caught in a dream, Carl sensed a disconnection from reality, his body feeling weightless. In the past, during such half-awake states and dreams, Carl would often ascend to a high place and leap, relishing the sensation of soaring through the sky like a bird. Then, he would dive straight from the deck into the depths of the sea. Carl, have you lost your mind? The frigid seawater splashed chaotically against his face, and the familiar voice behind him echoed. Once more awakened, Carl finally realized he had once again fallen into that state of disorientation caused by merging memories. Year 1508 of the Sea-Round calendar, West Sea, an unnamed village. Upon spotting a pirate ship adorned with the skull and wolf head flag approaching from afar, the village's old fishermen had long abandoned their fishing gear, hastening towards the village to alert the residents. Ha ha! Who would have thought, Carl, that you've become so impatient? The ship hasn't even docked, and you've already leaped off. Do you wish to take a bath? Young man, don't be so reckless. Look, you've turned into a drenched chicken. A burly man with a bushy beard glanced at Carl, who had just emerged from the water, laughed heartily, and then disregarded him, joining other pirates as they charged towards the village, which, by common sense, held no treasure. Carl, are you all right? A boy of similar age to Carl approached. Watching the bearded man retreat through clenched teeth, he muttered softly, "He'll get you for this one day." Covering the boy's mouth, Carl glanced back at the pirate captain, who was gesturing from the bow, shook the seawater from his steel blade, and followed the main group towards the village. The boy named Carl was not a native of this world. He was a traveler, an ordinary office worker from Earth. In his life on Earth, Carl had enjoyed a decent existence, with his parents alive and a stable job. A graduate so unremarkable that he seemed an unlikely candidate for transmigration. Yet misfortune struck when, during a colleagues' gathering, he encountered a group of drunken ruffians. After merely asking one of them blocking the way to please move aside, he was promptly dispatched to this world of pirates. Returning to his senses, Carl found it somewhat amusing, pondering whether that drunken, knife-wielding young man was now weeping and repenting in court. He wondered how the juvenile protection laws would judge the incident. Pirate plunder was devoid of reason. The indigenous people of this world had received little education in his previous life. While watching anime, Carl couldn't even recall if schools existed in this world. What truly defines human nature? Perhaps only the heavens know the answer. Yet this should be the last instance of disorientation, right? As Carl gradually regained clarity, the memories of his past life and present became increasingly vivid. Previously, when reminiscing, it felt akin to watching a film with abysmal quality, as if heavily pixelated thought. It sparked the imagination. It always felt lacking now. Looking back, the quality had transformed into a flawless 1080p VIP exclusive video. The boy closely accompanying Carl was named Carlo. Both were orphans taken in by the same old fishermen. Originally, Carl and Carlo, much like those three foolish boys from ASL, were unaware of what had triggered their desire to become pirates, yearning to be the freest individuals upon the vast ocean. However, after joining a passing pirate crew, they gradually realized that the reality of being a pirate was entirely different from their fantasies. Dreams, friendship, freedom, and courage, none of these existed. What the two 17-year-olds witnessed was merely desire, scheming, fleeing, and cowardice. Just a month prior, this boy named Carl had consumed a devil fruit, granting him the ability to summon a little office worker from Earth into himself. A devil fruit, you say? With clarity and thought, Carl mused aloud, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, for based on his experiences over the past month, he could still swim in the sea, yet he had not encountered any powers of the devil fruit. There must be a false devil fruit. However, like all travelers, one either possesses an extraordinary intellect, obtaining a transmigration certificate from the Time and Space Management Bureau, allowing them to begin anew with an identity, or they are forcibly dragged into an unfamiliar world, equipped with a life-saving combat ability, with survival dependent on their skills. Carl belonged to the latter category, as he did not feel that he had suddenly acquired knowledge of power, finance, or military tactics he had never studied. He completely forgot the polymer and steam engine structures he had hastily glanced at in high school textbooks. His mind remained that of an ordinary office worker, seated at a computer, cursing his boss nonetheless. He possessed sufficient strength to be arrogant, and with that power, Carl was confident he could take on anyone in this pirate crew. Moreover, he was acutely aware that this ability did not stem from the devil fruit, for that ability was derived from a character named Dante from a video game he had played before his transmigration. The names of Kazan, the Blade Soul, and Kija, the Phantom Shadow, surfaced in Carl's mind one after another, and he believed he was on solid ground. Carl, what did you just say? Are you all right? Carl had spoken in Chinese moments ago. Carlo, who had been trailing closely behind him, could not comprehend his friend's sudden muttering and inquired with concern. thinking Carl might still be babbling in his sleep. Nothing. Let's check out that tavern over there. This time, he spoke in a local tongue. Fully integrating the memories of his Bodis original owner, Carl could now converse as fluently as a local. Finally, he no longer needed to feign profundity or act like a aloof idol. The tavern was a chaotic scene, with tables and chairs strewn across the floor, drinks and food spilled everywhere. There was also a poor man, stabbed in the chest, his eyes wide open, lying in a dark pool of blood. Those damn pirates! Carlos scoured the small tavern, finally resting his hand gently on the poor man's closed eyes as he sat before Carl, seething with anger. Don't forget, you're a pirate too. Carl poured himself a bowl of liquor, bringing it to his lips, only for Carlo to snatch it away. Gulping down 2 mouthfuls, Carlo smashed the bowl to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He wanted to retort, but in the end, he could only weakly say, "But how was I to know pirates were like this?" "Carl, you don't know either, do you?" Carlo grasped Carl's arm, his right hand trembling with excitement. This 17-year-old, brimming with youthful vigor, resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Carl ignored Carlo, pouring himself another bowl of liquor and taking a few sips. After more than a month of interaction and the impressions from his memories, Carl understood that this boy named Carlo, aside from possessing a hint of juvenile delusion, was quite similar in character to a normal earthling. Crash! Suddenly slamming his fist on the table, shattering it, Carlo stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I've made my decision." "What have you decided?" "I want to join the Navy." Though his emotions were high, Carlo had not lost his sanity. His fervent declaration, intentionally lowered in volume, appeared rather comical. "You've been a pirate. The Navy won't accept you without mercy." Carl delivered a blunt retort to Carlo. "Carl, you're the smartest. Help me think of a plan." Seeing Carlo lean in with a grin, a faint smile crossed Carl's lips. "Present this pirate crew to the Navy as a gift, claiming you're a bounty hunter who infiltrated the pirate ship. Plus you're not wanted by the Navy. There might still be a sliver of hope for joining." "Carl, I've long since you become quite profound. Speak up. What's your plan?" Carlo scooted his chair closer, leaning in towards Carl. "Bastard. Bastard? I initially had both stories and liquor now. After your punch, all that remains are stories." Chapter 002. Please recognize your identity. Compassion. Yet, only compassion remains. The plundering and pillaging of pirates continued unabated, while Carl and Carlo appeared to be utterly soul-deadened, oblivious to their surroundings, engrossed only in their revelry within the tavern. "Foolish lads, why sit here drowning your sorrows? Though this village is dilapidated and impoverished, lacking in riches, it does boast a few sprightly young maidens. I dare say you too are of an age ripe for some indulgence. Why not relieve yourselves a bit?" A group of pirates squeezed through the back door of the tavern, hastily grabbing 2 barrels of liquor before dashing out the front. After a while, Lehman, the captain of the Walker pirate crew, arrived at the tavern with several of his underlings. Carlo, what has befallen you? Why do you not seize the spoils that are rightfully yours?" Carlo rose, gazing at Lehman with a knowing smile. "Captain, Carl here seems a bit daft today, so I'm keeping him company with drink. Perhaps he's been driven mad by the Navy's pursuit. You saw it yourself. The ship hadn't even docked before he leapt into the sea." "Hum." Lehman let out a cold grunt, scrutinizing Carl, who had just downed a bowl of liquor, then glanced at the shattered table beneath them, and finally at the barrel of liquor before Carl. That barrel had remained untouched since it was set on the table. The other barrels were those that patrons had yet to finish, now arrayed before Carl. Of course, Lehman was unaware of this. "Carl, huh?" At the sound of his name, Carl bellowed. Dropping his bowl of liquor, he staggered towards Lehman, endeavoring to blink away the haze. "Ah, Captain." With that, he diverted his gaze from Lehman and, swaying unsteadily, lunged towards a nearby pirate. "Who's at the helm today? Why is the ship swaying so?" Carlo stepped in to catch Carl, who had been pushed aside, and with a broad grin, turned to Lehman. "Captain, perhaps I should escort Carl back to the ship for a rest." Captain Lehman maintained his perpetually stern demeanor, resembling an iron tower as he regarded Carl and Carlo for a considerable moment before uttering a single word. "Go." Once Carlo had helped the swaying Carl away, one of the pirates beside Lehman leaned in. "Captain, these 2 lads are becoming a bit too audacious. You cannot indulge them like this." "Indeed, Captain, that scoundrel only assisted you in defeating the Navy once. You've continually shown him favor, and now he's getting a bit too full of himself." The Walker pirate crew consisted of dozens of pirates, some of whom formed their own little factions. Lehman was well aware of this, yet he typically refrained from intervening in minor disputes among his subordinates, as long as they did not overstep their bounds. Standing at the tavern entrance, observing the laborious departure of Carl and Carlo, Lehman's gaze grew contemplative. "You need not say more. I have my own plans." Lehman held a deep appreciation for Carl and Carlo's capabilities. Their combat prowess was remarkable, each capable of easily dispatching 3 or 5 sailors moreover. Their courage set them apart from others while most cowered in fear during the Navy's pursuit. These two had boldly swum to the enemy's ship to sever its mast. Lehman intended to nurture these two into his formidable fighters, which was why he had not been overly critical of them. Youths are prone to impetuosity, perhaps it is time to temper them a bit. Muttering this to himself, Lehman turned and re-entered the tavern. What he did not realize was that the current Carl was no longer the hot-blooded youth of yore. "Carl, I can hardly contain myself." Carlo gritted through clenched teeth as he assisted the drunken Carl towards the pirate ship. "Don't look back," Carl cautioned, aware that thick black smoke was already billowing from the direction of the village behind them. "Carlo, remember, since you are now a pirate, do not allow your compassion to overwhelm you." Carlo was bewildered, unable to comprehend why his childhood companion had transformed into someone who spoke such alarming words. Could it be that merely 2 months of pirate life had wrought such a profound change in his character? Seemingly oblivious to Carlo's gaze, Carl's vision blurred, and he recalled the young man who had wielded a knife to usher him into this world. "But I also hope you can uphold this. If one day you truly become a Navy officer, do not allow your sense of justice to decay." On the 6th day, in the West Sea, at Clyman Island. Clyman, in the local vernacular, connotes commerce and trade. True to its name, Clyman Island was far more prosperous than Carl's hometown or the small island they had previously raided, and it housed a naval base. In this world, where seafaring was a common pursuit, the economic prosperity of any island inevitably attracted not only benign merchant vessels, but also the nefarious pirates of this grand age. However, given the presence of a naval base on this island, not every pirate crew was as fearless as the Whitebeard pirates. The majority of those seeking refuge here would lower their pirate flags and disguise their ships as merchant vessels when docking. The island's naval officers and residents had long grown accustomed to this phenomenon, as everyone adhered to a code of conduct. Pirates refrained from pillaging or causing disturbances, and the Navy, disinclined to expend limited resources, often turned a blind eye to these activities. "What a splendid day it is! We shall first procure some supplies, and then return to the sea for a grand feast." The Walker pirate crew had indeed enjoyed a stroke of luck over the past month. Amassing considerable wealth, Captain Lehman was in high spirits, and his crew echoed his elation. "However, in our line of work, caution is paramount. No one is to leave the dock without my command." The captain's voice carried an air of authority, though the pirates grumbled. None dared voice dissent. Carlo," Lehman called out to the duo amidst the crowd, a leisurely smile gracing his face. "You two have been with me for some time now, and have seen your fair share of the world. This time, I intend to put you to the test. I am sending you to the town to purchase provisions. Remember, the Navy is present. It is time to assess your composure." "Captain," Carlo replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his gaze, "isn't this task rather beneath us?" "Carlo, the captain harbors no ill intentions. He merely wishes to test your mettle." At that moment, a pirate known as One Eye stepped forward. "In our line of work, one must be prepared for anything. We all endured similar trials to amass our experience." One Eye, a seasoned pirate with a singular eye, had become a man of integrity ever since he lost his right eye. Indeed, he continued. Spurred on by One Eye's words, the surrounding pirates began to stir in agreement. Every newcomer aboard must endure the rigors of initiation to grasp the ship's rules. The methods of initiation varied. Yet the seasoned pirates had discerned the captain's intent to assign these two promising apprentices a demanding task. Simply follow the list provided above. It is quite straightforward. The cook handed Carl a list, and at that moment, Carl comprehended the underlying plan that had long been devised by certain individuals during this stopover. "Let us proceed, Carlo." Without further acknowledgement of One Eye and the cook, Carl waved his hand and leaped from the ship. "Captain, do you think they might seize the opportunity to escape?" One Eye leaned towards Lehman, voicing his concern once Carl and Carlo had distanced themselves. "That seems unlikely," Lehman replied confidently, observing Carl and Carlo's retreating figures. With a scoff, he remarked, "In unfamiliar territory, where could a bounty worth 20 million berries possibly flee? Unless they encounter an unwitting bounty hunter, they are bound to return." Chapter 003. The Trouble of the Branch Colonel. Must we truly proceed in this manner? After hearing Carl's plan, Carlo felt not exhilaration, but an unsettling sense of trepidation. Carl intended to sever ties with the Walker pirate crew in this town where the Navy was stationed. However, he himself had already been marked with a bounty of 20 million berries, a consequence of the previous incarnation of his body. If the Navy were to discover your true identity, peril would surely follow. "Could you refrain from such talk?" he retorted. "After a few days of piracy, why have you grown so cautious?" The two strolled nonchalantly toward the provisions store, all the while engaging in a subtle war of words. Not long after Carl and Carlo disembarked, a certain creature known as the telephone bug was dispatched to tail them, despite its youthful appearance. The telephone bug was a seasoned member of the Walker pirate crew. With a clever demeanor and an unassuming appearance, it served as an intelligence agent for the crew. Upon arriving at any new island, the telephone bug was adept at gathering the latest maritime rumors and discerning critical information necessary for navigating the locale. Over time, this skill earned it the moniker telephone bug. However, at that moment, the telephone bug encountered a formidable dilemma. The individuals it had been tracking, Carl and Carlo, had inexplicably vanished from view after turning a corner. Even if they had become aware of its presence, there seemed no reason for them to shake it off unless. Suddenly sensing an ominous shift, the telephone bug pivoted to retrace its steps. Yet, as it turned, a chilling sensation gripped its back. Looking down, it discovered a blade had pierced through its chest. The assailant behind seemed unsatisfied, as a forceful grip tightened around its neck. In a dizzying whirl, the telephone bug succumbed to darkness, never to regain consciousness. The brothers Carl and Carlo were inherently formidable. Otherwise, they would not have dared to brave the perils of the sea. Now that Carl had fully assimilated the memories, he had also mastered the combat techniques originally possessed by Carl. In a flurry of activity, the two brothers, maintaining an air of calm, discreetly tucked the phone bug into a trash bin in the alley while no one was watching. They continued their leisurely stroll along the street, appearing nonchalant. Captain, Carl and Carlo have returned. The sailors aboard the Walker merchant ship spotted the two brothers, burdened with their packs, from a distance. Captain Lehman frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Why had the phone bug not returned earlier? Thank you for your hard work, Carl and Carlo. Lehman maintained his ever-stoic demeanor, and with a wave of his hand, the cooks began to haul the provisions brought back by Carl and Carlo to the kitchen. Captain, I am weary and wish to rest for a while. I too am fatigued. The atmosphere aboard the ship was palpably oppressive, with Captain Lehman remaining silent, while the other pirates' gazes fixated anxiously on Carl and Carlo as they approached the cabin, swallowing nervously. Carlo. Ultimately, it was Captain Lehman who shattered the silence. Carl turned to fix his gaze on Lehman, a subtle chill lingering at the corners of his mouth. Is there something amiss, Captain? The phone bug has been sent to find you. Have you seen him? Lehman squinted, his expression inscrutable. Looking for us? Carl replied, astonished. Why? In response to the questioning looks from Carl and Carlo, a one-eyed pirate stepped forward to clarify. The captain was concerned since you had been gone for quite some time, so he dispatched the phone bug to look for you. Did you not encounter him? No, Carl answered with unwavering certainty. My apologies, Captain. It is our first time shopping for provisions. We inevitably ran into some delays. I hope you and the esteemed crew do not take offense. The one-eyed pirate fell silent, turning his attention back to Lehman. Ha, how could we? Captain Lehman suddenly burst into hearty laughter. You are serving the crew. After all, no one would be upset. Observing the captain's inexplicable mirth, the surrounding pirates chuckled in agreement. Carlo, you have worked hard. Go and rest. Captain Lehman leaped down from the barrel he had been sitting on, approached the bow, and turned to address everyone aboard. That little rascal, the phone bug, must be having too much fun in town. This time, we must teach him a lesson. Crew, hoist the sails and take the helm. Let us set course for a new harbor and give that scoundrel phone bug a fright. The pirates on board were momentarily taken aback, but the one-eyed pirate jumped in to stir the atmosphere, exuberantly shouting, Prank! 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 Like a bumbling fool. Despite the other pirates still grappling with the situation, they knew they must comply with the captain's orders, however confusing they might be. A dark purple glimmer sliced through the sky, forming a graceful arc. The pirates barely had time to blink before a chilling, shadowy whip descended upon them. Aya! Came a wailing cry akin to a slaughtered pig, as the one-eyed pirate was abruptly knocked to the ground by Carl. Having long been wary of Carl and Carlo, the one-eyed pirate, though reduced to a single eye, was quick-witted and had braced for defense the moment Carl moved. However, he never anticipated that Carl would neither draw his sword nor throw a punch. He merely swung his arm, and a dark purple whip lashed out toward him. With no time to draw his weapon for defense, the one-eyed pirate could only extend his arms to shield himself. But alas, his mortal form could not withstand Carl's punishing strike. With the whip unleashed, the one-eyed pirate's arms were left bloodied and torn. Ghost Shadow Whip. It was a dark attribute attack skill inherited from the Lord of Spectres, the Wailing Ghost. Devil Fruit ability. Captain Lehman was the first to react. The The young Karl did not wield a blade. Instead, he formed his hand into a knife shape and, with a casual flick, unleashed a chilling dark purple whip that struck one of his capable subordinates onto the deck. Upon closer inspection, the whip had vanished, as if it had never existed. Only an eye remained, rolling about on the deck, wailing incessantly. Was this not the fabled power of a devil fruit? Karl, you scoundrel. When did you consume such a fruit without my knowledge? Fury surged within Lehman, his anger palpable, as he glared and demanded answers. However, Karl offered no reply. Instead, he drew the steel blade at his waist and charged at Lehman with lethal intent. What are you fools waiting for? Slay these two traitors. Lehman parried Karl's slash with his own blade, bellowing as he took the lead, rushing towards Karl with determination. At the naval base of the West Sea, on Clyman Island, an officer reported, "Colonel, a corpse has been discovered in a dumpster in the old quarter." What? The colonel, leisurely sipping his coffee, was taken aback by this shocking news. The deceased had been stabbed through the chest from behind and had their neck twisted. Preliminary assessments indicated the work of a professional. It was suspected that the assailant was either a hired killer or an invading pirate. Take me to see it at once. Yes, sir. Chapter 004. The lament of the evil spirit. Karl moved with a lightness and swiftness akin to a specter weaving through a crowd, his strikes as unpredictable as the wind. His mastery of the blade intertwined seamlessly with the ghostly whip, each maneuver executed with remarkable finesse. With every slash, death chill seemed to linger in the air, instilling fear and causing shivers down the spine. Each crack of the whip sent shudders through the hearts of those who dared to confront him, leaving them with no choice but to evade futilely. An unfortunate pirate struck by the ghostly whip had already lost his combat prowess, his arms now numb and flesh beginning to decay as if corroded by acid. The ghostly whip, infused with dark elemental energy, possessed a terrifying hardness akin to that of steel while also exhibiting a subtle yet insidious corrosive effect. Under Karl's current capabilities, the darkness's erosion was not overwhelmingly severe. With proper care, the pirate could regain strength and sensation in a matter of days. However, at this moment, the captain's trusted aide could no longer assist in confronting Karl. A sharp crack resounded as a pirate clutched his face, wailing in agony, preoccupied with defending against Karl's blade. He was unaware that the combination of Karl's swordplay and the ghostly whip significantly amplified its power and range, leaving him with a disfigured visage even if he were to recover. Captain Lehman wielded his sword with ferocity, yet Karl had once kicked a barrel of liquor towards him, only for Lehman to cleave it in two with a single stroke, spilling its contents across the deck, while only a few droplets splattered on him. Confident in his bounty of 30 million, outweighing Karl's 20 million, Lehman engaged Karl in a fierce duel. The sound of steel clashing echoing across the deck as splintered wood flew through the air. Lehman, locked in an intense battle with Karl, had not anticipated the boy's decisive actions. He had intended to steer the pirate ship toward the open sea, gathering his men to eliminate the two youths. Aware that the town was under naval jurisdiction, he recognized that entanglement with the Navy would spell disaster. Yet, to his astonishment, Karl had boldly declared war, even catching the usually astute aide off guard and rendering him powerless in a single blow. Had the boy lost his sanity? Did he not realize that the island was home to the Navy? Under the glaring sun in a town patrolled by naval forces, was he truly willing to risk his bounty of 20 million berries? Karl, I have treated you well. Why do you betray me? Lehman, having already burned bridges, understood that mere words and past kindness would not sway Karl into submission. Yet, if there were even a flicker of doubt in Karl's heart, he could exploit that hesitation to turn the tide of battle. Little did Lehman know, the Karl before him was no longer the naive boy he once was. Within this body resided a soul that had been brutally slain by thugs on Earth. Among the most ruthless of criminals, Karl would never entertain even a moment's hesitation. Karl wielded his blade with a swift motion, unleashing a chilling gust of wind as he struck at Lehman's waist. Lehman raised his sword to parry the attack. Yet he was unprepared for the sinister, dark purple energy whip that Karl simultaneously lashed out with his left hand. Having navigated the treacherous waters of piracy for many years, Lehman had lived a life on the edge, though he had remained concealed in the West Sea. Nonetheless, this was the homeland of the renowned pirate Shanks. And amidst the turmoil of these waters, Lehman had long since experienced countless battles where his life hung by a thread. Do not underestimate me, Lehman bellowed, evading Karl's deadly whip at an exceptionally cunning angle. However, he was caught off guard as Karl's foot struck him in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward to crash into a wooden chair, shattering it to splinters. Well, you have some guts. Lehman quickly regained his footing on the deck. Realizing that flattery was futile, he adopted a fierce expression and shouted at Carl, "Is that all you've got, you piece of trash?" That kick was decent, but it lacked weight. "Come on, let me see what skills you possess, you inferior waste, even beneath a fishman." The young and fiery spirit of Lehman was easily provoked by words, as long as his opponent fell for his taunts and charged at him recklessly. He could simply defend himself with steady resolve, knowing that impatience would inevitably lead to a critical flaw in Carl's technique. Lehman's strategy was sound, yet once again, he underestimated his opponent. For Carl, who had long since exited the realm of online disputes, understood that only violence could silence the incessant chatter of his adversary. "You wish to insult me? Your abilities are far inferior to those of us from Earth." Just as Carl and Lehman prepared to clash once more, the side cannon of the Walker pirates unexpectedly roared, targeting a nearby merchant ship without warning. "Second Captain, who the hell authorized you to fire?" Distracted by the sudden cannon fire, Lehman, brimming with rage, unleashed a torrent of curses upon his crew member responsible for firearms and long-range attacks. Perhaps caught off guard by Carl's sudden aggression or captivated by Carl's concealed devil fruit powers, both Lehman and his crew forgot that there was another traitor among them, a lad named Carlo. The cannon blast sent the dock into chaos. At that moment, a colonel from the Navy was inspecting the scene, and the thunderous sound of cannon fire immediately drew his gaze toward the harbor. "Carl, I shall assist you." With the cannon fired, the Walker pirates found themselves with no path of retreat. Carlo, having completed his task, swiftly returned to the deck to fight alongside Carl. Boom. The pirate ship struck by Carlo retaliated without hesitation. However, after just one shot, that ship raised its sails and retreated in haste, a classic case of bravado followed by a swift escape. In the blink of an eye, the port of Clayman Island resembled a maritime race, with countless vessels fleeing in every direction. "Captain, what shall we do?" The pirates of the Walker crew were now in a state of panic. "You two are unforgivable." The flames of anger within Lehman's chest consumed his thoughts. He could no longer recall any tactics of psychological warfare. In his clouded eyes, only the blazing fury remained. "Carl, what shall we do?" With Carlo joining the fray, Carl felt emboldened. Carlo was a formidable fighter, equally matched in physical prowess. Kill. Leave none alive. Though Carl despised pirates, he could not surrender himself with a bounty of 20 million on his head. To ensure a safe escape from this town, not a single pirate could be left alive. One exuded a chilling coldness, while the other was ablaze with righteous fury. The pirates trembled in fear. How could it be that two mere 17-year-olds evoked such a profound sense of helplessness within them? A mournful wail, akin to that of a night owl, suddenly erupted from the Walker pirate's ship, as if a malevolent spirit wept upon the deck. The crew felt as though they had descended into a frigid abyss. Gripped by terror, fear spread like a plague, infecting the hearts of every pirate. Soul of the Blade, Kazan. Channeling the destructive power of the demon Kazan, he augmented his physical and mental strength dramatically. Carl surged forth like a cannonball, striking Captain Lehman, whose wrath had been extinguished by the sound of despair. With veins bulging in his arms, he wielded his steel blade, slicing through the frigid wind. In a single stroke, he cleaved through the hastily raised sword of Captain Lehman, severing the captain's proud head from his body. By the time the colonel and his soldiers arrived at the port, the deck of the Walker pirate ship lay strewn with corpses, and only a solitary youth knelt upon it. "Who are you? Why are you here? What transpired?" Though dozens of dark gun barrels were aimed at him, Carlo displayed no fear. "I am Carlo, a bounty hunter. I am here because I have been undercover on this ship. A battle has just occurred, and all the pirates have met their demise. Report, Colonel." This appears to be the Walker pirate crew, led by the bounty of 30 million, Captain Lehman. With a wave of his hand, the colonel signaled his subordinates to step back and approach Carlo. "Did you accomplish this alone?" "Indeed." The sailors gasped in astonishment, a wave of commotion sweeping through them. "But why are you kneeling?" "I have sinned." As Carlo spoke, the tense Marines once again aimed their weapons at him. Only the naval colonel exhibited a flicker of interest. "Guilty? Pray tell." "I should not have taken so many lives. I have transgressed justice. I am guilty. In this world, most criminals are not sentenced to death, but rather to life imprisonment." Such grandiloquent rhetoric is merely what Carl taught Carlo to veil the truth. According to the cultural norms of this realm, kneeling is not solely an act of worship. More often, it conveys a sentiment of gratitude or respect. Carlo never felt guilty for eliminating thieves. He knelt on one knee, expressing his sincerest gratitude towards his childhood friend who had always been his confidant and strategist. Chapter 005. Leisurely Carl. The afternoon sun poured through the open window, casting warm rays upon the clean wooden floor, where countless tiny specks of light danced in the air. A solitary white dove flapped its wings, alighting on the ajar window, while outside, a clamor erupted in the street, startling the dove, which soared high above the rooftops and ventured deep into the town. "Clear the way, everyone. Do not look." A group of sailors bore a stretcher along the street towards the naval base. The townsfolk craned their necks in curiosity but could only glimpse a blood-stained white cloth draped over the stretcher. "Is this the second one?" "Indeed. I heard one was discovered in a garbage bin this morning. I've heard these fellows are pirates." "Surely not. Were not the pirates exterminated by the Navy at the docks? How could they perish in the old quarter? I've heard the one on the stretcher met a gruesome end. His arms were severed, and a deep gash was inflicted upon his chest. I know. They even gouged out one of his eyes." "Is that true?" "I witnessed it with my own eyes." The residents on either side of the street engaged in fervent discussions, each presenting their own version of events. In truth, the lifeless body upon the stretcher belonged to a member of the Walker pirate crew, a one-eyed man. After regaining his strength, he had fled the pirate ship without hesitation, abandoning his comrades in battle, and sought refuge in the small town. Yet, he was ultimately located by Carl, who did not hesitate to end the one-eyed man's life. The tale of the gouged eye, however, was indeed a fabrication. As the cool sea breeze brushed against him, Carl, who had taken refuge on the third floor of a nearby inn, squinted through the window at the departing sailors below. After gazing at the pristine sky and the ocean in the distance, he took a deep breath before returning to his bed. Carl was not particularly concerned about his safety. Drawing from experiences gained in his previous life through anime and the past month of his current existence, he was acutely aware of the abysmal state of law and order in this world. Were there murders? Setting aside whether the Navy could identify the perpetrator based on clues, the truth was that there was no institution for solving crimes in this realm. The Navy existed primarily to suppress rioters, including pirates. As for courts, Carl recalled only one judicial island, a place where conviction was guaranteed, rendering it virtually meaningless. Regarding law enforcement, he remembered that Nami's village had a village constable, but his role was akin to that of a security guard on Earth, utterly ineffective in this world. People had grown accustomed to death. As long as the deceased was a stranger, no one cared. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where only strength and power could afford one the opportunity to speak. Otherwise, how could the technological advancements of this world become so skewed? No longer preoccupied with matters beyond his control, Carl felt a sense of ease regarding his safety. However, in this world devoid of mobile phones, computers, gaming consoles, and comics, he found himself rather bored. Yet, echoing the words of a certain game character, Carl could no longer delve into moldy tomes. But he now had the freedom to wander and forge his own legend. What was wrong with being a pirate? What was wrong with plundering? In his previous life, he had to toil endlessly at work. Now, arriving in this pristine, unpolluted world, he resolved to enjoy life to the fullest, embracing the spirit of the great AQ. Carl felt his spirits lifted. Nevertheless, before embarking on such adventures, he needed to enhance his own strength. Calming his mind, Carl began to study the combat skills at his disposal. Through recollection, he learned that the original owner of this body had not apprenticed under any master. Rather, his martial arts were honed in the wilderness through encounters with ferocious beasts. Lacking structure, devoid of principles, there was little to develop. As for the devil fruit abilities, Carl distinctly remembered consuming something resembling a devil fruit, yet it was evident that a devil fruit user could not be afraid of water. Thus, if an explanation were necessary, it could only be that the powers associated with the devil fruit had dissipated upon the original owner's death. Consequently, the only aspect deserving of meticulous study was his unique power of the demon god. Striving to extract information about the demon gods from his mind, Carl could faintly sense the presence of three distinct entities: the destructive demon god, Kazan of the Blade Soul, the shadow demon god, Kaido of the Phantom, and the mind mage, Plemon of Corruption. The host of the demon gods was not a summoner. He could not call forth these entities to fight alongside him in this world. Carl can inherit a portion of the abilities possessed by these spirits during their lifetimes, bestowing them upon himself, and thereby developing his own unique combat techniques. Kazan's ability serves to enhance his explosive power and mental fortitude, akin to Luffy's Gear Second, which amplifies his combat prowess. However, unlike Luffy's transformation, Carl's technique does not inflict harm upon his body. At most, he experiences an unusual fatigue post-battle. Of course, given Carl's current mastery, the augmentation he achieves pales in comparison to Luffy's remarkable enhancements. when juxtaposed with the devastating effects of the demon Kazan's physical fortification. The Shadow Demon Kija significantly elevates Karl's maneuverability, absolute speed, and agility. To put it simply, it resembles the Marine's 6 powers technique known as shave, yet without the need to touch the ground multiple times. Beyond speed. The most extraordinary capability of the Shadow Demon allows Karl to slip into a void state for an entire second, rendering him immune to all attacks. Much like a Logia-type Devil Fruit user becoming elemental, Karl can become intangible, devoid of any vulnerabilities. However, the 1-second limitation, while somewhat burdensome, serves as a reminder for Karl to refrain from reckless displays of power akin to a natural-type user. It is prudent to wield one's strength judiciously. The final demon is the Psychic Sorcerer Puliman. The ability Karl inherits diverges significantly from merely reducing an enemy's defenses in the game. It closely resembles the psychic shock of this demon's previous incarnation. The thought brings an involuntary chuckle from Karl. Is this not a rather comical notion? It is akin to a severely diminished version of Conqueror's Haki. Yet, through Karl's meditation and further contemplation of the newfound knowledge in his mind, he comes to understand the nuances. Indeed, Conqueror's Haki and Psychic Shock bear a striking resemblance. However, Conqueror's Haki is undeniably domineering when the ruler's wrath is unleashed. Countless beings tremble in submission, and even physical objects resonate under the weight of its might. In contrast, Psychic Shock is a chilling arcane art. Unlike Conqueror's Haki, which merely renders others unconscious, those struck by Psychic Shock may suffer dizziness at best, or, at worst, blood from the mouth and nose, with the most severe cases leading to instantaneous death. In his mind, the mournful wail of the demon Puliman echoes, prompting Karl to suddenly open his eyes. Fixating on the pristine white wall before him, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. A slight headache emerges, a consequence of his impatience. The duration of Karl's meditation had extended far too long, and his mental fortitude could no longer withstand the strain. Exhaling a deep sigh, he casually collapsed onto the bed behind him, his mind shifting to a different subject to divert his attention. What delightful fare shall I indulge in this evening? The bounty amassed by the Walker pirate crew is ample enough for a splendid spree. Chapter 006, The One with 4 Eyebrows. Last night, Karl pondered throughout the night, perplexed by the fact that although he had jointly attacked the Navy's warship alongside Carlo, he alone was placed under a bounty. And not just any bounty, but a staggering 20 million berries. Meanwhile, that rascal Carlo didn't even have 50 berries to his name. What sort of absurdity was this? It was only this morning that a light bulb flickered in Karl's mind, revealing the crux of the matter. The original owner of this body had once pilfered a devil fruit. On the black market, a devil fruit is valued at approximately 100 million berries, a sum sufficient to attract the attention of certain individuals. 20 million berries? Reflecting on the worth of the devil fruit, Karl suddenly felt that his bounty seemed rather modest. Yet perhaps that was for the best. Lower meant safer. With clarity on many matters, Karl's spirits lifted, and he eagerly retrieved various trinkets he had purchased in town, preparing to adorn himself before the NS mirror. Approximately 10 minutes later, donning fashionable sunglasses, a lit cigarette dangling without flame, and sporting a pair of small mustaches, he mused, splendid. Thankfully, although he lacked the flamboyant charm of the legendary rogue with 4 eyebrows, he still appeared quite handsome in this lifetime. Had he been reincarnated into the visage of that foolish son, Balumbar, his life would surely have been marred by such a face. The local inhabitants were truly remarkable. Nearly a day had passed, and Clemens Island had already regained its former vibrancy. The port remained open, and pirates continued to saunter about, striding confidently down the streets of Clemens Island. In this world where human appearances varied immensely, Karl, with his sunglasses, attracted no attention from passers-by. Along the way, he casually indulged in some local delicacies, quickly satiating his hunger as he arrived at the port of Clemens Island. Traveling in this world is exceptionally convenient. There is no need for visas or security checks. As long as one possesses a ship or sufficient wealth, one can go practically anywhere. Aside from a few exceptional locales like the Holy Land Mariehua, even places typically deemed intimidating, such as the Navy headquarters or the Whitebeard Pirates, can be accessed if one possesses enough strength. Akin to that madman Kaido, one can come and go as they please. Karl casually withdrew several banknotes, instantly eliciting a broad grin from the captain of the passenger ship. Observing that Karl was merely a solitary figure unable to stir significant waves, and considering the generous favor of Bailey, the captain saw no reason to question whether Karl was a pirate. He promptly welcomed Karl aboard with the treatment befitting a VIP. Strolling upon the opulent deck and savoring delectable snacks, Carl was momentarily dazzled. Despite the glaringly primitive state of civilian technology in this world, the service aboard the luxurious vessel was of exceptional quality, remarkably well executed. This realization stirred within Carl a deep reflection in his former life. He was but a modest employee who had to scrutinize the price of a midday meal, yet in this life, he was indulging in five-star accommodations upon the sea. The capricious nature of fate is indeed elusive. In truth, a vessel as lavish as the one beneath Carl's feet typically bore the mark of the world government. The ship was not only manned by a cadre of well-trained soldiers, but flags of the world government and navy fluttered proudly from the mast. Imagine a luxury passenger ship devoid of any connections or power, aimlessly adrift in these treacherous waters. It would be akin to a beautiful maiden, freshly groomed, cast alone upon a bed. The outcome is all too predictable. However, should the girl possess extraordinary beauty, even if she proclaims herself to be taken, it cannot fully deter the occasional suitor who dares to gamble on fortune. Thus, the passenger ship, adorned with the flags of the world government and navy, became the target of envious pirate vessels. With a thunderous boom, chaos erupted aboard the passenger ship. Elegant gentlemen and lovely ladies could no longer maintain their composure. Fully aware of their inescapable plight, they scrambled haphazardly across the deck. Do not panic, do not panic. This is a government vessel, protected by soldiers. Our safety is assured. Yet, amidst the panic, one could hear exclamations of despair. Pirates daring to assault the government's interests are either utterly foolish or boastfully powerful. Nevertheless, such matters held no significance for Carl, a mere drifter without a crew, who believed that as long as he was fed, his concerns were negligible. In a world devoid of entertainment, the sole remaining pleasure was to witness the inexplicable commotion that unfolded. However, the execution of both sides was lamentably inept. The pirate ship managed to fire a single cannonball before closing in, and by sheer fortune, it struck the mast of the passenger vessel. With a resounding crack, the mast, emblazoned with the world government's flag, collapsed, igniting a fierce blaze at the break. Meanwhile, the passenger ship's crew displayed a level of incompetence that was almost laughable. Despite their efforts, they failed to land a single shot, all their cannon fire resulting in naught but wasted attempts. Carl suddenly realized that the world predominantly utilized round cannonballs. These projectiles possessed absolutely no accuracy, particularly upon the ever-rolling sea. The gunners were merely responsible for igniting the charges. Whether or not they struck their target was left to the whims of fate. We are the Dark Gold pirate crew. Those who are wise will surrender their valuables, thus securing their lives. Following a brutal boarding battle, several corpses now adorned the deck, yet the conflict had ceased. This is a passenger vessel of the world government. Do you not fear the repercussions of attacking them? One member of the security team stepped forward, attempting to intimidate the marauding pirates with the name of the world government. The world government? What is that? I have never heard of it. Is it mightier than the navy? Without a doubt, this was a group of ignorant fools, long sheltered in a corner of the West Sea. Noticing that none of his crew knew what the world government was, the captain of the Dark Gold pirate ship let out a hearty laugh, scoffing at the soldier, and commanded his men to proceed with their violent plunder. Suddenly, a dark purple shadow shot forth from the crowd like a predatory serpent, striking the chest of the foremost pirate with a resounding clap. The pirate emitted a muffled grunt, as if he had received a fierce kick, and was abruptly sent flying backwards. It dawned upon me that if you were to destroy this ship, I would be left adrift upon the vast ocean. The pirate captain's expression turned icy as he glanced sideways, only to see a peculiar swordsman slowly approaching through the throng. The stranger, adorned with sunglasses and a mocking grin, spoke in a chilling tone. Chapter 007. Ghost / Crescent Moon. Who are you to dare strike my men? The captain of the Dark Gold pirate crew demanded coldly, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Carl was undeterred by the imposing presence of his adversary. Instead, he boldly stepped forward, locking eyes with them. Who is this meddlesome individual? Does anyone recognize him? I'm not sure. Perhaps he's a passenger aboard the ship. Dear guest, there is no need for you to intervene. It is our duty to confront these pirates. Leave this matter to us. Ha. A cold laugh escaped Carl's lips. If your words held any true nobility, you would not conceal yourself behind and converse with me. Interrupted by a figure lurking behind him, Carl paused momentarily, then turned his gaze towards the captain of the Dark Gold pirate crew. It seemed he could not remain indifferent, as your actions had indeed disrupted my pleasurable journey. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the steel blade in Carl's hand was already drawn. As the blade emerged from its sheath, it radiated a chilling glimmer. By the time Carl swung his sword in a horizontal strike, dark purple energy entwined around its edge. Ghost slash, crescent moon. A massive arc of dark purple energy erupted from Carl, swiftly extending in a semicircle before him, accompanied by a sharp, cutting wind that howled as it surged towards the nearest pirates with astonishing speed. Who could have anticipated that this swordsman would launch an attack before even completing his sentence? Furthermore, these pirates were merely a ragtag group, and even if they had foreseen the assault, they were utterly powerless to resist. Carl's blade aura was not akin to the soaring slashes of Hawkeye that could traverse hundreds of meters. Instead, his blade aura resembled a dark purple wind blade imbued with spectral energy. With a single stroke, four pirates were left bleeding on the deck. What a vile scoundrel! To resort to such underhanded tactics. I shall see you dead, the captain of the dark gold pirate crew bellowed, his form darting forward, rallying his comrades to encircle Carl completely. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had previously offered words of caution merely stood at a distance, watching the unfolding chaos without any intention of intervening. Thud, thud, thud. The pirates moved in unison, the cacophony of various footwear striking the deck, creating a discordant symphony. The pirate captain charged directly at Carl, but inexplicably, a sudden sharp pain pierced his mind, akin to having his brain scraped with a blade. The excruciating headache left his ears ringing, and darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed onto the deck. Captain, Captain, startled by the sight of their captain inexplicably kneeling. The other pirates froze momentarily, their eyes involuntarily darting toward their disheveled leader. Without a moment's hesitation, Carl brandished his gleaming steel blade, slicing through the air with a ferocity that struck the hesitant pirates beside him like lightning. The sound echoed swish, swish, swish as the power of the shadow god imbued him, rendering his figure nearly imperceptible to the onlookers, who could only hear the visceral sounds of flesh being torn asunder. Within mere breaths, the deck of the passenger ship was devoid of any standing pirates. With his bloodied steel knife in hand, Carl strode back to his cabin, traversing a path cleared by the terrified crowd. But the pirate captain still drew breath that was for them to decide how to handle. This tempest arrived abruptly and departed just as swiftly. No one had anticipated that such a harbinger of death lurked aboard the vessel, particularly the ship's captain, who oscillated between memories of Carl's extravagant generosity and the chilling glint in his eyes when taking lives left him in a daze, as if he were teetering on the brink of madness. Strangely enough, despite the fact that this guest had liberated him from the pirates, a part of him wished fervently that this guest had never set foot on his ship. The captain struggled to comprehend the nature of this sentiment. Yet he had no time to ponder it further. The severed mast, the guest's demeanor, the fallen soldiers, and an array of pressing matters awaited his attention. At this moment, Carl had retreated into his chamber. He meticulously polished his steel blade, gently whistling a tune that had been his favorite before his crossing. The once damaged blade, now gleaming enough to reflect a silhouette, was held before him as he tilted his head, murmuring to himself, I am, after all, a dignified Dark Lord. A title synonymous with his former identity. Yet, here I am, reduced to wielding a mere sailor's knife, so readily available in the streets. Surely, this cannot be right. At the very least, I ought to possess a sharp tanto. The next time the ship docks, I must acquire a supreme dagger. Perhaps I might even encounter the original Guetai, who was said to harbor an ancient spirit within. Carl casually made a jest to himself, retracting the soon-to-be discarded sailor's knife into its sheath. How misleading. There is no sheath for a sailor's knife, merely a leather pouch. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a polite rapping echoed from outside the door. Come in. Having sensed the presence of someone at the entrance, curiosity flickered within Carl as he responded in kind. Good day, sir. Hello. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s and donned in a suit, stepped through the threshold. Yet, appearances can be deceiving in this world, where human looks and ages are often misleading. I have a matter to discuss with you, if you might be interested. Leave. Just a moment ago. This swordsman had been courteous, exchanging pleasantries, yet in the blink of an eye, his demeanor turned cold, demanding Carl to exit. The middle-aged man found himself caught in a limbo, neither able to enter nor retreat, and thus furrowed his brow and inquired, May I ask what your interests are? I am only interested in women, not men. As the saying goes, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Having revealed his combat prowess before a stranger, Carl felt compelled to feign a different aspect of his character. Ha ha ha, you certainly have a way with words. With Carl's retort, The middle-aged man felt emboldened to step inside. Since you have an interest in women, you will surely find my proposal intriguing. Oh, can you bring women to accompany me? Carl set down the sailor's knife, rising to stand before the middle-aged man with a smile. My standards for women are quite high. There will be women of all sorts. The man asserted, his expression growing increasingly confident. Not just women. I can also offer you a substantial amount of belly. Chapter 008, The Merchant of the Flower Kingdom Belly? A substantial amount of belly? Upon hearing the man's words, Carl stroked his chin and after a moment's contemplation, replied with a smile, that sounds intriguing. Please, do tell. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man signaled to his subordinates outside to close the door, then approached the table within the room. Feigning a solemn demeanor as he inquired, May I sit down to converse? Certainly, let us sit and discuss. Carl raised an eyebrow and gestured for the man to take a seat, while he himself plopped down in the chair opposite, indifferent to whether the other had sat. The middle-aged man appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his cheerful facade. May I ask your name, sir? Let us first discuss the matter of belly. Other topics can wait. Observing Carl's resolute expression, the middle-aged man understood that financial matters must be settled before any further dialogue could ensue. If they could not agree on money, it would be best to part ways. However, recognizing his need for assistance, the middle-aged man resolved to be forthright. To be candid, I am a merchant from the Flower Kingdom. Having barely uttered a word, the middle-aged man posed another question to Carl. Pardon my boldness. But have you heard of the Flower Kingdom? Indeed, I have heard of it. Carl responded, ISNT that the homeland of the new recruit to Luffy's crew. The 8 Treasurewater Army, Green Pepper, and Old Kai? Suddenly, an image surfaced in Carl's mind. How outrageous. I regarded you as friends. Yet you treat me as a father. However, it seems that this band of mercenaries is not of good repute. They are, in fact, the official pirate crew of the Flower Kingdom. Carl recalled having read somewhere that in ancient Europe, certain nations encouraged their citizens to become pirates as a means to stimulate economic growth. After all, plunder was arguably the most primal and effective method of capital accumulation. As his mind wandered through this recollection, Carl abruptly pulled himself back to reality, acknowledging that while he had some vague impressions, he was not particularly well versed in the subject. He had heard of numerous pirates, hadn't he? The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly at this remark, neither confirming nor denying Carl's assertions, aware of his nation's scandal, which elicited a laugh from the gentleman. Oh, why must you be so tedious? Just speak plainly. I detest beating around the bush. Carl suddenly remembered that he was portraying a remorseless killer, indifferent to all but women, and thus his face swiftly adopted an expression of impatience. Please, do not rush me. Allow me to elaborate at my own pace. Carl contemplated expressing his frustration, questioning whether the other party was incapable of understanding straightforward speech. He considered admonishing them to cease their incessant prattling, yet ultimately decided against it. After all, he was not in a rush to engage in gaming. The mere act of conversing with someone served as a means of respite. Although our Flower Kingdom lies far across the Western Sea, it remains one of the member states of the world government. This affiliation emboldens us to brazenly cultivate what is ostensibly a naval force, yet in reality functions as a band of pirates. After a brief pause, noticing that Carl showed no sign of interest in the mention of the world government's member states, the middle-aged man continued, despite the nation's apparent prosperity, it merely benefits those at the top while the enforcers enjoy only the remnants. For diligent traders like us, life has become increasingly arduous, largely due to the hostility fostered by these violent factions, which has led neighboring countries to view us with growing animosity. The information shared by the middle-aged man was not classified. With a bit of effort, such intelligence could easily be acquired. Thus, he chose to convey it directly to Carl, extending a favor in the process. Carl still remembers that this flower country will eventually be plunged into years of warfare due to the actions of the Joker, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is rampant in the underworld, dealing arms. However, considering the timeline, Doflamingo should currently be fleeing from Admiral Fujitora, right? He must be too preoccupied to engage in any arms trade. Tap, tap, tap. After listening to the middle-aged man's words, Carl did not respond. His gaze was fixed on the teacup on the table, and his right index finger rhythmically tapped on the surface before him. The middle-aged man noticed Carl's impatience and had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Carl's disrespectful demeanor. Yet, he understood that capable individuals are often difficult to please, especially since he currently had a request, making it all the more necessary to exercise patience. You see, in a few days, I am to negotiate a business deal with a foreigner. He is my old partner, but he has become increasingly overbearing, even resorting to threats. I intend to sever ties with him after this final transaction. So, you wish to hire me as your bodyguard? Finally hearing something pertinent. Carl directly articulated the middle-aged man's unspoken intentions. No, that is not what I meant. Fearing Carl might misunderstand, the middle-aged man hurriedly clarified. I would like to request your presence as a protector. Should I find myself in danger, I hope you can lend your assistance. Isn't that still akin to being a bodyguard? It's a completely different matter. All right. You needn't explain further. I merely wish to confirm my role. Carl interrupted the middle-aged man's attempts to clarify and deftly shifted the conversation. But why not seek assistance from the 8 Treasure Navy or the masters of your flower country? The middle-aged man felt somewhat thwarted and let out a bitter smile. To be frank, the members of the 8 Treasure Navy are accustomed to their wild ways and would hardly concern themselves with the lives of merchants like us. As for the national experts, they have long accompanied the nobles to the Grand Line to witness the maritime trains. Maritime trains? I am unfamiliar with what that entails. I have heard that they can traverse the sea without sails, supposedly designed and constructed by a fisherman named Tom, and completed just this year. The middle-aged man, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke, scoffed coldly, Ha! No sails, no oars, what then does it use to navigate the seas? Nonsense. Carl was disinterested in explaining the matter of the maritime train to his counterpart. However, a thought struck him. Why not seek out Mr. One? Des Bones? That fellow is currently basking in a burgeoning reputation. Are you referring to that lad nicknamed Swordsmaster S. Nemesis? The middle-aged man shook his head in exasperation. That man is a lunatic. I sought him out once. He claimed to be merely an assassin, nothing more. He stated that he would kill anyone for the right price, be it a man, woman, elderly person, or child. Anyone living, even the Navy. Yet, when it comes to protecting someone, he adamantly refuses. Ha. He truly resembles a madman. Carl couldn't help but laugh, realizing that the seemingly aloof, expressionless monk had once possessed such a juvenile side in his youth. Then, who do you think is more formidable between me and that Swordsmaster S. Nemesis? Well, that is hard to say, the middle-aged man replied, a hint of uncertainty in his tone, wary of offending Carl with his words. But it's of no consequence. I merely wish to assess my own combat prowess, to see if I can measure up to my contemporaries. If it were a battle between you two, I couldn't be certain. However, in terms of killing speed, you are indeed the more formidable. This was the conclusion the middle-aged man arrived at after much contemplation. But I am a pirate. Are you not afraid? Carl suddenly stood, leaning on the table as he fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man, meeting Carl's intense stare. The middle-aged man also rose slowly, his demeanor betraying no signs of panic. Those engaged in their line of work never concerned themselves with whether their allies were pirates or Navy personnel. As long as one doesn't intend to betray, friendship can flourish. Excellent. I believe we can now discuss the matter of remuneration. Chapter 009. This is no small objective. Gazing into the calm eyes of the middle-aged man, Carl couldn't shake the feeling that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. While the world was populated with bold personalities and countless heroes, merchants differed significantly. Their desires did not align with the perilous lifestyle sought by pirates. They yearned for stability and security. Caution and prudence were ingrained in the very essence of merchants. This merchant from the flower country seemed excessively audacious. Did he not fear that a moment of whimsy might lead Carl to sever his head or hold him for ransom? So, if I were to ensure your safety, how much do you intend to offer me? Buried beneath layers of uncertainty, Carl settled back into his seat, inquiring with a smile. The middle-aged man was perceptive. Recognizing that their negotiations were nearing fruition, he cast aside the usual cunning of merchant dealings. He extended his left hand toward Carl, raising a solitary finger. Noticing a flicker in Carl's gaze, the middle-aged man feigned gravitas, then poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. Is it 100 million? The middle-aged man, sipping his tea with a smug air, was startled by Carl's sudden interjection, nearly spitting out the tea he had just sipped. Stifling a cough, he regained his composure. You certainly have a sense of humor. Do you think your life is worth less than 100 million? Carl reclined slightly, a bemused expression gracing his face. That is not what I meant. The middle-aged man struggled to articulate, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the spilled tea. After a deep breath, he chuckled. 100 million is indeed no trivial target. However, Carl appeared utterly unconcerned. Your nation of flowers can indeed be considered a significant power in the Western Sea. Surely, as a distinguished multinational businessman, a single venture would yield you at least 100 million, wouldn't it? Business is not calculated in such a simplistic manner. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and chuckled while shaking his head, thinking to himself that this insufferable pirate was indeed a fool, utterly ignorant of the intricacies of commerce. Our ventures undoubtedly yield far more than a mere 100 million, yet this wealth is not solely mine. I have a multitude of workers under my command, all of whom require sustenance and wages. Furthermore, we must account for the naval arrangements along our journey, and upon our return, the king will impose taxes. Not to mention, one can never predict when the ruthless Eight Treasures Navy might come seeking their share of dividends, coupled with various maintenance expenses. Carl waved his hand, displaying a hint of impatience. Enough, enough. I do not wish to hear any more of this. Just tell me how much you are willing to offer. 15 million. 50 million. Come now, my friend, do not jest. 30 million should suffice, surely? 20 million. It cannot be more. Once the price was raised to 20 million. The middle-aged man once again lifted his teacup, adopting an attitude of indifference as if he were a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. Observing this, Carl fell silent for a moment before conceding. Very well, 20 million it is. 20 million, this amount matched Carl's current bounty, representing the price of his own surrender. Furthermore, Carl had initially struck hard with an outrageous demand of 100 million, intending to disrupt his opponent's plans. Had he instead inquired about 10 million and gradually increased the figure, he truly could not have known if he would reach the current sum of 20 million. Moreover, what formidable entities could possibly reside in the West Sea? It would likely be quite a challenge to uncover an existence of vice admiral rank from the Navy headquarters. Carl was unaware of the precise level of his combat prowess at that moment. However, he recalled that when Sanji first set sail, he could effortlessly shatter rocks. And so could he. With physical skills comparable to Sanji's, coupled with his enigmatic demonic abilities, even if he could not prevail in battle, could he not simply escape? After establishing a cooperative relationship, Carl removed his sunglasses and tore away the 2 strips of faux facial hair adhered to his face. Upon witnessing Carl's true visage, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted, yet the smile on his face remained largely unchanged. He was taken aback to discover that this was the recently renowned Mr. Carl, who possessed such enviable strength at such a young age. He felt truly inferior in comparison. Carl disregarded the middle-aged man's flattery and chuckled. "What is your name?" "Raglan York," he replied. A few days later, Carl accompanied York and his entourage to an island known as Pineapple Island. Much like the absence of wise in a wife cake or the lack of oranges in Orange Town of the East Sea, Pineapple Island did not thrive on the sale of pineapples. The reason behind such an unusual name remained a mystery to Carl. This island bore no resemblance to the bustling Clyman Island he had previously visited. It appeared to be a self-sufficient pastoral village. This allowed for a straightforward deduction. York's business ventures were certainly not of a legitimate nature, for otherwise, they would not have meandered to such a remote locale. On the island stood a somewhat lavish loft, entirely incongruous with the village's rustic charm, constructed specifically for passing pirates, merchants, and Navy personnel. The villagers had little need for lodging or meals, so the loft profited solely from outsiders. As Carl casually glanced at the patrons dining and drinking in the tavern on the first floor, he sensed something was amiss. A palpable air of menace lingered. Despite the sparse number of guests in the expansive dining hall, the atmosphere felt thick with the scent of gunpowder, as though a mere spark could ignite an irreversible and intense conflict. The ability of the tavern to operate smoothly amid such tension suggested that its owner possessed considerable skill. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, York grandly settled onto a sofa, with his 3 underlings standing behind him, each armed with knives and guns. The waiter who came to serve drinks seemed oblivious to the presence of these men, continuing to arrange items on the table with an air of calm that was far from that of an ordinary civilian. Carl sat in his seat, donning sunglasses. Casting a glance at the 3 individuals behind York, he pondered to himself, "This fellow certainly does not place all his security in my hands. He is quite astute. His subordinates appear formidable, yet regrettably, I lack the opportunity to spar with them. I wonder if any of them possess the powers of a devil fruit." As Carl's mind wandered, a cacophony of steady footsteps gradually approached from outside the room. "Be cautious. They are coming." York adjusted his attire, his expression growing increasingly grave. Chapter 010. In the name of the Godfather entering the room, welcomed by the waiter, was a tall man in his 30s, sporting a brown slicked-back hairstyle and a stubbled face. Upon entering, he promptly removed his coat and tossed it to one of his subordinates, who bowed and retreated. Following him into the room were a strikingly attractive woman and an even larger man, resembling a brown bear. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Dominic, long time no see." The brown-haired man exclaimed boisterously upon seeing York, opening his arms in a display of warmth. Regrettably, York merely scoffed. Dominic, can you not rectify your habitual tardiness? The man named Dominic chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. Next time. I shall certainly arrive on time. This is the last time. I will not collaborate with a scoundrel like you again. York's condemnation did not incite anger in Dominic. Instead, he remained smug. The last time? No problem. I have never worried about sales. If I lose one flower country, there are countless others to replace it. Casting a glance at York's companions, Dominic ultimately fixed his gaze on the young man seated leisurely on the sofa, sunglasses in place. York, who is this kid? Your new bodyguard? Since when do your bodyguards sit at the same table as you? Oh, this friend is my guest. Once we conclude this transaction, he will become my new partner. York's strained explanation elicited a cold laugh from Dominic. York, this is where you breach the rules. When did our dealings allow a third party to listen in? These two friends you brought are also unfamiliar to me, are they not? York retorted, standing his ground. This is my newly hired bodyguard. The nature is different. After speaking, Dominic's brow furrowed slightly. If the other party insisted on arguing, his claims would not hold water. Suddenly, Dominic grinned broadly. Fine. Just this once. A hand for payment, a hand for goods. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Let neither disturb the other. While observing the verbal sparring between York and Dominic, Carl was analyzing the useful information he could glean. This transaction was an arms deal, and from their exchanges, it was clear that Dominic not only sold arms to the flower country but also supplied other nations. A veritable warlord. Carl had little interest in the intricacies of York and Dominic's negotiations. Growing bored, he shifted his attention to the two bodyguards accompanying Dominic. Coincidentally, as Carl's gaze wandered, he noticed that one man and one woman had been scrutinizing him intently. The man appeared brutish. Despite the absence of facial hair, his features were fearsome, displaying a muscular physique that exuded explosive power. Any ordinary Marine would likely be dispatched with a mere slap from him. In contrast, the woman was petite and charming, her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders. Clad in casual attire, she exuded vitality. Her black fitted top paired with ultra-short jeans showcased her long, delicate legs, captivating the eye. Feeling the young man's gaze sweep over her, the woman shot him an angry glare. Yet, Carl did not shy away. Instead, he held her gaze, offering an enthusiastic smile. Finding the situation somewhat tiresome, she averted her eyes to another direction. Absurd. York, regardless of our history, how can you scoundrel, claim you have no money today? Are you mocking me? What do you want from me? After a pause, Dominic slammed his hand onto the table, causing it to splinter alarmingly. York's bodyguards, sensing the tension, rushed to shield him. The muscular man behind Dominic stepped forward, exuding a menacing presence. Despite being outnumbered, the pressure he emanated caused York's guards to feel apprehensive. York frowned. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Dominic's hired muscle. His own three subordinates were among his strongest, yet they seemed inadequate against this formidable opponent. York himself possessed a degree of combat prowess. However, he could not discern the full extent of the adversary's capabilities. He hoped his investment of 20 million would not be in vain. Just as Dominic was about to escalate the confrontation, the alluring woman behind him grasped his arm and whispered softly in his ear. Dominic's expression shifted as he glanced warily at Carl, who appeared detached from the escalating tension. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, cursing, fine. You will pay for your actions today. Dare to harbor ill intentions against the Godfather, and you shall find it difficult to conduct business henceforth. Deterred by the woman's counsel, Dominic refrained from making fatalistic threats. Before departing, he shot Carl one last venomous glare, then stormed out, slamming the door. The alluring woman cast a lingering glance at Carl, her eyes filled with a mix of intrigue and reluctance. Once the trio had completely vacated the room, Carl removed his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, and turned to the visibly relieved bodyguards before finally fixing his gaze on York, inquiring, "Who is the Godfather?" The young sapling, in its nascent stage, requires the nurturing of recommendations and collections. I earnestly hope that my esteemed readers might extend their modest support towards this book, even if it is merely a few votes of recommendation from those who are patiently awaiting its growth. Chapter 11. The price of pretense. Disliking the raucous atmosphere aboard York's merchant ship, Carl disembarked and strolled alone along the refreshing country path, gradually digesting the intelligence he had acquired. York's claim of being short on funds actually referred to their current meeting, wherein he intended not to compromise with Dominic as he had in the past, but rather to exploit him mercilessly. Although Dominic had been driven away by York, He did not desire to make the long journey in vain, thus temporarily retreating to his stronghold rather than completely departing from the island. From York's lips, Karl gleaned little about the so-called godfather. York merely knew this individual to be a ruthless figure who had emerged in recent years, not a pirate, but rather a quintessential gangster leader. Contrasting with the East Sea, a realm symbolizing peace, the West Sea is dominated by three gang leaders who govern its underworld. These three powers are both adversarial and interdependent, thereby fortifying the underground influence of the West Sea. However, of late, a self-proclaimed godfather, though lacking in substantial power, had audaciously declared war against all three factions simultaneously. This individual was an ambitious upstart, exhibiting a sufficient degree of arrogance to back his claims. The Godfather's declaration of war did not involve a direct confrontation with the three powers. Rather, he acted like a madman, hunting down high-ranking members of these factions. Most chillingly, he took pleasure in decapitating his victims, relishing their agonizing struggles as a source of entertainment. While the Godfather had yet to pose a significant threat to the highest echelons of the three factions, his displayed ruthlessness and power had already instilled a sense of trepidation among them. The information provided by York was limited, yet for the perceptive Karl, it sufficed to confirm the identity of this godfather as Capone Becky, one of the 11 notorious supernovas destined to share the same era as Luffy. However, Karl recalled that in the future, the underworld of the West Sea would be dominated by 5 prominent families, including the Capone family. This shift was primarily due to Capone's penchant for hunting leaders without eradicating their roots, which sparked internal strife among the 3 major families. The disintegration or downfall of the old families, coupled with the rise of new ones, gradually solidified the control of the 5 families over the future underworld of the West Sea. All this time, the first character I encountered in the story turned out to be that rascal Becky. Clarifying his thoughts, Karl chuckled softly, pondering whether he would eventually become a friend or foe to Becky. Suddenly sensing a gust of wind, Karl halted, just as a ripe apple plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud before him. Ah, apple, whether you fall to the ground or strike my head, I remain unable to deduce any laws of universal gravitation. Bending down to retrieve the fallen apple, Karl toyed with it in his hand, uncertain of its pesticide content or whether it was suitable for direct consumption. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves, when an incongruous sound of wind suddenly pierced the serene symphony of nature. Karl had just lowered his head to inhale the fragrant aroma of the apple when an intense sense of danger surged through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Startled, he did not hesitate to turn back. Instead, he exerted force beneath his feet and leapt forward, sending clods of earth flying. A bullet, imbued with the air of death, whizzed past the spot where his head had been moments before. Was there truly such perilous ammunition in this world? Karl's understanding of firearms was limited to the rapid-fire rifles employed by the Navy. Based on his recollections of combat with the Navy, such weapons could not possibly discharge bullets of this velocity, nor did they possess any silencing capabilities. Despite the doubts swirling in his mind, the sniper concealed in the distance had no intention of granting Karl even a moment's respite. Before Karl could fully rise, another lethal bullet was aimed at the ground beneath him. How dastardly! In a desperate move, Karl executed a skillful roll, narrowly evading the second shot. Simultaneously, he discerned the location of his assailant. The sniper, realizing that Karl had turned his gaze in her direction, felt a tremor of alarm. Moments before, she had been positioned with her back to him, and having taken advantage of the rustling breeze to mask her presence, she had attempted a stealthy attack, only to find her target elude her grasp. This pirate was no ordinary foe. The sniper who had attempted to ambush Karl was none other than the alluring woman previously brought by Dominic. Her lingering glances at Karl were not mere flirtations, but an effort to discern the face concealed behind his sunglasses. She, along with her large companion, were bounty hunters, not exclusively hunters of pirates, but also members of a notorious assassin organization known as the Red Ghost, a close-quarters gunfighter named Sally. Dominic was a man of volatile temperament and extreme cruelty. While he outwardly appeared to be deliberating York's terms, internally he was seething with rage, resolved to eliminate York and his crew on this island, reaping immense profits in the process. Given the intelligence Sally had gathered, Dominic decided to quietly eliminate York's subordinates one by one before personally extracting York's heart. By a twist of fate, Karl had ventured out alone to seek solace, perfectly aligning with Dominic's plans, which led to Sally laying in wait for Karl. Although she observed Karl rising and realizing her presence, Sally remained undeterred, unleashing a rapid succession of shots in his direction. Clang, clang. This time, Karl did not evade. Instead, He drew the steel blade from his waist and calmly deflected the bullets fired by Sally with remarkable speed. Sparks flew, illuminating the scene with dazzling brilliance. How is this possible? This is my specially crafted sniper rifle. From a distance, Sally, who had camouflaged her head with a green scarf, could hardly contain her astonishment. She had encountered devil fruit users who were impervious to bullets. Yet she had never witnessed anyone capable of blocking the specially designed rounds from her sniper rifle with a sword. Suddenly, a surge of air rippled through the atmosphere, and from a nearby tree, a muscular giant, comparable to a fearsome bear, leapt down. In his hand, he wielded a gleaming massive steel blade, charging directly at Carl with ferocious intent. Good heavens! Carl gasped, his scalp tingling with apprehension. He was poised to retaliate with his knife, only to realize that the sailor's knife he had just employed to deflect bullets, already battered and on the verge of ruin, had now splintered into useless scrap metal. Chapter 012. Smash your bare face. Yet, even if his steel knife had not shattered, Carl knew it would be futile to attempt to block the muscular man's colossal blade. This was no ordinary weapon. A direct clash with the opponent's armament would undoubtedly result in both man and knife being cleaved in twain. As Carl's breathing slowed, he unleashed his inner ghostly powers. With a swift motion of his hand, a dark purple phantom whip materialized from thin air, slicing through the atmosphere and forcefully colliding with the muscular man's large blade, producing a sharp, metallic clang. The force of the phantom whip was overwhelmingly powerful. Despite the muscular man's attempt to bolster his momentum using the terrain, he was momentarily destabilized by Carl's fierce strike, causing him to lose control and tilt to the side. A sense of alarm surged within the muscular man. He had always believed that his strength was unparalleled, yet he found himself unbalanced by this seemingly ordinary young man, making it difficult to maintain his grip on the blade. Panic set in. There was no time to contemplate his predicament as he suddenly noticed Carl, the wielder of the peculiar whip, charging towards him, seemingly intent on delivering a finishing blow. The irritating bullets began to rain down once more, forcing Carl to evade and abandon his pursuit of the muscular man. Observing this, the muscular man finally exhaled in relief, stabilizing himself on the ground. "Teresa, transform quickly. If you don't, you'll miss your chance," shouted the sniper Sally, sprinting towards the muscular man, who was regaining his balance, her voice echoing from a distance. Transform? Into Ultraman or a Super Saiyan? Carl couldn't help but scoff internally, eagerly awaiting the muscular man's performance. Based on their previous skirmishes, Carl had come to the conclusion that these two individuals were not his match. However, he was in dire need of a worthy opponent to hone his skills. For true experience is forged in the crucible of combat. Roar. Though Teresa did not believe that they could defeat the young man together, based on past experiences, she chose to unconditionally trust Sally's words, swiftly undergoing her transformation from human to bear. It turned out she possessed the power of an animal-type devil fruit, which was rather formidable, categorizing her as a rather ferocious carnivore. Without considering the combat capabilities of the user, the enhancement effects of this fruit were likely on par with those of Rob Lucci's fruit. Sensing the impending pressure, Carl felt no fear. Instead, his gaze sharpened, and he adjusted his body into an optimal combat stance. "Come on." With a provocative gesture, Carl beckoned to the muscular man transformed into a brown bear. "Die," he bellowed, and the bear hurled aside the cumbersome steel knife in its possession. With its short legs braced against the ground, it sprinted with astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust as it charged aggressively towards Carl. Meanwhile, Sally seized the opportunity to empty the bullets from her sniper rifle. Having abandoned hope of using the rifle to eliminate Carl, she aimed merely to distract him, buying herself a fraction more time. Noticing Sally swiftly reassembling her sniper rifle into a peculiar bayonet with blades affixed to either side, Carl felt a flicker of intrigue. The brown bear, seizing the moment of Carl's distraction, propelled itself forward with remarkable swiftness, reaching Carl in an instant. The bear lunged fiercely, but Carl was not one to grant such an opportunity. Activating the powers of the shadow demon, he executed a swift pirouette, akin to the steps of a devil, effortlessly evading the lumbering creature. The bear, Trissy, missed its target entirely, its maw filled instead with the lush green grass. In the wake of this encounter, Sally approached Carl, brandishing the peculiar bayonet. As a true master of close-quarters combat, her blade danced through the air, creating mesmerizing patterns that dazzled the eyes like fleeting light. Carl, utterly focused, followed the sensations coursing through his body as he wielded the broken blade with abandon. The knife clashed rhythmically with the stiletto in Sally's grasp, creating a symphony of metallic clangs, exhilarating and unrestrained. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot shattered the air. It was a bullet unexpectedly fired from the barrel nestled between the twin blades of Sally's dagger, hurtling straight towards Carl's nose. Carl's pupils contracted sharply, disregarding Sally before him. In a swift motion, he narrowly evaded Sally's nearly lethal phantom bullet. Boom! Just as he dodged the projectile, the bear-like creature, Teresi, brought down a massive paw once more. Carl employed the technique of the lazy donkey roll, provoking the furious Teresi to strike the ground repeatedly, creating deep craters beneath him. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had already exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. Carl refrained from utilizing his psychic shock or the ghostly slash, although he had not vanquished the formidable duo. He felt he had gained invaluable insights from this confrontation. This battle bore significant fruit. Teresi, cease this fight. We must retreat. Noticing the absence of even a hint of trepidation on Carl's face, Sally grew increasingly uneasy. Her intuition warned her that prolonging this battle would only worsen their predicament. Hold on a moment, Sally. We are on the brink of defeating this brat. Whether influenced by the devil fruit or not, Teresi's fury showed no signs of waning. He appeared invigorated, ready for a fierce confrontation. Which of your eyes perceives our imminent victory? Stop deluding yourself and let us leave. Upon witnessing Teresi's near-manic state, Sally erupted in vehement reproach. Ignoring Teresi's response, she turned and fled in the opposite direction of Carl. Sally, wait for me. At her scathing words, Teresi seemed to regain a semblance of clarity. His massive paws slammed into the earth, preparing to pursue Sally. Yet, Carl would not grant his adversaries the opportunity to escape. With a cold snort, he prepared to chase after them, only to find the grass and foliage beneath his feet suddenly animated, ensnaring his legs with astonishing speed. As they rapidly grew to envelop his body, threatening to transform him into a verdant mummy. Sally, the situation has changed. Our chance has arrived. Teresi, unwilling to concede defeat, cast a glance back at Carl. This fleeting gaze seemed to pull him from the depths of despair into the heights of exhilaration. Confronted with the greenish mummy-like figure of Carl, Teresi roared, hoisting his colossal paw high, aiming directly for Carl's taut left cheek. Chapter 013, The True Smack of the Bear. Should that paw connect with his face, it would not only obliterate an ordinary marine, but would also spell doom for Carl in a single strike. Seeking death. With the sensation of his body being constricted, Carl's pupils dilated as the furry bear paw loomed larger in his vision, extinguishing any remaining amusement within him. Although Carl spoke in a soft voice, the faint sound reached Tracy's ears as if imbued with a chilling aura, causing his heart to tremble involuntarily. As soon as Carl's voice fell, a wisp of dark mist, tinged with a subtle shade of deep purple, surged forth from his being. This mist, ever shifting, gradually coalesced into a visage brimming with hatred and fury, emanating a piercing scream that echoed like a vengeful soul escaping from the depths of hell. It was none other than the devastating spirit, the blade soul of Kazan. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of sinister crimson light seemed to flash within Carl's eyes. Unflinching and resolute, he raised his left arm in a clenched fist near his face, unwaveringly bracing against the ferocious onslaught of the towering bearman's claw, which tore through the air with a thunderous roar. The colossal paw clashed against Carl's comparatively fragile left arm, producing a sound akin to a cataclysmic thunderstorm. Reverberating with a resounding impact, Carl found his feet ensnared by the wild grass, yet they seemed to have taken root in the earth. Standing resolute like a mountain in the face of the colossal strength of the bearman, Teresi. How could this be? Teresi, both astonished and enraged, never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable youth could match him in power. Teresi did not consider himself invincible, but he had always possessed a profound confidence in his strength, especially after transforming. Bolstered by the frenzied powers of the brown bear fruit, Teresi had never believed anyone could overshadow him in might. As he withstood Teresi's furious bear paw, Carl raised his left arm to block, while his right arm drew back as if nocking an arrow, his fist clenched, the knuckles producing a crisp crack. A dark purplish aura surged around him, and in that fleeting moment of Teresi's shock, Carl unleashed a punch that struck directly at Teresi's nose. Boom! Another resounding impact echoed, and the massive form of Teresi shot backward like a cannonball, propelled with astonishing speed. Sally, who had just been called back by Teresi, was en route when she witnessed her partner being sent flying in mere moments. She shouted in alarm, simultaneously aiming her gun and firing lethal bullets at Carl, who was ensnared by the foliage. At that moment, as Sally fired, Carl summoned the full extent of his dark energy, holding his breath and concentrating, exerting all his strength to whirl in a full 360 degrees, breaking free from the bizarre vines that had thickened around him like coiling roots. Who could it be? Having successfully evaded the bullets, Carl did not immediately pursue Tressie and Sally. Instead, he scanned his surroundings with great urgency, seeking the unknown assailant who had attacked him. Unfortunately, all around him were mere knee-high weeds, and the towering grasses that could conceal an enemy lay further afield. In the areas visible to Carl, there was not even the slightest trace of a hidden attacker. Sally, don't worry about me, just go. Tressie, fighting through the searing pain in his nose, tightly grasped Sally's pristine arm, urging her to flee. But you, forget about me. If you don't leave now, you won't get away at all. You must relay the information to the boss. Tell them that the bounty on Carl is 20 million berries, but his true strength is at least 50 million. Inform our comrades in the organization to never accept any missions concerning this individual. After uttering these words, Tressie forcefully pushed Sally away. He wiped the blood from his face with the fur of his bare paw, grimacing at the ache in his nose. With a furious roar, he sprinted forward on his four short, agile bare legs, charging once more toward Carl, who was still searching for the assailant. Thinking of escaping? It would not be so simple. At this moment, Carl's fury had reached its zenith. Had it not been for his concealed trump card, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to the hands of these assassins today. Sally, true to her profession as a skilled bounty hunter, ceased her hesitation the moment Therese uttered those words and released her grip. As Therese dashed away, Sally swiftly propelled her long legs into action, fleeing into the depths of the forest. At present, Carl has yet to master the core skill of the Shadow Demon, the Shadow Step. However, under the enhancement of the Shadow Demon's abilities, his movements have already transcended those of an ordinary individual. Even though Sally, a seasoned assassin who has danced on the edge of a blade for years and possesses countless experiences of evading death, finds that all her elaborate techniques pale into insignificance before absolute power. Bastard, if you have the guts, come at me. Tressie lunged, but missed, while Carl had already sprinted towards Sally, leaving behind a chilling remark. Do you think you're out of danger? A sense of dread washed over Sally as she sensed the pursuing enemy closing in. Her heart raced, and she inhaled sharply. Her specially crafted sniper rifle instantly readied in her hands as she turned to confront the approaching Carl. In an instant, with a sharp crack, Sally barely had time to react before Carl's whip-like strike sent her sniper rifle crashing to the ground. In her moment of shock, before she could even think to evade, a dark purple flash surged before her eyes, enveloping her face. Sally gasped, and in a fleeting moment, Carl struck her delicate cheek with a second whip of shadow, sending her sprawling to the ground, where the searing pain blossomed on her face, compelling her to cry out in agony. With a deft flick of his toe, Carl expertly sent Sally's specially modified sniper rifle, equipped with a bayonet, tumbling into his grasp. His fingers danced nimbly, adjusting the bayonet to point downward. With a chilling gaze, Carl hurled the blade, which struck Sally's hand with a swift precision. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she clutched her right hand, now impaled on the ground, writhing in agony. Her once delicate features bore the marks of Carl's wrath, her fair skin marred and crimson with the blood that gushed forth from her injury. Simultaneously, the lumbering figure of the bear man, Tressie, finally arrived on the scene. He retrieved his massive blade from the ground and, with his colossal frame, leapt high into the air, seemingly intent on cleaving Carl in two from behind. Chapter 14. The chilling intent to kill the vengeful spirit Kazan, a tormented soul, found its power magnified by the host's fury. The more enraged Kazan's host became, fueled by hatred and rage, the more devastating the spirit's strength would manifest. If Tressie, consumed by negative emotions, succumbed to a berserk state, Kazan's might would reach its zenith. Sensing the imminent danger rapidly approaching from behind, Carl turned to face Tressie, whose eyes blazed crimson with fury. The psychic abilities of the Mind Sorcerer Plirum coalesced within Carl's consciousness. As their gazes locked, a sudden chill enveloped him, and an invisible force surged like a shockwave into Tressie's mind. At that moment, Tressie was overwhelmed by an intense fury, the pain coursing through his body and the plight of his fallen comrade igniting a singular obsession to tear apart the arrogant pirate before him. As Tressie closed the distance, Carl stood seemingly paralyzed by the bear man's intimidating presence. With his steel blade raised high, Tressie prepared to strike, only to be interrupted by a sudden, sharp pain that shot through his mind. Though fleeting, this momentary distraction was sufficient to disrupt his furious assault. The effects of a psychic shock vary significantly between individuals. Those endowed with absolute strength and resilient mental fortitude, akin to the conqueror's haki, are less affected. Conversely, those whose intellect resembles that of a simpleton, akin to the rudimentary tools of modern science, are more susceptible to disruption. Despite the brief interlude, Tracy's hesitation and the vulnerabilities it exposed provided Carl with the perfect opportunity to counterattack, sending the muscular bear man crashing to the ground. Carl grasped the half-blade of the sailor's knife in his left hand as a surge of spectral energy coursed through his body. Dark violet energy coiled around the edge of the blade. With nimble steps, he swiftly flickered to Tracy's side and executed a reverse strike known as the Ghost Slash. Meanwhile, his right hand remained in motion. The chilling power of the specter emanated from his palm, rapidly transforming into a long whip. As the Ghost Slash cleaved through Tracy, the merciless specter whip followed closely, striking ruthlessly against the thick bear hide she wore. Carl's feet struck the ground in a rapid succession, his figure spinning with extraordinary speed. In his hand, the steel blade intertwined with the phantom whip, creating a mesmerizing dance of violence. In an instant, he left a multitude of gruesome wounds upon Tiresia's body, each gash slowly being tainted by a faint, dark purple aura of demonic power that seeped into her flesh, rendering her injuries increasingly horrific. Finally, after a relentless barrage of swift attacks, even the formidable bearman Tiresia let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. As he fell, the powers bestowed by his devil fruit waned due to his weakening stamina, restoring him to the form of a muscular giant. Tell me, who are your comrades? And where are they? With Tiresia completely bereft of combat capability, Carl dashed to Sally's side, lifting his foot to violently overturn her curled body on the ground. He then pressed down forcefully upon her other intact hand. You despicable pirate, I swear I will kill you. Sally gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain radiating from her cheek and right hand, fiercely hurling her threats at Carl. Spare me your futile words. I'm asking you a question. At Sally's retort, Carl's already thunderous expression grew even colder. He ground his right foot against her left hand with crushing force. Under the weight of inhuman strength, Sally's once delicate hand, as tender as spring shoots, was mercilessly crushed, blood pouring forth. Another wave of agonizing pain surged through her, prompting a more harrowing scream to escape her lips. Yet, the more she cursed Carl, the fiercer his assault became, deepening her suffering into the very essence of despair. It was a vicious cycle. You coward, come at me. Let her go. One must concede in this world. Even the slightest hint of human power imbued them with remarkable resilience. Despite sustaining numerous strikes from the ghostly blade and phantom whip, Tiresia still possessed the strength to roar defiantly. Of course, this was due in part to Carl's deliberate avoidance of lethal blows. Otherwise, a single cut to the neck would have sent Tiresia to the underworld, regardless of the extraordinary constitution granted by his animal-type devil fruit. Do you think your bravado will spare you? In his previous life, Carl met a tragic end, having been stabbed to death. Now, standing once more at the threshold of the underworld, his fury had reached a near-peak intensity. Were it not for his inherently optimistic disposition, he might have succumbed to the malevolent influences of the spirits, transforming into a berserk host of another kind. Amidst Sally's anguished cries, Carl wrenched the dagger from her right hand and, with a swift motion, hurled the bloody blade, which embedded itself firmly into Teresa's robust thigh. It remained lodged within her flesh, unable to penetrate the ground. Who was it that ambushed me? Carl demanded, casting a glare at Therese. How could I possibly know? Therese retorted, her voice booming even louder than Carl's. Choosing to remain silent, are we? Carl scoffed, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a phantom whip upon Sally once more, eliciting another round of pained wails from her. You scoundrel, cursed pirate. Let her go. If you dare, come at me. Therese's fury, ignited by Sally's torment, surpassed even her own suffering at Carl's hands. Oh, you care for her, do you? Carl's tone turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Teresa's bloodshot eyes, an aura of vengeful wrath emanating from him. He harbored no shred of goodwill towards these adversaries who sought his life. So, will you speak or not? Carl transferred the sailor's knife, which he had severed from his left hand, to his right, pointing the blade menacingly towards Sally on the ground. This is your final opportunity, he exclaimed. I truly do not know who ensnared you with those plants. Tracy's words were abruptly interrupted as her pupils dilated in shock, for Carl exhibited no hesitation. The sailor's knife descended directly towards Sally's feet with lethal intent. Chapter 15. The oncoming threat of death. With a swift stroke, Carl's cold blade cleaved through the air, causing even the wild grass beneath to tremble ever so slightly at the murderous intent emanating from the edge. In an instant, Sally's right hand was severed at the wrist by the slash of the half-sailor's knife. once tormented to the brink of death by Karl. Sally seemed to undergo a miraculous revival. Her body convulsed violently and sprang back from the ground, grasping her bleeding wrist with her left hand. Beads of sweat quickly formed on her forehead, driven by the excruciating pain radiating from her severed limb. A tumultuous blend of fear and fury twisted her brow into a tight knot. As she clenched her teeth, her expression contorted in agony. "You damned pirate. I will fight you." Witnessing her partner's relentless suffering at the hands of the foe ignited a fierce rage within Trissy. With a mighty roar, he summoned the last remnants of his strength, drawing the dagger from his leg. Like a cannonball launched into the air, he surged forward from the ground, recklessly charging toward Karl. "You seem utterly oblivious to your current predicament." Karl kicked Sally aside with a swift motion, his body bending backward as he shifted his stance, hands resting on his hips. With his right hand, he brandished a severed blade, adopting a poised stance reminiscent of a katana draw. Ghost Shadow Whip. Kaido. An ethereal, dark purple energy whip materialized instantaneously from the broken steel blade, surging with an immense force. The violet glare sliced through the air, forming a graceful arc as it was propelled toward the oncoming Terasai with the ferocity of a thunderclap. At that moment, Terasai was consumed by a singular emotion, rage. Devoid of fear, facing Karl's violent strike, she neither flinched nor evaded, confronting it head-on with her dagger. However, the immutable nature of reality does not bend to human will. Lacking the requisite strength meant she was outmatched. Terasai was no scion. She would not gain power in a near-death state. With a resounding clash, Terasai attempted to block the strike with her dagger, but the specially designed sniper rifle crumbled under the onslaught of the Ghost Shadow Whip. Reduced to a heap of discarded parts upon impact, the whip's force remained unabated. With a single stroke, Terasai's formidable frame was sent flying once more. She spun through the air multiple times before crashing heavily to the ground. "Will you speak?" Karl's icy voice trembled slightly, tinged with escalating fury. "I've already told you. I do not know." Terasai stubbornly maintained her stance, her anger seemingly surpassing Karl's. "Woman, will you not speak?" Karl turned his gaze towards Sally, who knelt on the ground, clutching her wrist in pain. "Speak of what?" "Huh, I know nothing. You might as well put me out of my misery. In this line of work, I anticipated the day I might meet my end. Whether it be the Navy or enemies, even you pirates, we would not be surprised by such a fate," Sally grimaced, enduring the agony coursing through her body, her cold laughter barely masking her struggle. "You pirates are truly peculiar. Do you require a reason to torment others? Why waste words? Do as you will, come on." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Karl's mind. Could it be that he had wrongfully accused these two assassins? No, as seasoned killers, they must have undergone rigorous training, rendering them unlikely to betray their comrades so easily. Who could it be? Which scoundrel has brought this upon us? Show yourself. Are you bold enough to act yet cowardly enough to hide? One day, I shall personally strip the skin from your bones. Karl's contemplation was far from over when Teresi abruptly began to bellow, unleashing a torrent of invective upon the assailant who had ambushed him. "You pirate, step forward." After a few more shouts, Teresi shifted his gaze back to Karl, suddenly revealing a peculiar smile. Karl squinted his eyes, remaining motionless as he pondered whether the assassin had any hidden schemes against him or methods that would lead to mutual destruction. Don't you wish to know who that person is? Come over here." The wounded Tracy relaxed her muscles, lying flat on the grass, and smiled. "As long as you can find that person, you will surely uncover the whereabouts of the ambusher." "Tracy?" Sally, standing nearby, was taken aback. Years of partnership had made her acutely aware of Tracy's character. "Stop spouting nonsense, Sally. Since they have abandoned us in our time of need, we have no obligation to shield them any longer." Lying on the ground, Tracy seemed to have surrendered to fate. "After all, we were the ones who initiated the ambush on this pirate. Death was inevitable. Why not drag a few down with us, ensuring a swifter demise?" Tracy speculated that the peculiar ability user who could control plants must be a newly appointed assassin within the organization. The boss sending him to act covertly signified a lack of trust in her. Their failure to assist her further demonstrated their treachery. Although assassins were indoctrinated with the notion of sacrificing themselves for the organization, who could entirely suppress their own thoughts? Allowing this pirate to confront the boss could provide her with a scapegoat, regardless of who perished first. "You can keep talking. I can hear you." After a moment of contemplation, Karl decided it was best not to approach. "All right then, I shall." Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from Tracy's location, flames engulfing her and surging toward Karl. The force of the blast dwarfed that of naval artillery, creating a shockwave that sent dirt flying in every direction. Simultaneously, an unexpected explosion erupted from Sally, though it was considerably weaker than Tracy's. Nevertheless, it trapped Carl between them, leaving him no escape. On the coast of Pineapple Island, York sat in his captain's quarters, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, a subordinate burst through the door without permission, panting. "Captain, Dominic's ship has set sail." "What did you say?" Upon hearing the report, York shot up from his chair, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at his subordinate. "Are you certain you haven't?" Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from the direction of the jungle on Pineapple Island, the sound deafening. An invisible wave of energy caused York's merchant ship to sway slightly. Chapter 016. Schemes. What is happening? Could the Navy be on the move? Didn't you say Dominic had already fled? What on earth are these Navy buffoons up to now? Standing on deck, York could see flames rising from the jungle on Pineapple Island, thick black smoke billowing into the sky. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced anxiously on the deck. The sailors, sensing their captain's imminent rage, dared not make a sound, keeping their heads down and focused on their feet. What about that pirate? After a moment, York suddenly recalled the pirate named Carl. Previously, he had been irritated to hear that Carl had left without a word and wandered off to Pineapple Island for leisure. He hasn't left yet. Gather the crew. We're heading to the explosion site. Without waiting for his subordinate to finish, York had already dispatched the orders, one team to guard the ship, the other to accompany him. Damn Dominic, I never expected this old fox to be so difficult to deal with. Far from Pineapple Island, a sailing ship adorned with a pirate flag cut through the waves. Dominic stood on the deck, basking in the refreshing sea breeze, gazing contentedly at the distant horizon. Behind him approached a peculiar young man, wearing a friendly smile, his tone exuding gentlemanly charm, albeit with subtly sinister undertones. "Ah, esteemed Mr. Dominic, you continue to exhibit such audacity. As an arms dealer, you have the audacity to disguise your vessel as a pirate ship. Truly, you possess extraordinary courage and insight." The young man was tall and slender, his entire being face, hands, and chest pale as if carved from marble. He then performed an elaborate tap dance on the deck, his black shoes creating a raucous noise, his nimble steps revealing he was no frail invalid. Adorned with a large black top hat, golden hoop earrings, and lips painted a deep crimson, he brandished a wine-red cane that he twirled with flair, his shirt adorned with countless white dove motifs, moving with the grace of a mime. This individual was none other than Lafitte, the captain of the fifth ship under the notorious Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, one of the future 4 emperors. Currently, he served as a security officer in a certain country of the West Sea, characterized by his ruthless and cunning nature, with a penchant for violence. Lafitte, such words from another would suffice, but when they come from you, they seem rather insincere, Dominic retorted with a cold smile. "If we are to speak of recklessness, you surpass me by far." "Heh, Mr. Dominic, you jest." Lafitte tipped his hat, maintaining his overly friendly demeanor. "What is your take on that pirate named Carl?" Dominic disregarded Lafitte's self-indulgent musings and posed a question of greater concern to him. "Perhaps we should allow Catherine to respond." With a gentlemanly gesture, Lafitte stepped aside, revealing a hooded woman who approached Dominic and slowly removed her hood. Though Dominic had seen her before, her beauty stirred something within him anew, evoking feelings long dormant. Her long, willow-like green hair cascaded down, and her chiseled features resembled a finely crafted work of art. Her breathtaking beauty captivating all who beheld her. Dominic conceded that Sally was among the most beautiful women he had encountered. However, standing next to Catherine, she seemed to pale in comparison, like stars attempting to outshine the radiant moon. Dominic mused that even the so-called world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, would likely not eclipse Catherine's allure. "Miss Catherine, your efforts are appreciated." Dominic, notorious for his brutality, exhibited a rare, gentlemanly demeanor in her presence. That pirate named Carl possesses formidable strength. Even when Tracy and Sally joined forces, they were no match for him. He even freed himself from the vines I summoned in the blink of an eye. Catherine merely returned Dominic's attentiveness with a smile, swiftly steering the conversation towards the crux of the matter. Most notably, his abilities were exceedingly enigmatic, his techniques elusive and inscrutable. I found him utterly unfathomable. He was highly likely to be a user of a devil fruit, possessing a particularly troublesome power. Lafayette and Catherine were not members of the assassin organization. Rather, they stood as Dominic's foremost clients for future arms deals. Long before Tracy and Sally were hired onto the vessel, Lafayette had already utilized his powers to hypnotize the duo, while Dominic discreetly planted his specially crafted explosives on the 2 assassins. Due to Sally's revealing attire, which offered scant concealment for the bomb, the explosion on her was significantly less devastating than that on Tracy. At that moment, Catherine and Lafayette were observing Carl, Tracy, and Sally from a distance. Upon realizing that Tracy and Sally were no match for Carl, they decisively returned to Dominic's ship. Once they set sail, Dominic personally detonated the explosives attached to Tracy and Sally. Mr. Dominic, should the assassin organization inquire about the demise of their subordinates, how do you intend to respond? Lafayette toyed with his burgundy cane, a mischievous smile gracing his face. A mere fabrication will suffice, no? We can pull a thread from the assassins and another from the pirates, intertwining them. All we need do is watch quietly. Diverting his gaze from the cleavage before him, Dominic raised his rifle, aiming at a seagull soaring in the sky. Who would dare detonate such a fearsome bomb in this locale? The Navy, concealed within the village, rushed towards the site of the explosion upon hearing the detonation, their expressions filled with concern as they beheld the billowing clouds of smoke in the distance. Someone is approaching. Scatter. Take cover. Steady your weapons, and do not fire yet. The naval colonel and his sailors held their breaths. It was utterly inconceivable that anyone could emerge alive from such a violent explosion. Was it truly a living person, or merely a specter? Chapter 017. The Empty City Strategy. Carl, despite his meticulous calculations, ultimately fell victim to the cunning trap set by the two assassins. Yet, he could not fathom how. Despite witnessing their every move, hands steady, mouth silent, there was no indication of any explosives being triggered. How could they detonate the bombs on command? Surely, they could not be self-destructing. After much contemplation, Carl reluctantly attributed the blame to the unseen ability user who had ambushed him. That individual must possess the detonators for the bombs on those assassins. Observing from a distance, waiting for the moment when victory slipped from their grasp to ignite the destruction, taking even his comrades down with the enemy. Indeed, it was a formidable organization. Fortunately, Carl still held the trump card of the shadowy specter, Kijia. Although, prior to mastering the phantasmal step, his time in a state of void was merely one fleeting second. That insignificant moment allowed him to evade the brunt of the explosion's devastating shockwave and escape unscathed from the terrifying blast. As he emerged from the inferno, his clothes bore the burns of flames and his face was smudged with soot. Nevertheless, he felt immense gratitude for preserving his life. Was there an ambush awaiting him? Sensing an encroaching danger from the thicket by the roadside, Carl felt an unexpected calm wash over him. No need for subterfuge. Come forth. As the naval commander observed the battered youth halt in his tracks, an unsettling premonition gripped him. When the boy suddenly shouted, the commander hesitated for but a moment before springing forward. Do not come out yet, he bellowed, positioning himself before Carl, scrutinizing the young man. Do you have something to say? Yes, Carl exhaled wearily, a smirk curling his lips. The forest over there is ablaze. As righteous Marines, shouldn't you hurry to assist the village in extinguishing the fire? With a dismissive snort, the naval commander crossed his arms, smirking, Pirate Carl. With a bounty of 20 million berries. Though your face is blackened by smoke, I trust my judgment. Oh, Carl raised an eyebrow at the self-assured commander, tauntingly replying. I am more curious as to why your noble Marines have come to this impoverished isle. Is it solely to capture me? Knowing that only York was aware of his presence on the island, Carl feared that if York had betrayed him, another life would soon be lost. Capturing you is merely a serendipitous delight. The naval commander possessed a unique temperament. Unlike others of his kind, he would not immediately engage in combat upon encountering a pirate. He preferred to negotiate first. Let us consider this, Carl sighed, releasing a dry breath, rubbing his discomfort nose with a chuckle. Since you are so confident in your judgment, allow me to pose a question for you to ponder. I doubt you can conjure anything clever. Speak, the commander replied, relishing the chance to toy with his adversary. Allowing his subordinates to prepare for battle. If you are determined to apprehend me, a confrontation is inevitable. I believe any casualties among your soldiers would be undesirable for a commanding officer. Carl's gaze hardened, his eyes gradually turning frigid as he continued. So, Commander, perhaps you should speculate on whether, once the battle commences, it will be I who turns your soldiers into a mass of flesh, or if I will personally snap their necks one by one. Meeting Carl's piercing stare, the naval commander felt as though he was being scrutinized by a ferocious sea beast. For reasons unknown, this seemingly exhausted youth exuded a demonic aura. As if the moment war was declared, he and his subordinates would be dragged into the abyss by a devil, having just endured an explosion. I am somewhat fatigued and not particularly inclined to kill. Carl shifted his gaze away from the naval colonel, who instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. An explosion? A narrow escape? Who could possibly survive such a violent blast? The colonel's mind raced, jolting him into a realization of the current predicament. Everyone, listen closely. No one is to fire unless I command it. He shouted towards the surrounding thicket, stepping aside as if to say, I have never encountered you. Leave. A prudent decision indeed. Dragging his weary body, exhausted from overexertion, Carl turned a corner and began to walk slowly towards the York merchant ship. The soldiers under the colonel's command dutifully adhered to their superior's orders, yet as Carl distanced himself, they clustered around their leader, peppering him with questions about the situation. Remember, we are a death squad, not a death wish brigade. Each of us possesses a unique sense of justice. Kaido embodies absolute justice, Akiji represents a laid-back form of justice. Kazara wields ambiguous justice, and Fujitora advocates for the people's cause. The colonel had yet to voice a crucial thought. One he could never share with his soldiers. He had no desire to uphold any form of justice. He merely wished to capture a few pirates while ensuring his own safety. Let us proceed, he declared, turning with resignation, his cape of justice trailing behind him. Lacking strength and appearing utterly fatigued. Where to? To extinguish the flames. Move faster. The enemy has already retreated. What are you afraid of? Though he spoke with bravado, York felt a twinge of apprehension. Otherwise, he would have dashed over on his own. Captain, there's someone over there. A keen-eyed sailor spotted Carl approaching from a distance. Bring the telescope. York peered through it and noted that Carl appeared unwell. Gritting his teeth, York ultimately relinquished any thoughts of abandoning Carl to the sea. Carl, you owe me two things, York began as they finally met, but was swiftly interrupted by Carl. First, you must explain what is happening with the Navy on this island. Second, I nearly perished at the hands of those individuals. Do not think you can dismiss me with a mere 20 million. He emphasized, remember, I am a pirate. Do not attempt to reason with me. Chapter 018. Blade. The expressions on Carl and York's faces were far from pleasant. Although it was Carl who had faced life-threatening danger rather than York himself, the abrupt collapse of the meticulously prepared plan weighed heavily on York. Coupled with the pressure emanating from Carl's icy gaze, York felt a mounting sense of unease. Very well, if you are still willing to trust me. Why don't you rest on my ship for a while? Once I have dealt with my current matters, I will seek you out for a detailed explanation. York genuinely hoped to cultivate a partnership with Carl. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, indeed, those naval forces were summoned by me, but not to confront you. Rather, they were intended to ambush that scoundrel Dominic. Mr. Carl, I implore you to believe me. Carl, after scrutinizing York's grave and earnest expression for some time, eventually waved his hand dismissively without uttering a word, and slowly made his way towards York's merchant vessel. Inform that group of imbecile naval officers to meet me at the little loft by the village. Seeing that Carl had ceased to press him further, York turned away, his demeanor fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. He pointed at a subordinate, disregarding the latter's willingness, and issued his command without hesitation. In truth, as the last mind mage of the Arad continent, Primong's most formidable ability was not his unpredictable mental assault, but rather his unique skill of telepathy. Possessing the power of mind reading, Primong had a godlike perspective, effortlessly discerning the thoughts of others. Although Carl, as the host of a demon, lacked the grotesque mind-reading capabilities of Primong in his lifetime, he could, if he focused intently on a person's eyes, ascertain whether that individual harbored genuine hostility towards him. Carl did not perceive any hostility from York, which was why he chose not to confront him at that moment. Seizing the opportunity while York was preoccupied, Carl took a refreshing bath aboard York's ship and changed into a new set of clothes. By the time York returned, Carl was comfortably seated in the captain's cabin, casually biting into an apple he had taken from York's desk. Share your story, he demanded as soon as York entered. Remaining seated in York's chair without any intention of standing up, denying York a moment to breathe. Alas, it seems there is no chance for me to rest. York sighed with a wry smile and settled into another chair. Where should I begin? Never mind, you tend to ramble. I'll ask the questions, Carl replied, straightening his posture and clearing his throat, resembling a police officer interrogating a suspect. What is the situation with those Navy personnel? To be frank, I am not merely a merchant from the Flower Kingdom. I am actually a captain in the King's army. My dealings with Dominic were intended to gain his trust and seek an opportunity to eliminate him. For a long time, I lacked the confidence to do so. This transaction represented my final chance, so I allied with the Navy to ensnare him at Pineapple Island. However, I did not anticipate that the cunning old fox, Dominic, would sense the danger and manage to escape. To Carl's surprise, his brief inquiry elicited such a wealth of information from York. In truth, York had somewhat overestimated Dominic. He had not sensed danger in advance, but had never intended to follow the expected course of action. This time, it was merely a fortunate accident. Oh, I see. But why share all this with me? Carl shot York a cold glance. You're not planning to divulge your secrets only to silence me afterward, are you? Mr. Carl, do you suffer from some sort of persecution complex? York retorted nonchalantly, holding Carl's gaze. Can't you entertain a more positive thought? Perhaps I wish to befriend you? That is impossible. I am a pirate, not a sovereign. You know the state of the world. Once a pirate, always a pirate. There is no such thing as redemption for a pirate. Not only the Navy, but even those bounty hunters who risk their lives for a bounty are constantly after my head. If I'm not careful, I might find myself dead countless times. Mr. Carl. Hearing Carl's words, York suddenly stood up, his tone tinged with excitement. Our Flower Kingdom does not discriminate against pirates. You know, in reality, our 8 Treasures Water Army is a pirate fleet under the King's command. If you are willing, we would welcome your addition. And what is your reasoning? Carl demanded. Because you are a pirate of ideas. When I witnessed your actions on the passenger ship, I realized you are not like those pirates who only recognize bounty. Moreover, the most crucial factor is your strength. Based on your performance on the passenger ship and your miraculous escape from the explosion, you have demonstrated sufficient capability to be considered a friend of our Flower Kingdom. You clearly misjudge me. After hearing York's words, Carl couldn't help but chuckle, responding candidly. I am, in fact, a very greedy pirate. 20 million berry is insufficient. If you wish to befriend me, it will cost you 100 million. No negotiation. York was not perturbed by Carl's statement. After a moment of silence, a confident smile spread across his face. 100 million is out of the question. Then there is nothing to discuss. Mr. Carl, please do not rush. I have not finished yet. Slowly approaching Carl's desk, York spoke with a hint of mystery. You must be a swordsman, correct? Well, whether swordsman or blade wielder, it matters not. It seems you are without a weapon. It has become worn out. What if I maintain the original 20 million and additionally offer you a world-famous blade, one of the 50 renowned swords? How does that sound? York knew that the 50 renowned blades were cherished by all who wielded swords. Are you trying to insult me? Upon hearing York's offer, Carl's expression clearly conveyed his disbelief. Carl vividly recalled that the renowned Supreme Great Blade, which was only worth about 1 million berries during Luffy's era, was not necessarily superior to a fine steel sword priced at a mere 100,000 berries. York, if you are truly sincere, you had better prepare a Supreme Great Blade. Otherwise, all negotiations are off. In the face of Carl's assertiveness, York chuckled awkwardly and replied, Mr. Carl, we have engaged in bargaining before. How about we both make concessions and settle on a great blade of 21 craftsmanship? I genuinely do not possess a Supreme Great Blade. Such a thing is merely a commodity without a market. Very well, but you must add one more item, Carl said, smiling knowingly at York. Aware of the difficulty in acquiring a Supreme Great Blade of 12 craftsmanship. Sea Prism Stone. What do you need Sea Prism Stone for? York asked, startled. That material is typically restricted by the Navy and is hard to come by. Not much is required, just enough to forge a short sword. If you have a ready-made Sea Prism short sword, that would be even better. Thus, several days later, Carl arrived in the flower country of the West Sea aboard York's merchant ship. In this foreign land, Carl felt an undeniable sense of familiarity. The flower country exuded an ancient charm reminiscent of China, with its pavilions and towers, architectural layout, tiger statues, and the sight of young women in high-slit kipeos showcasing their long, elegant legs. All these images converged in Carl's mind, evoking the thought, the Qing dynasty has not perished? Upon arriving in the flower country, York had a multitude of matters to address. Bored, Carl wandered aimlessly through this strange, yet familiar realm. The flower country was a martial nation. Strolling the streets, Carl observed numerous martial arts schools and weapon shops, with apprentices clad in training attire that struck him as rather odd, almost garish. As a member state of the world government and a formidable military power, the bustling markets of the flower country were filled with stalls and throngs of people, creating a lively atmosphere. Occasionally, Carl witnessed individuals being unceremoniously ejected from taverns, only to learn that these were often raucous pirates. In this martial society, the tavern staff could subdue such ruffians without the need for the royal army's intervention, reducing them to kneeling beggars. Suddenly, a cacophony of gongs and drums resonated through the air. Carl turned toward the sound and saw the once idle citizens rushing toward it, akin to students hurrying to the cafeteria at the sound of a bell. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the master of the One Blade Martial Arts School. Today, we have set up a platform for all skilled practitioners to spar. Losers receive no berries, while winners earn rewards. Such an opportunity does not come every day. So do not miss out. The sight of the master enthusiastically striking a gong rekindled a sense of nostalgia within Carl. Such street tournaments were likely a pastime only popular among the ancient Chinese. One-blade martial arts school? I have never heard of it. A man in the crowd shouted. Of course you haven't, as our school has not yet opened. Today, we merely wish to showcase our skills so that we may later attract students. Is it true that losers receive no berries and winners receive rewards? A woman inquired. Absolutely. The one-blade martial arts school never deceives. I'll take on the challenge. A robust man leapt onto the platform. Do you not carry a weapon? Less talk, more fighting. The tall man bellowed and charged at the master. The crowd gasped as one figure was sent flying, crashing into a stall and shattering its goods. You will pay for this, the stall owner exclaimed, seizing the man's collar. The onlookers erupted in laughter at the man's misfortune and turned their attention elsewhere. The master of the one-blade martial arts school merely chuckled, unfazed by the defeated challenger. It was an unwritten rule that the losing party would often bear the costs of damages incurred during such conflicts, and he now focused on the forthcoming challengers. Several more confident challengers stepped up, but regardless of whether they came unarmed or wielding weapons, they were swiftly dispatched by the master, providing the audience with ample entertainment. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Carl squeezed through the crowd, shaking his head in resignation. He had lost all interest in this circus-like competition. Just as he was about to turn away, a young man with dark skin, a shining bald head, and dressed in monk's attire leaped onto the stage. I shall participate. The man's voice was steady and powerful, and though his eyes were small, they radiated an undeniable intensity. Intrigued, Carl felt a sense of familiarity with this monk as he scrutinized the man, trying to recall characters from his memory. The master of the martial arts dojo had already changed his expression, now regarding the monk with renewed seriousness. After exchanging formalities, the dojo master struck first, sweeping a kick towards the monk's legs. The monk remained utterly still, yet the master's right leg was met with a painful jolt, as though he had kicked a solid iron plate instead of a person. An ability user of the devil fruit? The master thought, taken aback, as he retrieved his steel blade to swing it towards the monk's neck. His intention was not to kill, but merely to intimidate. However, to his astonishment, the monk did not flinch. Instead, he reached out with his enormous hand and grasped the blade. The monk's palm emerged unscathed, and the sound of metal clashing echoed, akin to two swords colliding. The master withdrew his blade, executing dazzling techniques, yet the monk stood firm, resembling an immovable iron statue. The master could not inflict even a scratch upon him. Why isn't that monk retaliating? Perhaps true masters are like this. Really? It seems to me he is merely posturing. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, the monk finally began to counterattack. He lifted his iron-like right leg and with a single kick sent the dojo master flying. The master expelled a mouthful of blood, painting the air crimson, his fate uncertain. As the dojo disciples trembled, the monk seized the prize from the table, leaped down from the stage, and departed through the parted crowd. Mr. One Des Bones, Carl mused, stroking his chin as he watched the monk's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion in his heart. Wasn't he a bounty hunter? What brought him to the land of flowers for a competition? Burdened with questions, Carl stealthily followed Bones for quite a distance, only to find that this fellow was merely indulging in food and drink, entirely embodying a leisurely spirit, far from the demeanor of someone on a mission. Am I too dull, standing behind others watching them fish? His initial curiosity gradually faded, and with a sigh, Carl resolved to cease his pursuit of Bones. Where am I now? Glancing around, he realized he had strayed far from the bustling streets and into a bamboo grove. He had only remembered entering a forest, failing to notice it was a bamboo forest. A giant panda? While searching for a way back, Carl inadvertently caught sight of an adorable panda beside him in the bamboo, staring curiously. The panda had its mouth agape, still holding a few bamboo leaves, as if startled and momentarily forgetting to chew. Captivated by the panda, Carl cautiously approached, and to his surprise, the panda appeared more spirited than those on Earth, slowly rising to its feet as Carl drew near. Come here, little one, let me pet you. Carl slowly extended his right hand towards the panda's fluffy forehead, and the panda gradually leaned its head forward. However, just a moment before their impending contact, the panda unexpectedly swung its furry paw, delivering a resounding slap to Carl's cheek. What in the world? A mad cat? Chapter 20, Kung Fu Panda. In a sudden shock, Carl found himself taken aback. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly endearing and spirited giant panda was, in fact, a fierce aggressor. Without further ado, It extended its hefty paw towards Carl's left cheek with alarming speed. The panda's claw was mere inches away, rendering any attempt to raise an arm for defense utterly futile. With a fierce shout, Carl propelled himself off the ground, retreating with remarkable swiftness, narrowly evading the panda's ferocious strike. Infuriated by its failure, the panda, despite its short legs, exhibited an astonishing agility, relentlessly pursuing Carl. After missing its initial swipe, it swiftly executed a backhanded strike, its fluffy claws slicing through the air with a whoosh, mercilessly aiming for Carl's right cheek once more. Carl gritted his teeth and raised his arm to shield himself, only to discover that the panda possessed a terrifying strength. Although he managed to block the panda's assault, he was nonetheless sent flying by a single swipe, crashing through a dozen slender bamboo stalks before finally landing on the ground. Steadying himself, a surge of determination welled up within Carl as he gazed toward the panda. To his surprise, the creature not only refrained from pursuing him, but instead began to perform a series of playful leaps in place. The panda resembled a boxer, swaying unsteadily as its little legs bounced rhythmically back and forth, occasionally throwing playful punches in Carl's direction. Its wide mouth seemingly mocking him with a blend of foolishness and endearing charm. Carl was utterly amused by the comical spectacle of the panda, his irritation dissipating as he observed the creature bounding playfully in the distance. The panda's rounded belly quivered with each leap, leaving Carl in a state of bemusement. Even the murderous intent that had recently surged within him seemed to wane. What was this creature up to? Carl tilted his head and placed his hands on his hips, perplexed by the panda's intentions. Was it not intent on ending his life? Having completed its warm-up, the panda suddenly let out a fierce roar and charged towards Carl with astonishing speed. How swift! A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Carl as he realized that this panda's speed surpassed that of the pirates and assassins he had previously encountered by a considerable margin. Even he was uncertain if he could deftly evade the onslaught of this formidable creature. In an instant, the panda dropped onto all fours, its velocity increasing even further. Carl lowered his waist and misstepped, preparing to seize the opportunity to kick at the panda. However, to his astonishment, the panda suddenly lunged forward midway, resembling a cannonball of flesh, hurtling towards Carl with great force. Carl crossed his arms before him, only to be sent flying by the force of the panda's collision. The exuberant panda eagerly pursued him, poised to launch Carl into the sky at the moment he touched down. With a furious roar, Carl summoned all his strength and executed a spin in midair, veering away from the panda's anticipated landing point. Upon touching down, he unleashed the full extent of his inner power, leaping forward with a powerful fist aimed squarely at the panda's head. However, the panda unexpectedly propelled itself off the ground with its powerful hind legs, arching its pristine white belly forward like a springboard, sending Carl flying once more. Again, Carl was ignited with a fervent fighting spirit by the panda, for it had been a considerable time since he encountered an opponent capable of engaging him so thoroughly. Deliberately refraining from employing supernatural powers, he relied solely on his physical prowess. Within the bamboo grove, Carl and the panda clashed fiercely, each equally matched. The duo, a man and a beast, transformed the small bamboo thicket into a tempestuous whirlwind, leaving shattered bamboo and flying stones in their wake. In an instant, they exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, startling the woodland creatures, who scattered in all directions. Yet, some intrepid animals observed the fierce duel from a distance, chirping excitedly as if to cheer on this intense confrontation. Suddenly, Carl charged headlong at the panda, moving with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at the panda's visage. In the very next moment, the panda stood before him, its agile claws clenched into a fist akin to a sandbag, retaliating with equal ferocity, targeting Carl's left eye. The man and the beast exchanged blows, parting in a mere heartbeat. Carl's cheeks contorted as he incessantly blinked his left eye, and in an instant, they resembled the dark circles of the panda across from him. The panda fared no better. It clutched its nose, baring its teeth in agony, tears streaming down its face. With a fierce roar, Carl prepared to continue his battle with the panda. To his astonishment, the panda, without a moment's hesitation, turned its rotund body around, dropped to all fours, and fled, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The surrounding animals, witnessing this spectacle, scattered in all directions. The ruler of the bamboo forest had been vanquished by the presence of this human, and they dared not linger to observe the unfolding drama. Observing this, Carl chose not to pursue. Instead, he reclined on the grassy ground, reflecting on the recent encounter with the panda and contemplating the combat experience he had just acquired. Carl was unaware of when he had succumbed to slumber. When he finally opened his eyes, the horizon was painted with a blood-red sunset, casting a vivid crimson hue across the sky. Carl was not concerned that someone might launch a surprise attack while he slumbered, under the formidable supernatural sensing abilities of Puleman. Should anyone venture within a 10-meter radius of Carl, even in the depths of dreams, he would awaken without delay. Mr. Carl, upon returning to the York Chamber of Commerce, one of his subordinates, noticing Carl's disheveled state, could not help but inquire. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply was paying attention while walking and bumped into a tree." Carl casually responded just as York returned to the guild after finishing his matters. "Mr. Carl, who has inflicted such injuries upon you?" After dismissing others upon returning to his office, York gazed at Carl's panda-like eyes in astonishment. Realizing that such an injury could not escape York's keen observation, Carl decided to speak the truth. "I ventured into the eastern forest this afternoon and was struck by a panda there." "How is it that even pandas in your country can be so formidable?" "Ah, so that is the case." York elongated his voice thoughtfully. "There exists a remarkably powerful panda king in that forest. It is not only fiercer than ordinary beasts but also exceptionally intelligent, capable of learning numerous human techniques. If it attacked you, it must have mistaken your presence for an invasion of its territory. Locals typically bow to indicate their lack of hostility when encountering it." "All right, so it was merely a misunderstanding." Although Carl verbally accepted this explanation, his heart stirred with excitement. He planned to seek out that Kung Fu Panda for a rematch the following day. "Where's my sword?" After engaging in casual conversation with York, Carl posed a question that weighed on his mind. "Do not fret, Mr. Carl. I would never go back on my word," York replied, snapping his fingers as he walked towards a bookshelf. He retrieved a rectangular sword case from atop a stack of books. "It has been prepared for you." The blade, known as Black Blade, Soul Sever, is one of the 21 masterpieces featuring a heavy flower-patterned blade. The scabbard displays a landscape design. While the hilt is adorned with a demon motif, the blade itself is sharp and entirely black. The only peculiar aspect is that it is a straight blade. I'm unsure if you're accustomed to wielding one. Chapter 021. A straight line of 3 points. A straight blade? Carl accepted the Soul Sever from York and drew the blade from its sheath. The moment the black blade emerged, it produced a crisp sound. And as Carl lightly tapped its edge with his finger, the sword resonated with a continuous, sonorous hum in the air. What a magnificent sword! As he caressed the icy blade, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Carl's eyes. He could hardly bear to part with it. The straight blade, which York had deemed a concern, was, in fact, a perfect fit for Carl's techniques. The Ghost Shadow 3 Strikes sword allows for 3 swift thrusts in a single breath, targeting 3 distinct areas of an opponent with precision and ferocity, the blade's shadow flickering like lightning, bewildering the eyes. This is one of the few sword techniques of Ghost Cry, yet it stands as its signature skill. Without elaborate maneuvers, it relies solely on primal speed and strength, delivering 3 strikes in an instant, yielding practical assault results. A straight blade? If it were curved, I would be concerned about the possibility of it slicing through an opponent as I strike, particularly against someone as armored as Das Bonus. Seeing the satisfaction on Carl's face, York felt his earlier worries dissipate. It seemed there would be no insurmountable rift between them due to previous events. By the way, is there truly no one here who knows the background of those assassins? Carl inquired as he returned the Soul Sever to its sheath. I do have some information regarding the man with the brown bear devil fruit ability. However, based on what I know, he has merely completed a few bounty tasks. While he possesses some minor renown, there is nothing of particular note to concern ourselves with, and the same applies to his partner. Upon mentioning past events, York's expression turned serious again. As for the assassin who can manipulate plants, I have no information whatsoever, not even a whisper of rumor. He remains an enigma. A mystery? That complicates matters. After hearing York's information, Carl furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. Well, since I cannot uncover any leads, I shall set it aside for now. Perhaps one day he will reveal himself through his own folly. Since his rebirth, Carl had become somewhat cold-blooded. Yet he had also adopted a more open-minded perspective on many matters. In the absence of concrete information or absolute certainty, he would not dwell excessively on various issues. His foremost concern now was to enhance his combat prowess as swiftly as possible and unlock new divine abilities. Moreover, having acquired a new sword, he felt as if he had upgraded from a mere bird gun to a cannon. The sensation of wielding the Soul Sever filled him with eager anticipation. York, Carl suddenly called out with a hint of excitement in his smile. Are you familiar with the group from the 8 Treasure Water Army? Why do you ask? Upon hearing Carl call his name, York sensed something amiss. As Carl continued, York became increasingly cautious. Could you help me find some individuals to practice with? I wish to test the power of the Soul Sever. I thought you were planning something else, which startled me. York breathed a sigh of relief. You might want to reconsider. My relationship with the 8 Treasure Water Army is already somewhat strained. If you stir things up, it could lead to a heap of trouble for me. As Carl began to scrutinize York from head to toe, York quickly waved his hands. I cannot do it. I wouldn't stand a chance against you. It remained uncertain whether York was being modest or straightforward, but Carl merely scoffed dismissively. Do not wear that expression. Is it not simply a matter of finding someone to spar with? A flicker of curiosity crossed Carl's eyes. What do you mean? Surely you must have seen it during the day? In our Flower Kingdom, there are martial artists everywhere. I did observe, Carl replied. But those individuals are rather feeble and lack any real interest. Leaning back, an air of disdain grew more pronounced on Carl's face. York, accustomed to Carl's temperament, maintained a smile and said, in that case, I wonder if Mr. Carl might be interested in the martial arts tournament we are hosting in the Flower Kingdom? A tournament? Carl's interest was piqued. Indeed, a tournament, York proclaimed proudly. This is a nationwide event supported by our king, unlike those petty street brawls. Warriors from both our nation and abroad, including navies and pirates, are welcome to register. When will the competition take place? York, intrigued by the prospect of gauging the strength of this pirate, was eager to see if Carl was truly as formidable as he seemed. He did not wish to have wasted his efforts on a mere braggart, seeing that he had successfully captured Carl's interest. York settled onto the couch beside him and leisurely explained, do not rush. There are still 6 days until the competition. The registration process is as follows. In the days that followed, Carl's daily tasks became a blend of indulgence and rigorous training. In the mornings, he honed his combat skills, practicing techniques such as the Ghost Slash and the Shadow Whip. As the president of the Flower Kingdom's Merchant Association and captain of a certain Royal Army division, York naturally had access to a training ground. While Carl immersed himself in refining his martial arts, many warriors were drawn to his techniques, leading to mutual sparring sessions. In just a few days, Carl had forged a considerable circle of friends. After enjoying a hearty lunch, Carl would venture eastward to the bamboo grove to engage in physical contest with the Panda King. Ever since Carl had driven him away, the Panda King had not retreated but instead awaited Carl's challenge daily, filled with eager anticipation. Carl made a stopping gesture to the panda, pointing to his own eyes and then to his nose, before shaking his head. The panda understood and nodded at Carl from a distance. The two bowed to each other and then engaged in a spirited battle. As night fell, Carl locked himself in his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed to cultivate his supernatural abilities. It was only after expending a significant portion of his mental energy that he lay down, blissfully drifting into the realm of dreams. The reason Carl did not push himself to the brink of exhaustion was that he needed to retain a fragment of mental energy to sense any potential dangers lurking nearby. Thus, 6 fleeting days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 22. The target of attention. The martial arts tournament in the Flower Kingdom is held monthly, designed to showcase the nation's strength with a grand arena that exudes a sense of majesty. Naturally, to avoid wasting resources, smaller competitions are held at other times, though they attract far fewer spectators than the grand tournament. Overwhelmed by the awe-inspiring architecture before him, Carl found himself momentarily lost in thought. Despite the apparent backwardness of this world's industrial development, it features magnificent structures that defy the imagination of Earthlings. What kind of skilled artisans could construct such wonders as the Gate of Justice on Justice Island and the Pillars of Inversion? Though referred to as a competition, the martial arts tournament is essentially a spectacle of brawling, lacking the intricate rules and strict procedures of earthly sports. To maximize the entertainment value of each participant, the rules are akin to those of the tournament that Luffy would later partake in at Dressrosa. All contestants are divided into 4 main groups, A, B, C, and D, with the victors ultimately standing in the arena to compete for a place in the semifinals. The winners of groups A and B face off, as do the winners of group C and D in a knockout format. The ultimate champion is awarded a prize of 10 million berries. Although the Navy cannot easily apprehend pirates within the Flower Kingdom's territory, Carl donned sunglasses and affixed a fake mustache to minimize the likelihood of attracting unwanted attention. Disguised among the crowd, he could overhear passers-by discussing the upcoming tournament with enthusiasm. Hey, did you hear? Old Kai from the 8 Treasure Navy is also participating in this tournament. Isn't he the one that Chief Green Pepper is grooming? Yes, that's the one. I heard Chief Green Pepper plans to mold Old Kai into the next pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy. That spells trouble for the other competitors. The 8 Treasure Navy's 8 Rush Fist is a formidable technique with a history of over 100 years. Chief Green Pepper is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. His successor must be quite formidable as well. That may be true. But the identity of the champion is still uncertain. What do you mean? Remember that exceptionally skilled monk who arrived a few days ago? The devil fruit user with hands as sharp as blades and a body as tough as steel. Is he competing in the tournament? Indeed. That's why I say the outcome is truly unpredictable. It seems this tournament will be quite entertaining. Gazing at the retreating figures of the 2 passers-by, Karl felt a growing excitement within him. He was increasingly looking forward to this tournament. The competition for Karl was taking place in Arena A, and soon it would be his moment to enter the fray. As he stepped onto the battlefield alongside a group of burly men, reminiscent of bizarre beasts, a twinge of sorrow washed over him. Who dares to claim that all men are created equal? When the Empress Boa Hancock stands beside the portly Arlita, surely no one, regardless of age or gender, would offer the same judgment. At the referee's command, the contestants, who had been glaring at each other, erupted like venomous creatures released from a cage, engaging in a chaotic melee that darkened the skies above. Prioritizing personal glory, one man, seemingly perceiving Karl as somewhat frail, muttered under his breath and lunged directly at him. Sensing the impending danger from the side, Karl turned, only to be taken aback. The assailant was, in fact, a merman. More accurately, he appeared to be a hybrid of human and merman, for at a cursory glance, he bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary man. Suddenly, the merman dropped to the ground, his muscles bulging impressively, and the skin that had been exposed began to develop a layer of scales. His mouth widened grotesquely, revealing sharp, menacing fangs. A crocodilian breed, perhaps? Karl furrowed his brow, recalling that crocodiles are not classified as fish. Yet this was not Earth. It was a fantastical realm teeming with peculiar creatures akin to the king of the coastal depths. With that thought, Karl felt a sense of calm wash over him. In that brief moment of distraction, the merman sprang forth with astonishing speed, his advance like a fleeting shadow, his gaping maw radiating the oppressive aura of an apex predator from the depths. As the once-hidden ferocity of the merman was unveiled, Karl felt as though he had become the target of a ferocious sea beast, an aura forged in the crucible of life and death trials. This presence was one he had only previously witnessed in his former captain, a force that even the reckless, explosive bear man had failed to embody. Karl has been harboring a great deal of frustration these past few days, with no outlet to express it. Although the Panda King serves as a commendable sparring partner, engaging with it feels akin to battling a rubber doll. He constantly senses that his strength is rendered futile. Karl bent his waist, holding his breath and focusing intently. His fists clenched and his arms taut with muscle, resolutely awaiting the attack of the fishman. The fishman spun midair, arriving in an instant. His steel teeth, resembling a meat grinder, aimed directly at Karl's head. Yet, in the next moment, Karl's fists unfurled, his reflexes lightning fast. His palms clamped down upon the fishman's shoulders with the tenacity of a pair of vice grips, abruptly halting the whirling menace. The fishman, experiencing excruciating pain radiating from his shoulders, was struck with astonishment. He had never anticipated that a seemingly feeble human could possess such formidable strength, rivaling his own. He attempted to retaliate, to strike back at Karl, but suddenly found his vision spinning as the world around him blurred. In an instant, Karl hefted him and slammed him forcefully to the ground, head first. The fishman felt a sharp pain at the crown of his head, darkness enveloping his sight, and then he succumbed to unconsciousness. Am I perhaps a bit too exhilarated? Karl mused, somewhat disheartened by how effortlessly he had dispatched this seemingly competent adversary in a single move. He had been eager to encounter a fishman and experience their techniques. Had he known, he would have refrained from exerting his full strength. Hey, look over there. Who is that person? The one wearing sunglasses. Someone exclaimed. I don't know. I've never seen him before. My goodness, he has defeated yet another contestant. That makes 6 that I have witnessed. In the audience, murmurs began to ripple as spectators took notice of Karl's burgeoning prowess. Karl was currently feeling quite discontented, devoid of any clear objective. He would attack anyone who ventured too close, swiftly moving from one opponent to the next. Were these competitors truly so feeble? Each one seemed to fall with a single strike, rendering the experience utterly mundane. The once fervent and eager Karl had gradually become the target of scorn among the participants in the arena. Chapter 023. The little one. The audience's attention on Karl was steadily increasing. Ever since someone witnessed Carl dispatching a merman with a single blow, their gaze had been firmly fixed upon him. As Carl toppled one contender after another, the previously cacophonous crowd, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, began to transform into a chorus of fans, cheering for Carl with rising enthusiasm. "Go, Sunglasses Man! That little mustached fellow over there. I plan to bet everything on you winning. You mustn't disappoint me. Little one, don't lose to those hulking brutes." Upon hearing himself referred to as the Little One, Carl was momentarily taken aback, his forehead lined with exasperation. Although he was merely 17, standing at over 1.8 meters tall, he couldn't deny that, in comparison to the towering giants surrounding him, he did indeed appear diminutive. However, buoyed by the audience's support, Carl's earlier disappointment began to transform into a flicker of excitement. His speed surged once more, akin to the legendary Fire Cloud Evil God, whose martial prowess lay in swiftness. Each punch and kick, devoid of formal technique, was delivered with the velocity of a tempest, unrestrained and free, like a whirlwind that emerged within the arena, targeting every adversary that crossed his path. In a matter of mere minutes, Carl, with a relentless force, sent his opponents soaring into the air or directly out of the ring. When Carl registered, he chose the name Lucy, a pseudonym that would later be adopted by Luffy during his participation in the tournament at Dressrosa. At the time of this decision, Carl harbored an audacious thought. Perhaps one day, the name Lucy would become as renowned across the seas as Satan from the Dragon Ball universe. "Is this the pirate you wish to recruit, York?" inquired an imposing elder, exuding an air of authority, within a chamber of the Flower Kingdom's palace. Before him loomed a large screen broadcasting live footage via a transponder snail. "Indeed, Your Majesty. It is the same Carl," York replied respectfully, bowing his head. "He does possess remarkable abilities." The king of the Flower Kingdom shifted his gaze from the screen, expressing mild disappointment. "However, these contestants are rather feeble. The true strength of this pirate remains obscured. Although it is a national competition, formidable pirates like Chief Green Pepper, who boasts a bounty of 500 million, would not participate. Contestants are driven either by wealth or fame, both of which great pirates have in abundance. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we have already devised a means to assess this pirate." Without hesitation, York responded, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The victors of Groups B and C should be a monk named Das Bonus and Old Kai of the 8 Treasure Navy. The Das Bonus is an adept of the quick/devil fruit. His body is unyielding as tempered steel, earning him the moniker Slayer of Swordsmen. Should these two meet in the semifinals, it promises to be an exhilarating clash. As for Old Kai of the 8 Treasure Navy, you are already aware, Your Majesty, that he is the most likely heir to become the next pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy, and his prowess should not be underestimated. There are no particularly noteworthy contestants in Group D. "With you handling matters, I am at ease," the king of the Flower Kingdom declared as he rose from his ornate seat and ambled towards the exit. "I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to rest. Please summon me again for the semifinals tomorrow." York bowed respectfully as he watched the king exit the hall. The ensuing match in Group B unfolded without any suspense. When a bald head suddenly emerged from the fray, the remaining contestants were left with no fate but defeat. Bonus, with his nearly invincible demeanor, effortlessly trampled all opposition. His invulnerability captivated the audience's attention, and the overwhelming cheers for him eclipsed the earlier applause for Carl. After witnessing the Group B match, Carl had completely lost hope for the contests in Groups C and D. He returned to the Bamboo Grove to engage in a fierce battle with Panda King for 300 rounds, yet the outcome remained indecisive. It was not until the final moment that Panda King landed a punch upon Carl's fist. In that instant of collision, Carl sensed the extraordinary nature of Panda King's blow. An invisible force erupted from his fist, creating rippling energy waves akin to water patterns in the surrounding air. Carl felt as though he had been struck by a formidable shockwave, caught off guard as the Panda King delivered a powerful blow that sent him flying. However, the Panda King did not pursue him. Once Carl regained his footing, the Panda King leaped and began to perform its self-created panda dance, utterly exhilarated. "What style of martial arts is this?" Carl inquired as he approached the Panda King, only to soon scoff at his own question. After all, the panda's moves were merely imitations of human techniques. How could it possibly comprehend the martial arts it was mimicking? Once more, Carl eagerly readied himself to experience the Panda King's techniques anew. To his surprise, the Panda King shook its head, unwilling to continue the battle. After all, it had only just achieved victory over Carl and was not ready to concede that triumph so easily. With a huff, The Panda King presented Carl with a piece of bamboo, gesturing for him to eat. When Carl declined, the Panda King seized a banana from a nearby monkey and broke off a piece, offering it to Carl. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Carl accepted the banana with a smile, munching on it while contemplating the martial arts just demonstrated by the Panda King. Could it be that the clumsy cat of the Flower Kingdom unleashed the 8-charge fist of the 8 Treasures Water Army? A surge of joy welled up within Carl's heart. Setting aside the possibility of encountering Old Kai, a practitioner of the 8-burst fist, he recognized the necessity of preparing himself beforehand. The unique attacking prowess of the 8-burst fist, coupled with the extraordinary strength of the Panda King, undoubtedly marked him as the ideal sparring partner. Let us proceed. Carl suddenly sprang to his feet, gesturing provocatively at the Panda King. Despite the panda shaking his head, Carl disregarded him entirely and lifted his foot to deliver a kick to the Panda King's abdomen. Thus, man and beast were once again thrust into battle. Locked in a relentless struggle, the surrounding little creatures had grown accustomed to this spectacle. After clearing a sufficiently large space for combat, they paused to watch, with a few even attempting to mimic the techniques of the two combatants. The chattering little monkey squealed as it dashed back, snatching the banana dropped by the Panda King before fleeing once more. Chapter 024, Shoot. The following day, after a refreshing night's rest, Carl arrived punctually at the backstage of the fighting arena. Intent on honing his swordsmanship against Iron Man Das Bonus, Carl had brought his weapon, Soul Sever, with him. In reality, weapons were permitted in the tournament, and in this world, life was held in little regard. Even death in the arena would elicit merely a gasp of surprise from the audience. No one would seek justice for the fallen. The reason Carl had fought unarmed the previous day was simply that he deemed it unnecessary. In the backstage area, Carl unexpectedly encountered 3 other contestants. Das Bonus appeared unchanged from the last time Carl had seen him days prior, still dressed in monk-like attire, his bald head and small eyes betraying a stoic demeanor, resembling a brooding man. Nearby, a rugged man draped in a green cloak, exposing his upper body, could only be Old Kai from the 8 Treasure Water Army. A peculiar collar adorned his neck, the purpose of which was entirely lost on Carl. The final contestant was an eccentric figure, his face obscured by a white scarf that enveloped his head, leaving only a narrow gap for his brown eyes. One might mistake him for an Afghan terrorist. Now, let us welcome the winners of Group A, contestant Lucy, and Group B, contestant Stio. Let us cheer for them. The host's impassioned voice resonated, and the previously chaotic crowd transformed into a wave of fervent applause and cheers. Stio was Bonus's alias, as a hitman. He could not afford to reveal his true identity. Amidst the resounding cheers, Carl and Bonus stepped forward with steady strides into the arena. From Bonus's expression, Carl discerned a sense of joy and satisfaction. Unlike the somber monk of the future, this version of Bonus was youthful, and though his expression remained stoic, a faint smile hinted at an inner warmth. This man aspired to be a superhero. What experiences could have led him down the path of an assassin? The match began. With the host's command, the audience's attention was wholly captivated by the arena. Hey, who do you think will win? Is that even a question? Lucy won yesterday with his martial arts, and today he has a knife. Clearly, his true specialty lies in swordsmanship. But there's a twist. Stio is a devil fruit user who fears no blade. The outcome seems obvious. I concur, but hold on. Just because Stio isn't afraid of slashing doesn't mean he has to kill to win. Lucy's martial prowess could easily throw Stio out of the ring. Stop with the pointless chatter. Just tell me who you're betting on. Well, I'm backing Stio. As the audience buzzed with speculation and cheers, Carl seized the initiative and lunged at Bonus with a thrust of his blade. Clang. It was as though Carl had struck a steel plate. Bonus did not flinch, but instead met Carl's thrust head-on with his chest. To the onlookers, Bonus seemed to dominate the encounter, yet internally, he was slightly taken aback, for the force behind Carl's strike nearly sent him staggering backward. Interesting. Carl's probing thrust had only utilized 30% of his strength. Having learned from the experience with the fishman, Carl felt a twinge of apprehension. He worried that if Bonus were too arrogant to evade his full-force strike, he might inadvertently inflict grave harm. Kid, you've got some skill, Bonus remarked, his interest piqued, having recognized Carl's restraint. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Bonus's eyes. Since Carl was a swordsman, he resolved to defeat him as a fellow swordsman. With a sharp sound, Bonus's arms twisted and transformed into gleaming steel blades, his fingers morphing into slender daggers, rendering him a veritable human meat grinder. Micro dust slash. Bonus bellowed, propelling himself forward, His heels transformed into razor-sharp blades. He glided toward Karl with astonishing speed. In that instant, Bonus resembled a figure skater in the arena. His velocity so great that Karl scarcely had time to blink before Bonus was upon him. Blade mastery. Bonus's fingers spread like 5 menacing blades, and with a swift, ferocious motion, he lunged forward, aiming to strike at Karl's face. Karl's footsteps shifted slightly, akin to a leisurely stroll, effortlessly evading the grotesque claws of Bonus. With his initial strike thwarted, Bonus swiftly retaliated. His ability to transform his entire being into a blade through the powers of the quick slash fruit, granting him an extraordinary advantage in combat. Each move lethal and fraught with hidden peril. Clang! Karl raised his blade to parry, firmly blocking Bonus's backhand slash. Bonus swiftly followed with his left hand, fingers transforming into a menacing 5-pronged steel fork, intent on piercing Karl to the core. Karl retreated, skillfully evading Bonus's relentless pursuit with a series of nimble backward jumps. Spiraling slash. Bonus, undeterred, transformed his wrist into a row of circular blades, whirling at an astonishing speed, resembling a chainsaw. With a cold snort, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent, as if to challenge, "Go ahead, try to block me." Bonus intended to reduce the soul-severing blade in Karl's hand to mere scrap metal. His momentum surged, but unexpectedly, Karl suddenly yanked his knife back with his right hand, resembling a drawn bow, and thrust it forward with tremendous force. Shoot! The blade struck the steel plate, resonating like the toll of a bell. Karl's attack came too swiftly. Bonus was caught off guard and felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was violently propelled backward with a muffled groan. The Ghost Shadow Triple Strike was a notoriously difficult technique to master, and though Karl had yet to fully grasp it, he was adept at executing a single thrust. Realizing he could not take Bonus's life this time, Karl pressed on, his soul-severing blade dancing through the air, the glimmering blade casting fleeting shadows. And sparks flew from Bonus's body upon close inspection. The audience was utterly transfixed, their jaws seemingly dropping to the ground in disbelief. They could hardly fathom how a steel-clad warrior, unafraid of slashes, could be suppressed by a mere swordsman, no longer underestimating him. Cataclysmic slash. With mounting fury, Bonus finally erupted, shouting as he ceased to defend against Karl's strikes. Crossing his arms, he unleashed an overwhelming force downward. Boom! As Bonus executed this move, stones shattered and flew through the air. The once formidable stone arena crumbled as if it were mere tofu, collapsing with a resounding crash. Note, Mr. One's aspiration to become a hero is indeed evident, as one can see in the Seeking Baroque mission of the Miss Golden Week's serialized pages in the One Piece manga. Not a fabrication of the author. Chapter 025. A shift in atmosphere that Monk's strength is quite impressive, capable of wielding intangible slashes. York. Is there any possibility of winning him over? In the Royal Palace's exclusive live broadcast hall, the King of the Flower Kingdom watched the fierce battle between Karl and Bonus on the screen, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. The intangible slashes he referred to were the effects of Bonus's cataclysmic slash, which created a remote cutting effect. Although Bonus merely waved his arm casually, a large section of the arena was instantaneously severed by invisible blades, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Regarding Bonus, I have attempted to win him over several times. Yet his peculiar disposition makes it entirely unfeasible. Standing respectfully behind the king, York replied dutifully, "Then let us eliminate him. If he cannot be of use to me, he will inevitably become a threat." The king's demeanor remained unchanged, his intent to kill expressed casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. This may prove somewhat problematic. Upon hearing the king's decree, York's face bore a hint of concern. "Oh, Your Majesty, you must have noticed that Bonus is a fast-slashing devil fruit user. His entire body is hard as steel. Individuals with such abilities can only be eradicated by the strongest leaders in our Flower Kingdom. However, those violent factions always act independently. Persuading their leaders to assassinate such a junior would likely be met with refusal." At this point, York paused, observing the king's expression remained calm, and continued, "If we dispatch the royal army to encircle him, we could certainly capture him. However, such actions might lead to rumors of our kingdom unjustly arresting combat tournament participants, which would not reflect well on us." "Oh," the king sighed deeply, refraining from further comments and instead fixating on the screen showcasing the clash between Karl and Bonus. "Has he truly perished?" As debris flew and dust billowed on the arena, the audience fell eerily silent, captivated by the electric spectacle unfolding before them. Monk, precisely what are you aiming for? As the dust gradually settled, a shadow emerged from the haze, accompanied by a faint voice. It turned out that at the moment Bonus unleashed his cataclysmic slash, Carl had swiftly executed a series of knife flourishes, creating a barrier of light, flawlessly intercepting Bonus's fully charged strike. As the spectators gradually discerned the situation, they were astonished to see that although a large portion of the arena had been utterly destroyed, the small area where Carl stood remained unscathed, even forming a small stone pillar. In an instant, the audience erupted into fervent cheers, with Lucy's shouts echoing in waves. And countless fans of Studio swiftly transformed into supporters of Lucy, their applause crescendoing. Ultimately, the true gamblers were merely a small fraction. The majority of the audience were simply there for the spectacle. You insufferable wretch. Bonus seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Without granting Carl a moment's respite, he suddenly surged forward, charging at Carl with all his might. Die! 2 steel blades and 10 daggers descended simultaneously, the torrential onslaught of slashes raining down like a relentless storm. In Carl's grasp, the broken soul danced gracefully, its blade shimmering like a fleeting shadow as he engaged in a tactical retreat. Even though Bonus could transform his arms, legs, and even all 10 fingers into lethal blades, Carl wielded his solitary weapon as if endowed with multiple limbs, deftly parrying every one of Bonus's strikes with remarkable finesse. As the aggressor, Bonus relentlessly pursued Carl, never allowing him respite. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, spinning with incredible speed, his legs slicing through the air like whirling shurikens aimed directly at Carl's neck. With a fierce cry, Bonus executed the devastating slash. Observing Carl's retreat, Bonus accelerated upon landing, flashing before Carl with a sudden burst of speed, his arms crossing to deliver yet another invisible blade strike. Clang! A sharp metallic resonance echoed as Bonus's crossed arms were firmly intercepted by Carl's broken soul. While the accuracy was commendable, this time the force fell slightly short. Following a taunting remark, Carl deftly swept aside Bonus's arms, transforming his broken soul into a rapid series of thrusts that struck mercilessly at Bonus's chest. Enduring the searing pain radiating from his torso, Bonus let out a thunderous roar. Advancing rather than retreating, prepared to leverage his ironclad physique to trade wounds with Carl. In an instant, Carl discerned Bonus's intentions, and a flicker of malevolence suddenly glimmered in his eyes. Fury. The power of Kazan surged through him as Carl raised the soul-severing blade high above his head, and, with a swift motion, struck downwards, aiming directly at the bald head of Bonus. Feeling the overwhelming force emanating from the dark blade, Bonus was taken aback and dared not confront it head-on with his iron head technique. In a frantic moment, he raised his arms to shield himself. The sound of the impact echoed like a colossal hammer striking steel. Bonus was forced to his knees, the ground beneath him cracking like a spider's web under the weight of the blow. The technique, Fury, lacked the presence of blade energy, but was an incredibly domineering strike, empowered by Kazan's strength. Even if Carl were temporarily unaware of the rhythm of nature, he could still penetrate rock and sever steel. The audience, captivated by the fierce clash between Carl and Bonus, erupted into fervent cheers upon witnessing the steel man kneeling on the ground, as if awakened from a deep slumber. How infuriating, Bonus thought, watching blood trickle from his left arm. A fire ignited in his small eyes, his anger intensifying. So what if you can wound me? Can you replicate the power of that strike with every blow? Bonus sprang from the ground, unwilling to yield, and let out a furious roar. He propelled himself forward with renewed vigor, transforming his limbs into blades, shooting toward Carl like a cannonball. This time, he intended to execute a rapid assault, fully leveraging his fruit abilities to deny Carl any opportunity for counterattack. However, unexpectedly, a dark purple energy whip sliced through the air with alarming speed. Bonus blinked, and the ghost shadow whip struck mercilessly against his left shoulder. Ugh! The force of the whip was ferocious, sending Bonus off course and crashing onto the nearby ground. You scoundrel! He bellowed, attempting to leap back into the fray, but was suddenly gripped by excruciating pain in his shoulder, even more severe than the previous injury. Furrowing his brow, Bonus glanced at his left arm, astonished to discover a mass of dark purple energy slowly corroding his shoulder, akin to acid. What have you done? Is this the power of a devil fruit? Bonus glared at Carl, but to his astonishment, Carl offered no response. Instead, the ghost shadow whip danced in his hands like a performer's ribbon, an unending cascade of strikes. This brat is utterly unpredictable. Bonus winced in pain, unwilling to face Karl's whip directly. Cursing him silently, the once dominant steel man now resembled a lion pursued by a tamer, darting around the arena in desperation. The once cheering crowd gaped in disbelief at this turn of events. Even the fervent announcer was left speechless, unable to anticipate such a sudden shift in the match, which had transformed into a spectacle of folly. After a brief moment of astonishment, the audience erupted into laughter at the absurdity of Karl and Bonus's antics. Ultimately, amidst the laughter, Karl delivered a swift kick to Bonus's rear, sending him tumbling out of the ring. Chapter 026. Pain. Thus, the first semifinal concluded in such dramatic fashion. As the announcer's enthusiastic commentary and the audience's cheers filled the air, Karl sheathed the soul-severing blade and gracefully returned to the back of the arena. The intensity of Karl and Bonus's battle had severely damaged the competition venue, prompting the organizers to scramble for repairs. Fortunately, this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. Skilled craftsmen were already on standby, ensuring minimal delay. How vexing. I placed so much money on that studio, only to see him lose like this. Why did he run? Isn't he supposed to be fearless in the face of blades? Why was he chased around by that Lucy's whip? Calm down, calm down. There's still the finals, right? You must have lost quite a bit, too? Actually, I bet on Lucy. Lucy? You bet on Lucy? I'll strangle you. We agreed to bet on studio together. Wait, calm down. There's still the finals. You can bet on Lucy then. In the audience, some rejoiced while others lamented. But none of this concerned Karl. For at that moment, a most unexpected visitor approached him, Daz Bonus. Hey, is it all right if I sit here? Bonus, with a stoic expression, coldly huffed and disregarded Karl's consent, plopping down in front of him. If he bore any resemblance to Trafalgar Law, he would indeed exude a certain charisma. What? You want to continue fighting? Karl assessed Bonus's left shoulder and noted that, true to his reputation as a quick/devil fruit user, the injury was now merely superficial. Devil fruits are inherently a matter of balance. Having faced you today, I accept my defeat without complaint. Karl was taken aback by the unexpected openness of Bonus. I have come to seek your wisdom, inquiring why your blade is capable of inflicting harm upon my being. Is this the legendary Supreme Great Blade? Bonus's gaze subtly shifted to the severed soul beside Karl. The Supreme Great Blade is not invincible. It cannot unleash its true potential in the hands of an ordinary individual. Emulating the demeanor of Zoro's master, Kingo Shiro, Karl assumed a composed, masterful stance, proclaiming that while the blade is lifeless, the wielder is alive. In this world, there exist swordsmen capable of severing anything, as well as those who are unable to cleave even the slightest thing. Upon hearing this, Bonus pondered in silence for a moment. Perplexed, what nonsensical ramblings are you uttering? If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. When Karl heard the announcer declare the commencement of the second semifinal, a faint smile graced his lips, yet he insisted on first discovering the identity of his next opponent. Come and observe. You might learn something invaluable. Observing Karl's slightly infuriating grin, Bonus furrowed his brow, watching Karl's retreating figure for a considerable time, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh and following in his footsteps. Youth undeniably harbors a degree of pride. When old Kai from the 8 Treasure Navy noticed his opponent was unarmed, he too opted to enter the fray barehanded, intending to earn a legitimate victory through the manly art of hand-to-hand combat. Regret soon followed. The Afghan assassin was not a master of physical techniques, but rather a wielder of the bandage devil fruit ability. His bandage powers closely resembled Mr. Three's candle fruit, possessing a soft, pliable form that naturally created a paper-like effect. He could unleash endless bandages from his hands, ensnaring his adversaries tightly, then constricting them like a giant python until they succumbed. This individual had concealed his true capabilities well. Judging by his previous matches, I had assumed he was an easy target. Faced with such a troublesome opponent, old Kai felt a headache brewing. Muttering to himself that had he known, he would have taken the stage with a weapon. He could shatter those ragged strips with a single strike. However, old Kai was no soft target. As a promising pillar of the next generation of the 8 Treasure Navy, his martial prowess exuded an imposing presence. The arena became a whirlwind of movement. The battle, though lacking in grandeur, was filled with unique and captivating techniques. The Afghan assassin's strikes were exceptionally vicious and cunning, not only bizarre in execution but also capable of continued control like adhesive tape, making them nearly impossible to evade. Yet, the swift old Kai remained undeterred, employing his 8-burst fist to unleash a series of thunderous strikes. In the face of the assassin's strange bandages, he navigated with ease. Most of the bandages failing to keep pace with his rapid movements, and even the few that managed to reach him were swiftly torn to shreds by Old Kai's hands. Before long, a piercing scream echoed through the arena as Old Kai executed a swift kick to the Afghan assassin's head. The latter cried out in agony, propelled by a long trail of white bandages towards the distant audience. In the second semifinal, Old Kai emerged victorious. As the announcer proclaimed the winner's name, the audience erupted in satisfied cheers. This time, their bets had been secure. The final match was set to commence at 9 o'clock the following morning, and all awaited with bated breath to see who would claim the championship title. In truth, neither Karl nor Old Kai required rest. Yet the final would not be held immediately, as the audience needed time to place their bets, which constituted a significant portion of the event organizers' revenue. Soon, the next day arrived, and amidst the cheers of the crowd, Karl and Old Kai ascended the stage simultaneously. Who are you betting on this time? Is there any doubt? Obviously, it's that Lucy. From my observations, he is far superior to Old Kai. Though I wish to support Old Kai from the 8 Treasure Navy. Who would dare oppose Bailey? Karl cast the soul, severing onto the ground. Upon witnessing this, Old Kai was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he drove his Naginata into the arena. The match commenced. With the host's commanding voice, both Karl and Old Kai sprang into action almost simultaneously. Karl had already witnessed the formidable power of the 8 strikes from the Panda King, and Old Kai, having observed the previous matches, dared not underestimate the man in sunglasses before him. Boom! Karl unleashed a powerful blow with his right fist, colliding with Old Kai's 8 trigrams fist. The moment their fists met, the air trembled, erupting with a resounding clap akin to thunder. Visible ripples radiated from the point of impact, and an invisible shockwave refracted a faint, iridescent glow in the sunlight, surging toward Karl's entire being. Remarkably, even the sunglasses he wore bore faint cracks from Old Kai's strike. Pain. This was Karl's immediate sensation following the clash with Old Kai. The force of Old Kai's martial technique surpassed even that of the Panda King, leaving Karl's right fist tinged with a subtle redness. In that instant, Karl felt as though he were striking not against flesh, but against something harder than rock. The distinction between Old Kai and the Panda King was not merely one of strength. A sudden shock coursed through Karl's heart as a familiar notion quietly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Old Kai has awakened the power of Armament Haki? Chapter 027, Like a Flower. How astonishing it is that Old Kai possesses such formidable strength. He actually managed to repel that Lucido. After Karl and Old Kai exchanged fierce blows, an immediate sense of Old Kai's extraordinary prowess became apparent. Previously, during his battle with the Afghan assassin, Old Kai had found himself in a rather precarious position, unable to fully unleash his formidable skills. However, upon encountering Karl, a willing adversary ready for a direct confrontation, his spirits soared, and his fighting zeal was reignited by Karl's presence. Regardless of the circumstances, Old Kai is the authentic heir of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Guided by the expertise of his master, Qingjiao, in the art of the 8ch fist, and endowed with countless training resources from both the Flower Kingdom and the 8 Treasure Water Army. If, after so many years, he could not even master the Armament Haki, it would render his claim to the leadership of the 8 Treasure Water Army utterly meaningless. He might as well find a block of tofu to meet his end. Old Kai, let us establish a rule. You shall not wield your Naginata, and I shall refrain from using my long sword and whip. This time, we shall rely solely on our own physical prowess for a straightforward and exhilarating duel. What do you think? After all, Old Kai is not a swordsman, and using weapons would not significantly enhance his swordsmanship. Given that Old Kai had likely awakened his Armament Haki, Karl resolved to seize this opportunity to use Old Kai as a sparring partner in hopes of stimulating his own Haki. Sounds great. I also wish to give it a try. Old Kai, a straightforward individual, recognized Karl's formidable presence and surmised that Karl would not resort to any unscrupulous tactics in the arena. With a fierce shout, Old Kai's aura surged dramatically. His figure flickered with incredible speed, resembling a tiger unleashed in battle, conjuring a howling gale as he charged towards Karl, who stood a short distance away. Karl boldly advanced with a direct punch, displaying no fear in the face of Lao Kai's formidable presence. In an instant, the two figures became entangled in a fierce struggle, their footwork a chaotic dance as the sound of heavy impacts echoed relentlessly. The spectators could even perceive the shockwaves rippling through the air when Lao Kai's 8 striking fists collided with Karl's own fists. The pain was palpable. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. The 8 striking fists was inherently a ferocious technique, and coupled with Lao Kai's mastery of the armed color haki, an ability Karl had yet to fully grasp, he found himself momentarily at a disadvantage. Karl seized the opportunity to distance himself from Old Kai, unable to resist the urge to rub his fists. However, Old Kai resembled a formidable rooster in a cockfight. Growing increasingly fierce, his form surging forward, his 8 strikes fist roaring like thunder, a relentless cacophony that afforded Karl no respite. Confronted by the aggressive Old Kai, Karl inwardly lamented. Indeed, the notion of a sudden breakthrough or awakening during battle is nothing but an illusion. Eureka! Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Karl's mind. If one were to categorize him according to typical game roles, he would undoubtedly be classified as an agile, all-out warrior akin to an assassin. Faced with Lao Kai, a formidable half-tank warrior who favored direct confrontations, it was apparent that engaging him head-on was ill-advised. An assassin thrives on agility. With a decisive thought, he invoked the specter of the demon god, Kajia. The invocation of the demon god's command essentially bestowed the ethereal power of the demon upon himself. After realizing that the techniques from the game, Demon's Cry, diverged significantly from their real-world manifestations, Karl had grown rather casual in his usage of the names of these techniques. In an instant, the abilities of the specter of Kajia enveloped Karl. A faint blue-black energy materialized around him, and within the span of a breath, this energy began to whirl around him at an astonishing speed, forming a protective vortex akin to a whirlwind. What on earth are you up to? Lao Kai, observing the transformation with keen eyes, felt a twinge of apprehension towards Karl's elusive shadow whip. This momentary hesitation caused Lao Kai's movements to falter. Yet, in this fleeting second, the specter of Kajia had fully manifested. I have stated that I shall not wield a whip, and I shall not waver on that promise. Karl leaped back, evading Lao Kai's fierce 8-strike fist. He readjusted his stance, a confident smile gracing his face. 8-strike fist, martial foot. After their preceding encounters, Lao Kai had come to realize that ordinary techniques would prove ineffective against this adversary. As he observed the peculiar transformations in Karl, a sense of urgency gripped him. Fearing that delay could lead to unforeseen changes, he resolved to unleash his ultimate skill to conclude this evenly matched contest. With a swift kick, Lao Kai struck out, only to find Karl's speed had suddenly intensified. It was as if Karl had anticipated his move. In a blink, he delivered a kick aimed directly at Lao Kai's calf. A wave of soreness shot through Lao Kai's leg muscles, causing him to grunt in pain, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, Karl did not pursue him. Instead, he maintained a watchful gaze on Lao Kai, who was barely steadying himself, his expression rife with caution. Lao Kai, feeling a chill of unease, wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. If this opponent chose to engage in a battle of skill and speed rather than brute strength, he sensed he might be at a disadvantage. 8-strike fist. Lao Kai summoned every ounce of power within him, his form flickering as he unleashed a furious assault. Arms and legs propelled with a force that seemed capable of sweeping away legions. Just as Lao Kai's fist was about to connect with Karl, his right arm was suddenly met with Karl's punch, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him, akin to a cacophony of flavors overwhelming his senses. You scoundrel! Lao Kai erupted in frustration, unable to contain his indignation. However, as he lifted his left foot, Karl launched another kick, leaving a glaring imprint of his shoe upon Lao Kai's blue and yellow striped trousers. Weakness enveloped Lao Kai's legs, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed before Karl, resembling a powerless child in the presence of an adult. The audience, once vibrant with cheers, fell into an unexpected silence, utterly astonished that just moments ago, Lao Kai and Lucy had been locked in a fierce battle, and now Lao Kai appeared utterly defenseless. After a brief pause, an eruption of fervent cheers engulfed the arena. The spectators now exhilarated beyond measure. In their eyes, Lucy and Lao Kai had vanished, replaced by a cascade of currency raining down. Damn it all. Lao Kai pounded the ground in frustration. Though reluctant to admit it, he found himself devoid of strategies to counter his foe. Lucy, Kai, you both must persevere. I have a penchant for true men. Whoever claims the championship, I shall wed. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, overpowering the cheers of the crowd. The audience turned to witness the host pinned against the wall, while a towering figure clad in a high-slit cheapao, with a striking physique and flowing hair, held the microphone, a robust man with muscular thighs on display. Confusion flickered across Lao Kai's face. Isn't that you, Alicia, the princess of Erbao Water Army? Within Carl's heart, tumultuous waves surged, akin to a stampede of mythical beasts. Was it truly a beauty akin to a flower? Which beauty of the Second Treasure's naval forces could be compared? Chapter 28. A matter not to be provoked. As he observed the princess of the Second Treasure's navy rallying support for him, old Kai remained largely unfazed. His character, much like his appearance, was rugged and unrestrained. He regarded the beauty of women with an impartial eye, seeing no distinction between the alluring and the plain. However, Carl was different. Despite marrying the stunningly beautiful maid, Baby 5, old Kai still wore a perplexed expression, seemingly oblivious to the charm of his wife. Carl is an ordinary man. Although he is not a member of the Beauty Association, who could resist such allure? Moreover, this princess of the Second Treasure Water Army is not only as captivating as a flower, but also ferocious as a beast. In the era when Luffy ventured into the New World, she had even taken dozens of husbands. Such audacity is a rarity, rivaled only by one of the 4 emperors. Big MOM. This is a true powerhouse, one to be reckoned with. Seeing Carl momentarily stunned, old Kai seized the opportunity to call out the name Lucy loudly. It was not until old Kai uttered Lucy for the 3rd time that Carl regained his composure, casting a sympathetic glance at old Kai. What does this mean? Old Kai felt somewhat uneasy under Carl's gaze. Is he looking down on me? Does he believe victory is already assured? How infuriating. Even if my moves are countered, I must undoubtedly showcase the might of the 8 Treasure Water Army. To hell with it. Suddenly, Carl let out a loud roar, catching everyone off guard. And without further ado, he swung a punch directly at old Kai's nose. Taken by surprise, old Kai instinctively retaliated with a powerful kick. A dramatic scream echoed from Carl's position, and in a bewildering arc, he was sent flying out of the ring. The audience, momentarily stunned, erupted into a cacophony of boos and jeers. What was happening? Was that actor Lucy? My family's fate rests upon Lucy's shoulders, and now it's all over. Countless gamblers ripped their betting slips to shreds, and chaos ensued in the arena, with scraps of paper swirling through the air. Carl, with a foolish grin, waved apologetically at the audience, hastily picked up the remnants of his dignity, and fled the scene. Meanwhile, old Kai stood in the ring, utterly dazed and at a loss. The foolish water army of Erbao, the king of the Flower Kingdom, watching the match from the palace's live-streaming hall, sighed in resignation, slowly closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples, finally murmuring, "Well, I suppose the strength has become clear. York, you may attend to your duties." Upon returning to his residence, Carl couldn't shake off the shivers running down his spine. The impact from Lucy was overwhelmingly intense, far more than the kick he had just endured. Exhausted, he slumped onto the sofa and sipped a bottle of warm milk brought by his subordinates from the guild, gradually recovering a semblance of good spirits. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, his life might have been irrevocably altered by that woman. TSK let old Kai, who is indifferent to women's appearances, enjoy such a blissful existence. After a brief respite, Carl sought out the Panda King in the afternoon, engaging in a vigorous sweat-inducing match. This time, they ended in a draw, but Carl was unconcerned. After all, he was making progress, and so was the Panda King. Reality isn't like a game where one can suddenly level up with a flash of light. Cultivation is a gradual and steady process. Significant change cannot occur within a mere few days. As evening fell, Carl took a refreshing bath in a clear stream within the bamboo forest, changed into a new outfit from his belongings, and then proceeded to the agreed meeting place with Bonus. It was a tavern, a blend of Eastern and Western styles that, while somewhat incongruous, possessed a unique charm. Bonus had already arranged a feast in a private room, patiently awaiting Carl's arrival. "You're actually a pirate, aren't you? Lucy, I sent your real name." He bluntly exposed Carl's disguise upon their first encounter. "What? The renowned bounty hunter Das Bonus has come to capture me for the Navy's bounty?" Carl replied with a fearless smile, taking a seat opposite Bonus without hesitation. "Humph, you caught me," Bonus retorted with a cold snort, his expression unreadable. "Being a bounty hunter is merely a hobby for me. I am not like those Navy officers who treat capturing pirates as a duty. You needn't be so anxious." "Do I appear anxious?" Carl shrugged, chuckling lightly. "Then why not tell me your name?" All right, you've got me," Carl conceded, realizing Bonus was indeed a rather convoluted individual. "I am Carl, the one with a bounty of 20 million berries." The Navy captain who had fled from his empty city ploy had indeed kept his word. As of now, no new bounty had emerged against him. "Oh, I have a vague recollection, Bonus pondered, searching his memory. He realized he might have seen Carl's bounty notice before. This was not the East Blue. A place synonymous with peace. A pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries would not attract excessive attention. Aren't you a killer? Why haven't I seen your bounty notice? Carl vaguely recalled that Bonus would eventually be worth over 50 million, yet he had never encountered any notice about him in recent months. I'm not a pirate. Why would I have a bounty? Bonus questioned, puzzled. But you're a killer, aren't you? One who dare even take on the Navy. I got carried away in the heat of the moment and boasted to my peers, Carl admitted, noting the subtle change in Bonus's expression. In truth, I only wish to be a bounty hunter. It is merely a passion of mine. A passion-driven bounty hunter? I doubt it. You likely wish to use your bounty hunter status to hunt pirates and become a hero. Carl seized the opportunity to articulate his insights. How can you so baselessly tarnish my reputation? Bonus countered, his gaze slightly evasive. Carl found it somewhat amusing, realizing that Bonus was not only a reserved individual but also rather prideful. My friend, why don't you join me? He thought, suddenly perceiving Bonus as quite intriguing. In this land of flowers, what were the so-called 8 treasure navy and the 2 treasure navy but mere pirates? What is so wrong with being a pirate? They possess wealth and fame. What a load of nonsense, bounty hunters. Looked down upon by the navy and targeted by pirates. Does that compare to the freedom of being a pirate? My friend? What an odd term. Does it imply I am made of iron? Perhaps I shall let it be. Bonus let out a rare light chuckle, stating, I would never choose to collaborate with someone of no repute. Carl, however, did not take Bonus's refusal to heart. It was merely a fleeting thought. By the way, why did you summon me? Surely at ISNT just to treat me to a meal? He inquired. I wish to engage in another match with you. To witness your swordsmanship capable of severing steel. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Bonus's eyes, yet his brows furrowed slightly as he added, This is merely a contest, not a battle to the death. Therefore, you are not permitted to utilize your devil fruit abilities. Chapter 029. Where there are 3, there will be my teacher. Carl and Bonus harbored no deep-seated animosity towards one another. Furthermore, Carl was eager to engage in more exchanges with Bonus. Thus he readily acquiesced to Bonus's request. True to his reputation as a user of the swift/fruit, Bonus possessed a unique understanding of slashing techniques. Under Bonus's guidance and practice, Carl felt his swordsmanship ascend to new heights. In return, Carl divulged some insights regarding Armament Haki to Bonus, advising him that the amalgamation of the swift/fruit's abilities with Armament Haki would undoubtedly amplify his strength manifold. Whether Bonus could awaken Armament Haki was a matter for him to contend with. Carl himself had yet to even graze the threshold of that mastery, leaving him little inclination to tutor Bonus. The brief span of 3 days swiftly elapsed, and Bonus soon departed from the land of flowers. Carl had no immediate plans to venture out to sea, as he was not in pursuit of the fabled One Piece. Instead, he seized the opportunity to fully utilize the abundant resources available in the Flower Kingdom, diligently dedicating himself to rigorous training with great enthusiasm. On this particular day, while Carl was exercising in the training grounds of the York Merchant Association, Old Kai from the 8 Treasure Navy approached him. Hey, what was that all about in the last competition? Did you deliberately lose to me? Old Kai inquired. Indeed, Carl replied with an innocent smile, unhesitating in his response. Why? Old Kai, a man prone to emotional fluctuations, particularly disliked owing favors or receiving gratitude from others. That woman who was shouting into the microphone. She is the princess of the 2 Treasure Navy, isn't she? Upon recalling the princess's visage, Carl couldn't help but cough lightly. Yes, how did you know? Old Kai responded. The princess of the 2 Treasure Navy is quite renowned. Who doesn't he know her? I've even heard of many who have proposed to her. Carl patted Old Kai on the shoulder, ushering him into the pavilion, where he earnestly explained, You see, you belong to the 8 Treasure Navy, and she belongs to the 2 Treasure Navy, while I am merely an outsider. You heard what she said that day, right? It is inappropriate for an outsider to meddle in the affairs of your navies. That does sound somewhat reasonable, but I didn't come to discuss that, Old Kai said, suddenly recalling his purpose. He sprang to his feet, declaring, I want to challenge you to another match. Absolutely not. I cannot defeat you. Carl hastily waved his hands in refusal. What do you mean by that? Old Kai was displeased. The memory of their previous encounter filled him with frustration. As you saw that day, I had to employ targeted techniques to break through your boxing style. If I were to confront you directly, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Conversely, if I used the same moves, you would easily counter me. What is the point of even fighting? Carl shrugged and turned to leave. Come back here. Old Kai quickly stepped in front of Carl, blocking his path. I came to witness your peculiar techniques. You can go ahead and make your move. If I frown even slightly, consider it a victory for you. Oh, so you're here to use me for practice, are you? You've learned quite a bit already. What about me? Gazing into Karl's narrowed eyes, old Kai began to understand Karl's intentions. It seemed that Karl would not engage in combat without some incentive. What will it take for you to fight? Do you want money or something else? Karl mentioned that old Kai's words were indeed true. How about this? I shall impart to you the techniques I demonstrated that day. And in return, you shall share your skills with me. We can learn from one another, ensuring mutual benefit. Do you wish to learn the 8th Thunder Fist? That is out of the question. It is a cherished legacy of our 8 Treasures Water Army and shall not be divulged. Old Kai hastily shook his head, resolutely declining Karl with a sense of righteous integrity. Karl mused to himself, what do you mean by secrecy? Even the pandas have learned it. However, he spoke aloud. Who said I wanted to learn your 8-fist technique? I understand the basics. What I seek is your guidance on how to cultivate the Armament Haki. Old Kai hesitated for merely a moment before promptly acquiescing to Karl's request, for the Armament Haki was not a closely guarded secret. I have agreed to your request. Excellent. It is settled then. Karl and old Kai exchanged a solemn pact with a cheerful handshake, concluding a delightful transaction. However, Karl possessed no systematic strategy. His actions that day were born purely out of desperation, recalling the techniques of the masters he had observed in films. Karl invoked grandiose terms such as using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, regardless of whether old Kai comprehended them, leaving the latter in a bemused state. With the enhancement of Kazan's power, Karl found that his learning was remarkably efficient. A month later, he began to experience the initial awakening of his Armament Haki. Although he had yet to reach the stage of hardening, the improvement was significant compared to his previous state devoid of Haki. After landing a punch that left the Panda King grimacing, the creature became indignant, scrutinizing Karl's fist for an extended period, unable to grasp the underlying principles. Ultimately gazing at Karl with a mix of resentment and curiosity. Very well, I shall teach you. Under the Panda King's endearing gaze, Karl meticulously explained his insights regarding Armament Haki. This innate power, inherent to all living beings, exists as a primal ability akin to instinct, manifesting as presence and intimidation. Yet most creatures remain oblivious to this energy. The Panda King was exceptionally intelligent, apart from its inability to articulate human speech. It exhibited almost no differences from humanity and could comprehend human language. Karl often felt that, given sufficient resources and time, this panda could easily triumph over a pacifist opponent in the future. Upon absorbing Karl's insights, the Panda King sat pensively on the ground, only to be jolted from its contemplation by Karl's declaration. Panda, I must take my leave. The Panda King sprang to its feet, flailing its limbs in animated protest, vocalizing its discontent. During this period, it had grown accustomed to awaiting Karl's challenges in the bamboo grove each day, devoid of an adversary. It feared it would succumb to boredom. Panda, remain calm. I shall return. Karl gestured for the panda to take a seat. But the panda shook its head and made several motions, indicating its desire to venture out to sea as well. You might as well forget it. I am not setting out for leisurely pursuits. I have matters to attend to. Karl couldn't help but smile, thinking that if he were to seek one piece, having a panda aboard would be rather delightful, though he had no such intentions. The 8 Treasure Navy had departed a few days prior, with their leader, Qing Jiao, proclaiming a desire to lead his subordinates on an adventure for training. Lao Kai had also issued a stern warning. If one cannot stand alone for a day, one shall never establish a family or career. Earlier today, York had approached him once more, claiming to have obtained information regarding the arms dealer, Dominic, and inquiring whether Karl had any interest in stirring up some trouble. That was the very individual who had nearly brought about his demise. Karl felt a stirring in his heart. If he could eliminate Dominic this time, it would not only resolve a lingering grievance but also serve as a favor repaid to York. It was high time for the soul-severing blade to be stained with some blood to sharpen its edge. A chill coursed through Karl's heart as he turned to the Panda King, smiling as he spoke. Panda, if you wish to accompany me to sea, you must first defeat me. Should you fail, it would be wise for you to remain here and cultivate until my return. Chapter 030. The Mustache Luster Island is a culinary paradise, renowned for its meat dishes throughout the western seas, drawing countless eager diners each day to savor its various meaty delicacies. It is often hailed as the gastronomic capital of the western seas. In such a prosperous locale, the world government is not one to overlook the opportunity for taxation. Hence, a naval base is stationed here to collect substantial revenues. However, compared to the heavy taxation imposed in Shur's town under the axe-wielding Monka, The inhabitants of Luster Island enjoy a serene and thriving existence. Report to the Colonel. Colonel Tyrant of the Navy's 204th Division in the Western Seas has arrived with reinforcements. Please provide instructions. Come, let us meet that fellow Tyrant. I've heard he's been flourishing lately, capturing several pirate crews. The naval colonel donned his cloak and strode purposefully out of the office. Luster Island, the culinary capital of the Western Seas, surpasses the commercial hub of Clyman Island, which Carl had initially arrived at. Ships continuously traverse its waters, and pirates frequently visit. Unless the Navy has pressing matters, they seldom provoke the pirates here. Haha, old chain smoker Tyrant. Long time no see, Colonel Victor. Colonel Tyrant is a genuine chain smoker, distinct from the white hunter smoker, as he simply cannot part with his cigarette. Tyrant, I hear you've been quite the sensation lately. Promotion on the horizon? Any good ideas to share with your brother? Nothing but luck. I merely stumbled upon a promising recruit. Tyrant gestured towards a young soldier, then turned back to Victor with a smile. This lad here is from the 213th Division. He is quite the fighter and has earned numerous accolades recently. Oh, truly impressive. Victor raised an eyebrow, unable to discern how this Caro differed from other soldiers. Report to the Colonel. I'm merely a laborer. It's Colonel Tyrant's guidance that has been exemplary. Haha, this lad is amusing. I like him. After a round of pleasantries, the two colonels dismissed their aides, their expressions turning grave. Victor, what makes you so certain that the warmonger Dominic will appear on this island in the coming days? Upon arriving at Luster Island, Carl's heart brimmed with joy. He had been troubled by a significant amount of currency with no venue for expenditure, yet now, in this culinary haven, he could finally indulge himself. In his previous life, he had scrimped and saved, only to leave with not a single penny. This time, he was determined to take good care of his unfortunate stomach. Rather than deliberately concealing himself, he preferred to blend into the backdrop. When everyone regarded him merely as a carefree tourist, it would be easier to lower their guard and glean valuable information. Soulful chicken soup? What an odd concept. As Carl traversed the streets of the bustling food city, he observed that most establishments were seafood vendors. Thus, upon spotting a chicken shop, his interest was piqued. After some inquiries, Carl learned that this establishment, renowned locally, specialized in an array of chicken dishes, including fried and smoked chicken, presenting a comprehensive selection of both familiar and unfamiliar varieties. The highlight, particularly, was their chicken soup. Known for its exquisite flavor, the chef often claimed that preparing chicken required a heartfelt approach, hence the name Soulful Chicken Soup. Intriguingly, the versatility of chicken was truly remarkable. Having already indulged in a substantial meal, Carl had lost his appetite for chicken. However, a taste of the chicken soup still seemed appealing. Boss, I would like a bowl of soulful chicken soup, he called out, only to furrow his brow upon realizing the establishment's overwhelming popularity. The place was teeming with patrons, and the servers were nearly sprinting to keep up. Hey, could you do me a favor? Carl, feeling helpless, approached a 6-person table occupied by 4 individuals, greeting them amiably. No problem, take a seat. One burly man, who appeared rather intimidating, turned out to be quite affable. Noticing Carl struggle to find a seat, he patted the chair beside him, inviting Carl to sit. Thank you. Carl expressed his gratitude before settling down next to the group, quietly listening to their banter. As he surveyed the restaurant, he noticed a diverse array of patrons, those boasting loudly, others feigning profundity, and some with shifty eyes as though they were plotting theft. Suddenly, Carl felt a twinge of discomfort. Was it truly necessary to endure such a cacophonous environment just for a bowl of chicken soup? Perhaps it would be best to forego it altogether. Just as he prepared to pay and leave, Carl was taken aback to find the group suddenly fixated on him, their gazes as though he were not merely a man, but a stunning beauty seated before them. Carl felt puzzled and chuckled softly. Hey, my friends, please continue. What happened to that sea creature? The other men also laughed awkwardly for a moment, and then one of them took out a bounty notice. As Carl cast his gaze, he was met with his own bounty notice. Were these fellows bounty hunters? Sensing a whiff of danger, Carl slowly rose to his feet. Indeed, it was him. Suddenly, one of the men shouted, and in that instant, Carl flipped the table, splattering steaming, fragrant chicken soup all over the man's face. The atmosphere grew tense and chaotic. Seizing the opportunity while the men were momentarily flustered, Carl turned and fled. He had yet to glean any information about Dominic, and he certainly did not wish to resort to violence at this juncture. Upon bursting through the shop door, Carl collided with a customer who was just about to enter, resulting in a sharp cry of distress followed by the cacophony of shattering bottles and jars. As Carl rose to his feet, he focused his attention and realized he had knocked over a young girl who was transporting milk. She had a mane of fiery red hair, with 2 long ponytails cascading behind her, and now she lay on the ground, rubbing her forehead which had turned a shade of crimson from the impact. "My sincerest apologies," he uttered. Carl approached the red-haired little girl and uttered an apology, casually tossing a coin at her feet. Inwardly, he couldn't help but marvel. Why is it always red hair? Red-haired Shanks, the crimson-haired assassin. This little crimson-haired girl. Could it be that red hair is a distinctive genetic trait of the inhabitants of the West Sea? Just as he was about to make his escape, Carl heard a bright voice calling from behind. "Beard, beard, beard." Carl furrowed his brow, a sudden realization striking him. He reached up to touch the corner of his mouth and discovered that his false mustache had indeed come askew. No wonder they had been looking at me with such expressions. Carl understood now. It was all his fault for being too greedy before. However, there was no time to adjust his mustache now. Summoning his strength, he leaped effortlessly onto the rooftop. Chapter 031. New grudges and old hatreds. Where did that scoundrel run off to? As Carl leapt onto the rooftop, mere moments elapsed before the group of bounty hunters burst forth from the dwelling. Each of them wore a countenance filled with fury. One man particularly exuding a strong aroma reminiscent of roasted chicken. "Hey, little girl, did you see where that pirate who just fled from the shop ran off to?" The men scanned their surroundings, failing to catch even a glimpse of Carl. Their gaze inadvertently fell upon the red-haired little girl nearby, prompting one of them to bark the question. Having been forcefully knocked to the ground by Carl moments earlier, the little girl was still reeling from the impact and had yet to rise. She glanced up casually, and through the gaps created by the fierce visages surrounding her, she spotted Carl atop the roof, gesturing at her while shaking his head. "How would I know? That scoundrel just knocked me down so hard. And without even helping me up, he ran away. I didn't see where he went at all." Despite the intimidating presence of the rugged men, the little girl exhibited remarkable composure, effortlessly weaving a lie to protect Carl. Upon hearing her words, a faint smile crept onto Carl's lips. He signaled an okay gesture from his perch on the roof before quickly retreating. Curse that fellow. After finally catching a glimpse of him, he managed to escape. "Hurry. Report to father." As Carl was about to turn away, he suddenly heard the word father. Father? Dad? Old man? Whitebeard? No. He held no grudge against the Whitebeard pirates. Father? Parent? Godfather? These individuals were certainly not bounty hunters. They were subordinates of Capone Beach. Carl still recalls what Dominic once said in the name of the Godfather. It appears that this time, not only Dominic has come to Rust Island, but also the notorious gang led by Capone Beggy. Now, everything is in place. Both new grievances and old scores can be settled simultaneously. "Hey, that guy is on the rooftop." A man, indulging in skewers at a nearby stall, suddenly shouted, pointing towards Carl's location. The group of men in the soup shop, who were about to depart, were instantly alerted by the shout and rushed outside, stretching their necks to search for the pirate above. Who is this person? Such meddling. Carl had just internally criticized the enthusiastic man indulging in skewers when he heard a loud voice from a man who had rushed out of the soup shop. "Stop eating. He is the one father has specifically ordered to be eliminated. Everyone, grab your weapons and take action." As he observed the thugs converging from all directions, Carl finally recognized the gravity of the situation. The entire street was swarming with members of the Capone family. Bang! A piercing gunshot rang out from the right. Carl leaped from the rooftop, his weapon drawn, and with a swift stroke of the soul-severing blade, he cleaved the gunman, weapon and all, in half. Behind him, a man at a stall, who had been enjoying a slice of watermelon, suddenly exhibited a fierce determination. He seized the watermelon knife from the wooden counter, held his breath, and focused all his attention as he lunged towards Carl's neck from behind with a deadly strike. Carl did not flinch. Instead, he took a subtle step and delivered a swift strike with his blade. Immediately thereafter, the anguished cries of citizens fleeing in panic filled the air, interspersed with the sharp reports of gunfire. Carl seized the watermelon knife from the man's hand, leaping aside to evade gunfire before swiftly hurling the blade towards the shooter's position. A piercing scream echoed as one of the gunmen was struck in the chest by Carl's thrown knife. Chaos ensued among his companions, and Carl seized the moment, appearing before the gunman like a phantom. The brief interval since the gunfire had erupted was scarcely a breath, as the wound on the neck of the man who had been eating watermelon opened, and crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain, shimmering under the sun. Colonels Tyran and Victor were engaged in strategizing their next moves when an anxious soldier burst in, breathlessly reporting, "Colonel, a sudden clash has erupted between two pirate factions in the town. We observe that one group is likely comprised of the gang members of Capone Becky, while the other is a solitary pirate named Carl, with a bounty of 20 million berries. Pirate skirmishes? These madmen. Unlike Smoker, the white hunter stationed in Rogue Town, Tyran and Victor were deeply concerned about the emergence of deranged pirates in their jurisdiction. Meanwhile, Carlo, who had been waiting outside, furrowed his brow at the mention of Capone Becky's gang. Upon hearing the name Carl, he took off at breakneck speed from the naval base, leaving Colonel Tyran helplessly shouting after him, "Carlo, come back. You cannot face this enemy alone." The streets were strewn with the corpses of Capone's men. Market stalls lay shattered, and every household had tightly shut its doors, leaving only the frenzied pirates to battle amongst themselves. "Come on, why the halt?" Carl exclaimed, standing at the center of the square with his bloody blade, demanding the presence of Becky and Dominic. "I wish to show them what true execution feels like." Despite their numerical superiority, the soldiers of the Capone family faltered before Carl's imposing presence, none daring to step forward. Carl's peripheral vision caught a distant figure rushing towards him. Upon closer inspection, he frowned. A Navy soldier? Boom. The moment the tense pirates turned to notice, the soldier had plunged into their ranks, sending one pirate sprawling with a single punch, disrupting their formation. To Carl's surprise, he recognized the soldier. With a snort, he vanished into the crowd of pirates, his blade dancing effortlessly through the air, dismembering foes as if they were mere vegetables, blood splattering everywhere. "Quickly, surround the pirates." By the time the Navy reinforcements arrived, the expansive square lay littered with bodies, leaving only Carl, Carlo, and two severely incapacitated pirates. "Carlo, your comrades have arrived. How do you intend to conclude this? If you cannot make them cease, do not blame me for withholding my respect." Chapter 032. Nico Robin, how could this happen? The two naval colonels gazed in horror at the square, strewn with corpses. Some sailors, unable to withstand the psychological strain, trembled visibly. "Carlo? Did you do all this?" Colonel Tyran's expression darkened, knowing that this soldier named Carlo had an unsettling penchant for slaying pirates. "It was them. They are in cahoots. Commander, you must arrest us quickly, or we shall be killed by them," cried a pirate, his leg shattered by Carlo's kick, crawling desperately towards the colonels. The officers barely registered a blur before them. They turned to see Carlo's blade piercing through the pirate's neck with astonishing speed. What incredible swiftness! Is this man even human? Indeed, that soldier is my undercover agent within the Navy. He merely awaits the right moment. Should you find yourselves isolated, he will surely plunge a blade into your hearts. Carl turned his gaze to the two naval officers, his countenance radiating murderous intent, causing them to feel an icy chill at their throats. Swish. Half of the naval soldiers had their weapons trained on Carlo, whose face contorted with rage, suddenly charging at Carl, shouting, "You seek death." Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Carlo's sword was cleaved in two by Carl. The latter's blade continued its momentum, narrowly slicing off Carlo's naval cap. "I've heard you are the mightiest in the Navy here. Ha! I shan't take advantage of you. Let us engage in unarmed combat." Carl thrust his weapon into the ground, casting a disdainful glance at the two naval colonels before gesturing provocatively at Carlo. Carlo, rendered speechless, removed the damaged naval cap from his head. With a sudden surge of strength, he lunged forward towards Carl like a predatory cheetah. The ground trembled beneath him. In an instant, Carl found himself engaged in a fierce battle with Carlo, the air resonating with thunderous roars. Their blows were imbued with tremendous force. A single punch could create a gaping hole in the wall, and a kick could shatter the very rocks within the flower beds of the square. My heavens! Is this the true prowess of Sergeant Carlo? The Marines who stood by, transfixed, were utterly astonished. Initially, they believed Carlo to be merely slightly more formidable and courageous than themselves. However, they were taken aback to discover that Sergeant Carlo possessed an extraordinary strength that they could not hope to rival. Yet, it seemed that Carlo was no match for the pirate. Although the two naval colonels could not keep pace with Carl and Carlo's swift movements, they managed to discern the dynamics of the combat. As the most formidable soldiers present, they realized with astonishment that even Carlo was not a match for the pirate Carl. "Carlo, you have grown weaker," Carl remarked in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear amidst the chaos of their struggle. "Nonsense. It is you who have grown stronger," Carlo retorted, his heart racing with urgency. Carl and Carlo are currently merely staging a charade of self-sacrifice. However, Carlo did not anticipate that this act would transform into reality, revealing a substantial chasm between himself and Carl. As Carl and Carlo engaged in conversation, they ventured into the flower bed in the square, a place of utmost concealment where the ordinary sailors found it difficult to detect their exchange. You shall never progress at the Naval Branch Base if you aspire to grow stronger. Strive to earn military merits and seek to be summoned to the naval headquarters at the earliest opportunity. The flowers and trees within the flower bed swayed as if caught in a tempest, rendering the external sailors unable to discern the situation inside. Relying solely on the swirling leaves and the occasional flicker of shadows to gauge the battle's status, there was no need to continue the fight. Just as Carl prepared to deliver a final blow to Carlo, an unusual vine within the flower bed sprang to life, resembling a dark green serpent that swiftly ensnared Carl. Once again, this creature, following the direction of the vine's root, Carl finally spotted the figure of the assailant who had ambushed him. The individual seemed to realize that Carl had uncovered his presence, and in an instant, he vanished around the street corner. What on earth? Carlo exclaimed in surprise at the sight. Meet me at the soup shop tonight. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sonic boom erupted from the flower bed, and moments later, Carlo was seen hurtling backward. Carlo found himself clumsily sprawled on the ground, and before the naval officers could react, his figure flickered near the soul breaker. After swiftly retrieving the soul breaker, he dashed towards the direction of the ability user. Was Carlo truly so severely beaten? All units, heed my command. Execute Plan X. Colonel Tyron's gaze was momentarily unfocused, but after a brief contemplation, he promptly issued the order. Colonel Victor, however, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Tyron, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. He was acutely aware of the specifics of Plan X, feigning a pursuit of pirates while preserving the remaining forces. As for the pirate Carlo, it seemed imperative to report this individual's situation to the higher-ups. At that moment, Nico Robin was fleeing with all her might. Baffled as to why the pirate, embroiled in a fierce battle with the Navy, had suddenly glanced in her direction. She had done nothing to provoke this attention. Nor did she recognize the pirate. She had merely cast a few curious glances. How could this have drawn trouble upon her? Could it be that the pirate was aware of her true identity? After a considerable time, Nico Robin had escaped the bustling town and entered a densely forested area teeming with wild beasts. It appeared that she had successfully evaded the pirate. After an exhausting flight, Robin felt utterly drained, and once she verified the surroundings were devoid of danger, she approached a large tree, sitting down against it to rest. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the forest. Caught off guard, Robin found herself ensnared by a long vine, which bound her legs and swung her upside down. Meanwhile, Carlo, who was searching for Robin's whereabouts, was startled by the woman's anguished cry. He cautiously approached the source of the sound and, upon noticing her deep purple attire, furrowed his brow in recognition. Wasn't she the one who had ambushed him? How had she managed to become ensnared? Chapter 033. The fourth phantom in his previous encounters. Carl had been embroiled in a struggle with another group, rendering him vulnerable to surprise attacks. At this moment, having devoted himself entirely to concealing his presence, neither Nico Robin nor the individual possessing the power to manipulate plants could detect Carl's shadow. Sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, Carl suppressed the fury bubbling within him and concealed himself amidst the dense foliage, keenly observing the unfolding scene. Robin, suspended upside down, writhed incessantly, her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall to the ground, while her coat fluttered, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster waist. Regaining her composure, Robin prepared to utilize her abilities to retrieve a dagger from the ground to sever the vines, ensnaring her feet. However, she was taken aback when a pair of long, dark legs suddenly descended upon her dagger, pinning it down. Nico Robin, at last, I have you, a melodious female voice chimed. In an instant, countless vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring Robin tightly. Once it was assured that Robin could no longer resist, the woman released the vines binding her feet and employed her powers to secure Robin firmly to the ground. It was only then that Carl comprehended that the person he had been pursuing was none other than Nico Robin, the future archaeologist of the Straw Hat Pirates, while the one who had ambushed him was a different individual, an enchanting woman with a captivating voice. Who are you? Why do you persist in thwarting me? Have I offended you in any way? At this moment, Robin was merely 16, still unaccustomed to the tumult of her future, realizing she had exhausted all avenues of escape. A flicker of fear ignited in her eyes. The infamous demon child, Nico Robin, who did not know her name. Did one require a reason to capture her? The woman did not deign to respond to Robin's inquiries. Instead, she retrieved a compact transponder snail from her attire. Hello, I've apprehended her. You should prepare yourselves on your end. Furthermore, I encountered that pirate, Carl, damn it. He managed to escape again. I even assisted that group of Navy officers. What a bunch of useless fools, mere gluttons. By the way, I've learned that Becky is also a devil fruit user. He won't consume your pitiful fruit. So let's abandon that for now and devise another strategy. The enigmatic woman ended her communication and turned to Robin, offering a beguiling smile. Miss Robin, do you intend to accompany me willingly, or shall I drag you back? It dawned on Robin that the pirate who had pursued her and this woman were not allies. She had mistakenly assumed they were agents of the CP department. In her terror, she instinctively recoiled, her mind racing to devise the best possible means to secure her escape. The mysterious woman seemed poised to utter more, but suddenly, a vine descended from the towering tree beside her. As the woman gradually straightened, the vine slowly pointed in a specific direction. Carl, hidden in the underbrush, was taken aback. Had he been discovered? What sort of ability was this? Miss Robin, it seems fortune is on your side today, the mysterious woman remarked, a hint of resignation curling her lips beneath her hood. Without warning, she darted away in the opposite direction indicated by the vine. Can you escape? Almost simultaneously with the woman's turn, Carl burst forth from the thicket, akin to a predatory serpent. His speed exceeded Robin's wildest imagination, and she barely registered a fleeting shadow before the mysterious woman was tackled into the underbrush by another figure. The inertia of Carl's movements was overwhelming, causing him and the mysterious woman to roll several times upon the ground. In the midst of the chaos, her hood fell away, revealing her flowing green hair and exquisite visage. Go! The woman pointed forward with her left hand, and in an instant, numerous vine-like tendrils, as thick as a thumb, surged forth from the earth. These tendrils swiftly wove together in midair, forming a massive net that descended upon Carl, who had just regained his footing. Crescent moon. A formidable wave of dark purple energy erupted from the blade of the soul-severing sword, resembling a crescent moon of shadowy hue. The dense mass of vines collided with the energy as if they were mere weeds against a scythe. In a single encounter, they were all severed, leaving behind faint traces of dark purple energy that corroded the severed ends. The woman seemed poised to speak, yet Carl, like a flicker of light and shadow, suddenly flashed before her, gripping her throat with a firm hand. Carl's gaze emitted a cruel and tyrannical aura, as if a layer of ice could form upon his indifferent visage. Do you have anything else to say? Ahem, you will pay for your actions today. The mysterious woman, ensnared by Carl's grip around her throat, did not relent. Instead, she gritted her teeth and issued a fierce retort to him. What else? Carl tightened his hold, a faint chill emanating from his being. He would surely not let you go. The mysterious woman's voice had grown increasingly strained, yet she still refused to betray the one behind her. The surrounding weeds had been growing at an astonishing rate, soon to ascend to Carl's neck. Suddenly, these weeds inexplicably ceased their growth, remaining motionless as if they had always been rooted in place. After discarding the woman's lifeless body onto the grass, Carl unceremoniously began to search through her remains. Ultimately, he discovered, to his dismay, that the only useful item was a small telephone bug adorned with a top hat. What was that sensation earlier? At that moment, filled with intense rage, Carl took a moment to reflect and realized that his body seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation. Carl closed his eyes, focusing his attention, preparing to rediscover that sensation. Oh, how exhilarating! Carl was taken aback. After a deep breath, he finally discerned the illusion that had formed in his mind. The fourth demon god, Princess Saya of the ancient Bell Kingdom, the Frost Maiden. Could the awakening of the demon god be intertwined with his emotions? Upon discovering that he had once again acquired the power of a ghostly deity, Carl's previously frigid demeanor transformed into a satisfied smile. There was no rush. Matters could be addressed later. He straightened his posture, pocketing the small communication device he had extracted from the mysterious woman, and proceeded toward another direction. Nico Robin, is it? He pondered, curious whether she held any knowledge about this enigmatic figure. Chapter 034. Deceived and crippled, I detest lies. After listening to Nico Robin's explanation of her experiences, Carl let out a cold chuckle, leaning against a nearby tree. At that moment, Robin remained tightly bound by the vines conjured by the mysterious woman, whose abilities bore a resemblance to Mr. Three's wax fruit power. The effect she had wrought would not dissipate upon the incapacitation or demise of the wielder. Lying on the ground, Robin gazed up at the unfamiliar man before her, her mind racing. Over the years, she had faced countless dangers, and each time, her resilience and intelligence had seen her through. This time, she held steadfast to that belief. You are Nico Robin. Carl mused for a moment before deciding to intimidate the young girl before him with intelligence from his past life. The casual manner in which he uttered her name caused a jolt of surprise within Robin, though she quickly rationalized it. Perhaps the earlier woman had mentioned her name, and he had overheard while concealed in the underbrush. You bear the title child of the devil, huh? Robin smiled faintly. It was hardly a secret. Your hometown is O'Hara, once a cradle of scholars. Upon hearing this, Robin could no longer maintain her composure. The tragic events that had transpired on that land were known to only a select few. Would you like to hear a few more terms? Such as Vice Admiral, Demon Slaying Order, the Void Century? Enough. As Carl ruthlessly unveiled the scars of her past, Robin's emotions finally erupted, her obsidian-like eyes brimming with glistening tears. What do you know? You know nothing. The tragedies of those years, the innocent lives lost. What right do you have to speak of their experiences? At that moment, Robin was not yet the person she would become 12 years hence, who would view everything with indifference. She still harbored hopes for the future and found it exceedingly difficult to bear the weight of her past wounds. You are correct, I know nothing. Observing Robin weep earnestly, Carl's expression remained unchanged. Moreover, I do not wish to know. Besides, I would like to share other stories with you. So, Miss Robin, may we sit down and converse calmly? With a flash of his black blade, the vines binding Robin severed one by one. Do not even think about using your powers to ambush me. That woman's corpse lies over there. You must understand that I am no benevolent soul who shows pity. Seeing Robin cross her arms defiantly, Carl gestured towards the direction of the mysterious woman. What do you wish to say? Robin clenched her teeth, but ultimately lowered her arms. She had witnessed the man's strength and character and understood that fighting would be futile, as would fleeing. Furthermore, his knowledge of her secrets piqued her curiosity. Allow me to write a few characters for you. After a brief pause, Carl picked up a twig and inscribed the name Nico Robin in simplified Chinese characters upon the ground. What is this script? Why do I recognize some characters and not others? Initially, Robin assumed that Carl intended to write in an ancient script, but upon seeing the peculiar characters, she felt a wave of relief. However, her innate thirst for knowledge ignited a flicker of curiosity within her. This is an evolution of ancient script, originating from an empire known as the Great Han. Carl, having successfully captured Robin's interest, began to fabricate tales. An evolution of ancient script? The Great Han Empire? Do such things exist? Robin was confident in her knowledge, yet she had no recollection of these terms. You are not fabricating this, are you? Do you see how these characters are structured, straight and square? Could I possibly invent something like this on my own? Initially, Carl had meant to write in traditional Chinese characters. But since he lacked the skill, he opted for simplified characters to enhance his persuasive appeal by inscribing the names of the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. You make a fair point. Robin scrutinized the characters on the ground and suddenly perceived a unique elegance within this script. This Great Han Empire was once a flourishing realm. Yet, centuries later, it gradually declined. Carl recounted a modified version of the historical narratives he'd read in textbooks. Thus, I suspect the disappearance of the Great Han Empire may be intricately linked to that void century. Carl recalled a conjecture from his previous life concerning a blank history, which suggested the downfall of a formidable kingdom. He pondered that if his narrative were to align with this notion, it would be fortuitous, however, should it prove erroneous. By the time the truth was unveiled, this vast ocean might have already found a new master. Yet, what do you mean by sharing this with me? Robin, though immensely intrigued by Carl's tale, found herself perplexed as to why he felt compelled to divulge such matters to her. Do you yearn to escape the fate of being pursued by others? Carl ceased his storytelling and turned to fixate on Robin's gradually calming gaze. I advise you to refrain from jesting. Those who seek my life are not to be trifled with. Incorrect. Carl exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, his smile radiated with increasing confidence. The notion of being unassailable is not a unilateral affair. Within this ocean, there are countless formidable individuals as well. Miss Robin, my intention in sharing that story was to convey that we share a semblance of commonality. Both of us are driven by the desire to uncover a certain truth. The young Robin, somewhat bashful by nature, averted her eyes from Carl's gaze. However, he remained unfazed. He turned his attention to the distant sea and continued, I too am destined to be pursued by navies, pirates, and various others. Miss Robin, evasion is never a solution. The best defense is indeed a robust offense. Let us embark on a monumental endeavor together. I am to declare to all upon this sea that they have provoked those they ought not to have trifled with. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Let us commence from the West Sea, and let the first shot be aimed at the Capone family. Robin was not one to harbor grand aspirations, and Carl's words might not resonate with her. However, his subsequent remarks left her with no choice. The woman who sought to capture you, I eliminated her, thus saving you once. Now, I could easily hand you over to the world government, yet I choose to spare you, thereby placing you in my debt for a life. From what I gather, Miss Robin, you are not one to be ungrateful, are you? It appears I am indeed left with no option to refuse. After a brief moment of contemplation, Robin let out a resigned smile. But what can I possibly do? Nico Robin had been wandering alone in the shadows since she was 8, only encountering Monkey D. Luffy at the age of 28, which attests to her considerable capabilities. Let us begin with the identity of that woman, Miss Robin. I find it hard to believe you know nothing of her. Carl turned, a confident smile gracing his face. He had finally managed to deceive Nico Robin. And now it was time to sell wheelchairs. Chapter 035, The Dove and the Olive Branch. This woman was codenamed Olive Branch, while the man behind her was codenamed Dove. All I knew was that he was a man. Beyond that, I had no further information. Robin cast a glance at the enigmatic woman before quickly averting her gaze. A crimson fingerprint marred the pristine skin of the woman's neck. The dove and the olive branch? Such symbols of peace. Yet these assassins had the audacity to adopt such titles. Carl stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. The information provided by Robin was woefully insufficient. Do you know what they have done? Or if they have any past experiences? After a brief moment of contemplation, Robin's eyes lit up as she recalled some intelligence. From what I understand, the man known as Dove was once expelled from a certain country. Recently, it seems they have been engaged in the trade of devil fruits, and their prices are significantly lower than those of other sellers. Cheap goods are seldom good, Carl remarked instinctively, gradually refining his thought process. Male, Dove, expelled, selling devil fruits. This is the West Sea, expelled from the West Sea. Aha! Could this not be the future navigator of Blackbeard's crew, the notorious Lafayette? This was indeed intriguing. He had yet to encounter Luffy, yet here he was, entangled with Blackbeard. However, this individual was still quite distant from Blackbeard. Miss Robin, I have discerned who that individual is. His name is Lafayette, a former security officer of a certain nation. He is a brutal thug, infamous for his excessive use of force, which led to his expulsion. Upon hearing Carl's explanation, Robin gazed at him with astonishment and curiosity. Who is this person? He seems to know my situation intimately and can deduce the identity of Dove with such scant information. Could he be an undercover agent sent by CP? But that doesn't seem right. If he were affiliated with the world government, why would he wish to collaborate with me? Is he seeking to leverage my strength to eradicate the underground forces of the West Sea? That seems implausible. Could there be someone in the West Sea they value more than me? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Carl, and I am a pirate. At this moment, Carl finally remembered to introduce himself. He removed his sunglasses and beard, revealing his true identity. After all, he had already appeared in the newspapers. Concealing his appearance was futile, so he might as well be magnanimous. War Maniac Dominic, Gangster Capone Beach, Dove Lafayette, Miss Robin, of whom do you have the clearest understanding? Time was of the essence. Chaos had already erupted in town, and Carl resolved to act decisively. I know the location where the Capone family is stationed on this island. The underground bar on the back street is a disguise orchestrated by his subordinates, while he himself is. No need for such complications. You shall lead me there directly. Carl interjected with a smile that brooked no refusal. He did not wish for Nico Robin to slip away the moment he turned his back. Dominic, are you trying to set me up? That fellow is far more formidable than you've suggested. I lost all my men to him. In a VIP room of a high-end restaurant, Capone Beach slammed his palm onto the table before him, causing the wine in the glass to ripple. Had they been closer, the spittle from Beach's agitation would have surely landed on the face of his counterpart. TSK, Beach. And you call yourself the renowned new mafia godfather of the West Sea. I had thought your forces were formidable. Yet you cannot even handle a petty pirate with a mere 20 million bounty. Do you not feel embarrassed? I certainly do. Dominic showed no fear of Beach's imposing demeanor. While the Capone family had the advantage in numbers, Dominic's identity as an arms dealer and his moniker as a war maniac were not without merit. To him, the weapons of the Capone family appeared as mere scrap metal. Were a conflict to ensue, he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. He sauntered over to Beach's side, his disdainful expression only deepening. Gangster? Godfather? Do you truly deserve such titles, Beach? Dominic, do not presume that I will accommodate you simply because you are an arms dealer. The West Sea is vast and chaotic. The underground forces here outnumber even the naval branches. Without you, I can still procure arms. As he spoke, Beej rose from his seat, a cigar clenched between his teeth, a cunning smile creeping onto his face. Do you know why I'm uninterested in the devil fruit you offered? Oh, why is that? Dominic raised an eyebrow, feigning exaggerated curiosity. Because bang. In the otherwise hushed hall, a sudden gunshot erupted like thunder. The confined space made the sound exceptionally jarring, shaking the hearts of all present. Bang. Following the initial gunfire, Beej's agonized wails filled the hall, yet Dominic's reflexes were swift. Before anyone else could react, he fired again. The second shot triggered a cacophony of gunfire, the pristine white walls of the VIP room riddled with holes as the blood of both factions stained the once gleaming floor. I will kill you. As a user of the stone fruit, Beej's body was as resilient as rock. Dominic's ambush not only failed to kill him but ignited his fury. Activating his devil fruit ability, countless soldiers surged forth from within him, rapidly escalating the disparity in forces. Dominic was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Beej could conceal his subordinates within himself. Without hesitation, he shattered the glass and leaped through the window, leaving his men behind to struggle within the restaurant. What is happening? Have we arrived too late? Hearing the distant sounds of gunfire and cannon fire emanating from the high-end restaurant, Carl's expression hardened, and he invoked the spirit of the Phantom Kija, abandoning Robin at his side and racing toward the restaurant with the speed of the wind. Chapter 036, A Confrontation on a Narrow Path. Bang, bang, bang. The restaurant was alive with the sounds of gunfire and shattering objects. The battle had reached a fever pitch, and all unrelated individuals were frantically attempting to escape. Yet Carl, in stark contrast, rushed headlong into the chaos that had turned the upscale restaurant upside down. Vit, why are you dawdling? Hurry and pursue that scoundrel Dominic. He must be killed. Thanks to the overwhelming advantage in numbers, the tide of victory was steadily shifting in favor of the Capone family. Though the wound from Dominic's ambush still throbbed faintly, Becky had regained her commanding demeanor. Gotti, remain here and tend to our beloved companions. Allow not a single one to escape. As her subordinate draped a cloak over her shoulders and ignited the cigar at the corner of her mouth, Becky declared a parting remark and strode towards the restaurant's entrance with an air of superiority. Coincidentally, just as Becky reached the threshold, she encountered Carl, who rushed in with great urgency. Both individuals, having never crossed paths before, were momentarily at a loss for words. Becky's distinctive attire and striking appearance were unmistakable. Despite her youthful visage, Carl recognized the cigar-smoking figure before him without hesitation. Likewise, Becky had previously glimpsed Carl's likeness on a wanted poster. And having been informed by Dominic that this pirate favored sunglasses and facial hair as his disguise, she promptly identified him as well. How delightful to meet an adversary in such close quarters, Carl scoffed, his right hand resting ominously on the hilt of his blade. Fate has a mischievous penchant for toying with humanity. Becky inhaled deeply from her cigar, her eyes betraying a flicker of disdain. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reverberated through the air as Becky's devil fruit power, the fortress fruit, activated. A barrage of cannonballs materialized before her. As if conjured from thin air through spatial manipulation, Carl, with his swift footwork and keen eyesight, lifted a leg and sent a chair that had been overturned on the ground hurtling towards the position of the cannonball. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated as the cannonball fired from Becky's interior collided with the chair, resulting in an instantaneous detonation. Following this, a series of ear-splitting explosions erupted, triggered by the cannonball that Carl had struck, causing a cataclysmic chain reaction of detonations. Almost simultaneously, multiple cannonballs exploded within the vast dining hall, unleashing a fierce torrent of air, while the tables and chairs ignited, quickly engulfed in thick, billowing smoke. Carl, shrouded in the protective embrace of Armament Haki, remained unperturbed by the impending threat of explosive projectiles. In stark contrast, the Capone family found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. The thick smoke was rife with anguished cries, and even Beej himself was left disheveled and coughing from the aftershocks of the blast, his cigar having long since tumbled to the ground. The restaurant was engulfed in a haze, where the chaotic sounds of footsteps and frantic shouts intertwined, leaving Capone's subordinates thoroughly disarrayed by the unforeseen calamity. Suddenly, from the depths of the smoke, the resonant neigh of a steed pierced the air, followed closely by a dark silhouette charging forth. Without hesitation, Carl wielded the ghostly whip in his hand, striking with lightning speed to topple the figure from the horse to the ground. Remain calm, do not panic. Everyone, fire towards the entrance. As the words echoed amidst the thick smoke, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, crackling like firecrackers. Carl swiftly leaped to the wall's edge, and in an instant, the restaurant's entrance wall was riddled with bullet holes. The warhorse, now bereft of its rider, became startled and began to dash wildly through the smoke-filled restaurant, inadvertently interrupting the hail of gunfire aimed at Carl. Carl held his breath, attuning his senses to their utmost potential as he unsheathed the soul-severing blade. With narrowed eyes, he seized the opportunity to plunge into the swirling mist where shadows danced. The pirates enshrouded in smoke were akin to a band of blind men, utterly incapable of discerning the enemy's position or distinguishing friend from foe amidst the haze. Their already limited combat prowess was further diminished by their trepidation. Confronted by Carl, who glided through the fog like a specter, these marauders resembled lambs before a lion, completely at his mercy. In that moment, Carl embodied the very essence of a reaper, mercilessly harvesting the fragile lives of the pirates. With every stroke of his blade, crimson droplets erupted, and with each decisive strike, a body fell heavily to the ground. The pirates could only succumb helplessly, whether they chose to bravely resist or desperately flee. The air was rife with cries for help, screams of agony. These sounds echoed like the most terrifying harbingers of death, each utterance igniting the flames of fear within the hearts of the pirates. "Quick, return to the VIP lounge," resonated the deep voice of Becky through the smoke. The entrance was the least obscured by haze, yet it was also perilous, for this harbinger of death would surely not allow an escape through the front door. The environment proved highly disadvantageous for his combat style, compelling Becky to retreat, albeit begrudgingly, into the chamber where he had previously negotiated with Dominic. Navigating over the severed limbs that littered the ground, Carl relentlessly pursued Becky, swiftly arriving at the so-called VIP lounge. Here, a fierce skirmish had already erupted between two factions of pirates, and Carl's gaze revealed that the situation was scarcely better than outside. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets whirled towards Carl, and he barely managed to evade the onslaught. In his peripheral vision, he spotted a hulking figure, approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, wielding a Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of fiery projectiles in his direction. "I will never allow you to harm my comrades," the giant bellowed, exuding an air of indomitable bravado upon laying eyes on Carl. "Gotti, eliminate that scoundrel." Becky's gaze had grown increasingly frigid. Gotti, one of Becky's lieutenants, was known by the moniker the Killer. Carl sought to assail Becky, yet the Gatling gun offered him no respite. The might of the Gatling gun surpassed that of an ordinary firearm by countless magnitudes, capable not only of violently tearing apart the human form but also of piercing through the very walls of the establishment. At present, Carl's armed Haki could not withstand such a relentless and formidable barrage of firepower. "Do you truly wish for death?" Carl's gaze, sharp as a sword, fixed coldly upon the assassin. "Gotti, what you do to me is inconsequential, but should you dare to harm my companions, I shall not show you mercy." The words echoed with a resonance reminiscent of those spoken by the red-haired Shanks, momentarily catching Carl off guard. He recalled the distinctive character of the Capone family member with a hint of familiarity. Yet, alas, your strength pales in comparison to Shanks. Carl gazed into the eyes before him, his mental focus sharpened in an instant, unleashing a psychic shockwave that surged into his adversary's mind. The assassin, Gotti, felt a sudden jolt of pain pierce through his consciousness. He involuntarily blinked, only to perceive that his body was soaring through the air. The howling wind enveloped him as the soul breaker had long since been hurled from Carl's hand, its obsidian blade piercing through the thick neck of the burly man, propelling his body backward until Gotti was impaled against the wall. Chapter 37, Devil Fruit? How dare you kill Gotti? Capone Becky could hardly fathom that one of his two most trusted assassins, Gotti, had so effortlessly met his demise before his very eyes. What was even more alarming was that Gotti had not evaded a single attack from his opponent. Little did Becky realize that Carl's counterattack comprised a two-pronged strike infused with psychic force, rendering the unsuspecting Gotti as if he were a mere paper tiger, utterly defenseless. "Gather around me, quickly. Do not engage the Dominic family." Becky fixed his icy glare upon Carl, a visage of cold fury and ominous intent etched across his features. At that moment, he finally acknowledged the pirate known as Carl standing before him. He intended to utilize his abilities to draw his subordinates into his body and escape through the window, activating his power, castle, tank, to flee. "You take pride in overpowering others with sheer numbers, do you? I regret to inform you that in the face of absolute strength, your vaunted forces are utterly insubstantial." Carl dashed swiftly, suddenly appearing beside Becky. The air split with a piercing sound as a dark purple energy whip cleaved through, striking directly at Becky's cheek. A resounding crack echoed, followed by an anguished scream that pierced the heart. A pirate wielding a long knife was sent sprawling to the ground by Carl's shadowy whip. Having gallantly stepped forward to shield Becky with his own body from Carl's merciless strike, Carl's armament Haki coiled around his right leg, poised to deliver a sweeping kick aimed at Becky's head. However, An unexpected flicker of a shadow surged forth, a chilling blade targeting the nape of Karl's neck. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Karl swiftly crouched down, his left foot exerting tremendous force as he pivoted, unleashing a kick akin to a steel whip towards the lower body of the assailant behind him. Yet this individual was no ordinary lackey. Another shadow flashed past, and upon closer inspection, Karl discerned that the figure had already evaded to a distance of 7 or 8 meters. The figure revealed his upper body, adorned with a terrifying skull mask, and his dry, yellow hair cascaded like wild grass behind him. In his hands, he wielded weapons that glimmered with a cold light, reminiscent of Captain Kuro's cat claws. This was the notorious killer, Berna, one of the elite assassins of the West Seas Assassin Organization, with a bounty of 38 million berries. He chuckled darkly. No wonder that foolish bear and that dim-witted woman fell into your hands. You are indeed no ordinary foe. Berna's voice, raspy and aged, emanated from behind the mask, revealing not a hint of fear from witnessing Karl's earlier dispatch of Gotti. Instead, he appeared increasingly exhilarated. Unlike pirates, who revel in plundering and often confront the Navy head-on, assassins operate in the shadows, engaging in clandestine activities. When compared to the inflated bounties of certain pirates, the true prowess of assassins often surpasses their bounties by at least an entire tier. Sensing the chilling aura radiating from his opponent, Karl leaped sideways, making a beeline for the Soul Reaper embedded in the wall. His mind raced. This Dominic was indeed a significant player, capable not only of associating with the Capone family, but also of drawing out assassins from their ranks. In terms of current threats, Dominic undoubtedly surpassed Becky. Planning to flee? Berna scoffed, his figure suddenly flickering, his speed rivaling that of Captain Kuro's spoon technique, moving in a straight line with precision unlike the uncontrolled Kuro. Enhanced Ghost Shadow Whip. As Karl sprinted, he felt the rush of wind behind him. Abruptly halting his steps, he concentrated the demonic energy into his right hand, executing a reverse strike that unleashed 3 Ghost Shadow Whips aimed at 3 different positions, upper, middle, and lower. These whips spread out like an open fan, completely enveloping all paths Berna could take. Berna, with a keen instinct, sensed the dense malevolent energy contained within those peculiar dark purple whips. His brow furrowed, and he abruptly halted, sidestepping towards the wall of the hall. Taking advantage of the moment, Karl drew the soul severance from the wall, only to be startled by the sight before him. The assassin, adorned with a skull mask, had effortlessly traversed the air and now stood at a mere distance from him. Death's Wild Dance. A chilling, raspy voice emanated from behind the mask. The maniacal killer, Berna, flickered through the hall, conjuring countless afterimages that darted about chaotically. It was as if Berna had transformed into a ghostly dancer, appearing and vanishing at will. Spectral Slash. Full Moon. Karl wielded the dark blade, Soul Sever, with both hands, his entire being infused with the power of the supernatural. With a surge of strength, he executed a flawless 360-degree spin, the blade carving a luminous crescent moon in its wake, placing Karl at the very heart of this radiant orb. The dazzling energy of the sword erupted violently, expanding horizontally in all directions, eliciting a cacophony of anguished wails. The spectral figure of Berna danced like a ghost, revealing no escape. He leaped high, twisting in midair, his feet pressing against the ceiling. With his knees slightly bent, he propelled himself off, brandishing his weapons before him like a human drill, hurtling towards Karl at the center of the full moon like a shooting star. Spirit Command. Blade Soul of Kazan. A piercing wail echoed throughout the hall as a ghostly apparition materialized behind Karl, who focused his mind and shifted his stance. Soul-devouring Ghost Slash. With Berna nearly upon him, Karl gripped Soul Sever tightly and struck downward with ferocity. A massive dark violet energy blade formed instantaneously, ruthlessly obliterating the weapons in Berna's hands, shattering his skeletal mask and severing his towering form. The notorious berserker Berna, a key assassin of the West Sea, lay bloodied upon the hall floor. A splatter of crimson stained the corner of Karl's lips. He spat disdainfully and turned to seek out Becca, only to find that she had already made a hasty escape. It seemed she had slipped out through the window. Recalling the chaotic scene from his battle with the skeletal masked man, where countless pirates fled through the windows, Karl deduced Becca's likely route of escape. However, just as Karl prepared to give chase, his peripheral vision caught sight of something peculiar on the ground. Was that a devil fruit? Karl picked up the devil fruit from the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. According to the memories of the owner of the body he had fused with, the fruit he had consumed earlier was astonishingly identical to the one he now held in his hands. Chapter 038. Lafitte. What could this possibly mean? Carl gazed at the familiar devil fruit in his hand, a sudden jolt of realization coursing through him as a dreadful thought began to take shape in his mind. Despite having consumed this particular devil fruit, he had not acquired its powers, which already indicated that the fruit he had ingested was likely a counterfeit. Now, as he held another identical devil fruit, it was highly probable that this fruit, too, was crafted by the same hand. Carl grasped the devil fruit and leapt from the window, only to find that the diminutive tank, Capone Beach, had already hastened towards the harbor. Robin did not accompany Carl into the restaurant. Instead, she had taken her position on the opposite side of the street, observing the movements within the establishment from a distance. Suddenly, upon seeing Carl jump through the window and rush toward her, Robin's lips curled into a faint smile as she softly inquired, "Are you going to pursue Capone Beach?" As her gaze fell upon Carl, Robin could not help but express mild surprise. The devil fruit? Where did you acquire it? Let us discuss that later. I must chase after that fellow Beach, Carl replied, tossing the devil fruit to Robin, unperturbed by the thought of her consuming it in secret. For she was already a wielder of a devil fruit's powers. Might this devil fruit have any connection to the woman known by the moniker Olive Branch? Just as Carl had yet to take a step forward, Robin's voice resonated behind him in a timely manner. Carl recalled that the Olive Branch had previously mentioned information regarding the devil fruit during a conversation with another individual, stating an intention to sell it to Capone Beach. Now, this very devil fruit had been discovered in the conference hall where Dominic was negotiating with Beiji. Moreover, York had once been ambushed by that Olive Branch during discussions with Dominic on Pineapple Island. Therefore, it was highly probable that this devil fruit had been handed over to Dominic by the White Dove, Lafayette. As these connections unraveled in Carl's mind, he sensed a hint of conspiracy. It was nearly impossible for this devil fruit to have resurfaced in the sea after the demise of its original owner, only to fortuitously come into his possession. Most likely, this counterfeit devil fruit was actually a poisoned fruit, designed to deceive the buyer into consuming it, thus eliminating them from this world without a trace. The original owner of this body probably met their demise after consuming this toxic fruit. Indeed, one must be cautious with what they ingest, as no body is immune to all poisons. Lafayette was not one to be trifled with. As if to affirm Carl's suspicions, a white feather silently drifted down before him. Upon looking up, he beheld a man adorned in a top hat, with angelic white wings, resembling a silent film actor, gracefully perched atop the roof before him. Such distinctive features could only belong to Lafayette, the navigator of the future Blackbeard pirates. It seemed that all the necessary players had gathered in this humble locale of Rust Island. Fixating on Lafayette, who stood on the distant rooftop, Carl's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. "You killed Catherine, didn't you?" Lafayette stood upright like a pencil on the rooftop, gripping a burgundy cane sword, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Her name was Catherine? What a lovely name. Carl reminisced about the tall woman with long green hair, shaking his head with a chuckle. If she had insisted on crossing paths with me, perhaps I would have been smitten by a beauty such as her, and she would have found a place in my crystal palace. Robin, unable to decipher Carl's words, felt a strange intuition that they were far from kind, causing her gaze towards him to shift to one of suspicion. "Mr. Carl, I advise you against jesting with me. It will serve you no benefit and only deepen my disdain for you." Lafayette appeared perpetually unfazed, his smile inscrutable as Carl pondered the true significance of Catherine in Lafayette's life. "Are you here to avenge her?" "Indeed. However, I am curious why you persist in opposing me. You must know very well that it was your Catherine who ambushed me first." Carl's gaze towards Lafayette grew increasingly frigid, suspecting that the myriad of misfortunes he had encountered in recent days were orchestrated by this man named Lafayette. "Do you truly believe someone would be foolish enough to divulge their plans in detail to their adversary?" Lafayette unsheathed his cane sword, elegantly positioning his left hand across his chest, while the sword's tip pointed downward beside him. "Yet I must commend you. The specially crafted poisonous devil fruit I acquired did not claim your life. Should I commend your luck or your immunity to toxins?" With a swift motion, Robin barely registered Lafayette's figure vanishing from the rooftop. Startled, she instinctively crossed her arms in front of her, bracing for his imminent assault. "Ding. Do not complicate matters here. Attend to your own responsibilities." The sharp clanging of metal echoed in her ears, followed closely by Carl's voice. Alarmed, Robin discovered Carl engaged in battle with Lafayette. Responsibilities? Inspiration struck her, and she quickly regained her composure, furrowing her brow before darting into a nearby alley. Lafayette moved with astonishing speed, his strikes executed with grace, surpassing even the frenzied attacks of the maniacal Bernard. Each step he took was light and assured, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, devoid of Bernard's chaotic energy. As Lafayette thrust his sword, the blade sliced through the air. Karl tilted his neck just in time to evade the swift strike. Yet the wall behind him shattered as if struck by cannon fire, creating a gaping hole. Demon slash, crescent moon. Karl retaliated with his blade, the immense wave of energy slicing through the air. Lafayette deftly leaped backward, seemingly weightless, effortlessly evading Karl's strike. While the stall behind him was severed in two by Karl's blow, Lafayette unleashed a series of thrusts, each sword strike resembling the rapid fire of a machine gun. Appearing delicate and agile, yet possessing formidable destructive power, Karl wielded his scythe with an elegant flourish, conjuring a series of mesmerizing blade blooms. While the ghostly whip followed closely behind, a relentless specter, the densely swirling dark purple energy danced chaotically through the streets, leaving onlookers both dazzled and trembling with fear. In that moment, the two were evenly matched in their tumultuous clash. Chapter 039. Displaying one's skills before an expert, Lafayette's swordplay was extraordinarily enigmatic. Each move he executed appeared as intricate and unpredictable as his very being, angle-sharp and elusive. At that moment, Lafayette resembled a magician upon a stage, his strikes light and nimble, rendering him nearly impossible to anticipate. The technique of Karl's blade is fierce and grand, and in the face of the cunning Lafayette, he wields his blade with unwavering steadiness and resolute courage, overpowering 10 foes with sheer might. Lafayette is forced back by a swift strike from Karl, a flamboyant smile gracing his face as he feigns astonishment. Suddenly, he flickers to the forefront of Karl, his cane sword darting forth with astonishing speed, akin to a torrential downpour. The resonant clangs of fierce collisions fill the air as the cane sword clashes incessantly with the black blade, soul sever. The arena is awash with flickering silver and ebony lights, dazzling to the eye. Yet, something feels amiss. Although Lafayette's thrusts lack tremendous force, the slender cane sword moves with remarkable swiftness, darting like lightning. Karl senses an unusual power emanating from the tip of his opponent's blade, as if it could shatter his own soul sever at any moment. Karl deftly maneuvered, evading Lafayette's thrust as his left hand became enveloped in the power of the supernatural. With a swift motion, he unleashed a shadowy whip aimed directly at Lafayette. Confronted with Karl's spectral assault, Lafayette had no choice but to leap backward to evade its deadly edge. Yet Karl relentlessly pursued, dark purple energy entwining around the soul sever, utilizing its sharpness to unleash a thicker and longer spectral whip that struck directly at Lafayette's infuriatingly smug visage. A sharp sound echoed as Lafayette, caught off guard, was compelled to defend himself with his sword staff. Unbeknownst to him, the spectral whip harbored an extraordinarily ferocious force, nearly disarming his sword staff. What an insufferable fellow! Lafayette's expression gradually turned grave. With his left hand concealed behind him and his right hand gripping the sword upright before him, he assumed a posture reminiscent of a fencer. Sneering coldly, "It has been quite some time since I employed this technique to take a life." Karl let out a grunt, disregarding Lafayette entirely. With one hand, he brandished his sword before him, while a surge of otherworldly power coursed through his left hand, poised to unleash the phantom whip to complement his swordplay at any moment. "Die!" Lafayette suddenly screamed, his eyes widening in alarm. In an instant, he vanished from sight, akin to a fleeting shadow, darting swiftly toward Karl. Confronted by nothing but an afterimage of Lafayette, Karl's gaze hardened with icy determination as he raised his weapon, the Soulbreaker, to meet his opponent head-on. In a heartbeat, their figures intertwined, only to separate again, each having failed to land a blow, yet both swiftly pivoted to strike anew. The black blade and the staff sword moved with increasing velocity, their movements becoming a blur. The once bustling street lay deserted, transformed into a battleground illuminated solely by the flickering remnants of Karl and Lafayette's duel. The two engaged in ceaseless motion, spinning and countering. As the glint of blades danced perilously above and below, their assault speed overwhelming to behold. Suddenly, Karl's form caught up to Lafayette's. Alarm surged within Lafayette, and he sensed imminent danger. He abruptly halted his advance, pivoting to slash back at Karl with a swift stroke of his sword. Karl raised his hand, intercepting Lafayette's sword cane with a swift strike. Simultaneously, a surge of demonic power erupted from his left hand, and a dark purple phantom whip materialized, hurtling towards Lafayette's chest. Lafayette's expression changed drastically. With his path blocked by Karl's blade techniques, he had no choice but to exert force through his legs, retreating rapidly. Yet, he was still a moment too late. A resounding crack echoed as the tip of the phantom whip struck Lafayette's chest with the force of a heavy hammer. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through him, and he cried out as he was propelled backward, crashing into a nearby stall, shattering the display and scattering an array of goods across the ground. Wait! Lafayette rolled and sprang up, kneeling on one knee. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he clenched his teeth. The smile that once adorned his face now vanished. Is a battle to the death something you can simply pause? Accompanied by a tone laced with mockery, Carl had already flashed to Lafayette's front, his blade slicing through the air as he aimed a deadly strike downwards. Lafayette's heart raced in dread, abandoning his previous elegance. He took the opportunity to lunge aside, rolling desperately to narrowly evade Carl's lethal blow. "I have something to say to you," he shouted, attempting to unsettle Carl with words, but Carl paid him no heed, pursuing him with another slash. "I know where Dominic's hometown is." Injured and exhausted, Lafayette found it increasingly difficult to dodge Carl's relentless attacks. His excitement turned his face a deep shade of red, stark against his pale complexion. "Oh, now you pique my interest. Do enlighten me." Carl paused, his expression calm and collected. He knew Lafayette's strength was inferior to his own, especially in his current state of injury, which left him unable to conjure any clever tricks. Lafayette locked eyes with Carl, wiping the blood from his mouth, a faint smile gradually returning to his face. "Dominic's hometown is right here." Bingo! Lafayette suddenly snapped his fingers. And as Carl stood momentarily stunned, Lafayette's confidence grew. Carl had been fixated on Lafayette's eyes, and at that instant, as Lafayette snapped his fingers, he felt an unusual energy surge into his mind, an enigmatic force that left him bewildered. However, as Carl focused his mental acuity, that energy dissipated into nothingness. Though he could not decipher its nature, he understood it was undoubtedly an attack method employed by Lafayette. Had it not been for the limitation of his psychic assaults, Carl would have retaliated in kind. "Looks like you're eager to descend into hell." "No, it's impossible." "Why? Why does my hypnosis have no effect?" As he gazed into Carl's tranquil yet piercing eyes, a wave of panic washed over Lafayette, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and back. In this vast ocean, there were too many he could not defeat, yet to face someone who remained unaffected by his hypnosis was a first. Hypnosis? Huh. To attempt such trivial tricks before a mind master, you truly possess an enigmatic confidence. Reminded by Lafayette's words, Carl recalled Lafayette's hypnotic abilities, likely linked to his devil fruit. Though it mattered little now. With a leap, Carl charged towards Lafayette, who quickly regained his composure after a moment of astonishment. He no longer wished to continue the fight. Swiftly turning, he jumped into the air, wings unfurling behind him. Ignoring the sharp pain in his chest, Lafayette summoned every ounce of his strength and soared towards the harbor. Chapter 040. Aerial Pursuit. Who on earth is this person? When did such a formidable individual emerge in the West Sea? Lafayette's confidence had been utterly shattered by Carl. He could hardly fathom that a young man who appeared to be under 20 possessed such extraordinary power. If it were merely the peculiar abilities of a devil fruit, it would be one thing. Yet, Carl's martial prowess surpassed his own, and his swordsmanship was terrifyingly effective, even rendering his hypnosis futile. Moreover, this individual seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, an enigma that defied imagination. This is not the latter half of the Grand Line. How could such a monster exist here? As Lafayette fought through the agony in his chest, he exerted all his efforts to reach the harbor. While airborne, he frequently glanced back at Carl, who relentlessly pursued him, even hurling stones in his direction. The speed of those projectiles was astonishing, akin to bullets fired from a sniper rifle, forcing Lafayette to expend unnecessary energy to evade the onslaught. Fortunately, he managed to arrive at the harbor without serious incident. Letting out a sigh of relief, he thought, "Surely, once I reach the surface of the sea, that man will not follow me. Being able to fly is advantageous. If I cannot win, I can still escape." A faint smile returned to Lafayette's face as he turned to face Carl on the ground, his white wings fluttering behind him, brilliant sunlight illuminating half of his form. If Lafayette were dressed differently at that moment, he might have resembled an angel descending from the heavens. Damn it, if only I could use the moonwalk. Carl gazed up at Lafayette hovering in the sky, gritting his teeth in frustration. He had resolved that once Carlo infiltrated the Navy headquarters, he would ensure that Carlo prepared a comprehensive dossier on the 6 powers of the Navy for him. Carl had relinquished the idea of attacking Lafayette with stones. Observing Carl's indifference, Lafayette finally felt a slight sense of relief. Pirate Carl, this time I shall remember him. He mused. From now on, I will regard this fellow with the seriousness he merits. He can no longer be dismissed as a trivial petty thief. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of the day, including Catherine's demise, a shadow of sorrow crossed Lafayette's face. In the future, the foremost position on my death list shall be reserved for this Carl. Someday, what will become of this? Suddenly struck by a jolt of alarm, Lafayette was taken aback. Inexplicably, several arms sprouted from his body, uncontrollable and constricting his neck and limbs. Most alarmingly, even his wings were ensnared by these appendages. 10 petals bloom, entwine, whispered Robin, who had been waiting at the port. With the activation of her flower fruit powers, she swiftly ensnared Lafayette, who was caught completely off guard. By the time he regained his senses and attempted to free himself from the constricting arms, he was already plummeting towards the ground. In that moment, Lafayette was thoroughly panicked. Regardless of the prior failures of his plans, Catherine's death, or the severe injuries inflicted by Carl, he had always felt a semblance of control. At least he could regroup and return another day. But now, he understood that should he touch the ground, there would be no second chance, only death awaiting him. Carl, witnessing Lafayette's sudden descent, felt a spark of joy within him, wondering if perhaps fate was on his side this time. However, he quickly regained his composure, deducing that it was likely Nico Robin who was covertly aiding him. Seizing the opportunity, he wasted no time. With a sudden burst of power, he propelled himself towards the spot where Lafayette was falling, sending a spray of earth flying beneath him. As Lafayette's descent accelerated, so did his inner turmoil, his movements becoming increasingly frantic. Though he had managed to free his arms from Robin's control, his wings lacked the strength to resist. Carl leaped high into the air, his black blade, Soul Breaker, enveloped in Armament Haki, gripped firmly in both hands, soaring like a vengeful specter towards the plummeting Lafayette. As Carl's figure loomed larger in Lafayette's vision, the latter's anxiety intensified, yet he found himself devoid of options. In a moment of desperation, with gritted teeth and a fierce expression, Lafayette abandoned all reservations. His cane sword pointing forward, vowing to engage Carl in a battle to the death. Demon/Fury. In the air, the figures of Lafayette and Carl collided. Their fates intertwined in a critical moment. Carl landed steadily on the ground, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, as if nothing had transpired, the atmosphere serene. Suddenly, with a thud, Lafayette's lifeless body fell to the ground. It was not until the moment of impact that his form split in two, blood staining the earth. The notorious West Sea enforcer, the devilish patrolman Lafayette, was dead. Where had Robin, Dominic, and Capone Becci gone? After the execution of Lafayette, Carl wasted no time, not even pausing to ascertain Lafayette's demise. He swiftly located Robin and in an instant was by her side. The pirate ship of the Capone family had long since fled. Yet Dominic's vessel remained at a standstill. Robin extended her right hand, pointing to a sailboat on the sea. "Look, it is that one not far off." Carl furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was far from straightforward. Their delayed departure likely concealed some insidious plot. Robin promptly reported the intelligence he had gathered. "I have been monitoring their movements from the very beginning. Someone from their pirate ship had disembarked previously, and those small fishing boats at the port have undoubtedly been tampered with. You must not use them." So that was it. Carl nodded, and, after uttering a brief remark, dashed towards the harbor. He had initially intended to commandeer a sailing vessel to pursue Dominic, but upon closer inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that there was, in fact, a jet ski available. Carl recalled that Bartolomeo had a jet ski team since childhood. During his vacation in the Land of Flowers, he had even practiced operating a jet ski, utilizing the resources of the York Merchant Association. While you possess cunning strategies, I have formidable means at my disposal. That was my jet ski. Carl leapt onto the jet ski, and amidst the frantic screams of his master on the shore, he accelerated with full force, racing directly towards Dominic's sailing vessel. Chapter 41. A true man never looks back at explosions, boss. That pirate didn't set sail on a ship. What on earth is he riding? A group of pirates aboard Dominic's three-masted schooner gaped in disbelief at Carl, who was cutting through the waves in pursuit. One of them even gasped in astonishment. Dominic was not fundamentally a pirate. His subordinates typically referred to him as the boss. "That's a jet ski, a peculiar little craft," he muttered darkly, narrowing his gaze at the rapidly approaching Carl. "Bring out the cannon. We must sink that scoundrel." Ordinary sailing vessels lack fixed gun platforms at the stern, necessitating the dragging of mobile cannons to the deck's rear to confront pursuing ships. Boom. A hefty cannonball was fired from Dominic's ship. splashing into the ocean behind Karl and sending up a towering column of water. Karl was utterly unfazed by the threat of artillery fire. In this world, the trajectory of shells relied predominantly on chance, and considering both parties were moving at high speed, his personal watercraft glided freely across the unobstructed sea, rendering the prospect of a shell striking him a mere statistical anomaly. Even if a shell were to defy the odds and target him, it would surely not surpass the barrier of the soul severing. His gunners had fired several rounds, all of which the adversary had deftly evaded. Dominique's expression darkened, and he coldly admonished, "Where are you lot aiming your cannons? If you don't take this seriously, I might just put a bullet in each of you." Though his voice was barely above a whisper, to the gunners, it resonated like the most thunderous clap of thunder, for they knew Dominique well. The angrier he became, the more likely he was to resort to reckless actions. "Quickly, everyone, focus your efforts. Aim carefully before firing. Also, when you fire, lead your shot slightly ahead of that pirate. I shall calculate the relative speeds of both vessels." The fear instilled by Dominique's words heightened the tension among the already flustered sailors. Fortunately, the crew aboard arms dealer Dominique's ship were adept marksmen, and soon, someone stepped forward to take command. Dominique nodded in approval and, moments later, discreetly retreated to the ship's cabin, slipping from view. Meanwhile, Karl, navigating his watercraft, sensed a notable improvement in the accuracy of the recent cannonades. However, this method of using cannons to swat at flies was ultimately impractical. In an instant, Karl maneuvered to the side of the sailing vessel, pressing the throttle of his watercraft to its maximum. As he approached the hull of the sailboat, just before collision, Karl firmly grasped the handlebars, gradually straightened his posture, and leapt into the air, soaring onto the deck of the three-masted ship. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a cannonball erupted from the side of the three-masted vessel, reducing the out-of-control watercraft to a mere cloud of debris. Karl had just leapt onto the deck, his weapon, the soul-severing blade, already drawn at his waist. In an instant, he felt a dozen sailors armed with swords and knives. The ghost shadow whip lashed out suddenly, striking the cannons on the deck and reducing them to shattered fragments. The gathered thugs exchanged glances, their confidence shaken, despite surrounding Karl. They were utterly awed by the sheer might he had displayed in that fleeting moment, leaving no one daring to advance. Karl's figure flickered as he broke free from the encircling henchmen, and 3 streaks of black blade gleamed from the ship. For he had severed all 3 masts with his prowess. "Where's Dominique?" Faced with Karl, who approached slowly wielding his dark blade, the pirates felt their legs weaken and began to retreat in disarray. Once more, I inquire, where is Dominique hiding? Indeed, where has the captain gone? At that moment, one sailor finally grasped the situation. The captain had left without leaving any instructions. "I just saw the captain return to the cabin," another sailor's voice timidly emerged. "Bring him out, or I shall slay everyone on this deck." Karl's tone turned icy, resembling a ferocious sea beast, sending chills down the spine of everyone present. "I will seek him out." The sailor, dropping his steel blade, swiftly dashed into the cabin. "I shall go too." Halt. Karl discerned the thoughts of others. He pointed his blade at the second individual, causing that person to collapse in terror onto the ground. Creak. Karl keenly perceived a sound emanating from the stern, reminiscent of a worn wooden door. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly flickered into action, dashing towards the rear of the ship. Simultaneously, the resounding splashes of water erupted as countless pirates seized this rare opportunity, unhesitatingly leaping into the sea. "Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot eliminate you." Dominique had already pushed a small sailboat from the ship's hull to the surface of the water, his visage shrouded in dark clouds, teeth clenched in fury. "Farewell, my precious ones." In his hand, Dominique held a small button, and suddenly, a maniacal grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with brutal madness. "What?" At that moment, Dominique caught sight of Karl rushing out from the stern, his shot palpable. He immediately grasped his specially crafted shotgun nearby and fired in Karl's direction. "This is impossible," Dominique witnessed, with his own eyes, as the body of the pirate momentarily became translucent, the barrage of pellets he had unleashed passing through without resistance. Desiring to fire again, Dominique found the opportunity fleeting. In the blink of an eye, Karl had already leaped onto the small sailboat, standing before Dominique. With a swift strike, Karl cleaved through Dominique's chest, instantly creating a gaping wound. The shotgun in his hand fell to the deck, rendered powerless. "Do you truly believe that the same trick could be employed against me a second time?" Karl always felt that the explosion on Pineapple Island, caused by the bear man and the woman, was not of their own making. Considering the nickname of the war fanatic Dominic and his cruel, tyrannical nature. Carl had long harbored suspicions, which is why he refrained from personally searching for Dominic in the cabin. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that after so many years of navigating the western seas, I would fall into the hands of a mere little pirate like you. Dominic coughed up a mouthful of blood, managing a difficult smile. If you had steered the small boat a bit further and pressed the button with more decisiveness. Even if I had narrowly escaped death this time, you would surely have evaded this calamity. Carl picked up the button that Dominic had dropped on the deck and crouched before him. Do you know why you're destined to lose? It is because you are not a true man. A genuine man never looks back at art. Art? Art is an explosion. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated like thunder. And blinding flames shot into the sky. The once tranquil sea became tumultuous, stirred by the violent blast. Chapter 042. Rumors of the Poker family. With a crash, the waves, stirred by the explosion, crashed against Dominic's small sailboat, drenching both Carl and Dominic to the skin. Glimmering droplets of water trickled down their hair, sparkling brilliantly in the dazzling sunlight. Ha! I thought you would spare them. Realizing his impending doom, Dominic felt an unexpected sense of relaxation wash over him. Leaning against a corner of the small sailboat, he resembled an old fisherman taking an afternoon nap. Just a bunch of rogues. Why should I spare them? Unlike his immediate execution of Dominic during the encounter with Lafayette, Carl chose not to strike him down this time. There was nothing pressing he needed to attend to anymore. Dominic, I have always wondered how someone as reckless as you has managed to survive until now. I suspect if your enemies were to line up, they could encircle the Grand Route. Ah, youth is indeed youthful. Do you not realize that in the face of absolute gain, people can completely abandon both friendship and enmity? Dominic struggled to catch his breath, laboriously responding to Carl's inquiries. While there are many factions supplying arms, the finest weaponry can only be found here with me. Kelmir remained silent, his gaze coldly attentive to Dominic's confessions in the moments preceding his demise. In truth, even without your intervention, my time is limited. Dominic paid no heed to Kelmir's stare. Instead, he fished a cigarette from his pocket, intending to light it, only to discover that the seawater had rendered his lighter utterly useless. In frustration, he tossed the lighter onto the deck, closed his eyes, and leisurely remarked, "Not long ago, a pirate crew identifying themselves as the Don Quixote family arrived at the Grand Line, intent on monopolizing my arms trade. Their clan is rather amusing. The leader goes by Joker, while the officers are whimsically named Hearts, Spades, Clubs, and Diamonds. If you ask me, they might as well call themselves the Poker family." Carl raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening. Dominic, who had already closed his eyes, remained oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. After a brief pause, he continued, "Tell me. Even if they are pirates hailing from the Grand Line, what of it? Must I acquiesce? I fear them not. At worst, it would merely mean death." Carl understood that anyone labeled as mad by others harbored no fear of death. "I detonated the hotel where they resided." Dominic chuckled darkly, his expression easing into one of delight, as if he were savoring the thrill of pressing the button. "Fortunately, I had escaped long before. That Joker is indeed formidable. I later heard from others that he possesses the ability to fly, and without the aid of wings. Why are you sharing this with me?" Carl squinted, unable to decipher Dominic's intentions. "What a pity," Dominic mused. "A pity that I am about to die. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to witness the sparks that fly between you and that Joker. I have a premonition that you two will inevitably cross paths." Dominic opened his eyes wide, continuously rubbing the ring on his right hand, his gaze towards Carl imbued with a mischievous glint. "Farewell, Carl." Suddenly, Dominic's eyes turned icy. His words remained unspoken as his finger pressed down upon the ring. With remarkable swiftness, Carl's dark blade flashed past, swiftly severing Dominic's throat. However, the finger that had been poised to press the ring could no longer be restrained. A crisp, buzzing sound emanated from the lighter on the deck. Carl plunged headlong into the ocean, and in the next instant, the lighter erupted with a deafening explosion, shattering the deck of the small sailboat in an instant. As Carl surfaced, he exhaled a long breath of murky air, gazing toward the location of the sailboat, only to witness Dominic, along with both man and vessel, slowly sinking into the depths of the sea. It startled me. Carl had a moment of alarm, given his current physical condition. Even if he were to be struck directly by that explosive device, he would remain unscathed. Truly, he is a formidable individual, choosing a self-imposed demise over falling victim to my hand. Yet, he underestimates the swiftness with which I wield my blade. With Dominic's present injuries, plunging into the sea would spell certain doom. Moreover, Carl has already aimed for his neck. Even if he had consumed the Hades fruit, his fate would be sealed upon entering the ocean. It may be a considerable distance, but fortunately, I shall regard it as an opportunity for physical training. Carl gazed towards the direction of Luster Island, which had now dwindled to a mere line on the horizon. However, the thought of swimming from the islands of Chao Bodhi to the Amazonian realm of the Queen of the Underworld, Rayleigh, brought him a sense of relief. After all, he could still perceive the shadow of Luster Island. It was inconceivable that he would be unable to swim over. With the aid of the sea water, Carl diligently cleansed the bloodstains from his black blade, the soul-severing. He sheathed the blade upon his back and prepared to engage in a race with the soaring seagulls, seeking to unwind the tension that had gripped him for so long. Just as Carl was about to set off, he suddenly noticed a shadow slowly rising from the depths of the sea beneath him. The shadow grew increasingly larger, until it eventually reached a size akin to that of a small hill. What could it be? Could it be that I have encountered a diminutive sea monarch? Carl was poised to depart at the earliest opportunity, yet unexpectedly, a colossal shadow beneath the waves surged forward with astonishing speed, emerging from the depths of the ocean just as Carl had not yet managed to make his escape. Carl had anticipated encountering a gaping maw, yet to his astonishment, he found himself securely perched upon the back of a colossal sea creature. Beneath his feet lay a smooth expanse of pristine white skin, and beside him were a pair of pointed, immense beastly ears. What on earth was happening? Meow. The marine creature beneath Carl's feet suddenly emitted a sound, which, to Carl's ears, resembled the meow of a cat. How intriguing. Indeed, the vastness of the forest and the ocean encompasses a plethora of wonders. This world is truly remarkable. The sea cat displayed no inclination to attack Carl. Instead, it abruptly accelerated, swimming towards the direction of Luster Island. Although Carl did not fully comprehend why this seabird chose to assist him, he decided to graciously accept the goodwill, given the absence of hostility. Perched steadily atop the seabird's head, with the salty sea breeze caressing his face, Carl suddenly let out a resounding shout. Long before his journey across worlds, he had yearned for countless opportunities to unleash his pent-up emotions, yet for various reasons, he had never found the chance. Now, beneath the pristine blue sky and amidst the vast ocean, Carl shouted freely, as if the shadows that had lingered in his heart for days had dissipated like mist. Chapter 043, Professional Intelligence Agent in an office on the 4th floor of a quaint villa on Luster Island, a man clad in a suit and tie, holding a glass of red wine, gazed out of the window at the plumes of smoke rising ominously from the distant sea. He sighed softly, contemplating, alas, it appears the West Sea is on the verge of a transformation. He raised the goblet to his lips and drained its contents before summoning his subordinates, issuing a series of new commands. In the vast seas, far removed from the naval headquarters, most islands lacking formidable military forces resembled the scenes depicted in martial arts films, where various gangs engaged in a multitude of business dealings, often resulting in countless casualties from violent confrontations. The majority of branch navies functioned, much like police stations in those films, primarily tasked with counting money and covering up messes. This predicament was unavoidable. In a world dominated by the ocean, any pirate crew with a modicum of strength wielded impressive firepower and an array of reckless henchmen. If the main naval forces were akin to the regular armies of various nations on Earth, the branch navies, particularly in the absence of powerful figures like Smoker, could only be likened to local beat cops. Tasking these police officers to confront Somali pirates would yield predictable outcomes, as illustrated by the example of the naval colonel who was easily defeated by the minions of the fishman Arlong in the East Sea. Thus, when the strongest forces of the 204th and 213th naval branches, Carlo, were vanquished by Carl, the navy stationed on Luster Island promptly chose to prioritize their own safety. They refrained from engaging in the fray among the frenzied pirates and instead, under the guise of rescue and damage control, busied themselves with cleaning up the mess left in the wake of Carl's battle, a process often referred to as covering up. The notion of a battalion of fervent young sailors, armed with steel blades, bravely charging towards a formidable pirate was a romanticized fantasy. Such scenarios rarely occurred unless bolstered by the presence of a commanding officer like Admiral Akin or during life-and-death battles akin to the Marineford War. Sailors, after all, are human beings with families and loved ones. Behind each expendable soldier lies a tale steeped in valor, marked by blood and tears. Carl sat comfortably atop the head of the seabird, relishing the soothing sea breeze as he arrived at the port of Luster Island. Robin, is this seabird sent to retrieve me? Carl could hardly believe that his charm could attract such enthusiastic assistance from even the most ordinary of sea creatures. Upon spotting Robin, he immediately voiced his curiosity. Sent out by me? How could that be? Robin furrowed her brow at Carl's unexpected inquiry. I've never dealt with such a seabird. I assumed you had tamed it along the way. She decided to leave the matter for another time. Carl's face was etched with puzzlement as he pondered. Gently shaking his head, he turned to the seabird and greeted it with a smile, saying, "Until we meet again, dear little creature." The seabird narrowed its eyes, smiling as it waved its paw at Carl before gracefully gliding away from the shallows, plunging into the depths of the ocean with a splash. "Is there a place for bathing? Oh, and I require a new outfit as well." Feeling the discomfort of salt lingering on his skin, Carl resolved to take a hot bath to refresh himself and change out of his tattered, battle-worn clothes. "Not an issue, as long as you have the funds." Robin replied with a smile, her obsidian eyes narrowing slightly. The pirate before her was undeniably a ruthless and decisive killer, yet she sensed no lingering malice from him. This contradiction piqued her curiosity about Carl. "Funds?" Carl raised an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing at Robin's apparent request for an expense account. "If you need it, so be it." One advantage pirates possess that the Navy can never match is that even moderately skilled pirates are seldom short on money. Of course, this comparison only applied to individuals and not the vast entity of the Navy. After some time, Carl completed his bath, donned fresh attire, and meticulously polished his weapon, feeling rejuvenated before finally seeking out Robin's chamber. "Have you completed the tasks I assigned?" Seated on the sofa before a coffee table, Carl poured himself a glass of exquisite fruit wine, a local specialty, sipping slowly as he awaited Robin's report. "Everything is under control," Robin replied, taking a seat on the adjacent sofa. She produced a map and began to mark specific locations with a pin. These circles indicate the targets of the Navy's current focus, essentially the areas where you engaged in battle. They are currently occupied with tending to the wounded, comforting civilians, and dealing with the corpses of Lafayette and other pirates. I observed them discreetly. They do not seem inclined to pursue your whereabouts, likely intimidated by you. Having navigated the shadows for years, Robin exhibited her professional acumen. Although Carl could gather similar intelligence, it would not be done with the same speed or organization that Robin demonstrated. It is often said that each field has its specialists. Robin's rise to prominence beneath Crocodile was not solely due to her knowledge of ancient texts. "I wonder what narrative the Navy will fabricate regarding today's events," Robin added, her disdain for the Navy evident. Carl was indifferent to the naval force's maneuvers. Rather, he harbored a curiosity about whether Carlo could seize this opportunity to carve out a space for his own advancement. After all, transforming the fierce battles among pirates into personal accolades is a skill that the Navy must learn to master. Carl believed that with Caro's intolerant nature, he would inevitably return to his side after spending some time within the naval headquarters. At that moment, Karo would become his secret agent, a phantom lurking within the Navy like a ghostly bamboo. As Carl ceased his contemplations and redirected his gaze to the map, Robin pointed the tip of her pen to another circled location. This marked the largest dark force on Rust Island, a presence known to the Navy. Yet an unspoken truce existed between them, allowing both parties to coexist without interference. "Very well, then let us pay a visit to this group of mobsters," Carl exclaimed, rising with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Now," Robin felt a twinge of surprise. "Are you suggesting that after enduring a series of battles, you don't need a single day of rest?" "Not at all," he replied. "This hardly even qualifies as a life and death struggle. There is no need for rest." Carl donned the sunglasses that Robin had prepared in advance, now too indifferent to even bother with his beard. "Let us depart. While the naval personnel are still preoccupied and overwhelmed with their tasks, we shall engage in a thorough conversation with those fellows." Chapter 044, Kara Connects Us. Walking side by side along the somewhat desolate streets of Rust Island, Carl and Robin moved at a leisurely pace, appearing indistinguishable from the ordinary passers-by. "Mr. Carl, in what capacity do you intend to engage with those individuals?" Robin suddenly inquired, catching Carl off guard. "Capacity?" Carl momentarily struggled to grasp Robin's meaning. What identity could he possibly possess? Was he not merely a pirate? Perhaps he could claim some connection to the Flower Country at most. Raising an eyebrow, Robin halted her steps. "Did you not previously express a desire to accomplish something grand? Can you truly expect to do so as just a wandering pirate?" "Oh, is that what you mean?" Carl finally comprehended, realizing it was merely the beginning. Why rush? Just as the infamous gang leader Capone Beach had his Capone family, and the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo had his Don Quixote family, it was evident that in the West Sea, the primary underground forces were controlled by three major families. If Carl aspired to gradually expand his influence, he would inevitably need to establish his own family. He simply felt it was a tad premature to contemplate such matters. All right, I understand." Meeting Robin's earnest gaze, Carl hastily waved his hand. Allow me a moment to ponder. Reflecting on his name, which translates to Carl in Chinese, and the future Marine undercover name Caro, he decided to disregard the sensitive name of Nico Robin. Finally, a name struck him, prompting a smile to blossom on his face. What is so amusing? Robin furrowed her brow, observing Carl's beaming expression. It became evident that when someone suddenly recalls a delightful thought and cannot contain their laughter, those around them may perceive them as somewhat peculiar. Nothing. I've settled on a name. Henceforth, our organization shall be known as the Kala family. Kala? That sounds acceptable. Robin thought the name rather ordinary. Little did she know. It was a homage to the Protoss faith from a video game called StarCraft that Carl had played in his previous life. Very well, that shall be our name. The creed of the Kala family will be Kala connects us. Although Robin could not grasp the meaning behind this phrase, she felt it bore a certain juvenile, almost embarrassing quality, causing a hint of disdain to color her cheeks. Just a jest, no need for a slogan. Kala family will suffice. By this time, Carl had regained his composure, clearing his throat as they continued toward their destination. Sighing softly behind him, Robin reflected on Carl's somewhat eccentric personality. Yet, she found solace in the fact that he seemed liberated from the invisible pressures typically exerted by a boss. After a brief moment of contemplation, Robin quickened her pace to catch up. Before long, they arrived at a towering building, where 4 security guards in suits stood watch at the entrance. This is the place. The owner here is the leader of the island's dark forces. Upon Robin's confirmation, Carl and Robin ascended the steps in succession. Soon, a security guard approached, blocking their path. I'm sorry, but we do not welcome outsiders here. Inform your boss that my name is Carl. Carl's tone was rather subdued, devoid of any palpable tension. However, he could not help but notice the astonishment and fear reflected in the eyes of the 4 security guards. It is indeed Mr. Carl. I sincerely apologize for any unintentional offense, and I hope for your understanding. The 4 guards collectively bowed deeply before Carl, and in that moment, he comprehended that their employer had likely anticipated his arrival. Mr. Carl. As Carl stepped into the building, the voice of the security guard echoed behind him. Our employer wishes for you to meet him alone. Carl cast a fleeting glance at Robin before turning his gaze toward the security guard with a smile. Are you certain? He inquired. My apologies, please proceed. The guard's response was resolute as he bowed slightly and ushered Robin into the lobby. The directive from his employer was clear. If he could prevent others from entering, that would be ideal. If not, there was no need to force the issue. Upon entering the building, Carl and Robin were escorted by a stunning blonde to the door of a room on the 4th floor. Just as the woman rapped lightly on the door, Carl stepped forward and pushed it open, leading Robin directly inside. Mr. Carl? A middle-aged man occupied the lavish office, and upon seeing the unfamiliar man and woman enter, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Dressed in a standard suit, he bore the hallmark attire of a successful individual. Yet his countenance was marred by a ghastly scar that traversed from his forehead to the bridge of his nose. It is I. Carl unceremoniously plopped down onto the sofa, while Robin, ever perceptive, stood respectfully by his side. Greetings, I am Parfus, the proprietor of this establishment. I have a general understanding of your situation. Please feel free to express any needs you may have. Parfus rose from his seat and approached Carl, slightly bowing his head to demonstrate both politeness and respect. Which family do you belong to? Carl abruptly inquired, catching Parfus off guard with a question he had not anticipated. He had no intention of employing any social niceties. Armed with sufficient strength, he preferred to address matters directly. I have no family. I am in charge here, Parfus replied after a moment of contemplation, ultimately answering Carl's inquiry truthfully. Very well, from this point forward, you shall be a member of the Carla family. Do you have any objections? Carl reclined on the sofa, his languid gaze fixed upon Parfus. The latter, however, felt as though he were facing a sharp sword, one that could pierce his heart at any moment. I have no objections and am willing to serve you, my lord, Parfus responded swiftly, having already considered this question beforehand. He placed his left hand upon his chest and knelt before Carl, formally expressing his allegiance and that of his followers. This time, Carl found himself slightly unsettled. Although he maintained an air of nonchalance, inwardly he was perplexed by the true intentions of Parfus. Was he feigning submission? Nevertheless, Carl chose not to dwell on such matters. Recognizing that in his pursuit of power, it was unrealistic to expect absolute loyalty from all his subordinates. He was not like Monkey D. Luffy, whose overwhelming charisma drew countless followers to his side, a feat that even the formidable Mihawk had acknowledged as the most terrifying force upon the seas. Such admiration was unattainable for him. Instead, he resolved to steadily cultivate his influence, taking the time to observe his new allies. Then please prepare us 2 rooms. My dear Mr. Parfus. Chapter 045. Shadowblade. What strategy is Parfus plotting next? Is his reaction truly rational? That evening, in a cozy soup shop on Lust Island, Carl and Robin sat across from one another at a dining table, savoring the local delicacies while discussing the day's events. Carl found himself confounded by Parfus's swift capitulation. After all, he was a significant figure in his own right, and it bewildered him that he so readily submitted to Carl's authority. It left Carl feeling unease. Surely, he should have at least put up a token resistance. Perhaps you are overthinking this, Robin suggested, her gaze sparkling with amusement in stark contrast to Carl's furrowed brow. Not everyone desires to engage in a power struggle. Perhaps he simply wishes for his faction to survive. In other words, if it were another prominent family negotiating with him today, he might have made the same choice. You have a point, Carl mused, his realization dawning. Yet, he remained cautious, determined to keep a vigilant watch over Parfus. Regardless, we must observe him further. Robin, I entrust this task to you. It seems you will need to exert yourself a bit more. Not a problem. It is indeed my duty, Robin replied, resting her chin on her right hand with a charming smile. Suddenly, the door of the soup shop swung open, and Carl turned to see a cleanly dressed young man with short hair enter the establishment. It was Carlo, the one they had previously agreed to meet. As a sergeant, Carlo possessed the authority to venture out alone, though he was not clad in his naval uniform at that moment. Ahem, waiter, the bill, please. Carl raised his hand to signal for the check, his voice drawing Carlo's attention. Big brother and sister, you two are quite amusing. After dining for so long, you've barely consumed anything, which is delaying our business. We may have to charge you extra. It was only when he returned to the soup shop that Carl realized the red-haired little girl he had bumped into earlier was indeed a waitress at this establishment. However, at present, this quirky young girl seemed to have forgotten the incident entirely. You little rascal, at such a tender age. You should be learning better things instead of fixating on money. Carl had not anticipated that this little girl would notice the peculiarities present on the dining table. However, he paid it little mind, for she had assisted him during the day. Moreover, she had undoubtedly witnessed the scene of his crime. The fact that she dared to engage him in playful conversation suggested that she bore him no ill will. After all, it was merely money, and he possessed it in abundance. Carl pulled out several bills and slapped them onto the table, indulging in a moment of extravagance. To him, this sum was merely a drop in the ocean compared to his total assets. He couldn't help but exclaim, the sensation of spending lavishly is truly delightful. Ah, my apologies. As Carl and Carlo crossed paths, Carl inadvertently bumped into Carlo. Turning back with a smile, he waved his hand in a gesture of apology, following closely behind. Robin also bestowed a friendly smile upon Carlo. Carlo let out a cold saying little more. In the hand that slipped into the pocket of his windbreaker, a small communication device had already appeared. Surely, a non-commissioned officer's personal belongings would not be as easily discovered as those of an ordinary soldier, would they? In Carl's mind, he muttered to himself as he took a gentleman's hat from Robin's hands and placed it atop his head. The two gradually became submerged in the throngs of people. Approximately a week later, in the West Sea, on Clyman Island, the very island where Carl had initially vanquished the Walker pirate crew, a distinctive cold chuckle resonated within the cabin of a flamboyant pirate ship resembling a flamingo. In this person's grasp was a newspaper featuring Carl's photograph prominently displayed. On the adjacent table lay Carl's latest bounty notice, Pirate Shadowblade Carl, with a bounty of 81 million berries. Everything that Carl has done has been jointly reported by the Navy's 204th and 213th branches. Following a series of heated debates, the Navy ultimately placed a bounty of 81 million on Carl. However, the newspapers did not cover Carl's exploits. Rather, they merely condemned the pirate Carl's misdeeds in written form. As for the demise of the Dominican Chamber of Commerce and the deaths of the devilish officer Lafayette and the murderous Bernard, all credit was attributed to the joint forces of the Navy's 204th and 213th branches. Although some locals witnessed the truth of that day, the Navy had indeed exerted great effort, tirelessly rescuing numerous townsfolk, leading these witnesses to feign ignorance for their own safety. A pirate with a bounty of 81 million hardly piqued the interest of the powerful. However, Doflamingo was different, as he had begun to make moves against the underground forces of the West Sea. Absurd, how could mere naval branches possess such strength? Doflamingo had already conducted a certain level of investigation into the intelligence of the West Sea, including the Dominican Chamber of Commerce, the devilish officer Lafayette, the Silver Fang Killer Organization, and the supposedly escaped emerging force, the Capone family. When these four powers united, even a warship led by a vice admiral from headquarters could find itself doomed to the depths of the sea. Could a combined army of two branch colonels defeat them? Doflamingo considered this to be the greatest joke he had heard since arriving in the West Sea. Terpole, what do you think? With Doflamingo's inquiry, a peculiar figure draped in a pale blue cloak approached, with a long strand of mucus dangling from his nose, his hair seemingly resembling more mucus. This was undoubtedly a common naval tactic. Doflamingo, even the sound of Torpal's voice seemed sticky, a consequence of his sticky fruit powers. If there were no complex plots involved, all this should be the work of the Shadow Blade Carl. It appeared that this fellow might very well become our foremost obstacle in controlling the underground trade in the West Sea. No, wait. Doflamingo suddenly thought of something. He set down the newspaper, crossed his legs, and decided he needed to ascertain whether this individual was simply mad or had ulterior motives. If he was merely a deranged pirate, there would be no need to pay him any mind. Klassen, do you have any other opinions? Doflamingo, Mr. Klassen is not here. Oh, I forgot about that. Doflamingo adjusted his glasses, his expression slightly dimming. Klassen had been gone with Law for several months now, yet he still habitually sought his counsel. He wondered how those two were faring on their journey. Chapter 046, Crocodile. At this time, Doflamingo was still a bona fide pirate. Not yet the lofty warlord of the sea known as the Heavenly Yiksha, to evade the pursuit of Admiral Tsuru. The Doflamingo family's underground operations in the West Sea would not proceed rapidly. They needed to be gradual, which afforded Carl the time to steadily enhance his own strength. Approximately 2 months later, within the bamboo groves of the Flower Kingdom, Carl sat with closed eyes, attuning himself to the power of the demon gods within his being. Within Carl, for demon gods had awakened, the destructive demon god, Kazan of the Blade Soul, the shadow demon god, Kajia of the residual shadow, the mind sorcerer, Plemon of the erosion, and the ancient kingdom princess, Saya of the Frost. Kazan is classified as a supportive deity, capable of enhancing Carl's strength and mental fortitude. Kaya possesses the ability to augment Carl's speed, enveloping him in a spectral armor that mitigates a portion of damage, while also allowing Carl to momentarily slip into the void, rendering him immune to all harm. Puleman grants Carl the power to instill fear in the hearts of his adversaries and to resist their psychic assaults. Furthermore, akin to the observation Haki, it enables Carl to sense imminent threats in his vicinity, even discerning whether others harbor lethal hostility towards him. On the other hand, Saya, initially a summoning-type deity, casts an icy grip over a vast area, plunging it into a glacial environment upon her summoning. However, in the world of One Piece, deities cannot manifest in reality, resulting in a portion of Saya's abilities being transferred to Carl. Carl can entwine Saya's icy power around his black blade, the soul-severing blade, akin to Brook's newly acquired skill, the Soul's Lament, Blizzard Slash. With this, Carl can unleash a sword aura imbued with an essence of extreme cold, capable of freezing his enemy's wounds. Furthermore, Carl's physique can emanate Saga's frosty might, while it may not rival the formidable powers of Admiral Akiji's Devil Fruit. Carl has nonetheless mastered the ability to traverse the surface of the sea, free from the fear of succumbing to its depths. Moonlit Slash. In an instant, Carl's eyes flew open. He swung his blade, unleashing a colossal wave of dark purple energy that soared into the distance. The crescent-shaped dark purple aura resembled a scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper, effortlessly cleaving through a swath of bamboo in a heartbeat before gradually dissipating in midair. Nearby, the Kung Fu Panda and other small creatures were startled by Carl's sudden display, their eyes widening in astonishment as they turned to behold his position. It certainly appeared impressive, though one could only wonder how it measured against the might of Rob Lucci's Gale Kick. Carl muttered to himself, nodding in satisfaction, before leaping onto a boulder towering over a person. The formidable power of the demonic spirit entwined with the armed color of his will, resting upon the edge of his blade. With a swift stroke, he unleashed the technique, Demon Slash, Fury. Boom. The boulder was struck as if by a cannon, the ferocious energy of the demonic spirit radiating outward the instant the blade cleaved through the stone, shattering the once intact rock into countless fragments. The animals gathered around, witnessing the might of Carl's strike, erupted in jubilant chatter and cheers. A small monkey, wielding a slender bamboo stick, mimicked Carl's movements, waving it back and forth. The force was impressive. The shattered remnants could serve as a mighty hammer. Carl jested with himself, turning to wield a knife in one hand. and casually waved it towards the nearby weeds. Ghost slash frost. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind surged from the obsidian blade, severing the grass below as if it were mere wheat. The remaining stubs, unable to sway in the breeze, were instantly encased in frost, transforming into crystalline artifacts that shimmered with a brilliant light. Divine Command, Shadow of Kaya, Phantom Step. As Karl concentrated, a surge of blue-black energy enveloped him, swirling rapidly around his form, and in an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Karl dashed through the forest with remarkable speed, his figure flickering like a fleeting shadow. The creatures within the bamboo grove could faintly perceive the sound of wind slicing through the air, yet could only catch glimpses of the afterimages left in Karl's wake as he moved at an astonishing pace. I'm utterly exhausted. After a considerable time, Karl, drenched in perspiration, settled upon a stone slab. The Panda King ambled over, wearing a rather displeased expression, as if reproaching Karl for not imparting his secret skills. Karl chuckled lightly and shook his head at Panda King. These are abilities derived from the devil fruit. You have not consumed a devil fruit, so you cannot utilize them. Moreover, each devil fruit possesses unique powers. Even if you were to eat one, you would be unable to replicate my techniques. Panda King nodded, seemingly understanding yet still perplexed. Noticing its slight discontent, Karl deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "How have you fared in mastering the Armament Haki I taught you?" This time, however, the Panda King merely shook its head. Karl initially felt a tinge of disappointment. However, upon reflection, he considered that if this Panda King could master the art of armed color hockey in merely 2 months, it would surpass even Luffy's prowess. With this thought, Karl found solace. Come, let us exchange a few moves." The exhilaration within Karl had yet to wane, prompting him to engage the Panda King in a session of martial training. Inside the chicken soup establishment on Ruster Island, a tall man with a prominent horizontal scar etched across his face, an earring adorning his right ear, and a golden hook in place of his left hand, leisurely savored the broth before him, draped in an immense cloak. Had Karl been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this striking figure as Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In truth, as an incumbent warlord, many patrons within the establishment had discerned Crocodile's identity. Otherwise, the usually bustling eatery would not have descended into such an eerie silence. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door of the soup shop was kicked open from the outside. Crocodile furrowed his brow and cast a swift glance, only to find a group of intimidating figures storming into the establishment. "Reject the chicken, and prosperity shall follow." Clockter, momentarily speechless, waved over the young red-haired waitress. "Child, what is this commotion?" he inquired. "They are thugs hired by other merchants in this area, claiming they intend to transform this street into a seafood-only ocean boulevard." The peculiar Clockter muttered, leisurely savoring the delicious chicken soup before him. "By the way, little sister, do you know anyone here who can decipher this script?" After settling the bill, Clockter produced a small note inscribed with an oddly angular and archaic script. "Ancient characters." "I don't know," the red-haired girl replied, blinking her eyes and shaking her head with a pout. "This is your final warning. If you do not vacate, we shall bring misfortune upon you. The choice is yours." The leader of the thugs cracked his knuckles, his tone and expression laden with a sense of impending conflict. Just then, a tall man approached, and before they could utter a word, the world before them seemed to spin. To the astonishment of the other patrons, the group of thugs was suddenly propelled into the air. Bang! Crash! Snap! The thugs were first blown up to the ceiling by Clockter's force, only to come crashing down, colliding with the floor or smashing into tables and chairs. The anguished groans gradually filled the entire restaurant as Clockter chuckled heartily, nonchalantly exiting the chicken soup establishment. Chapter 047, The Encounter with the Don Quixote Family Bring. Hello? As noon approached the following day, Karl had just returned to his bedroom at the York Guild when a phone bug in his pocket began to ring. "Boss, it's me, Parfise. What has transpired?" Karl sat at the table, pouring himself a glass of juice. He was aware that, barring any extraordinary circumstances, Parfise would not reach out to him voluntarily, for the majority of matters could be resolved through discussions with Robin. The Don Quixote family had made their presence known. Karl let out a slow, contemplative sound, instinctively sipping from his glass, his gaze slightly unfocused as he pondered various possibilities. Given the recent activities of the Don Quixote family in the West Sea, Robin had gathered a considerable amount of information regarding them. As a result, Parfise was already aware that the individual claiming to be an underling of Joker was indeed a member of the Don Quixote family and saw no need for a detailed introduction to Karl. But who was it that had arrived? Was it the man himself, Doflamingo? Karl is now somewhat apprehensive. He possesses confidence in his ability to evade the grasp of Doflamingo. However, the situation becomes considerably more precarious if Doflamingo has already ensnared Robin and Poffy's. No, it is a peculiar individual named Gladiolus, who is currently being guided through the casino by Miss Robin. While Poffy speaks with brevity, his tone does not convey an overwhelming sense of urgency. Carl speculated that the contact must have only just begun and had not yet reached a critical point of deterioration. Very well, you continue to keep that fellow steady. I shall return at once. Understood, boss. Carl hung up the phone and summoned an aide from the York Chamber of Commerce, saying, please prepare a jet ski for me. I must go to Rooster Island. My lord, is there urgency? Indeed, there is. Understood. Once the man hurried away, Carl began to prepare his belongings for departure. Ever since Carl had eliminated Dominic, the Flower Kingdom had regarded him as a friend, even extending an invitation for him to establish the Nine Treasures Navy. However, Carl, of course, declined such trivial pursuits. His ambitions were far grander, beyond the reach of a mere kingdom, as even usurping the throne held little value for him. Although Carl did not become the commander of the Nine Treasures Navy, he remained an eternal ally of the Flower Kingdom. Within the limits set by the king, Carl had unfettered access to the kingdom's resources. This was why he had returned to the Flower Kingdom to engage in his studies. For here he could peruse a wealth of literature unattainable elsewhere. Mr. Carl, I hear you are departing. Is there something urgent at hand? Carl was idly toying with the sea prism stone dagger that York had recently procured for him when, as anticipated, York promptly came knocking at his door. Ah, the Don Quixote family has sent someone, he remarked. The mention of the Don Quixote family elicited a flicker of surprise on York's face. Unlike the reclusive Poffys residing in the distant West Sea, York was well acquainted with most happenings along the Grand Line. But the notorious pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo, with a bounty of 280 million berries? Indeed, Carl affirmed. How did you get entangled with them? York gazed incredulously into Carl's eyes. What do you mean, get entangled? They sought me out, Carl rolled his eyes, causing York to feel somewhat uneasy. Come now, York, you don't truly believe in the adage if I do not offend others. Then others will not offend me, do you? Even a gardener tending to oranges could fall victim to an unforeseen pirate attack. York remained silent, as he comprehended the truth in Carl's words. Do you think that by eliminating a Doflamingo, the flower country will find peace? You are mistaken. There are many that covet the arms trade. Are you saying they want? Precisely, they aim to be the next Doflamingo. Carl sheathed the sea prism stone dagger with conviction. York pondered for a moment before finally asking Carl, shall I prepare anything for you? No need, Carl replied. Just have your men ready the speedboat. The rest I shall handle myself. When I require your assistance, I shall not hesitate to ask. As he spoke, Carl had already packed his belongings. In truth, he had little to prepare, merely a combat-ready outfit and his trusty black blade, Broken Soul, along with the sea prism stone dagger. That SA pirate with a bounty nearing 300 million berries. York still felt a tinge of unease. The green pepper of the 8 Treasures Water Army has a bounty of 500 million. With such a formidable pirate in play, what do you have to fear? After being defeated by Carp, Green Pepper's strength had considerably waned, yet his bounty still intimidated many. Where's my motorcycle? Carl, now ready, ceased further conversation with York. His brow furrowed. Where are the men? They're coming. With York's command, one of the subordinates Carl had dispatched soon appeared at his door. York, oh York. Carl chuckled lightly, lifting his eyelids to shake his head at York. Ahem, don't you have urgent matters? Would you like me to escort you? Forget it. Having you around would only delay me further. Carl waved his hand and departed the room. Approximately 8 hours later, in the reception hall of the Kara family's office building on Rooster Island. What is this nonsense? Is this how you treat your guests? Gladius reclined on the sofa, his legs stretched out atop the coffee table, exuding an air of superiority. The boss will arrive shortly. Please remain patient. Robin maintained her professional smile as she approached the table to pour Gladius another cup of coffee. No need for that. I can no longer taste the flavor, Gladius snorted, his face mostly obscured, making it difficult to discern his expression. Ignoring him, Robin elegantly continued to pour. After touring Rooster Island and observing their enterprises with this woman, Gladius felt quite satisfied, confident that the young master would also be pleased. However, he was infuriated by the tardiness of the boss. Had he not brought along the foolish and playful buffalo, he might have already resorted to violence. I'll wait 10 more minutes, if your boss has yet to appear. Do not blame me for being impolite. I am quite curious to hear how you intend to be impolite. Gladius turned towards the source of the calm yet forceful voice. only to see a young swordsman clad in sunglasses, who hardly resembled a boss, entering the room. Upon laying eyes on Carl for the first time, Gladius instantly shed his previous arrogance, nearly leaping from the sofa. "It's you? Indeed. What are you doing here?" "Why, of course I am here." While not the highest-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, Gladius possessed an intellect that easily placed him in the top tier. He understood that the pirate known as Carl had a bounty of only 81 million berries, far beneath that of the young master. Yet this did not imply that Carl's strength was inferior to his own. Gladius recalled that intelligence indicated this pirate, Carl, was a madman. If he disregarded the Don Quixote family's authority and suddenly attacked, would he be left with no means of escape? Contemplating these thoughts, Gladius's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "From your words, it seems you are familiar with me?" Carl was taken aback by Gladius's reaction, finding it amusing. "Has my reputation grown so vast that even the Don Quixote family recognizes me?" The pirate Shadow Blade Carl, with a bounty of 81 million berries, is the most threatening pirate to have recently emerged in the West Sea. He has clashed with the war maniac Dominic, the devil policeman Lafayette, the Silver Fang killer organization, and the gangster Capone Beach. Gladius calmly recited Carl's information, hoping to showcase the Don Quixote family's intelligence capabilities. However, little did he know, Carl was equally well-versed in the affairs of the Don Quixote family. "Indeed. Your information-gathering skills are commendable. Why not join me? I can offer you a position as an intelligence officer." Shadowblade Carl. "Do not presume that because you have slain a few pirates in the West Sea you are exceptional. Do you know who I am?" Gladius's tone turned frigid. And though his face was concealed, Carl could surmise the icy expression he bore. "I do not know." Carl approached the sofa and settled down, casually beckoning Robin to pour him a cup of coffee. "You may not know this, but I am here on behalf of the Don Quixote family to negotiate with you." Gladius was rather displeased by Carl's demeanor, yet his reason quelled his ire. "I have a vague impression of Don Quixote. Thank you." Carl accepted the coffee from Robin, uttered a polite thanks, took a sip, and languidly remarked, "I heard your leader is named Doflamingo?" Silence. "Is the name of the young master something you dare to utter? You are only worthy of referring to him by his codename Joker." The Don Quixote family upheld strict protocols. The four highest-ranking officials, hearts, spades, clubs, and diamonds, who had rendered service to Doflamingo could call him Doff, while the ordinary members referred to him as the young master. As for the expendable subordinates, they could only respectfully address him as Sir. Now, don't be angry. Please, take a seat." Carl gestured dismissively, indicating for Gladius to sit. Though he did not concern himself with whether Gladius was inclined to comply, he continued, "Aren't you here to discuss business? Rather than adhering to your family's regulations, I am eager to hear the terms you propose." Despite his anger, Gladius found it impractical to confront Carl directly. So he composed himself and articulated the intentions of the Don Quixote family, aside from the casinos and auction houses on this island. "The underground trading markets are also under the control of your Carla family, correct?" "Indeed, they are." "Very well, we have no substantial demands. The operation of these casinos and auction houses will remain in your hands. However, the management of arms trading and the trade of devil fruits in the underground black market will henceforth be under our jurisdiction." Gladius steadied himself and revealed their primary requirement. "Not a problem." Carl agreed without a moment's hesitation to the demands of the Don Quixote family. Robin's brow furrowed slightly, her curious gaze directed at Carl. Noticing that Carl was oblivious to her attention, Robin turned to Poffys, who wore an expression of utter acceptance. "Wise decision. Wait a moment." Carl interrupted Gladius before he could finish. "While it may be under your control, what about your people? I don't see a single one of them around." Karyan raised his eyebrows and spread his hands, adopting an exaggerated expression. "Are you planning to send someone over in a few days? Or do you intend to take advantage of us without any compensation? I work, you profit?" Gladiolus never anticipated such a question from the other party. Typically, these minor pirates from the seas would quail at the mention of their origin from the Grand Line. And upon hearing that their young master was the notorious pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo, who boasted a bounty nearing 300 million, they would be eager to align themselves with the Don Quixote family. Yet, why did this rural pirate's reaction seem entirely opposite? From his words, it appeared he understood the young master better than those previous cowards, but his demeanor showed no fear. Instead, he seemed somewhat provocative. Was he truly mad? "My young master is Joker, the infamous pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo. I am aware. We are pirates hailing from the Grand Line." Gladiolus wished to articulate further, but found himself at a loss for words. "Are you quite finished?" "Very well, Miss Flower. See our guest out." Miss Flower was a name Karyan had coined. Inspired by Robin's codename Miss All Sunday during her time with Baroque Works, with flower drawn from her Hana no Mi abilities, he had promised to ensure Robin's safety. But that did not imply he would flaunt her name carelessly, inviting trouble. Think carefully, while you may thrive in the West Sea. The Grand Line presents an entirely different caliber of strength. Gladiolus remained unconvinced, unable to believe that the Don Quixote family's reputation had diminished so drastically in the West Sea. Friend, does your young master teach you only the etiquette of overstaying your welcome? I shall repeat myself. See our guest out. Carleon's confident smile was accompanied by an increasingly unfriendly tone. Very well, I shall take my leave. Gladiolus scoffed and prepared to turn away. Unexpectedly, Carleon's voice rang out behind him. Ah, Gladiolus. Robin's gentle voice chimed in just in time. Mr. Gladiolus, please return and inform your clown of a young master that though this is the West Sea and not the Grand Line, there exists here a force that you cannot afford to provoke. Carleon's provocation ignited something within Gladiolus, whose sharp gaze pierced through his glasses. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. With nothing more than a cold huff, Gladiolus turned and exited the parlor. It was only after leaving the building that he regained his composure from the sensation of being watched by death itself. What overwhelming presence! It bears a resemblance to the conqueror's haki of our young master. Could it be that the formidable pirates of the West Sea are under the influence of that great pirate Shanks? Chapter 049. The Intelligence of the Opop no Mi. Impossible. Sitting leisurely in his recliner, Doflamingo found amusement in what he had just heard, laughing heartily. What interest would red-haired Shanks have in managing these petty affairs of the West Sea? He has long since departed from these waters. I have heard he is preparing for his ambitions in the New World. Yet, what did he mean by the pirates of the West Sea being untouchable? While the young master's words made sense, Gladiolus still felt a twinge of unease. Gladiolus, you are undoubtedly overthinking this. We have eliminated plenty of such reckless pirates over the years. A sticky voice interjected, and Gladiolus knew without turning that it belonged to the esteemed Tory Pole. Let him revel in his arrogance for a few days. Once I have settled matters here, I shall show him who truly cannot be trifled with. Doflamingo chuckled coldly, adjusting his sunglasses. Doflamingo, I can handle this myself. There is no need for you to intervene with such insignificant pests. A sharp voice, almost inhuman, suddenly emerged from a hulking figure. Pika, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family and a user of the Ishi no Mi Pika, please remain calm. Gladiolus's expression behind his sunglasses did not soften in light of the comments from the two high-ranking officers. He stepped forward, standing before Doflamingo. Young master, based on my observations, the pirate known as Carleon may possess Conqueror's Haki. The moment Gladiolus spoke, the cabin fell silent, as if a film had been paused. The three highest officers of the Don Quixote family were particularly shocked. They had chosen to follow Doflamingo upon realizing he possessed Conqueror's Haki, an ability they regarded as divine. Hiki. Conqueror's Haki, you say? How intriguing. After a moment of reflection, Doflamingo broke the silence with an excited laugh. Pika, unable to fathom Doflamingo's thoughts, found himself at a loss for words. Gladiolus, this is not a jest. What exactly is going on? Finally, Diamante, the highest officer of the Diamante family, spoke up. I am not entirely certain. When that individual locked eyes with me, I felt as though I was facing not a mere human, but a harbinger of death that could take my life at any moment. I have only ever felt such a terrifying aura when our young master unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Hence, I suggested to the young master that I could not definitively ascertain if it was indeed Conqueror's Haki. I merely felt a striking similarity and hoped for his precaution. Gladiolus hesitated briefly before sharing his personal experience facing Carleon. Could Conqueror's Haki be wielded in such a manner? Perhaps it is a power derived from some kind of devil fruit? Diamante and Toripole exchanged glances before ultimately directing their attention back to Doflamingo. Hiki, it matters not. I find myself increasingly eager to meet this unconventional figure, Carleon. Suddenly, a small transponder snail on the table beside Doflamingo began to ring. Its face smeared with a morsel of biscuit. All the officers present held their breath in silence. For the ringing of this particular transponder snail signified the arrival of crucial intelligence. Once the highest officer of the Don Quixote family's Red Heart Pirates, and now a Navy informant, Virgo. Doflamingo picked up the transponder snail without speaking, and moments later, set it down, his expression serious. All eyes were drawn to him, awaiting his command in hushed anticipation. Hiki. Doflamingo chuckled, and the tension in the cabin eased as the officers realized that his mirth indicated the situation was not dire. Doflamingo? Toripole tentatively inquired. We have news regarding the Opop no Mi. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. This piece of intelligence was as stimulating to them as the previous news about the small pirate from the West Sea wielding Conqueror's Haki. However, this time, the buyers were none other than the detestable Navy, which meant they would undoubtedly face considerable risks. Although Doflamingo spoke nonchalantly, his expression suggested that he was not particularly concerned about the Navy. Could this be a scheme devised by the Navy against us? Doflamingo. It has been nearly 6 months since they last pursued us, Torbull cautiously reminded him, sensing a hint of conspiracy. We will discuss this matter further later. For now, give me the order to set sail to the North Sea at full speed. Doflamingo. Just as everyone prepared to depart, Pika seemed to have a different opinion. What is the matter, Pika? That pirate named Carl dared to insult the Don Quixote family. I must stay behind and teach him a harsh lesson. Pika's sharp voice was laced with boundless fury. Hehehe, I almost forgot about him until you mentioned it. Doflamingo sneered and returned to the doorway, but Pika, your abilities are not well suited for combat at sea. Let Diamante handle this matter. Diamante, you and your square army will temporarily remain in the West Sea. Aside from eliminating that pirate named Carl, you must also discipline the underground forces in the West Sea, ensuring they remember the name Joker. Rest assured, Doflamingo, I will take care of this. Diamante grinned widely, confidently patting his chest. Diamante, you'd better not kill Carl, just imprison him, for when we return, I want to personally deal with that scoundrel. Pika waved his massive fist at Diamante, his expression fierce, resembling an angry child. No problem. Diamante laughed heartily, ultimately turning his gaze to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, Pika, you can confidently go after that so-called surgery fruit. When you return, I will host a grand welcome banquet for you on Ruster Island, known as the Little Gourmet City. Chapter 050. We are different, heh? One wouldn't expect it, Mr. Carl. That you could still find humor amidst the pirates from the Grand Line. After bidding farewell to Gladius, Robin observed Carl, who was leisurely seated on the sofa, and her expression gradually calmed. Her intuition told her that since Carl dared to challenge the Don Quixote family, he must possess his own trump card. In stark contrast to Robin's smiling demeanor, Paphos's face had turned ashen, a stark departure from his previous self-assuredness. According to his principles, when faced with an insurmountable foe, one ought to retreat rather than act rashly. Thus, he had readily succumbed to the influence of the Carla family, for Paphos, having weathered many storms, was no longer inclined to confront any risks. He now harbored a twinge of regret, questioning whether aligning himself with this pirate named Carl was indeed a grave mistake. Who was his opponent? A pirate from the Grand Line, bounty of 280 million berries, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Even Carl's bounty was merely 81 million berries, nearly 200 million less. Furthermore, the strength of the Grand Line contrasted sharply with that of the Four Seas, while many renowned pirates hailed from the Four Seas. Their aspirations were aimed at the New World, not languishing in a small place like the West Sea. Paphos, furrowed and silent, could not conceal his unease from Carl's keen gaze. Are you afraid? Carl inquired, stepping closer to Paphos, a faint smile playing on his lips. No, boss. You are indeed frightened. Carl emphasized his words, causing Paphos to flinch slightly. Fear is natural. If you remained unfazed in the face of someone like Doflamingo, I might think twice about employing you. Carl turned away from Paphos' position. Boss, that is a pirate with a bounty of 280 million. Since the boss has made such a statement, Paphos steeled himself, rising from his seat. Why are you panicking? Carl waved his hand, signaling Paphos to remain calm. Individuals in different positions naturally have distinct roles. Since you have joined our Carla family, I would never recklessly thrust you into the front lines as fodder. I will bear the brunt of any fallout. All you need to do is focus on your responsibilities. Though Paphos's emotions were conflicted, he had little choice but to acquiesce. Hoping that this young boss would not suddenly abandon him, Carl was rather taken aback by the bounty of 81 million berries placed upon him, particularly perplexed by how the Navy arrived at the figure of 1 million. After a brief, self-amused chuckle, he turned to face Parphos and inquired, Parphos, how have you fared with the tasks I entrusted to you? Rest assured, I have diligently conveyed all the regulations you established. Family members are strictly prohibited from harassing civilians at will. Theft and robbery are forbidden. Patrons entering the casino must possess a minimum amount of cash. And the mortgaging of property is not allowed, nor is the pawning of slaves. Parphos reiterated the rules set forth by Carl, yet his expression grew increasingly curious. Although he did not fully grasp his employer's intentions, he executed his duties with unwavering diligence, a demeanor that greatly pleased Carl. Are you perplexed as to why? As a pirate, I would impose such restrictive regulations? Given Parfai's steadfast adherence to his responsibilities, Karl felt inclined to shed light on the matter for his bewildered subordinate. "My subordinate indeed lacks understanding," Parfais replied, bowing his head slightly. "What are we? We are the Karla family, not merely the Karla pirate crew. We seek influence, wealth, and power. We are distinct from those pirates who solely focus on plundering berries." Karl concentrated for a moment and continued, "Indeed, as a pirate, my lack of inclination towards plunder may seem somewhat unorthodox. However, whoever claimed that my aspiration was to become the pirate king? Robbery is merely a means to acquire wealth swiftly, not an end in itself. If we can gradually cultivate our endeavors in this western sea, earning our fortune steadily, why should we resort to a life of transient heists, perpetually on the run and sleeping rough? As for the rules of gambling, one must adopt a long-term perspective. Wiping out an opponent's fortune not only renders them utterly ruined but also constitutes a one-time transaction. Moreover, debts may not always be repaid. What if they choose to leap into the sea? By granting them an opportunity, one also creates an opportunity for oneself. Those blinded by greed will inevitably return. This too is a sustainable business model. As for those who exhaust their fortunes in return for more, that is none of our concern. For we only accept cash and extend no credit. The fate of those reckless gamblers is of their own making. Parfais was not a foolish man. He simply lacked foresight. Upon Karl's straightforward explanation, his subordinate grasped Karl's intent. Suddenly, Parfais realized that this young pirate was entirely different from those he had previously encountered. Perhaps he could indeed navigate the threats posed by the Don Quixote family with aplomb. Even Robin, who had remained silent until now, looked at Karl with a glimmer of surprise, gaining a new understanding of the shadowy figure named Karl. He was not merely a fearless madman. He resembled a far-sighted businessman. 3 days later, Karl prepared to set sail for Seven Island. Intending to ascertain whether there were any underground forces he could recruit in the vicinity of the naval branch where Carlo was stationed. In stark contrast, Diamante and his square army were already navigating the seas, having concluded their business at Seven Island, and were now poised to claim Karl's head at Rust Island. "Captain, there's an eccentric individual on the horizon." A sailor aboard Diamante's ship rushed to report, clutching a telescope. Diamante took the telescope and peered in the direction indicated by his subordinate. An unusual vessel. Through the telescope, Diamante observed a peculiar small boat gliding across the distant waters, leaving a long trail behind it. "It's him." Diamante's pupils dilated in sudden realization, as if he had uncovered something momentous. "Men, sink that small boat at once." Boom. With a command from Diamante, the gunners aboard the pirate ship swiftly took their positions. As soon as the target fell within range, the ship's cannon sounded the alarm for battle. Chapter 051. A slice that severed. Karl, riding a jet ski across the sea, had already spotted Diamante's pirate ship. Just as he wondered why the pirate flag seemed somewhat familiar, the enemy initiated cannon fire against him. Facing the cannonballs that sliced through the air towards him, Karl drew his blade, the soul-severing knife, and effortlessly cleaved the spherical projectiles in half, which fell into the ocean like tofu. It was only when Karl surged towards the pirate ship that the two halves of the cannonball detonated, though he remained oblivious to the mechanics of ammunition in this world. Fire in unison. Observing that the ship's cannon struggled to hit the peculiar small craft, Diamante issued a new order, commanding his crew to employ firearms to suppress Karl, who was weaving in an S-shaped pattern on the jet ski. A torrent of bullets rained down upon the sea, forcing Karl to evade and steer his jet ski away from the pirate ship. "Chase him down." Seeing Karl's apparent intention to flee, a smug grin spread across Diamante's face, but it quickly morphed into curiosity. Why has he stopped again? Other pirates aboard also witnessed this strange scene, perplexed by what Karl was attempting. From a distance, it appeared as though he had surrendered the fight. It must be that strange little boat has lost power. "Men, accelerate and pursue," Diamante barked, urging his men onward. However, before the helmsman could maneuver the ship, an astonishing sight unfolded before them, causing nearly all the pirates to gawk in disbelief, their jaws agape as if they had dropped to the ground unawares. To their astonishment, Karl suddenly leaped from the peculiar small vessel into the sea, yet the truly incredible part was that he did not plunge into the water. His feet seemed to rest upon something solid, allowing him to stand firmly atop the ocean's surface. "This is impossible," Diamante roared, nearly losing his voice. If a person could stand on the sea, what significance did a sailing ship hold? Diamante snatched a telescope from a nearby subordinate, hastily adjusting its focus in an attempt to discern what was beneath Karl's feet. Is that ice? A large question mark loomed in Diamante's mind as he rubbed his eyes and re-examined through the telescope. There was no mistaking it. The shadowy figure of Carl was indeed standing atop a floating block of ice. Is this a devil fruit ability? No, that can't be. The ice fruit was consumed by Marine Vice Admiral Kazan, wasn't it? Could it be that Carl had devoured a similar fruit? Men, fire. Blow that guy to smithereens. Unable to comprehend the nature of the fruit, Diamante decided to abandon his musings, reasoning that as long as they shattered the ice beneath him, the devil fruit user would be powerless in the water. Boom. A cannonball sliced through the air, hurtling towards Carl's position. Now accustomed to standing on the ice, Carl remained unperturbed until the very last moment, leaping high to slice the cannonball in two. The projectile exploded in the ocean behind him, sending a surge of water skyward, while Carl landed back on the sea, generating another ice flow beneath his feet. Since Carl was currently freezing the seawater beneath him with his frost powers, it differed from the extended icy pathways created by Kazan along the shore, which meant that Carl had only a floating piece of ice beneath him, lacking the stability of solid ground that Kazan enjoyed while riding a bicycle. At times, Carl pondered the audacity with which Kazan wielded his powers, unrestrainedly freezing the ocean as he traversed its expanse. Was this not a display of moral depravity? The frozen surface created by the ice fruit would not melt away easily, and countless vessels would inevitably face delays due to the sudden emergence of icy barriers upon the sea. Once again, a cannonball was fired towards Carl's position. He leapt once more, his silhouette firmly establishing itself upon another stretch of ocean. Excellent. He had become thoroughly accustomed to this sensation. During his earlier training, Carl had employed this technique, but at the time, he had not given it due consideration and thus had not practiced it extensively. To his surprise, he found himself utilizing this ability under such circumstances today. He redirected the ship's bow, commanding the side cannon to shatter the ice beneath his adversary's feet. The ship's foremost cannon proved insufficient, prompting Diamante to issue a new order swiftly. Observing the enemy gradually turning their bow, Carl grasped their intentions. However, for Carl, who had fully adjusted to the undulations of the floating ice, the addition of more cannons held no significance. Boom, boom, boom. The side cannons of the pirate ship unleashed a synchronized barrage, flames erupting as 3 cannonballs traced long arcs through the air, hurtling toward Carl's vicinity. Demon God's Decree, Shadow of Kaya. Carl summoned the Shadow Demon, his figure flickering momentarily. 3 shells erupted in the sea, sending towering columns of water skyward. Yet Carl had vanished from sight. He had skillfully evaded detection. Prepare for battle, my minions. Diamante bellowed, noticing Carl's silhouette upon the water's surface. He swiftly brandished his ribbon-like bullfighting staff. The sounds of cannon fire persisted, while the crack of gunfire intensified. Meanwhile, Carl glided effortlessly across the ocean. Each step he took conjuring a patch of floating ice approximately 1 meter in radius beneath his feet. As he pressed down, the ice submerged momentarily before gently resurfacing. In mere moments, the sea was adorned with scattered, glistening patches of ice, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. Lock. Carl navigated through a hail of bullets and leapt aboard Diamante's pirate ship, which promptly surged towards him. Simultaneously, he activated the powers of the flare fruit, homing in on the ribbon-like bullwhip, restoring the true form of his rapier. Demon Slash. Fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Carl launched a fierce attack, delivering a swift and merciless strike. Diamante, convinced of his own prowess in battle, was taken aback when, just as he positioned his broadsword defensively, the opponent's blade effortlessly severed it in two. Chapter 052, 1 against 3. How could this be? Diamante had never anticipated that the shadowy blade wielded by Carl would possess such ferocity. Much of his strength was concentrated in that sword, and now, as it lay shattered, he found himself utterly at a loss. In a moment of chaos, Diamante seized the cloak draped behind him, raising it as a shield while simultaneously retreating. The lock bullfighting cloak. Crafted from molten steel, Diamante's cloak possessed the same formidable hardness as iron. Typically, he would harness the powers of his floating fruit to allow this iron cloak to billow as if it were a true cape, but in a critical moment, he would activate his ability to solidify the cloak, conjuring an impenetrable wall of steel before him. Carl wielded the Soulbreaker, swiftly thrusting the dark blade towards Diamante. In an instant, their strikes collided, the tips of their weapons almost simultaneously piercing the same spot on Diamante's bullfighter cloak. The force combined, creating a hole in the once impenetrable steel fabric. Though the cloak was crafted from fine steel, its thinness could not withstand Carl's mastery of the Phantom 3 strikes. Within mere moments, Diamante revealed a state of utter helplessness under Carl's relentless barrage. Lord Diamante, in the blink of an eye, the ordinary officers aboard the ship finally rushed to the scene of the clash between Carl and Diamante. Among them, Rauji, One of the standard officers of the Don Quixote family was the first to charge towards Karl. This eccentric old man, bursting with youthful fervor, radiated an unwavering spirit of zeal. Rao Ji unleashed his Earth Elder Fist, while Karl stood his ground, his left arm enveloped in the armor of Haki. Bolstered by Kazan's power, he met Rao Ji's fist head-on. The Earth Elder Fist possessed an uncanny nature. The older the user, the more ailments they bore, yet paradoxically, the technique's potency intensified. Furthermore, the greater the age of the adversary, the more formidable the Earth Elder Fist became. Alas, Rao Ji had yet to reach the advanced age he would attain 14 years hence, and Karl was far from the frail leader he would become in the future. As their fists collided, they parted in an instant, leaving the sailors aboard momentarily dazed. Rao Ji was sent flying backward with greater speed than he had approached, crashing into a barrel of ale, soaking himself in the golden liquid. Karl did not pursue the Rao Ji that he had sent flying. He was preparing to continue his confrontation with Diamantai when, unexpectedly, something suddenly grasped his legs. Karl looked down and was startled to see a man, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, resembling a successful individual, emerging from the deck in a horrifying manner, as he reached out with both hands to grasp Karl's legs. Karl had little recollection of the sunglasses-wearing man's appearance, yet he distinctly remembered his abilities. Thus, he swiftly recognized the individual beneath him as Senor, a common cadre of the Don Quixote family Esquire army, endowed with the powers of the swim fruit. The capabilities bestowed by this fruit were remarkably peculiar. Its user could swim in any location, even beneath the ground or ascend a bell tower, but curiously, they were unable to swim in the sea. This fruit's abilities indeed seemed rather tragic, much like the life of Senor himself. Karl remembered that this say, or would one day experience a tragic love story. From the perspective of love, this say, or could indeed be regarded as a good man, a notion that moved Karl, who possessed a divine viewpoint in his previous life. However, standing against the say, or at this moment, Karl was consumed by a singular thought: had you not crossed paths with her, perhaps that young lady could have found true happiness. Do not ruin the life of a fine young woman, even if you could defeat Lord Diamantai. It is impossible for you to survive the onslaught of our united forces. Just watch as I reduce you to a mere pulp. Karl looked up to see a rotund, ball-like blonde man floating above him. This peculiar individual was the user of the top of fruit, the extraordinarily heavy Mojabes, whose devil fruit granted him the ability to alter his own weight at will. Hey, Mojabes, are you out of your mind? We're on a ship. If you capsize it, we'll all perish in this vast sea. Before Karl could utter another word, Diamante, unable to maintain his composure, interjected. Oh, how could I have forgotten that? Mojabes cursed as he drifted towards another position. Observing this, Diamante let out a sigh of relief as he retrieved a stack of cloth from his pocket, unfolding it to reveal a massive iron hammer. You little brat, perish! Diamante bellowed, charging towards Karl, just as Lao Ji snapped back to reality and rushed towards Karl, who was being restrained by Senor. In the blink of an eye, Karl found himself ensnared within the encirclement of three individuals, the situation suddenly becoming exceedingly perilous. Karl lowered his head, fixating intently on Sei Or's eyes. The gaze behind Sei Or's sunglasses was sharp, exuding an aura that matched Karl's intensity. However, Sei Or suddenly experienced a piercing pain in his mind, as if someone were using a knife to carve into his very brain. The scenery before him faded into darkness, akin to a television losing power, while a deafening buzz echoed in his ears. Sei Or, why have you released your grip? Diamantai shouted, noticing Sei Or's distress. Yet, Sei Or could no longer hear his voice, and the next moment, his hands had completely relinquished their hold on Karl's legs. Ghost slash, crescent moon. Karl swiftly turned and delivered a powerful strike towards Rao Ji, a massive dark purple blade aura materializing instantaneously from the tip of his weapon. In the blink of an eye, it sliced through the air, reaching Rao Ji's position. True to his reputation as a master of physical combat, Rao Ji hastily crossed his arms defensively in front of himself, enveloping them in Armament Haki. Remarkably, he managed to avoid being cleaved in two by the crescent blade aura. Nevertheless, he was unable to fully withstand the ferocity of the dark purple energy, which forced him to stagger backward until he collided violently with the ship's railing. The blade aura dissipated, and Rao Ji was ultimately struck by Karl's blow, plunging him into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, Diamante's colossal hammer was already descending towards the crown of Karl's head. As Karl's blade remained unsheathed, a formidable power entwined around his left hand. The shadowy whip tore through the air with a sudden brilliance, effortlessly disarming Diamante of the hammer he wielded. With a swift kick, Karl sent Diamante crashing to the ground. The latter cried out in agony, yet any semblance of resistance had vanished, for a sea stone dagger was already embedded in his palm. Chapter 053. Remarkable agility, charge forth and slay this pirate. Diamante bellowed, enduring the searing pain radiating from his hand, rallying the sailors aboard the ship. Lay down your weapons, and I may spare your lives. In an unexpected turn of benevolence, Karl displayed a rare mercy, losing interest in continuing his assault on the remaining pirates. The ordinary pirates exchanged glances, paralyzed by indecision. On one side loomed the daunting Don Quixote family, akin to the fabled sword of Damocles, and on the other, the merciless pirate Shadowblade Karl, who could snuff out their lives at any moment. If given the choice, they would have preferred to leap into the sea in search of salvation. Yet now, not a single island was in sight. The frigid waters would surely claim them before they could reach safety. Best not entertain any thoughts of escape. Some pirates, eager to flee, froze in their tracks upon hearing Karl's ominous warning, cold sweat trickling down their backs, fearing their furtive intentions had been uncovered. However, as Karl's gaze shifted, the pirates realized his target was not them, but rather Lord Mahabais. Having witnessed Karl's prowess, Mahabais had already taken flight, utilizing the abilities of the Tunpress fruit to lighten his weight. His corpulent form floated skyward like a balloon, seeking to evade this perilous situation. Haha, you're doomed. Once Doflamingo hears the news, he will personally rend you to pieces. Diamante, witnessing Mahabais abandon him, felt a strange clarity wash over him rather than anger. The excruciating pain in his hand made him grimace, yet he attempted to feign a smile, his face contorting grotesquely, almost terrifying in appearance. Such remarkable agility. Karl gazed at the leisurely drifting Mahabais in the sky and couldn't help but express his discontent. After searching the deck for quite some time, he was unable to locate a folding stool and ultimately resorted to procuring a wine bottle instead. Karl accelerated with determination, each step resounding like a thunderous clap upon the deck. Upon reaching the vessel's edge, he hurled the bottle in his grasp, which soared through the sunlight, tracing a brilliant arc toward Mahabis. Unlike Lafayette, who soared through the air, Mahabis merely floated, his pace languid. Beware behind you, Mahabis. He faintly heard Lord Diamante's voice calling out. However, his view was obstructed by his own corpulent form. Reluctantly, he turned midair, only to be met with the sight of a glimmering object hurtling toward him. Caught off guard, Mahabis was struck squarely on the nose by the bottle Karl had thrown. Blood erupted from him like a crimson blossom as shards of glass lacerated his rotund visage. Thus, Mahabis succumbed to the blow, plummeting into the ocean with a resounding splash. Karl observed Mahabis' plight with a mix of amusement and discomfort, instinctively rubbing his own nose, unable to fathom the sharp sensation of pain. You fool, you've killed Mahabis. Diamante roared, gripping his wrist in fury. He had attempted to free his sea stone dagger, but the overwhelming power of the sea stone and the intense agony had sapped him of most of his strength. Moreover, the dagger was embedded deeply in the deck, rendering him powerless. It was your own doing. Had you not called out to him, could he have turned back? Karl retorted dismissively. If he hadn't looked back, I might not have been able to knock him down. He cast his gaze over the other pirates, who, in their panic, discarded their weapons, desperate to preserve their own lives. Are you jesting? This madman dares to slay even the officers. Surely our lives are as insignificant as ants in his eyes? You scoundrel. I shall kill you. Senior, regaining consciousness, staggered and threw a punch at Karl. If you intend to ambush, spare me your words. Karl effortlessly evaded Senior's lackluster attack, delivering a swift strike to the back of his neck, causing Senior to faint once more. Say, do you have any sea stone handcuffs? Karl inquired with a grin, crouching beside Diamante. None, Diamante replied curtly, his answer resolute. You best reconsider. Without sea stone handcuffs, I will have no choice but to pin you to this deck. Karl squinted, his smile growing more sinister. You madman! Diamante seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet he found himself powerless. What are you all dawdling for? Go fetch them. The pirates aboard the ship, upon receiving the command, scrambled in a frenzy toward the cabin. During a fierce battle aboard the pirate ship, Karl executed a technique known as the Demon Slash, Crescent Moon against Rauji. At the time, he acted without much contemplation. But only after the skirmish concluded did he realize that he had inadvertently severed the ship's main mast. Without the main mast, the vessel struggled to sail any considerable distance. Resigned to his predicament, Karl commanded the crew of pirates to employ the seldom used oars to navigate the ship laboriously towards the nearest Pineapple Island, the very isle where he first encountered Dominic. On this island, which thrived on the spoils of past pirates, there existed a modest shipyard. Karl intended to abduct Diamante and Senior for leverage, aiming to profit from Doflamingo. To execute his plan, he first needed to repair the pirate ship before escorting them back to the stronghold on Rusk Island. He had witnessed how Doflamingo went to great lengths merely for the kidnapping of an ordinary member of his family. Carl was confident that capturing the esteemed Diamante would yield far greater value. Pray tell, where is Doflamingo now? Sitting comfortably on the captain's sofa. Carl savored the desserts adorning the table while engaging in conversation with Diamante and Senior. At that moment, Senior was not only shackled with sea-stone handcuffs but was also tightly bound with iron wire by Carl. He is not here, Diamante replied. Leaning against the wall with closed eyes, disdain etched across his features. He spoke the truth and felt no compulsion to deceive. Where has he gone? To the North Sea. The North Sea? Carl's brow furrowed in thought. Having spent some time in this world, he had long forgotten the specific dates of significant historical events and was unaware of the year Luffy set sail. What business does he have in the North Sea? I do not know. Is one sea not enough? He must venture to the North Sea as well. This behavior was indeed characteristic of him, insatiable greed. Chapter 054. You are in trouble. Listen, Senior. You stay aboard and ensure these men repair the ship properly. I shall take a stroll on the island. Should any of you dare to flee, beware. I might just sever an arm from Diamante. You know I mean what I say. Listening to the clinking sounds of ship repairs, Carl felt irritable and, in his boredom, decided to visit the very island where he had nearly faced defeat. To prevent the subordinates of the Don Quixote family from escaping, Carl left Senior on the ship. With him present, the pirates would think twice before attempting to flee. To ensure Senior's compliance, Carl took Diamante along as a hostage. As Senior's direct superior and a companion, Carl believed that Senior's strong sense of loyalty would compel him to care for Diamante, even in the worst-case scenario. Should Senior and his crew of pirates escape from Pineapple Island, it would not significantly impact Carl. He would merely lose an ordinary member as leverage. For the true prize remained with Diamante. Initially, Diamante displayed a facade of defiance and reluctance while following Carl. However, after enduring a few lashes from Carl, he soon acquiesced. The corruption of the dark elements inflicted upon him was too much to bear. Before long, Carl found the location of their previous battle. Months had passed, and the underbrush had flourished once more. One could hardly discern that a conflict had once transpired in this very place without careful scrutiny. Carl sighed and shook his head. Yet this scene did not escape Diamante's notice. What is there to sigh about? You single-handedly annihilated the entire block army of the Don Quixote family. Is that not enough to satisfy you? If anyone should be sighing, it ought to be me. I previously terminated 2 assassins here, well, indirectly, as I merely found myself reflecting on the brutal disregard for human life in this chaotic world. Carl did not conceal the events that had transpired. A pirate known for his merciless killings lamenting the value of life. How utterly amusing. Diamante seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke. And although he had been reduced to a prisoner at the hands of his adversary, the years of living in a position of power had instilled a sense of pride within him. He was not one to easily bow his head. What do you know? Carl refrained from elaborating. Compared to those who once inhabited the 21st century on Earth, the locals of this pirate world resembled little more than uncivilized savages. Where was I headed last time? Carl recalled that his intention was to venture out for a leisurely respite, only to be confronted by an unfortunate incident along the way. With this thought in mind, he resolved to continue the excursion he had left unfinished. Little did he anticipate that, from the distant thicket, a pair of eyes was quietly fixated upon him. Accompanied by the foolish Diamante, who could only muster trivial chatter, Carl lamented the absence of any common ground for conversation. This individual proved to be less uplifting than a mere husky. As time progressed, Carl gradually arrived at the opposite end of the island, where he beheld several local fishermen in the shallows by the sea. It had been quite some time since he had allowed himself a moment of relaxation, he mused. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had either been caught up in relentless pursuits or preoccupied with honing his own abilities. At times, he would fantasize about the prospect of boarding Luffy's ship, surrounded by a merry band of companions, never to feel the pangs of solitude again. Carl suddenly found himself chuckling, realizing that he had become akin to the person in a humorous anecdote from his past life, who merely observed others fishing. Why does that silhouette seem so familiar? Among the fishermen, there were individuals of all ages and genders, which was nothing extraordinary. Yet, Carl's attention was captured by a little girl with striking red hair styled in twin ponytails. Is that not the little loli from the soup shop? How did she end up here? Am I imagining things? Filled with curiosity, Carl eagerly tugged at Diamante and hurried over. As he approached within 10 meters of the red-haired girl, she unexpectedly turned around without any warning. Goodness, it truly is you. Carl was taken aback, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Mr. Beard, where is your beard? The red-haired girl inquired, clasping her hands behind her back and smiling brightly. At that moment, she was assisting an elderly man in sorting through the various fish he had caught. Her pant legs were rolled up high, and her delicate little feet were speckled with mud. She had a slender figure, her twin ponytails cascading down to her waist, while she wore a simple white t-shirt paired with a black vest adorned with red trim. Her figure was in the early stages of development, and her attire, though modest, could not conceal her exquisite features. Her fair, tender face was dusted with a hint of moist sand, almost as fragile as a lychee. What was most striking, however, were her red pupils, mirroring her hair color, yet devoid of any hint of bloodlust or frenzy, instead radiating a serene tranquility. As Carl busily attended to his duties at the soup shop, he had not paid much attention to the girl's appearance. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that she was a veritable beauty, and her future looks would undoubtedly rival those of the esteemed Catherine of the Olive Branch. What about that beard? It must go. Were it not for that facial hair, would I have been recognized by that band of pirates? Carl feigned annoyance, intending to tease the young girl. Yet, another pressing question crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "Hey, little one, why have you left your post at the soup shop? Shouldn't you be attending to your duties?" Of course, it was rather dull. I got myself fired, she replied, playfully kicking at the fine sand beneath her feet, her expression light and carefree. Saruno, are these two your friends? At that moment, the old fisherman hurried over, instinctively protective of the young girl. The young man in front seemed relatively normal despite wielding a knife, yet the figure behind him bore an intimidating demeanor. Curiously, the latter was bound tightly, while the former held a rope in his hand. Was this a master-slave relationship? That seemed unlikely. Slaves did not typically dress so impressively. Rest assured, Grandpa Jimmy, they are all my friends. Who are your friends? Diamante interjected with a hint of displeasure. Silence. Carl waved his hand, dark purple energy swirling around his palm. Diamante immediately fell silent. Oh, if they're your friends, then that's fine. Old Jimmy's expression remained somewhat apprehensive. However, since Saruno had vouched for them, she would not joke about her own safety, would she? Apologies, Grandpa Jimmy, but I'm unable to assist you at this moment. Not to worry, not to worry. You all go enjoy yourselves. Old Jimmy waved them off, watching as Saruno and the others departed from the shore. Saruno, is it? Carl recalled her name, and upon receiving a nod, continued. What brings you here? My questions are of little importance. Let's discuss you first. Me? What about me? Mr. Carl, you are in trouble. Chapter 055, 7:23 a.m. Trouble? What sort of trouble could I possibly be in? Carl's eyelids twitched, yet his expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze upon the girl with ruby-like eyes, internally astonished. How did this young waitress come to know my name? If she recognized me through a bounty notice, why was she so unperturbed in the presence of a pirate notorious for being dubbed a madman with an 81 million berries bounty? Surely, it could not be merely because I had once politely handed her a few berries. The red-haired girl did not respond to Carl's inquiry. Instead, she turned her attention to Diamante, who stood behind Carl. Both Carl and Diamante comprehended the girl's intent simultaneously. Before Carl could speak, Diamante sneered mockingly. Ah, I truly wish to hear what trouble a madman like you might encounter. Alas, it seems I shall not. With a knowing air, Diamante exited. Yet Carl was not inclined to let him off so easily. He pursued him, binding him to a tree. Hey, must you be so excessive? Diamante shouted. But upon realizing Carl had walked away with no response, he resigned himself to shaking his legs and observing the surroundings. Mr. Carl, allow me to introduce myself. I am Saruno. Once a waitress, and now, well, homeless. As Carl returned, Saruno began her brief self-introduction. How did you come to know my name? Carl crossed his arms over his chest, leaning against a large tree. From the bounty notice, of course. Saruno perched herself atop a fallen tree not far from Carl, displaying no signs of fear. Are you not afraid of me? Carl squinted, his gaze fixed on Saruno. Not particularly. I sense you are not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Besides, I possess information that is quite significant to you. Saruno's eyes remained locked on Carl's face, showing no inclination to back down as she awaited his reply. I hope your instincts prove accurate. Carl chuckled softly, unsure if any of the lives he had taken were indeed innocent. What immense trouble have I encountered? The son of the devil, Nico Robin, is currently with your family, the Kara. Isn't she? Saruno inquired, her voice softening as she spoke. Carl was taken aback by Saruno's words. How could she possibly know the identity of Nico Robin as the son of the devil? Furthermore, the Kara family had never officially declared this to the public, making her knowledge all the more perplexing. Saruno? That name does not ring a bell, and I have no recollection of a girl with red hair and red eyes. Could she be another traveler from another world? Surely, this cannot be some international jest. How do you know this? Carl asked softly, lifting his gaze slightly. I will gradually reveal this to you in due time. However, what I wish to discuss now is something else. Saruno stood, slowly approaching Carl, tilting her head to meet his eyes, and spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper yet crystal clear. The warlord of the sea, Crocodile, is seeking someone who can decipher ancient texts. Carl remained silent, a frown creasing his brow as he pondered how Saruno seemed to know everything. When had Crocodile even come to the West Sea? Saruno broke the tense silence, skipping back to her previous position. How do you know such things? Carl took a deep breath to steady himself, speaking in a low, rapid tone. A little girl wandering these seas must gather information, or she may not even know how she met her demise, Saruno replied nonchalantly. These are hardly secrets. If one is sincere, such knowledge can be acquired. Indeed. Both the identities of Nico Robin as the son of the devil and Crocodile as a warlord of the sea were common knowledge, though many could not recognize these individuals at first glance. So, you came here solely to inform me of this? Mr. Carl, I am not a deity. How could I possibly know you would be here? Saruno sighed lightly, shaking her head with a smile. I had no intention of involving myself in your affairs. But fate has conspired for us to cross paths. Perhaps it is destiny. Destiny? Carl recalled that many individuals in this world believe in fate, such as Roger, who first encountered Rayleigh, and Blackbeard along with his sharpshooter. Mr. Carl, since fate has brought us together on multiple occasions, I might as well join your esteemed family. The Kars. Carl was taken aback by Cerno's words and hastily waved his hand, asserting, I am merely a pirate. What do you, a mere child, have to meddle in? Yet, Cerno replied, but you are a unique pirate. I can see that your ambitions extend far beyond the insignificant Rust Island. You possess grander ideals. Otherwise, you would not have aided Nico Robin. Cerno's ruby-like eyes seemed to penetrate through Carl's very being, although the power of pudding did not sense any malicious threat. Ha! Little brat, do not spout nonsense. Pirates are not dreamers. Carl thought that this young girl must have been brainwashed by someone, questioning her understanding of what a true pirate is. I may not know what a true pirate is, she countered, but I am aware that there is an unidentified individual lurking in the bushes behind you, secretly observing your every move. Cerno remained undeterred by Carl's remarks, her face instead adorned with a confident smile. What? Carl was taken aback, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. Within the confines of his observation, he could acutely sense any hostility, even that of a mere mosquito seeking a blood meal. However, the scope of his perception was limited, far overshadowed by the vast reach of the observation haki, which could encompass an entire island with ease. Carl firmly believed that the little girl named Cerno before him was undoubtedly a natural prodigy in the art of observation haki, akin to the girl named Aisha from the Sky Island. Should you acquiesce to my request, I shall reveal the whereabouts of the other party and impart to you the secrets of honing your observation haki. Cerno smiled brightly, seemingly posing a threat even to the ruthless pirate with an 81 million bounty on his head. It is settled. Carl, possessing unparalleled skills, was not at all concerned about the individual lurking behind him attempting a surprise attack. However, he was resolute in his need to master the observation haki. That person was positioned in the thicket behind you, at precisely 7:30, or more accurately, 7:23. If your speed were sufficient, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade your swift onslaught. As Carl's thought stirred, he commanded the manifestation of the spectral figure, Kaya, and activated the ghostly steps, swiftly darting towards the location indicated by Cerno without uttering a word. Chapter 056, the ace assassin being the sole surviving officer of the Tankiak family Esquire army. Senior felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. The pirate named Carl had ordered him to guard his subordinates while abducting Lord Diamante, leaving him utterly paralyzed in his actions. Senior wished to report the situation to the young master, yet the Den Mushi had been seized by that individual. Prior to this, everyone had assumed the operation would be effortless and had not prepared a backup Den Mushi. Should he seize the opportunity to ambush the pirate and rescue Lord Diamante? No, that would be folly. If his subordinates fled, both he and Lord Diamante would face dire consequences. Senior did not wish for Lord Diamante to lose an arm due to his negligence. See stone handcuffs? That fellow appeared to possess a devil fruit ability. If he could stealthily place the sea stone handcuffs on the pirate's feet from underground, wouldn't he that incapacitate him? What a splendid idea! With a flash of inspiration, Senior commanded his subordinates to secure one end of the sea stone handcuffs to a wooden stick, firmly filling the gaps to ensure stability. Once prepared, he gathered his subordinates and declared, "I am going to rescue Lord Diamante. You shall diligently repair the ship in my absence. It would be wise for you to remain compliant and not attempt to escape. Should I return and find you gone, well, you understand the consequences of crossing the Tankiake family." Yes, the group of pirates swallowed hard, shivering as they expressed their determination. At that moment, Richard was observing from behind the bushes, keenly watching every move of the Shadow Blade, Carl, while seeking the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He had yet to reach Rust Island, yet this individual had unwittingly delivered himself to Richard's doorstep. However, having learned from the cautionary tales of Bernard and the tragedies involving Dominic and Lafayette, Richard was now reluctant to act recklessly. He waited patiently, biding his time for the optimal moment to ensure the utter annihilation of the #1 target on the organization's blacklist. Where did he go? The prolonged surveillance had made Richard's eyes weary, and as he blinked to relieve the strain, he realized that the Shadow Blade, Carl, had vanished, leaving only a small fishing girl in his stead. A sense of murderous intent. Suddenly, Richard felt a dangerous aura closing in on him. He rolled away in a panic. But Carl had already spotted him. Escape was no longer an option. Smack. The forest echoed with a sound reminiscent of steel whips tearing flesh, followed by a wail that surpassed even the cries of slaughtered pigs, startling the birds into flight. "Spare me, my lord." As he beheld the ragged old man before him, bowing repeatedly, Carl furrowed his brow in confusion. "What is this situation?" "Spare me, my lord. I was merely here to relieve myself, unaware that I had offended you. I shall never dare again. I beg you, please let me go." "Oh, it hurts." As Carl concentrated, he dispelled the dark elemental corruption from the man's wound. Pondering in confusion, could it be that this individual is not an adversary? Although the observation Haki could indeed detect the presence of life, it could not ascertain the identity of others. Carl employed the psychic abilities of Promon to detect any hostility, only to be unexpectedly met with a lack of animosity. Could this be a colossal blunder? "Mr. Carl?" During Carl's contemplation, Cerno had already approached his side. "Cerno, have we perhaps erred?" Carl's brow furrowed, and his gaze towards Cerno bore an awkward expression. Cerno offered no reply. Instead, she slowly crouched down to scrutinize the visage of the old man. "Mr. Richard, it's time to cease your charade." Upon hearing Cerno's succinct declaration, a tempest surged within Richard's heart. Yet, as a seasoned assassin, his exceptional composure prevented any hint of vulnerability from manifesting on his exterior. "Richard?" Carl inquired, perplexed, as he was unfamiliar with the name. "The imposter Richard. The ace assassin of the Silver Fangs organization, with a flawless record of success. He was a user of the imposter fruit, capable of deceiving others by manipulating light and sound. Adept at blending into throngs of people, rendering his true identity nearly unrecognizable." At this juncture, Cerno rose to her feet and swiftly moved behind Carl, offering a playful smile. "However, Mr. Richard, you have committed a grave error. Are you truly unaware that each time you transform, you ought to don a new visage? I have seen this face long before." "Cerno, how do you possess this knowledge?" "Since the age of 6, when my parents were murdered, I have drifted alone across this vast ocean for 6 years. I am well acquainted with the affairs of the West Sea." Peering out from behind Carl, Cerno regarded Richard and continued, "Mr. Carl, should you doubt my words, you may test him. If you attempt to strike him down, observe whether he remains defenseless." Upon hearing this, Carl no longer hesitated. He drew his sword, Dwanhuan, and thrust it towards the old man's throat. To his astonishment, Richard, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly performed a backflip, successfully evading Carl's attack. Although his appearance and voice still resembled that of the elderly man, his agility surpassed that of a monkey. "This time, I made an error in my haste. Little girl, who exactly are you? Perhaps you should be more concerned about how long you can survive." Carl let out a furious roar, brandishing his blade as he lunged towards Richard. Such a being, capable of deceiving the mind sorcerer Plemon and standing against him, must not be allowed to exist. "HM? What is that pirate doing, engaging others in combat?" Sayer crouched low in another patch of grass, having just arrived at this scene. What an outrageous act, binding Lord Diamante to a tree. Upon spotting the sightseeing Diamante, Sayer cursed Carl inwardly, but soon he realized the opportunity at hand. This was the perfect moment. While someone distracted the shadowy blade Carl, he could stealthily rescue Lord Diamante and then make a discreet escape. Yes, that's the plan. Splendid. Sayer acted without hesitation. However, just as he leapt into action, an unfamiliar voice called out to him. "What a curious uncle. Why are you jumping and crashing to the ground?" "Duong." Shocked, Sayor's fruitability faltered, and his handsome face met the lush green grass with a thud, filling his mouth with dirt and grass. Who? Sayor turned and bellowed, only to find a little girl with red hair smiling at him from a short distance. Chapter 057. Hide and seek. Who are you? Why are you here? Sayor exclaimed, startled. Although the girl appeared young, her sudden presence had eluded him, indicating she was no ordinary child. Well, who are you? What brings you here? The girl mischievously blinked, returning his question with childlike curiosity. Sayor glanced back at the fierce battle between Karl and the unidentified assailant. Noticing that the latter was losing ground, time was slipping away. Little sister, I have no time for games. Sayor turned to leave, but the little girl called out, halting his steps. You're not planning to rescue that strange uncle tied to the tree, are you? How could she know this? Sayor was taken aback, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at Cerno. I see. A sudden realization struck Sayor. This girl must be allied with the shadowy blade Karl. No wonder she was here at the seaside, for she had a friend nearby, though he disapproved of such behavior. A bold idea began to form in his mind. If he kidnapped this little girl and traded her for Lord Diamante, his chances of success would surely surpass a stealthy rescue. And so it was decided. Sayor no longer rushed to burrow underground. He adjusted his bow tie, pushed up his glasses, and approached Cerno with a serious demeanor. Come here, little sister. Uncle has some candy for you. Cerno burst into laughter. Having not encountered anyone treating her this way in ages, not even during her time as a waitress. Uncle, you can keep the candy for yourself. Don't be afraid. This candy is truly delicious. Sayor rummaged through his pockets and miraculously produced a piece of gum. Uncle, look. They've finished fighting. Cerno pointed towards the battlefield, and indeed, Sayor's attention was diverted. He turned back to see that while a victor hadn't yet emerged, the battle was nearing its conclusion. You little girl. You're deceiving me. Sayor scanned his surroundings, only to find that the girl had taken cover beneath a nearby large tree. My apologies. But I can't hold back any longer. Sayor roared politely, suddenly charging towards Cerno's position. How is this possible? Although the girl moved with grace, Sayor had assumed he would easily catch her, yet he was astonished to discover that her speed surpassed his own. In the trees? Sayor looked around in confusion, failing to spot her. He suddenly glanced upward, and there she was, having escaped to a branch above. Not good. The girl is an animal-type devil fruit user? The figure before him had transformed. She now possessed pointed animal ears, small fangs, and a tail, resembling a character from a fantastical tale. From Sayor's experience, such an odd appearance typically indicated a half-beast transformation of an animal-type devil fruit user. No wonder she showed no fear. She too was a wielder of a devil fruit. Gazing into Cerno's blood-red eyes, an unsettling feeling washed over Sayor. However, he could not afford to linger on trivial matters. He leapt up the tree, activating his devil fruit ability, but his speed was no match for the agility of an animal-type user. Cerno effortlessly leapt from one tree to another, leaving Sayor momentarily at a loss in the dense foliage. This is a disaster. I'm out of time. Frustrated and enraged, Sayor finally recognized the futility of pursuing the cunning cat girl. He resolved to rescue Lord Diamante, only to find that the unidentified assailant lay incapacitated on the ground. At this moment, none of the local residents of the West Sea could stand against Karl. Even the elite assassins of the Silver Fang organization struggled to inflict any meaningful harm on him. Oh no. Sayor was at a loss, his mind blank, unable to devise a strategy. Hey, Sayor, is the ship repaired? Feeling a tap on his shoulder, Sayor turned slowly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Yes, I came to summon you. Very well, since that's the case, you might as well handcuff yourself. I see you've brought the sea stone cuffs as well. You. Sayor shot Karl a glare, but upon seeing Karl gesture with his arm and make a chopping motion, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly replied, Fine. Mr. Karl, have you gathered any intelligence? By this time, Cerno had returned to Karl's side, resuming her usual appearance. No, as expected of an elite assassin. That fellow took his own life. Yet, this so-called elite assassin possesses such limited strength, it seems the Silver Fang organization is not to be taken seriously. After Sayor secured the handcuffs on Karl, he turned his attention to Cerno. As for you, I truly did not anticipate that you were also a devil fruit user. There is much Mr. Karl remains unaware of. Indeed, the more knowledge one possesses, the more one becomes aware of the vast expanse of what remains unknown. With a hearty laugh, Karl made a jest, while Cerno pondered over his words for a moment, finding a certain truth in them. Let us depart. Since the ship has been repaired, there is no need for me to squander my time here any longer. Carl then guided Sei to Diamante, securing their bonds together as he spoke. I shall bid farewell to Grandpa Jimmy and the others. With that, Cerno dashed off towards the direction of old Jimmy, observing the little girl who had just played hide-and-seek with him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Sei felt a surge of concern. What if those rascals have not repaired the ship, and our presence is revealed? He silently hoped that the miscreants would hasten to mend the sailboat. Chapter 058. What fear is there in soiling these hands? Is it true that you lost your parents at the tender age of 6? As Carl walked the path back to the pirate ship, with Diamante and Senior at his heels, he pondered for quite some time before finally posing a question to his companion, Chiruno. Is it true? Chiruno's response was nonchalant, her small face devoid of any sorrow, as if she were recounting a tale belonging to someone else. Carl refrained from further inquiry. Amidst the tumultuous expanse of the ocean, there exist an overwhelming number of tragic families. The previous generation's pirate king, Gold, Roger, wagered his very life to instigate the dawn of the great pirate era in defiance of the world government. Yet it is precisely this newly forged chaos, ushered in by Roger, that has led to the destruction of countless innocent lives and families. Was Roger ultimately a hero or a villain? Carl remains uncertain. Even if such topics were entrusted to historians on Earth, they would likely struggle to arrive at a consensus. Carl suddenly recalled Qin Shi Huang. However, Roger pales in comparison to Qin Shi Huang. The latter, despite his merits and faults, personally unified the warring states. As for Roger, he decided it was best not to dwell on matters that had long since become history. The ship? Where's the ship? Gazing at the desolate port before him, Senor's eyes widened and his mouth fell agape, to the extent that his sunglasses nearly slipped off his face. Indeed, where's the ship? Carl's demeanor turned icy as he spun around to fix an intense gaze upon the astonished Senor. I distinctly warned this group of scoundrels. Are they truly unafraid of death? I shall undoubtedly take their lives with my own hands. Senor was seething with rage, torn between the fear of Carl's brutal methods and the painful reality of his subordinate's betrayal. Mr. Carl, I did not intend for this to happen, he stammered. While Senor himself may not fear death, the thought of Lord Diamante losing an arm due to his negligence would haunt him for a lifetime. What do you propose we do? Carl fixed his gaze upon the bound figures of Diamante and Senor. Suddenly, Senor fell to his knees with a thud, pleading, Mr. Carl, as long as you spare Lord Diamante, I am willing to accept any punishment. Very well, Carl replied. I have means to facilitate their departure from here. All that is required is a modest fishing boat. Carl was preparing to teach Senior a lesson when Cerno suddenly interrupted him. Do you have a way? A fishing boat? Little girl, don't speak nonsense. Going out to sea is not childish play. A fishing boat would hardly withstand a single wave. Wait a moment. Cerno flashed a mysterious smile at Carl before dashing toward the seaside port. The young girl took a deep breath, cupped her hands to form a trumpet shape before her mouth, faced the ocean, and called out loudly, Eileen. Eileen, is she a friend of hers? The name suggests she is a girl, Carl mused to himself, guiding Diamante and Senior along as they slowly approached the shore. The presence of Diamante's arm held no real significance. It was merely an intimidation tactic, since Cerno claimed she had a way to help him leave. Carl chose to selectively forget the previous matters, unwilling to waste time on trivialities. Who was Eileen? Standing behind Cerno, gazing at the vast, tranquil sea, Carl could not help but ask, You have met her before. Cerno ceased her calls and turned around, her bright eyes revealing a hint of mystery. I have? I don't recall meeting a girl named Eileen, Carl replied, puzzled. You must be mistaken. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere of the small port was shattered by the sound of an explosion, reminiscent of cannon fire in the water. A towering column of water shot skyward, and the splashing droplets sparkled in the sunlight with iridescent colors. The red-haired girl stood before the water column, the scene momentarily frozen in time. Meow, accompanied by a melodious, clear cat's meow. Carl's eyes brightened as he recognized the enormous creature emerging from the sea. A sea cat? It's you. Meow. The sea cat smiled and waved at Carl, moving closer to the shore, allowing Cerno to affectionately stroke its soft, delicate body. She is Eileen. We have known each other for quite some time, Cerno cheerfully introduced them. No wonder a little girl could make her way to Pineapple Island. It turns out she has the sea cat, Eileen, to assist her. Now it all makes sense. With Eileen's help, venturing out to sea is no longer a challenge. Carl purchased a small fishing boat in the village, cast Diamante and Senior upon it, and then secured the vessel to Eileen's form, swiftly navigating towards Rust Island. Carl and Cerno perched atop Aaron's head, while behind them was a swift little boat carrying Diamante and Senor. The vessel moved with such velocity that the splashes of water drenched the two landlubbers, turning them into bedraggled figures. Take it slow, Naren. There's no need to rush. If the fishing boat fills with water, it could spell trouble. Carl gently tapped Aaron's head. Aaron, displaying her cleverness, indeed reduced her speed. Carl first exhaled deeply, then voiced his curiosity. Chiruno, why do you assist me time and again? We are not particularly acquainted, are we? I have wandered alone for 6 years, encountering a myriad of individuals, yet only you, Mr. Carl, evoke a distinct feeling within me. There is an extraordinary aura about you, as if you do not belong to this era of piracy. I cannot articulate it well, but this sensation is undeniably real. It cannot simply be an illusion. Chiruno gazed out at the distant sea, a subtle hue of anticipation shimmering in her ruby-like eyes. I no longer wish to roam, which is why I desire to join your ranks. Ha ha ha, little girl, you are far too naive. We are not a family of compassion. Once you join us, you may encounter dangers far greater than those of your solitary wanderings. Even as a small girl, there is no guarantee that anyone will protect you. I understand. When I saw you take in Nico Robin, I realized what your intentions were. Chiruno turned her head, offering Carl a gentle smile. Do you know what I intend to do? Carl murmured to himself, contemplating Nico Robin, then reflecting on Crocodile. A sinister scheme stealthily crept into his mind. Cerno, if I were to devise a plan for a certain purpose, yet it would involve many innocent lives, do you believe such a plan holds any significance? What kind of goal? A grand one. Carl's response was somewhat ambiguous. In truth, no matter how Cerno replied, he would proceed with his intentions, yet certain thoughts weighed heavily on his heart. If the aim were to achieve something monumental, then why should he be troubled by the prospect of soiling his hands? Whether a Marine Admiral or the Pirate King, who has ever remained untainted by the plight of the innocent. Chapter 059, taking the initiative upon hearing Cerno's succinct remarks. Carl couldn't help but smile wryly at himself. He had never anticipated that, despite being a person well-versed in profound truths, he would find himself hesitating at such a critical juncture. Carl fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the serene girl beside him. Her eyes gently closed and her expression one of tranquil repose. What kind of experiences could lead a 12-year-old girl to utter such words? Carl was perplexed and turned to glance at the small boat behind him, discovering that the two individuals were still lying there, not having fallen into the water. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. Whether it was Nico Robin, Don Quixote da Flamingo, or the ever-energetic Cerno beside him, in this chaotic world. Once they departed from the side of Monkey D. Luffy, tragedy lurked everywhere. The abyss is desolate, and demons walk among men. Mr. Carl, what did you say? Cerno tilted her head, having caught a phrase from Carl's lips that she could not comprehend. Nothing, let us head back. On Rust Island. Within the offices of the Carla family, Poffy's was currently grappling with a most vexing dilemma. An unexpected visitor had arrived, the notorious Shichibukai, Crocodile. Although Crocodile's bounty was not particularly high, it was due to his early fame on the seas, having long since become a member of the Shichibukai, which led the Navy to rescind his bounty. Thus, the bounty that circulated was merely a remnant of his original price, for reasons unknown. As soon as Miss Flower heard of Crocodile's visit, she vanished without a trace, rendering Poffy's in a state of utter disarray. Unsure how to deal with such a formidable figure. Suddenly, the phone bug on the desk rang, and Poffy snatched it up. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, a smile spread across his face. Boss, before he could finish, Crocodile seized the phone bug. Hello, Carla family. Yes, boss. I have some matters to discuss with you. Who are you? Carl frowned, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a stranger in Poffy's office. Where was Robin? Do not concern yourself with my identity. I demand that you return here before nightfall. Otherwise, the Carla family may soon be renamed the Baroque Works. With a snap, the phone bug mimicked the tone and expression of Crocodile, relaying only that phrase before being abruptly disconnected. Though the individual was somewhat arrogant, Carl found solace in the situation. Baroque Works? Surely it had not yet been established, right? If all went as expected, that audacious man must be Crocodile himself. As long as he was someone sent by the Don Quixote family, matters would be much more manageable, for he currently held no conflicts of interest with Crocodile. Mr. Carl, is there a problem? Cerno inquired with a bright smile, her lips perpetually curved with a hint of cheer, as though she would never harbor anger. Nothing to worry about. It's Crocodile. Has he left Rust Island yet? Who knows? Carl dismissed Crocodile from his thoughts and inquired about another topic, by the way. Tell me about your understanding of observation haki. On the fishing boat, Diamante and Senor were engulfed in the howling winds. only able to see Carl and Cerno on the seagull's head, softly conversing, yet they gleaned no information. Several hours later, Carl arrived at Rust Island, first arranging for Cerno, Diamante, and Senior to be placed elsewhere before returning to the office building to meet Crocodile. Haha, I was wondering who it could be. Is that not the illustrious Shichibukai? Crocodile? Carl extended his right hand with a smile to greet Crocodile, who, however, remained haughtily indifferent, not even lifting his eyelids. Puffies, you may leave now. Very well, boss. Puffies quickly exited the office, treading lightly as if a weight had been lifted from him. All right, if you prefer silence, I shall refrain from idle chatter. What brings you here? Not intimidated by Crocodile's arrogance, Carl boldly settled himself on the sofa beside him. I have a question for you. Crocodile took a puff from his cigar and then produced a bounty notice from his pocket. Have you seen this girl in the photograph? I have. Carl immediately recognized the girl in the bounty notice as Nico Robin. Oh, where is she? Crocodile's eyes sparkled with interest. He had only recently arrived in the West Sea and had already acquired information about Nico Robin. How should I know? We don't meet every day. Carl shrugged nonchalantly in response to Crocodile. Are you mocking me? Do you seek your own demise? A shadow of displeasure crossed Crocodile's face, and his gaze turned increasingly hostile. Aren't you simply interested in deciphering ancient texts? As Carl spoke, Crocodile was so taken aback that he leapt from the sofa, exclaiming, How do you know? Nonsense. This little girl hails from O'Hara, where scholars were exterminated by the Buster Call for their studies of ancient texts. Sand Crocodile. Do not presume that you are the only clever one in this world. Faced with the ominous presence of Crocodile, Carl showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he retaliated with a piercing gaze. Haha. So it is. The world government is utterly incompetent, unable to keep even the slightest secret. Crocodile suddenly erupted into laughter, leaving no one to fathom his thoughts at that moment. If you wish to learn about ancient texts, you may follow me. Carl proclaimed as he rose and approached the window. Oh, is there a scheme afoot? Crocodile raised an eyebrow, revealing a sage-like smile. If the 7 warlords of the sea are afraid, it is best they do not pursue. After uttering this, Carl leapt out the window, determined not to reduce his office building to rubble during a confrontation. A reckless fool, Crocodile mused, not hesitating to transform into a wisp of sand and follow Carl to the ground below. As time passed, Carl deftly led Crocodile into the secluded grove where he often trained. Although Crocodile sensed a hint of treachery, his overwhelming confidence in his own strength compelled him to enter the forest, which was not conducive to his combat style. Were it not for this individual recognizing Nico Robin and knowing O'Hara's secrets, he would have long since drained him of life, rather than waste time meandering here. Nevertheless, Crocodile's patience wore thin. Hey, how much farther do we need to go? This is sufficient. Turning around, Carl smirked coldly at Crocodile and, without further ado, vanished in a flash, delivering a swift kick toward him. Chapter 060, 80 million boom. A violent explosion resonated as Carl's kick transformed a significant portion of Crocodile's form into fine sand, some swirling away on the breeze, while others fell to the ground in scattered patches. Crocodile, who despised being led by the nose, had endured until this moment. Witnessing the other party's bold attack obliterated the arrogant smile from his face, replaced by a countenance as dark as coal. Do you wish for death so eagerly? Crocodile's face darkened as he spoke through clenched teeth, a cigar clenched between his lips. Boom. In response, Carl unleashed another powerful punch, obliterating much of Crocodile's visage. Meanwhile, Nico Robin concealed herself atop a large tree, quietly observing the confrontation between Carl and Crocodile. She understood well that each of the 7 warlords of the sea was a formidable pirate, capable of instilling fear across vast seas, far beyond the common pirates of the 4 seas. However, even so, Robin, having navigated the shadows of the underworld for years, would not shy away from a meeting with Crocodile. The true reason for her avoidance lay in her identity as the child of the devil. The 7 warlords served the world government, which was the true perpetrator behind O'Hara's destruction and the mastermind behind the bounty placed on her 8-year-old self. Instinctively, Robin chose to distance herself from any force associated with the world government. Initially, when she saw Carl leading Crocodile out, she thought he might have a plan to manage the warlord. Yet she was unprepared for Carl's abrupt assault on Crocodile, nearly causing her to tumble from her perch in shock. This was a pirate acknowledged by the world government as one of the 7 warlords. How could one provoke them so recklessly? Moreover, this sand crocodile was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, incomparable to previous adversaries. Damn it, I should have informed Mr. Carl beforehand. But alas, it is too late now. In both of his recent assaults, Carl refrained from employing Haki, Thus Crocodile sustained no physical injury. However, internally, he was struck with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He could not fathom the rationale behind this pirate's aggression. Crocodile swung his golden hook forward with a fierce motion, generating a piercing sound akin to a howling wind. Unfortunately for the seasoned veteran, his martial prowess was woefully inadequate. Carl effortlessly evaded Crocodile's strike without even resorting to his shadowy step technique. "Why are you attacking me?" Crocodile's forehead throbbed with veins, his teeth grinding audibly. His piercing gaze directed at Carl as if he were intent on devouring him whole. A figure of such lofty pride and ambition could scarcely tolerate the disrespect of others. "Your bounty stands at 81 million berries, as does mine. Given our remarkable coincidence, I am quite eager to engage in a friendly spar with you." Carl extended his right index finger to point at Crocodile, waved his hand dismissively, then raised his thumb, rotating it to point toward the ground, executing a rather provocative gesture. Carl had never engaged in battle with a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, and he sought to seize this opportunity to hone his experience against such adversaries, particularly against the proud and arrogant Crocodile. Moreover, a man of Crocodile's stature would never sit down and listen to his plans unless he was first subdued. Crocodile had never encountered such a gesture, yet the provocation it embodied was unmistakably potent. He could hardly tolerate such blatant affront. "You foolish brat. Do you truly believe that a mere 81 million berries from the West Blue holds any significance?" Crocodile seethed with rage. No longer interested in unraveling the reasons behind his opponent's madness, all he desired was to drain him of life. Sandblade. With a resolute step forward, Crocodile transformed his right hand into a blade and swept it forward with sudden ferocity, conjuring a razor-sharp blade composed of fine sand that surged forth like a tremendous wave of sword energy, slashing diagonally towards Carl, who stood not far away. The blade, formed from pale grains of sand, was backed by dark, coarse granules, and at first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to a gleaming crescent scimitar. Swish. Boom. Carl deftly evaded Crocodile's razor-sharp sand blade and turned to behold the destruction wrought behind him, where several towering trees had been cleaved asunder by Crocodile's mere flick of the wrist. In the distance, Robin observed the devastation caused by Crocodile's casual maneuver, her beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishment. Is this the true might of the warlords of the sea? Robin gently bit her lip, her mind racing with thoughts. I must find a way to assist Mr. Carl. Just as Robin leapt from the tree to the ground, Carl had already darted behind Crocodile. "Mr. Sand Alligator, your movements are exceedingly sluggish." Boom. Carl unleashed another kick, shattering the lower half of Crocodile's body entirely. "Damn brat." Crocodile roared from midair as his left hand, adorned with a golden hook, swept towards Carl. Carl deftly retreated to evade the attack, but Crocodile swiftly retaliated with a sand blade from his right hand, forcing Carl away from his side. Desert Sword. Crocodile rapidly summoned the swirling sands to restore his form, extending his right hand towards the ground before drawing it upward. A vertical sand blade surged from Crocodile's position, slicing swiftly towards Carl, leaving a trail of ruptured earth and scattering stones in its wake. The once verdant grassland was transformed into a deep chasm by the force of the attack. Carl stood his ground, unsheathing his blade, Soulbreaker, which was enveloped in the formidable Haki of Armament. With a single hand gripping the hilt, he cleaved towards Crocodile's seemingly invincible desert sword. A harsh, grating sound erupted as the edge of Soulbreaker met the desert sword, akin to it colliding with a chainsaw, and to everyone's astonishment, Crocodile's weapon was severed in two by Carl's ebony blade. "This is impossible." Crocodile, unaccustomed to such a blow, wore an expression twisted in disbelief, as if he had encountered a specter, his roar of astonishment frightening the birds from their perches in the trees. "What is impossible?" Just as Robin was about to depart, she caught wind of a man's furious shout. Since this incredulous cry was certainly not one familiar to Mr. Carl, it could only belong to the warlord, Crocodile. Why did Crocodile sound so astonished? Furrowing her brows, Robin deliberated for a moment before deciding to return and ascertain the situation. Indeed, it must be so. A large bead of cold sweat trickled down Crocodile's forehead, only to be quickly absorbed. Suddenly, he comprehended, the forest must be hindering his fruit's abilities. Otherwise, that young boy could never withstand his desert sword. I must leave this place. Chapter 061. The frustrated old sand. Every user of a devil fruit experiences some degree of influence from the battlefield environment on their abilities. In this regard, Crocodile's sand fruit is particularly affected. In the vast, sandy desert, he could effortlessly annihilate a city. However, within this tropical jungle, he struggled to unleash his full potential. At the very least, he was unable to summon a devastating sandstorm. With eyes sharp as an eagle, Crocodile's right hand transformed into a blade of yellow sand, swiftly plunging into the ground. The desert greatsword. With a fierce shout, where Crocodile's hand made contact with the earth, the grass wilted rapidly, and the soil peeled back in a straight line, as if a mole were burrowing beneath, this line advancing toward Karl at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Karl fixed his gaze upon the anomalous ground, never underestimating this sand crocodile who had once stood toe-to-toe with Hawkeye during the War of the Best and had clashed with Doflamingo. Karl furrowed his brow, moving with an ethereal swiftness akin to a specter. The soil that was disturbed seemed to slither like a venomous serpent, relentlessly pursuing his position under Crocodile's command. Suddenly, something erupted from the earth. Karl's figure flickered, and as he turned to scrutinize, he discovered it to be a razor-sharp sand blade. One after another, the sand blades erupted from the ground, resembling colossal swords. Where the desert sword struck, weeds were uprooted, boulders shattered, and even trees as thick as 2 men's embrace were cleaved in two, leaving only tilted wooden stumps in their wake, a testament to their formidable power. The desert treasure blade. The number of these desert swords gradually dwindled, and from a distance, Crocodile unleashed another strike of the desert treasure blade. This time, Karl chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he lightly tapped the ground, effortlessly evading Crocodile's relentless barrage. It is best not to employ the same technique repeatedly. Karl turned his gaze, only to behold Crocodile in the distance gradually transforming into a wisp of sand, poised to drift away into the horizon. Karl immediately summoned the shadow of Kaijia, activating the ghostly step, and within mere moments, he stood before Crocodile. Attempting to flee? With Armament Haki enveloping his right leg, Karl lifted his foot and struck Crocodile in the abdomen. Taken by surprise and unaware, Crocodile made no effort to defend himself, enduring Karl's ferocious blow with his own body. Boom! Crocodile was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree and snapping it in half. Pain surged through Crocodile's body, as if his bones were about to shatter. Alarmed, he furrowed his brows tightly, staring incredulously at Karl, who had not pursued him. Why? How could you injure me? Sand Crocodile, have you never heard of Armament Haki? Karl approached Crocodile, chuckling as he replied. Armament Haki? Damn it! How can a mere brat from the West Sea wield Armament Haki? Crocodile had once challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and was well aware of what Armament Haki entailed. He had simply been deceived the last 2 times. The late-arriving Nico Robin cautiously observed the battle between the two from a distance, hidden within the underbrush. Unable to discern the course of the fight, she could only see the warlord of the sea lying in a disheveled state beneath a broken tree, while Mr. Karl stood nearby, seemingly unscathed. Had she imagined it? The opponent was none other than the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Even if Mr. Karl were not to lose, such a dramatic scene seemed improbable. Robin blinked hard. But when she looked again, the situation remained unchanged. Mr. Karl was indeed so powerful? Even the warlord of the sea was no match for him? This meant that his previous words were not mere empty bravado. Relying solely on fruit abilities could never lead one to become the strongest, especially when your devil fruit is not the best. Ha ha ha. Little brat, stop pretending. If you were truly fearless, you wouldn't have lured me into this unfavorable forest. Crocodile laughed heartily, struggling to rise. I merely wish to prevent you from unleashing any sandstorms on my territory. Reveal your remaining cards, if you dare. Carr did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he opted for a turn-based combat style. He sought to personally experience all of Crocodile's aggressive techniques, both to cultivate his experience in battling nature element users and to gauge his current strength through the lens of Doflamingo's interest in Crocodile. Do not underestimate others, young one. Crocodile's fury surged as he transformed his hands into 4 colossal scimitars of fine sand, his most potent single-target attack capable of cleaving through even the thickest rock. The Desert Diamond Blade. The 4 immense sand blades surged toward Karr with unstoppable force, each shimmering like a gleaming gray sword, determined to sever any obstacles that dared to impede their path. Karl's obsidian-black pupils were firmly fixated on the 4 rapidly descending desert diamond sabers. He furrowed his brow and murmured, as the ethereal power surged around him, enveloping his entire right arm in a shroud of armed Haki. In the distance, Robin clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer upon witnessing the terrifying, colossal sand blades, her anxiety surpassing even that of Karl himself, who stood resolute against the oncoming desert diamond sabers. Boom! Karl's right fist, imbued with the power of Armament Haki, collided forcefully with the central portion of the desert diamond blade. The ferocious energy emanating from his fist erupted like gunpowder, instantly shattering the colossal blade formed from fine sand. If Luffy, who lacks mastery of Armament Haki, could withstand Crocodile's strike, then what reason did he have to retreat? In a mere breath, The once unstoppable desert diamond blade was reduced to fragments by Karl's might, with a cascade of yellow sand gently settling amidst the forest, landing upon each leaf like a soft drizzle. A gentle breeze swept through, swiftly dispersing the dust into the ether. Observing the astonished crocodile in the distance and Karl's unwavering silhouette, Robin's face blossomed with a smile of delight. Mr. Karl had indeed triumphed over the legendary warlord of the sea. Chapter 062. Dying is easy, huh? I never expected to encounter a youth like you in the West Blue. Today, I concede defeat in this modest sea. Crocodile, witnessing his ultimate technique shattered by a single punch, felt as though his worldview was collapsing. The significance of continuing this battle had evaporated. To create a battlefield advantageous to himself using the cycle of erosion? That was a jest. His opponent was no fool. Otherwise, how could he have lured him into this forest? Karl was exceedingly pleased with his current prowess, although he was uncertain whether the forest environment had diminished Crocodile's strength. He had nonetheless vanquished the foe without sustaining any injuries. Go ahead and kill me. Crocodile surrendered, having relinquished all resistance. Upon his arrival in the West Sea, he had come across rumors in the newspapers regarding the vicious and bloodthirsty nature of the Shadow Blade Karl. Now, having fallen into the hands of his adversary, Crocodile had resigned himself to his fate. Don't be in such a hurry to die, Sand Crocodile. I wish to discuss the prospect of our collaboration. Karl sheathed his soul-severing blade and approached a nearby spot, where he sat cross-legged upon the grass. Collaboration? I have no interest. You might as well just kill me. Crocodile had never placed his trust in anyone and held disdain for the notion of partnership. Leaning against a tree stump, he closed his eyes, patiently awaiting Karl's next move. To compel him to submit would be a challenge more arduous than death itself. Killing you is quite simple. If you truly wish for death, I can readily send you to the depths of hell. Noting the unchanging expression on Crocodile's face, Karl chuckled softly and shook his head. Is your life truly so worthless in the eyes of Sand Crocodile, Crocodile? You have yet to achieve any of your goals. Can you simply abandon them so easily? Karl astutely perceived the subtle shift in Crocodile's expression, choosing to remain silent as he patiently awaited the response from the sand alligator. After a considerable pause, Crocodile finally opened his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at Karl, and nonchalantly inquired, "What collaboration do you wish to discuss? Let us converse about ancient scripts." Ancient scripts? In the distance, Robin had just begun to relax, yet upon hearing Karl's words, her brows involuntarily furrowed once more. Karl had surmised that the mysteriously vanished Robin was likely observing him from some hidden vantage point, yet he made no effort to evade her presence. Ancient script? Karl's remark similarly piqued Crocodile's interest. According to the intelligence at my disposal, in a vast desert kingdom located in the first half of the Grand Line, there exists a royal family that possesses a piece of historical text. Upon hearing Karl's revelation, Crocodile's expression shifted, and he pondered, could he be referring to Alabasta? Does he also possess knowledge regarding the Underworld King? Crocodile did not conceal his reaction. Instead, he seized the opportunity to feign surprise, inquiring, is such a thing possible? Indeed. Karl replied with a smile, choosing not to expose Crocodile's ruse. Instead, he decided to play along, stating, I am currently in search of historical texts. And that desert nation is Alabasta. The royal family's historical document is something I must acquire. What do you need the historical text for? Crocodile pressed, keen to ascertain whether this man shared his own quest for the Underworld King. As for this matter, Karl employed the same tactics he had used to deceive Robin in order to manipulate Crocodile once again. The tale of Karl is narrated with clarity in the square. Well-structured Chinese characters embody a profound cultural heritage, which is beyond Crocodile's disbelief. As long as it isn't Pluto, Crocodile felt a slight sense of relief and feigned confusion. Continuing to inquire, why choose to collaborate with me? Because that place is a desert kingdom, and only you, the Sand Crocodile, are most suited for it. That realm is inherently one where Crocodile thrives, and Karl merely circles him back. So what benefits do I gain from assisting you in these endeavors? The more Crocodile conversed, the more engrossed he became, gradually regaining his entrepreneurial essence. You seek that little girl to decipher ancient texts, do you not? I am capable of that too. When the time comes, I can assist you in the interpretations. Feel free to ask me any questions. Ha. Crocodile burst into laughter, skeptical of a power that he could not control. However, suddenly, Crocodile regained his confidence. Alabasta is a desert kingdom, not a tropical jungle. In combat amidst the sands, my strength would multiply significantly. If he dares to confront me directly in Alabasta, I shall demonstrate the true power of the sand fruit. It sounded somewhat intriguing. Very well. I agree, but I remain who I am. I shall not join your Karl family, and you would do well not to trouble me. When the time is ripe, I shall notify you. Although Crocodile verbally stated this, he never truly trusted Carl and would never abandon his search for Nico Robin. To Crocodile, this was merely a mutual exploitation. Of course, I will not participate in any activities of your Baroque works. However, you would be wise never to set foot in the West Sea. He chuckled ominously. I shall remember that. Shadowblade Carl, you possess great audacity. I hope you do not perish too swiftly. Crocodile rose from the ground, his face once again adorned with a haughty expression of strategic prowess. He gradually transformed into a wisp of sand, drifting towards the coastal harbor. Miss Robin, cease your hiding. I am aware of your presence here. Come forth. Once Crocodile's figure had entirely vanished, Carl shouted from his position, and indeed, shortly thereafter, Robin emerged from the distant foliage. Mr. Carl, I need not elaborate. The opponent is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and your identity is rather unique. This time, I hold no grievances against you. However, do remember to inform me in advance next time. Carl waved his hand, not holding the incident against Robin. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Noticing Robin's hesitance and her struggle to articulate her thoughts, Carl inquired with a smile. Is what you said about the historical text true? That desert kingdom? Absolutely true. Carl recalled how Crocodile had tightly bound Robin to him, exploiting her yearning for historical truth. This time, Carl was determined not to let Robin fall into Crocodile's clutches. With Robin under his wing, she could realize greater potential and no longer live in constant fear for her safety. Carl chuckled, his tone resolute. I now know the exact locations of at least 4 historical texts. Chapter 063, The Urgency of Observation 4? Upon hearing Carl's words, Robin's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a tumult of emotions. Her hometown, O'Hara, had been razed to the ground by the world government in pursuit of historical truths, leaving her as the sole survivor. Yet, she remained utterly oblivious to what these so-called historical truths truly entailed. The quest for the historical texts was less a dream and more an obsession, a burden entwined with the hopes of all her fellow townsfolk. Mr. Carl, are you truly speaking the truth? Robin's gaze flickered, not out of disbelief in Carl, but from the fear of accepting such a reality. A pirate from the West Sea, knowing the precise locations of 4 historical texts? It was utterly inconceivable. Indeed, it's true. Otherwise, why do you think that scoundrel Crocodile chose to collaborate with me? He was already aware of the existence of the historical text in Alabasta. Do not forget. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, not someone easily deceived. Robin had previously struggled to comprehend why a prominent warlord would be so forthcoming. It dawned on her that Mr. Carl had not lied. Then, Mr. Carl, Robin bit her lip, summoning her resolve to ask, where are the other 3 historical texts? One is in Skypea, and the other 2 lie within the latter half of the New World on the Grand Line. As for their exact locations, I cannot divulge that information just yet. Carl turned to meet Robin's gaze, a smile gracing his lips. For now, it is best that you refrain from any rash actions. First, let us slowly develop the Kara family's influence together. In this world, without strength, one has no voice, nor even the right to curiosity. I believe you understand this better than I do. Robin was acutely aware that Carl referenced the tragedy of O'Hara. Thus, despite her intense curiosity, she allowed her rationality to prevail. You needn't worry, Mr. Carl. I will not cause you any trouble. That is reassuring. As Carl prepared to depart, a sudden thought struck him. By the way, Robin, do you know who Saruno is? Saruno? A little girl with red hair. Carl mused for a moment before adding, she may also possess the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Considering that Robin might not have encountered Saruno in her transformed state, Carl used an uncertain tone. After a prolonged recollection, Robin replied, I have seen a few red-haired girls, but none stood out. Wait. Isn't there a little girl with red hair in the chicken soup shop on Food Street? Mr. Carl, is something amiss? Nothing to worry about. Gazing into the distant sky, Carl stretched languidly and remarked, I haven't tea eaten since I left this morning. I'm famished. I'll go grab something to eat. 3 days later, everything on Ruster Island had returned to its normal state. The Don Quixote family had vanished without a trace, and Crocodile had not reappeared. Moreover, according to the information Robin had gathered, Carl learned that fellow Caro had been reassigned to the Navy headquarters. However, he was not alone. His colonel had received a promotion, and Caro accompanied him, much like Tashiji did with Smoker. For an employee aspiring for promotion, the best strategy is to assist their direct superior in ascending the ranks, thereby elevating their own position organically, rather than attempting to usurp their superior's role. Clearly, Caro understood this principle all too well. Recently, Carl has not sought out other underground forces in the West Sea but has instead taken refuge on Ruster Island, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to honing his abilities. His upcoming opponent is Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is unlike Crocodile. The string fruit possesses no apparent weaknesses and can even create an impregnable birdcage, a realm so robust that it can shield against even electromagnetic waves. Furthermore, Doflamingo's martial prowess is formidable, although his absolute strength may be somewhat inferior to that of a marine admiral. Engaging in combat with such a versatile adversary leaves no room for complacency. Amidst the forest, Carl is nursing his swollen shoulder and incessantly grumbling, "Cerno, how on earth did you awaken your observation haki?" Carl has been training with Cerno for 3 days, yet he has not even approached the threshold of mastering observation haki. Ever since I can remember, I have been able to hear a myriad of sounds, indicating that my ability was not awakened later in life. As Cerno meticulously applies herbal ointment to Carl's injuries, she patiently explains once more. Carl inquired of Cerno, and her description of hearing voices was indeed akin to that of Aisha from Sky Island, rather than the innate ability to listen to all things possessed by Roger. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. I am not a user of the gum fruit and will inevitably be crushed by stones. Carl's training method involved blindfolding himself with a black cloth, allowing Chiruno to hurl stones in his direction, thereby stimulating his observation haki. Initially, Carl contemplated fortifying himself with Armament Haki first, gradually acclimating to the sensations. However, in doing so, he would have placed himself in an entirely secure position, devoid of any sense of urgency, thus failing to awaken his observation haki. "Mr. Carl, let's try again," Chiruno said, setting aside the herbs with a smile. "Another round?" Carl responded with a face resembling a bitter melon. "I believe I've identified the issue." Chiruno winked at Carl, her crystalline gaze rendering him reluctant to slack off. All right. Let's go again." Carl walked a short distance away, covering his eyes. "I am ready," he declared. "Left shoulder." Chiruno suddenly shouted without warning. Startled, Carl instinctively reached for his left shoulder with his right hand. "Ouch. Did you not say left shoulder? Why did you hit my right shoulder instead?" Carl winced, unable to suppress a step back. "Mr. Carl, the observation haki does not rely solely on sound for direction." Chiruno chuckled softly, then proceeded to explain to Carl. "Let us do it again," Carl shouted, straightening his posture. "Right shoulder." Carl was not deceived this time. He reached for his left shoulder. However, alas, why have you struck my right shoulder again? This is quite different from the previous circumstance. Carl swiftly tore away the black cloth from his face and approached Cerno, feigning anger. "If you continue to strike like this, my right shoulder shall surely be ruined." "Mr. Carl, have you noticed something?" Cerno retreated a couple of steps, her gaze fixed intently on Carl. "Noticed what?" Carl inquired, perplexed, as he rubbed his shoulder. "You initially evaded the stones by relying on sound, and the second time was by instinct. Yet, even then, you remained influenced by sound," she explained. "Do you mean that although I claimed to perceive many sounds, they were not actual sounds but rather a sensation?" "Exactly. This sensation is wondrous, as if you were hearing the echoes of the future and visualizing its images. It arises naturally in your mind, rather than from the movements around you." After sharing this insight, Cerno fell silent and proceeded to fetch clean water to cleanse the dust from Carl's wounds. "Feel it?" At that moment, Carl seemed to be enveloped in a profound state, sensing that something significant was on the verge of being grasped within the recesses of his mind. Chapter 064, The Call from Doflamingo in the West Sea. Amidst the bamboo groves of the flower country, Cerno squatted by the stream's edge, her fiery red hair cascading gracefully behind her, resembling the hues of a sunset. Not far in front of her, a small monkey cautiously approached, wielding a tiny stick to poke at a banana held in Cerno's hand. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, startling the monkey into dropping its stick and fleeing from Cerno's sight, hiding behind a large rock. However, Cerno did not pursue the monkey. Instead, she stood upright, gazing into the distance where Mr. Carl and Kung Fu Panda were engaged in a fierce battle. It had been over half a month since Carl's confrontation with Crocodile. Under Cerno's guidance and Carl's diligent study, he had finally awakened the observation haki. Due to Carl's pre-existing sensory abilities, he quickly mastered the techniques of this newfound power. For Carl, the most challenging aspect was the initial awakening of the observation haki. Relying on Cerno to hurl stones at him was hardly an orthodox method of training. Carl returned to the bamboo forest of the Flower Kingdom, where he encountered the Kung Fu Panda, resuming their seemingly interminable martial arts duel. During Carl's absence, the Kung Fu Panda had diligently honed its skills, gradually perfecting the 8 strikes fist. However, Upon re-engaging with Carl, it faced yet another merciless onslaught from him. Previously, it had merely struggled to keep up, but now, astonishingly, Carl had closed his eyes. The panda, too, possessed a temper. Confronted with Carl's nonchalant demeanor, the Kung Fu Panda summoned every ounce of strength, its short legs displaying remarkable explosive power. Like an unstoppable whirlwind, the panda charged forward, sending grass and trees flying, and even snapping the tall, verdant bamboos with its relentless strikes. Meanwhile, Carl reveled in the grace of the moment. He could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own calm breath and heartbeat, accurately capturing the hurried gasps of the Kung Fu Panda, as well as the sound of its claws slicing through the air. He could even perceive the ambient sounds of the wind, insects, and birds around him. This sensation was entirely different from the perceptive abilities of the psychic mage Priamon. It felt as though he truly could hear everything. Suddenly, a peculiar sound interrupted his reverie. Carl opened his eyes, sensing that the sudden sound was somehow amiss. Then it struck him. It was the phone bug. Halt. Carl halted in his tracks, immediately signaling for the Kung Fu Panda to stop. However, in its furious state, the Panda King paid no heed, maintaining its relentless pace. In an instant, the Panda King reached Carl's side, its anthropomorphized paw clenched into a fist, delivering a powerful strike directly to Carl's chest. A visible ripple emanated from the point of contact between the Panda King's fist and Carl's torso, and in the next moment, Carl was sent soaring through the air as if hurled from a catapult. Mr. Carl was having an exhilarating time. Cerno raised her left hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight as she gazed at Carl, her small face reflecting a look of astonishment. GG, the little monkey, had just peeled a rubber band when he witnessed the Panda King launch the human into the air, his expression a mix of confusion and awe. As Carl spun through the air and descended to the ground, Panda King was taken aback, immediately rushing over in a flurry of concern, fearing that his punch might have fatally harmed Carl. However, upon reaching him, Panda King was astonished to find that Carl had landed safely on the ground, completely unscathed. It turned out that while Panda King launched his attack, Carl had employed his armed color haki to shield his chest. With a sigh of relief, Panda King mimicked human behavior and awkwardly raised a middle finger towards Carl. Hush. Carl gestured for silence to Panda King, who understood and hurried over to the little monkey to snatch some bananas. Do pandas eat bananas as well? Carl was taken aback. But upon realizing that this place was no longer Earth, he soon found solace. The telephone bug in Carl's hand continued to buzz, a device he had procured from Diamante. Adorned with sunglasses, the bug clearly connected him to none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. Diamante, have you resolved matters on your end? From the dark undertone of Doflamingo's voice, Carl could ascertain that a storm brewed upon the face of the illustrious Don. What predicament could possibly rattle the usually self-assured Doflamingo? Had he once again faced setbacks in the land of the cranes? During the span of Carl's contemplation, Doflamingo spoke again. Hello, Diamante, are you listening? Diamante? He is not here. Under Doflamingo's relentless inquiry, Carl finally responded. Following this exchange, a lengthy silence ensued. Doflamingo seemed to be deep in thought, while Carl patiently awaited his reaction. You must be the Shadow Blade, Carl, Doflamingo eventually revealed, directly naming him after a considerable pause. Truly, Doflamingo was astute. Though his words appeared to be self-praise, there lingered an unsettling notion that Doflamingo harbored an urge to dismantle his adversary piece by piece. What have you done to my beloved family? Doflamingo's voice was chilling yet authoritative, as if the telephone bug in Carl's grasp could transform into a vessel for Doflamingo's merciless assault at any moment. My lord, we discovered the gravely injured Lao Ji and Buffalo at Reverse Mountain. They collapsed upon returning to the ship. The currents of Reverse Mountain do not perpetually flow against the tide. Otherwise, a journey from the Four Seas to the Grand Line would indeed be a perilous venture. Before Carl had the chance to respond, a frantic voice suddenly resonated through the telephone bug. At that moment, Carl found himself devoid of the time and energy necessary to pursue the fallen Rauji and Biafro in the water. How is it that they sustained such grievous injuries? Were they assailed by the Sea Kings? Shadowblade Carl, was it you who inflicted such severe wounds upon my family? The telephone bug perfectly mimicked Doflamingo's furious expression. Yet Carl merely scoffed. Your immediate concern should be for Diamante and Senor. No? Where are they? The veins on the telephone bug's forehead throbbed ominously. Would you truly divulge the location of your hostages to your adversary? They had best remain unscathed, for if not, I shall ensure that the entire Kara family pays the price. Doflamingo's voice was grave, his breath heavy, causing even Tory Bull beside him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Chapter 065, The Game. Doflamingo, since you hold your family in such high regard, Why not engage in a little game together? Carl remained unfazed by Doflamingo's menacing threats. Instead, he broke into a sudden smile and, with a nonchalant tone, proposed a suggestion to Doflamingo. He recalled that Doflamingo had a penchant for peculiar games. Games? What tricks do you wish to play? Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. He relished the feeling of manipulating his adversaries, often indulging in bizarre games, much like a cat teasing a mouse. However, he loathed the sensation of being led by the nose, especially by someone who was both his foe and a potential harbinger of his demise. The rules of the game were simple, a life and death duel between us. If you triumph, Diamante and Senor will naturally return to your side, and the Carla family shall thereafter serve as loyal subservients in your underground dealings. But should you falter, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Carl's voice resonated slowly, each word conveyed clearly through the telephone bug to the ears of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Observing the confident expression of Carl as mimicked by the telephone bug, Doflamingo suddenly erupted into laughter, as if he had encountered the greatest joke in history. Rising from his chair, he brought the telephone bug to his face and coldly chuckled, "Hee, did I hear that correctly? You dare to choose a life or death struggle with me? Do you have any idea who I am? I am Don Quixote Doflamingo." As Doflamingo uttered his final words, even the telephone bug trembled with fear, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him. "I am precisely looking for you," Carl huffed, his demeanor matching the formidable presence of Doflamingo across the line. The telephone bug dutifully imitated Carl's tone and expression, yet Doflamingo laughed maniacally, intoxicated by the palpable fighting spirit emanating from his adversary. Just days prior, he had personally slain his beloved younger brother, and even the surgical fruit had slipped through his fingers. Astonishment, confusion, despair, and rage, a multitude of emotions coalesced in his heart, rendering him restless and sleepless. At that moment, all these sentiments culminated into a singular, seething fury. "Wait for it, I shall tear you apart on Rust Island." Doflamingo craved an outlet for his pent-up emotions, and this audacious provocateur from the West Sea was the perfect target for his wrath. "Doflamingo, you might want to conserve your energy. I'm not currently on Rust Island," came Carl's languid voice from the other end of the line. Doflamingo felt as though he had unleashed a full-force punch against cotton, achieving no impact, while internally, he battled the pressure threatening to inflict internal injury. "Where are you?" he demanded. "Don't rush. In 3 days, I will inform you of the specific time and location. Rest assured, I will not flee. I shall await you on a deserted island for our final confrontation. Furthermore, it would be wise not to target my subordinates in the meantime. You know who I am. Their lives will not bring back Diamante and Senor. If they perish, it will not be I who suffers, but your beloved family." After Carl concluded his conversation, he swiftly bid farewell to Kung Fu Panda and, along with Cerno, returned to Rust Island without delay. Despite possessing ample leverage, Carl felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the unpredictable and potentially reckless actions of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Inside Doflamingo's cabin, the atmosphere was stifling, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The audacious individual had kidnapped Diamante and Senor, and had the audacity to hang up the phone. The members of the Don Quixote family remained motionless, fearful that a single misstep might ignite Doflamingo's wrath, leading him to act impulsively. Doflamingo reclined in his chair, eyes shut, rubbing his temples. He had already lost 2 family members and was unwilling to lose any more. After a long silence, Doflamingo shattered the stillness, inquiring about Lao Ji and Buffalo. "Well, they appear somewhat worse for wear, but they will recover swiftly," Tori Pole cautiously replied. Doflamingo remained silent, and the cabin soon returned to its previous oppressive state. Suddenly, an uproar erupted on the deck. "What is that? The Shichibukai crocodile?" Initially, Pika intended to reprimand his subordinates, but upon hearing the name crocodile, he froze, uncertain of how to proceed. Tori Pole and Pika exchanged glances and were the first to step out of the cabin. "Crocodile, a Shichibukai, what brings you to the Don Quixote family's pirate ship? Are you here on behalf of the world government to apprehend us?" The muscular man's sharp voice prompted Crocodile to furrow his brow, an odd expression crossing his face. "Why does this pirate flag look so familiar?" "Ah, it truly is the Don Quixote family's ship. Where is that Doflamingo? Is he too afraid to come out and face me?" With a sinister smile, Doflamingo emerged from the cabin, a malevolent glint in his eyes. "Oh, have you encountered some misfortune since arriving in the West Sea? Seeing your troubled expression brings me some amusement. Doflamingo, that is not your concern. On the contrary, as a pawn of the world government, what brings you to the West Sea when you should be guarding your territory in the Grand Line?" Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, concealing the mysterious gaze behind them. Sometimes I wish to remove those sunglasses to see what kind of eyes you possess, Crocodile retorted, refusing to answer Doflamingo's question. Can't we communicate? Doflamingo grinned, his hands poised to attack Crocodile. Seeing you in such a state lifts my spirits. I shall not waste time with you today. By the way, I encountered an intriguing little brat in the West Sea named Shadowblade Carl. I suspect that since you have come to the West Sea, some inevitable friction will occur between you two. Chapter 066. Breaking news. Shadowblade Carl? The mention of Carl's name left the members of the Don Quixote family astonished. They could hardly fathom that the Shichibukai crocodile was familiar with this so-called Shadowblade Carl. What's wrong? Do you know that brat? Crocodile was initially about to leave but chose to stay upon witnessing the incredulous expressions on the pirate ship. Saying, Crocodile, what is your relationship with that little brat? Doflamingo inquired, a cruel smile gracing his lips. He had long sought to collaborate with Crocodile, yet this arrogant sand reptile had repeatedly spurned his invitations. Should he have any ties with Shadowblade Carl, Doflamingo would not hesitate to send him to the depths of the sea. It appears your Don Quixote family has suffered greatly at the hands of that little brat, Crocodile remarked from atop the flamingo statue at the ship's bow, casting a disdainful gaze upon the Don Quixote members. Answer my question, sang Crocodile. Doflamingo stepped closer, his tone ice-cold, reigniting the fury he had previously suppressed. It seems my conjecture was correct. Crocodile smirked, his gaze fixated on Doflamingo's sunglasses. That brat named Carl is no ordinary individual. His abilities are quite peculiar. And I advise you not to underestimate him. Are you implying that you were defeated by that little brat? Doflamingo erupted into an eerie laughter. He knew Crocodile's temperament well. If it were not for Shadowblade Carl humiliating him, he would never pay heed to a petty pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million berries. Though Doflamingo laughed, Tori Pole, Pika, and the other cadres bore serious expressions, having no intention of mocking Crocodile. With Doflamingo present, they felt little fear of the Shichibukai. Yet they were wary of provoking him, as the strength of a Shichibukai could easily wreak havoc on their pirate ship. I merely hope to witness a splendid performance between you two. Do not let it abruptly conclude before it even begins. Crocodile maintained his indifferent expression, his gaze still rife with contempt. That is none of your concern, world government lackey. I will personally sever the head of that arrogant brat. The thought of Crocodile's status as a Shichibukai filled Doflamingo with a simmering hatred. As a fallen celestial dragon aristocrat, he loathed those who no longer accepted him, as well as the world government that served them. Doflamingo, do you know why I particularly despise you? Crocodile suddenly broke the silence, addressing Doflamingo directly. Because you are excessively arrogant. Your very face disgusts me. Ha ha ha, the feeling is mutual. 5-color line. Sandstorm. The confrontation between Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Knight Yasha, and Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was brief. Both merely vented their frustrations before departing to resume their unfinished business in the West Sea. The day of the fateful duel between Carl and Doflamingo soon arrived. On a nameless, desolate island in the West Sea, Carl awaited Doflamingo's arrival from atop the highest hill. This time, he had brought with him Nico Robin, Cerno, Diamante, and Senor. Concerned about the fickle allegiance of Poffys, Carl had left him behind on Rust Island. A small, elegantly crafted sailing vessel was anchored off the western shore of the nameless island, manned by several sailors under Robin's command. While Diamante and Senor were confined in the ship's hold, suddenly, the calm sea erupted with a mighty splash as a massive sea cat, larger than the ship itself, approached. From its mouth leapt a small girl with red hair. The pirate ship of the Don Quixote family had arrived. Upon hearing Cerno's report, Robin raised an eyebrow, her previously calm demeanor now tinged with seriousness. The sailors, upon learning of the Don Quixote family's presence, were gripped by fear. Casting anxious glances toward the island where their captain awaited, they clenched their teeth, striving to dispel their trepidation. With a staggering disparity of nearly 200 million berries, what cards did Mr. Carl hold that instilled such confidence to challenge Doflamingo? Although she had witnessed Carl's overwhelming victory over Crocodile, the formidable nature of Doflamingo still gnawed at Robin's mind with worry for Mr. Carl's safety. Yet Cerno's small face beamed with confidence. She had been training alongside Mr. Carl and had never witnessed such rapid growth in his strength. Boss, I suddenly feel a bit regretful, murmured a peculiar man. Backpack slung over his shoulders, trembling as he confided his fears to another man hidden in the shadows of the nameless island. What are you afraid of? This is a battle between Shadowblade Carl and the great pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo. As long as we remain hidden, they have no interest in troubling us. The man clutched an intricate transponder snail, adjusting its angle in a bid to capture the moment of Doflamingo and Carl's clash. They were war correspondents from a major news agency in the West Sea, keen to secure real-time updates on the battle between the newly emerged Shadow Blade Karl and the infamous Doflamingo from the Grand Line. This was a significant story, a golden opportunity. Little did they know that the information about the duel was, in fact, relayed to them by Karl himself through Nico Robin. "Boss, look over there." The man followed his subordinate's pointing finger and spotted a growing dark shape rapidly approaching from the sky. "Just a large bird. What is so strange about that?" he remarked. But then realization struck. No, that is a person. His subordinate raised a telescope, and what he beheld would haunt him for a lifetime. Don Quixote Doflamingo was flying. Chapter 067. Finally, we meet big news. This is indeed big news. Quick, write it down. Knight Yashidon Quixote Doflamingo can fly. Amidst their astonishment, the senior correspondent remained dutiful, capturing every detail of the battlefield with his camera while simultaneously jotting notes in his notebook. Months had passed since Karl departed from the Walker Pirates. And in this ocean-dominated world, one could not rely on earthly knowledge to gauge the climate of each island. On this desolate island, even flora and fauna were sparse. Under the midday sun, Karl sat with his back to the light, his features obscured in shadow, feeling the heat radiating on his back. A warm breeze brushed past as Karl caressed the soft fur of a gray rabbit beside him, lifting his gaze to the increasingly large black spot in the sky. Once prepared, Karl dialed Doflamingo's number. Upon receiving the call, Doflamingo immediately soared to the nameless island using his devil fruit powers, while his crew aboard the Don Quixote pirate ship pursued him at full speed. "Is that Knight Yashidon Quixote Doflamingo?" The war correspondents, concealed in the underbrush, felt their spines chill despite the distance. Doflamingo had yet to unleash his conqueror's haki, yet the reporters trembled, their lips quivering. Had it not been for their extensive experience in war zones, they might have been rendered speechless with fear. Snap. The two journalists cautiously captured several photos of the standoff between Doflamingo and Karl, and then discreetly produced another transponder snail to commence a live broadcast. This was a commentary-free live stream. No one dared raise their voice, for the stakes of their lives were far too high. "Hee, at last, I see you. Shadow Blade Karl, where have you hidden my dear family?" With a sinister laugh echoing like the chilling winds of the underworld, Doflamingo descended from the sky. Not landing but hovering above, gazing down at Karl seated on a stone slab. Doflamingo smiled, though his grin exuded no warmth, instead projecting a terrifying aura akin to a demon poised to claim lives. This was a thrill-filled smile. Doflamingo had finally encountered the audacious pirate from the West Sea. The fury that had been simmering within him for days erupted at this moment, causing him to tremble with excitement as he envisioned the gruesome fate that awaited this pirate. Doflamingo uttered a single cold phrase, prompting Karl's gray rabbit to flee in terror from his presence. "I trust you haven't forgotten the rules of the game?" Karl brushed the dust from his hands and slowly rose to his feet. He gazed up at Doflamingo hovering above, his thoughts igniting as the power of the gods began to swirl around him. The encounter between Doflamingo and Mr. Karl had commenced. The nameless island is not particularly large, yet Cerno can perceive the life force emanating from any location upon it. Though she does not possess the formidable mind network of Enel, she can sense the presence of two exceptionally powerful auras converging on the island. Who else could it be but Mr. Karl and Don Quixote Doflamingo? Upon hearing Cerno's report, Robin bit her lip in apprehension, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. The other sailors swallowed nervously, fervently hoping that the battle on the island would spare them from its wrath. "Keek. I have no desire to abide by any game rules anymore." Doflamingo's voice seemed to ignite with fervor as he delicately raised a finger. Such a simple gesture, akin to a butterfly fluttering its wings in the Amazon rainforest, unleashed a tempest that swiftly enveloped the isolated land. Even the creatures on the island felt the sudden surge of murderous intent in the air. Before Doflamingo's sinister laughter faded, an almost imperceptible thread materialized at his fingertips, charged with unbridled fury and terrifying malice. In an instant, this thread traversed the space between Doflamingo and Karl, slicing towards Karl's exposed neck. With a sound reminiscent of steel being severed, Karl's figure vanished from its original position. Yet the massive boulder behind him was effortlessly cleaved by Doflamingo's thread, its surface smooth and pristine as if meticulously sliced by a master craftsman. Suddenly, a colossal blade of dark violet energy manifested, slicing through the air in a direction perpendicular to the thread, aimed at Doflamingo hovering above. This immense dark violet blade, a spectacle of nature's stage, descended like a black curtain from the heavens, reflecting the vibrant threads as it soared towards the distant sea. The dark violet blade cleaved through the oppressive atmosphere, striking towards the clouds at the horizon. Keek. The two exchanged a mere blow. Doflamingo did not press the attack further. Instead, he stood upon the thread suspended in midair, a wicked smile gracing his lips, his sunglasses perfectly concealing the colors within his eyes. It appears that Crocodile was not jesting. You truly possess the audacity of a madman. The only way to confront a lunatic is to outmad him. Doflamingo surged forward, accelerating towards Carl, his right foot enveloped in a black sheen of haki, akin to a shadow. The clash resonated as if two steel plates had collided. Carl lifted his knee, enveloping his right leg in the formidable armor of haki, bracing himself against Doflamingo's ferocious kick, fueled by boundless fury. Throughout his training in Kinbunchika haki, Carl had never forsaken the mastery of Busashoka haki. 5 colored threads. Upon witnessing that his opponent could withstand his haki-infused kick, Doflamingo promptly launched an assault. With his left hand, he conjured 5 slender, sharp threads of varying hues, sweeping them towards the steadfast Carl, who was still engaged in a contest of leg strength. Clang. Faced with Doflamingo's agile and versatile string-fruit abilities, Carl responded with equal finesse, enveloping his black blade, Dwanhuan, in Busashoka haki. He held the sword upright at his side, effectively intercepting Doflamingo's threads, capable of severing steel. Just as Doflamingo prepared to pursue further, he observed Carl, unexpectedly, mirroring his own movements. With a swift motion, Carl's left hand grasped the air, unleashing a dark purple energy whip that sliced through the air with a howling wind, aimed at Doflamingo's cheek. Chapter 068. Who is this person? Ahahaha. Sengoku, I sense you've been rather downcast lately, so I've brought you some senbei, if you don't mind. I can also share my donuts with you. The door to the Marine headquarters, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, was kicked open by a grizzled old man with hair as white as snow, who held a bag of senbei in one hand and a bag of donuts in the other. Kapu. Sengoku did not unleash his usual torrent of curses at the unexpected intruder, but instead slowly lifted his head, wearily uttering the name of his old comrade. Hey, Sengoku. This isn't like you at all. What on earth has happened? Although Admiral Karp often presents himself as a disjointed old man in his daily life, he possesses a remarkable sensitivity to the anomalies experienced by his comrades in certain extraordinary circumstances, much like his grandson Luffy, whose intelligence fluctuates unpredictably. It's nothing. Perhaps I've just been overworked and fatigued these past few days. Just a few days ago, the Navy's Lieutenant Colonel, Don Quixote Rocinante, an undercover agent from the Don Quixote family, met his demise on Minion Island in the North Sea. He was ruthlessly slain by his own brother, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sengoku had always regarded Rocinante as his own flesh and blood. This failure not only signified the complete collapse of the Navy's plans regarding the Don Quixote family, but also left him with the profound anguish akin to that of losing a son. Sengoku even began to question whether he had grown too old and ineffectual. Karp, you may leave for now. I wish to rest, Sengoku said. Removing his glasses and rubbing his aching eyes, his voice barely a whisper, Kapu let out a sound of surprise. Although he was acutely aware that Sengoku, that old rascal, must be embroiled in some troublesome affair, he also understood that there were certain secrets Sengoku could not divulge to him, not particularly skilled in the art of consolation. Kapu scratched the back of his head, preparing to turn away. However, just as he opened the door, he noticed Kazan hurrying towards him. Ah, Kazan? What brings you here? Would you like some senbei? Ah, Mr. Kapu, you're here too? Let's save the senbei for later. I urgently need to speak with Admiral Sengoku. Urgently? Kapu mused for a moment, tapping his pinky against his nostril, before following Kazan back into Sengoku's office. What did you say? Sengoku, having just taken a sip of hot tea, immediately spat it out upon hearing Kazan's report. Quick, have someone reroute the signal. After a flurry of activity, the image-transmitting snail in Admiral Sengoku's office sprang to life, revealing a live broadcast of the battle between Carl and Don Quixote Doflamingo on the large screen across from them. Kapu stood behind Sengoku and Kazan, silently fixated on the image displayed on the large screen, feeling an unspoken sense of awe. However, Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grave. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Who is he battling? Where is this taking place? All he knew was that the footage was surreptitiously captured by a news agency in the West Sea, and the precise location remained unclear. The individual fighting against Doflamingo was a newly emerged pirate from the West Sea in recent months, whose name seemed to elude him. Ah, how embarrassing, I seem to have forgotten. The West Sea, a region that always evoked an indelible memory in Sengoku's mind. Inform Vice Admiral Tsuru that Doflamingo is no longer in the North Sea. She must hasten to the West Sea. After issuing orders to an aide, Sengoku furrowed his brow. His gaze fixated on the live broadcast. Disbelief etched across his face as he murmured, Who exactly is this swordsman? How is it that I have never heard of someone capable of confronting Doflamingo directly? Meanwhile, Karl parried Doflamingo's colorful threads with his blade, his left hand slicing through the air as a dark purple shadow whip, accompanied by a howling wind, lashed towards Doflamingo's cheek. Faced with Karl's bizarre shadow whip, Doflamingo neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he raised one leg high, generating 8 nearly transparent threads from the tip of his toe, delivering a kick towards Karl's shadow whip. Foot-slicing threads. The shadow whip, composed of dark energy, lacked a physical form and thus could not entwine with Haki, while Doflamingo's threads, in stark contrast, were honed to the point of severing steel, rivaling the hardness of a great blade. Coupled with the enhancement of Haki, the 8 threads swiftly cleaved Karl's shadow whip into 9 segments, seemingly unstoppable in their advance. Chuckling softly, Doflamingo initially deemed the opponent's peculiar whip to be easily dispatched. However, as the 8 slicing threads approached Karl, he discovered that the threads he had created were entwined with strands of dark purple energy. With a swift motion, Karl wielded his blade in his right hand, the ominous aura of Armament Haki enveloping the edge. He executed a reverse slash aimed at Doflamingo's thigh. Doflamingo, renowned for his remarkable resilience, lifted his right foot at an exceptionally acute angle, his 8 threads of string positioned before him, effortlessly intercepting Karl's strike. These threads, not only possessing a hardness akin to steel, also exhibited the flexibility of a puppet's strings. When hardness and pliability merge, they create an extraordinary capacity for defense that rivals absolute protection. Clang! The blade of despair collided with the 8 threads. Yet, merely a second later, an instinctual feeling of unease washed over Doflamingo, and to his astonishment, his threads began to snap one after another. By the time the force of the blade was fully dissipated, only 2 threads remained intact. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Corrosion? Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins, but his movements remained unimpeded. As Karl launched another shadowy whip, Doflamingo chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he propelled himself backward by forcefully rebounding off the threads in midair, simultaneously swinging his right hand down towards Karl's position. Fallen Scoundrel's line. No one could discern the origin of these threads. Suddenly, 5 strands resembling rakes of fallen leaves materialized above Karl's head, plummeting from the air with alarming speed, seemingly poised to pierce through his skull in the next instant. Faced with such vertically descending, penetrating threads, the only viable defense was to withstand them with Armament Haki. However, dueling is not merely a test of temper. The optimal strategy is to exploit the opponent's overcommitment. As Karl activated his Phantom Shadow Step ability, he deftly evaded Doflamingo's string of fate with remarkable swiftness. Leaping into the air towards Doflamingo, Karl drew his bow with his right hand, aiming the soul-severing blade at Doflamingo's heart, launching a strike at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The Phantom 3 Strikes. Chapter 069. Overlooked and Overawed. Swish. 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 In an instant, 3 slashes were executed. The sound of the 3 wind-splitting strikes reached Doflamingo's ears almost simultaneously, leaving an ordinary person unable to discern that it was 3 separate attacks. Yet, Doflamingo was no ordinary pirate. Despite the incredible speed of the Phantom 3 strikes, it still amounted to 3 distinct sword strikes. Unfazed by the rapid succession of attacks, Doflamingo's figure flickered in midair, successfully dodging the first 2 thrusts. For the 3rd strike, which he could not evade, he resolutely enveloped his right hand in Armament Haki, clenching his fingers to grasp the sharp edge of the soul-severing blade. Clang! The clear sound of metal clashing resonated as the tip of the blade, having lost much of its momentum thanks to Doflamingo's intervention, was lodged against the location of his heart. However, the remaining force of the soul-severing blade could not penetrate Doflamingo's Haki, leaving it unable to advance further towards his heart. With a firm grip on the soul-severing blade, Doflamingo appeared to seize the initiative in the battle. A cold smile graced his lips as he maintained his grasp on Karl's weapon with his right hand while extending his left hand backward, then reaching out into the air. From Doflamingo's palm erupted dozens of nearly transparent, slender threads, which twisted together in an instant, resembling a girl-esque braided hairstyle. Superstring whip. Doflamingo suddenly flicked his left hand towards Karl with immense force, unleashing a terrifyingly large whip that descended with unparalleled speed upon Karl's shoulder, as if intending to tear him apart from the side of his neck. Unlike the threads Doflamingo had previously released, this whip was both thick and long, carrying an overwhelming destructive force that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. It rendered both the sea and resilient stone as soft as tofu, unable to delay its advance by even a fraction of a second. Faced with this unstoppable attack, Karl snatched back the soul-severing blade from Doflamingo's grasp. leaning back mid-air to narrowly evade the assault. The super string whip whizzed past, barely missing Karl's nose. The fierce winds generated by its passage even tousling the strands of hair on his forehead. Doflamingo's super string whip slashed downwards, carving a deep chasm into the lonely island, uprooting grass and shattering rocks as it passed. Yet, this was not the end. The whip continued to extend beyond the island into the sea, cleaving the ocean in two and sweeping towards the horizon, where the eye could scarcely reach. What was that just now? How terrifying. Aboard the small sailboat of the Karlov family, the crew suddenly witnessed a long whip slicing through the air towards the ground and into the distant sea. The island, struck by the super string whip, resonated with a thunderous roar, akin to a colossal beast enduring the harshest of floggings. Is Mr. Karl going to be all right? Observing this unfamiliar and fearsome ability, Robin's lovely face reflected her growing anxiety. From her understanding, Mr. Karl did not possess a super move capable of spanning several kilometers. Rest assured, Mr. Karl is not in danger yet. With her observation Haki, Tsuruno sensed that Karl's aura remained unweakened. However, witnessing Doflamingo's feat of cleaving the sea in two filled Tsuruno with apprehension. Doflamingo was far more powerful than she had anticipated. On the ocean several kilometers away from the island, the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family was steadily approaching the isolated land. Lord Toripole? The young master is rushing too hastily. That pirate might have set an ambush on the island. Gladius recalled the terrifying pressure Karl had emitted when he had locked onto him, unable to shake off his concern for Doflamingo's situation. What kind of person is the young master? He possesses Conqueror's Haki and has been blessed with the qualities of a king since childhood. Even if that shadowy sword Karl tries to employ some tricks, the young master will shatter his plans with his own hands. If not for Diamante and Senior being captured by that despicable fellow, the young master would have already torn him to shreds. Toripole chuckled, voicing his opinion in a sticky-sounding manner. You needn't worry, we just need to. Danger. Before Toripole could finish his statement, the sailors on deck suddenly screamed in terror. Rushing to the deck at their utmost speed, they found it drenched in icy seawater. What happened? Toripole instinctively inquired. It was Doflamingo's super string whip. Pika stood on the deck, having just witnessed the close call where Doflamingo's super string whip nearly severed their ship. To be able to force Doflamingo to use his super string whip, that guy is certainly no simple opponent. Torpole's smile faded as he instructed the sailors behind him. Continue forward, accelerate. Line saw. Doflamingo gazed down from above at Karl, who was descending towards the ground, extending a white thread from his pant leg, using it as a blade as he executed a swift kick aimed at Karl's neck. Karl's right hand firmly grasped the soul sever, empowered by the might of the spectral forces, as he swung it towards Doflamingo, illuminated by the radiant sunlight cascading from above. Spirit-devouring slash. Frost of Saya. Doflamingo felt an icy gust of wind surge into his trousers, infiltrating his very being. This frigid breeze penetrated to the bone, causing even the formidable Doflamingo to momentarily falter due to the sudden drop in temperature. In that fleeting instant, Karl had regained his balance. With a resounding boom, Karl propelled himself upward, soaring to a height surpassing that of Doflamingo in the blink of an eye. Moonwalk. Doflamingo's brow furrowed. He recognized this aerial maneuver, a technique typically known only to the Marines. Could this individual be an undercover agent? This thought intensified Doflamingo's ire. Having mastered the Ghost Shadow Step, Karl no longer needed to learn the Marine's 6 powers technique known as Shave, as Moonwalk was merely its enhanced version. With sufficient speed, Karl could tread upon the very air, defying gravity. As the perspective shifted, Doflamingo, gazing up at Karl, had yet to pursue him when he saw Karl raise the soul sever high above his head, preparing to strike down fiercely. Spirit slash. Fury. Chapter 070. Your technique is repetitive. The mysterious spectral power surged forth along the blade of the soul sever, transforming it into a vibrant purple weapon, while simultaneously expanding to form a massive blade of energy surrounding Karl, mercilessly cleaving towards Doflamingo's head. Aware of his opponent's peculiar corrosive abilities, Doflamingo refrained from meeting Karl's strike head-on with Haki. Instead, he thrust his arm forward, unleashing hundreds of fine threads that spread rapidly, weaving a vast net before him. To ensure his safety, Doflamingo enveloped these threads with a layer of hardened Haki. Spider web wall. Clang. The clash between Karl's soul-severing blade, imbued with the armor of Haki and the power of the demon god, and the spider silk released by Doflamingo produced a resounding metallic resonance. The brilliant violet energy blade, twice the size of the soul-severing blade, cleaved through Doflamingo's threads, the demon god's power seeping into the resilient filaments, eroding even the Haki that enveloped them. Subsequently, the blade, coated in Haki, struck against the fine threads, creating a fierce equilibrium where sparks erupted at the intersection of the haki, generating a disconcerting metallic screech. In less than 2 breaths, one of the strands constituting the web wall could no longer withstand the dual pressure of the demon god's force and haki. Snapping like a broken string on a musical instrument with a dull thud, the entire web wall then collapsed like a cascade of toppled dominoes. The sounds of the severed threads echoing in succession as Doflamingo's formidable web, capable of slicing through boulders, was effortlessly cleaved by Karl into a tattered net in the blink of an eye. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, overwhelmed by the humiliation of having his web defense breached, a disgrace he had never before encountered. Regrettably, the resilience of this web wall paled in comparison to Doflamingo's ultimate technique, the birdcage. Simultaneously, the power of the demon god atop the soul-severing blade had reached its zenith. The dazzling violet energy blade erupted with tremendous force, the overwhelming power of the demon god surging outward in all directions, accompanied by peculiar phantoms resembling small specters. In a stalemate, both Karl and Doflamingo found themselves unable to outmaneuver one another. After a brief exchange of close combat, they retreated, seeking effective means to inflict harm upon each other from a distance. Doflamingo, with a casual grace, poised himself in midair and raised a finger, gently gesturing forward. String shot. As Doflamingo's command resonated through the air, countless nearly imperceptible threads erupted from his fingertips, launching forth at astonishing speed. In that moment, his finger resembled a heavy machine gun spewing forth fiery serpents, filling the sky with strands of terrifying, armed haki. Confronted by this barrage of lethal strings, akin to a tempest of death, Karl unleashed the full potential of his ghostly steps. His feet danced in the air, creating successive sonic booms, and in an instant, shadows of Karl proliferated throughout the sky, as if dozens of him had simultaneously appeared. Doflamingo's threads, fine as needles, were enhanced by the might of his armed haki, rendering them as powerful as cannon fire. Just a single thread could effortlessly pierce through rock, making the task of shattering bones seem trivial. This marked Karl's inaugural encounter with an adversary capable of compelling him to wager his very life. Unbeknownst to him, a fervent desire for battle surged within his heart, igniting a passionate fervor. Demon Slash, Crescent Moon. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by Doflamingo's attack, Karl let out a fierce battle cry, wielding his blades with fervor as he delivered a devastating downward strike. A colossal, dark purple crescent-shaped blade of energy surged forth, aimed directly at Doflamingo. In the face of Karl's formidable assault, Doflamingo remained unflinching, displaying neither fear nor retreat. With a single, forceful thrust of his hand, he initiated his counter. Spider's Nest. Unlike the web wall he had previously conjured, Doflamingo now summoned forth numerous thick, elongated strands, which interwove to form a net riddled with gaps yet stood resolute, resembling an impenetrable wall. This formidable barrier successfully withstood the onslaught of Karl's dark purple blade, which possessed the power to cleave through a building. However, Doflamingo was not without his own trials. Although the spider's nest had effectively absorbed the brunt of Karl's attack, leaving him unscathed, Doflamingo found himself forcefully propelled backward, traversing hundreds of meters through the air. The dark purple blade had even sent him flying away from the island, soaring toward the vast expanse of the ocean sky. Doflamingo's expression was cold, and a sense of displeasure simmered within him, gazing distantly at Karl, who floated gracefully in midair upon the isolated island. Doflamingo drew his right hand back, gathering dozens of strands into a cohesive mass. With a powerful downward sweep, he unleashed an extraordinarily thick and lengthy whip from the heavens, directing it toward Karl as if it were a divine instrument of retribution. Super Whip. This time, Karl did not evade. Instead, he summoned the entirety of his Kazan power while enveloping his sword, Soul Breaker, with the armor of Armament Haki. With both hands gripping the blade, he slowly raised it upward. Whoosh! The massive whip descended from the sky, and in an instant, Karl's figure vanished from sight. Boom! The colossal whip collided with the edge of Karl's sword. Suspended in midair without a point of support, he was forcefully driven towards the ground of the island by an overwhelming force. The super whip crashed onto the ground, leaving an indomitable path in its wake. Centered around the spot where Karl landed, a straight fissure appeared both in the earth and the sea behind him. How audacious of this little wretch to dare meet my super whip head-on with his blade. Doflamingo soared above Karl, attempting to locate his lifeless body. However, through the perception granted by his observation haki, Doflamingo's smile froze upon his face. Indeed, as the dust gradually settled, a web-like network of cracks emerged on the ground, each fissure sprawling into the grass, their endpoints shrouded in mystery. At the heart of this spider web, Karl stood upright, the razor-sharp edge of Soul Breaker still resonating with a faint, lingering hum. Doflamingo descended to the ground, his expression grave, as if he were not confronting an adversary, but rather a completely unfamiliar entity. Have your moves been exhausted? Carl grinned broadly, his gaze towards Doflamingo brimming with amusement. Doflamingo did not respond to Carl's inquiry, yet his expression betrayed him, as if it were inscribed with the words, "How did you know? Your technique has become redundant." Chapter 071. Connection interrupted. Carl and Doflamingo had nearly exhausted all of their ordinary techniques, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. If this continued, it would be challenging to determine a victor. They might end up clashing for 10 days and nights, much like the battle between Akainu and Akiji, until one party's stamina was depleted or a fatal flaw was revealed. Doflamingo, filled with confusion, could not help but inquire during their brief pause in combat. What exactly is your devil fruit ability? Why do you possess both frost and corrosion? Why should I disclose that to you? Carl replied with a faint smile, his expression tinged with sarcasm. Do you typically reveal your techniques to your opponents in battle, allowing them to prepare accordingly? Hehehe. Doflamingo chuckled, not only unfazed by Carl's words, but also exhibiting a hint of pride and confidence in his tone. I hope your hidden trump card can withstand this ability I have been reluctant to use. Kid, allow me to show you just how vast this sea truly is. Doflamingo spread his arms wide. The moment his words fell, a peculiar force surged forth from within him. It was as if a hidden geothermal spring had been unearthed at his feet, and this strange energy, silently accumulating, began to spread outward at a visible speed. What is happening? Why do I feel that the trees and rocks on that island are becoming distorted? In the office of Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters, the previously silent Vice Admiral Garp scratched the back of his head, shattering the stillness of the room. What trick is Doflamingo playing? Sengoku furrowed his brow as he observed the increasingly warped scenery on the screen. The reporters from the news agency were already terrified by the fierce battle between Carl and Doflamingo, daring only to capture distant glimpses of the combatants, too fearful to approach the two harbingers of death. As Carl and Doflamingo descended toward the ground, the screen was left with an island ravaged by their fierce clash. Crack. La. The live transmission from the Din Din Mushi suddenly emitted a sound before falling silent, leaving only a blank screen in the office. What has transpired? Sengoku pondered the cause of the distortion when, unexpectedly, the image vanished. Report to Admiral Sengoku. The signal from the news agency has abruptly ceased. What did you say? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Sengoku's eyes widened in shock, causing the Navy officer to involuntarily step back. As Doflamingo's power spread, the trees and boulders on the isolated island began to twist grotesquely, suddenly transforming into countless white threads. In the blink of an eye, with a wave of Doflamingo's hands, these dense white lines surged toward Carl like crashing waves. White wave of threads. In that moment, Doflamingo resembled a conductor of an orchestra, with thousands of white lines dancing in unison at his command, akin to countless serpents with life, striking toward Carl from all directions. The awakening of the devil fruit. Carl's expression grew increasingly grave. Even as his voice lingered, he leapt away from his original position, deftly evading the ceaselessly surging white lines that resembled ocean waves. A mere pirate from the West Sea is aware of the awakening of the devil fruit? My intrigue in you deepens. Doflamingo chuckled as he slowly approached Carl, leaving a trail where every plant and piece of earth transformed instantaneously into an endless expanse of white lines. In that moment, Doflamingo resembled a deity who inhabited the threshold between two realms. Before him lay a verdant isle, while behind him sprawled an enchanting world composed entirely of white lines. What on earth is that? Run. Is Doflamingo human or demon? Witnessing Doflamingo turn the very ground into white lines, the two journalists could no longer bear to remain on the island. They discarded all their equipment and fled desperately toward the opposite shore. What exclusive news! What promises of raises and promotions! None of it could withstand the overwhelming terror that propelled the two journalists to escape. If the sixth demon, the Inferno of Kalar, has awakened, these white lines will merely serve as fuel for the black flames. Carl danced with the moonwalk, deftly evading the surging white lines that erupted from the ground. Countless fine threads intertwined, coalescing into one massive white serpent after another. At that moment, Doflamingo seemed to transform into the legendary Yamada no Orochi, wielding a power capable of effortlessly annihilating a medium-sized island nation. Yet, let it not be forgotten that I am also a swordsman, as you often speak of. Demon slash, full moon. With both hands gripping his sword, Carl unleashed a tempestuous force reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. Dark purple blade energy swiftly coalesced around him, forming an imposing crescent moon that radiated outward with unstoppable momentum. The hallmark of a swordsman has always been an extraordinary capacity for destruction. With a resounding strike, Karl's full power cleaved through the serpentine white giants that surged from the ground to the heavens, their heads severed in an instant by the dark purple crescent. The white threads cascaded to the earth like raindrops. Yet, Doflamingo remained unfazed. In mere moments, the white serpents regrew their heads and lunged menacingly at Karl. Suspended in the air above, in midair, Karl executed 3 swift slashes, unleashing 3 colossal crescent-shaped waves of blade energy that descended upon Doflamingo below. Yet, Doflamingo remained unperturbed. He merely raised his right hand, and from the ground surged countless formidable threads, effectively obstructing Karl's 3 strikes. The shield white line. A resounding tear echoed in the air as the protective barrier before Doflamingo was instantly rent asunder, and Karl, imbued with overwhelming force, materialized before Doflamingo. Heart-piercing 1,000 arrows. Feather strike. Doflamingo, taken aback, hastily retreated. Simultaneously, the ground erupted with thousands of entwined threads imbued with the color of Haki, coalescing into a shape reminiscent of flamingo wings, rapidly assailing Karl as if to impale him with 1,000 arrows. Frost of Saya. Absolute domain. In that fleeting moment, the chilling wails of Saya erupted behind Karl, enveloping Doflamingo in an icy dread, as if he had been cast into a realm of unrelenting cold. There, behind Karl, materialized a phantom of ice-blue malevolence, and in an instant, everything within a radius of several hundred meters around Karl was frozen in place. Chapter 072, Karl's Trump Card. Thousands of threads were instantly immobilized by the icy power of the demon Saya. These threads, initially forming a shape akin to flamingo wings, were now adorned with sparkling frost, glimmering under the sun like the fabled ice crystal phoenix. Crack, crash. Soon, as Doflamingo desperately summoned the powers of his devil fruit and Haki, the feather strike lines shattered the ice encasing them. Once more, the thousands of armed threads lunged toward Karl. However, within that brief interval, Karl had already closed the distance to Doflamingo. Although the feather strike lines shattered the ice, they had nonetheless suffered significant impairment. Their velocity considerably diminished compared to their initial ferocity. Behind Karl, countless threads of feather strikes pursued him at breakneck speed. However, upon catching sight of the depths of Karl's eyes, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within Doflamingo's heart. A sharp pain inexplicably pierced his mind, only to vanish almost instantly, as if it were a mere illusion. Conqueror's Haki. No, that wasn't it. Influenced by the mental shock from Karl, Doflamingo's movements lagged just a fraction. Yet in that fleeting moment, Karl had already closed the distance between them. Without the slightest hesitation, Karl enveloped his blade, the soul-cutting knife, with Armament Haki and struck down fiercely towards Doflamingo's head. Doflamingo, with his right hand controlling the feather threads, hastily employed his left hand to pull out several thick lines, coated in Armament Haki, raising them to block Karl's ferocious onslaught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next heartbeat, Doflamingo's feather threads finally caught up to Karl's figure. A dense array of threads shot towards Karl's back like a hail of arrows, yet this time, Karl appeared almost dazed, neither dodging nor evading, instead bracing himself with Armament Haki to withstand Doflamingo's torrential barrage of strikes. Karl had resolutely made up his mind. If he were to engage in a continuous back-and-forth exchange of blows with Doflamingo, it seemed unlikely that a victor would ever emerge. Therefore, he opted for a direct confrontation with Doflamingo, willing to trade injuries to ascertain whose strength was superior. Strength and Phantom Whip. With a swift motion of his left hand, Karl conjured a mysterious energy from the void. In an instant, he directed it towards Doflamingo, unleashing 3 dark purple energy whips that sliced through the air, accompanied by a howling wind, striking towards one side of Doflamingo's body. The proud expression on Doflamingo's face froze as he faced this rapid assault from such close quarters. It was evident that he had no time to mount a defense. In a moment of haste, Doflamingo raised his right arm, enveloped in Haki, in an attempt to thwart the impending attack. Yet, how could a single arm possibly withstand the 3 spectral whips of Karl, striking simultaneously from above, the middle, and below? The pain had dissipated from Karl's back. As Doflamingo's right arm retaliated, thousands of feather-like lines vanished almost simultaneously. However, Doflamingo's movements lagged just a fraction behind Karl, failing to intercept the foremost shadowy whip. A sharp crack resonated through the air as Karl's strike connected with Doflamingo's right cheek, propelling him abruptly to the side. Karl pursued his victory relentlessly, yet he was unprepared for the sheer madness that had consumed Doflamingo. The latter forsook all defensive techniques save for his Armament Haki, fiercely unleashing the awakened powers of his devil fruit. A torrent of white threads surged towards Karl's slender figure. Master Pika, have we taken a wrong turn? A navigator queried, pointing towards an island that was gradually coming into view. Why does half of that island appear white? Doflamingo. Pika remained silent, his gaze fixated on the alabaster isle. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. The smile had vanished from Torbel's face. As a senior member of the Don Quixote family, both Toribol and Pika were acutely aware of Doflamingo's most formidable devil fruit awakening ability. Yet the scene unfolding before them transcended their wildest imaginations. How could a pirate from the West Blue, who had never even ventured into the Grand Line, compel Doflamingo to resort to his awakened powers? What manner of being was this? The young master was a monstrous figure, having awakened his conqueror's haki since childhood. This shadowy figure, Karl, appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Could he possibly be an even more terrifying monster than Doflamingo? This was inconceivable. Meanwhile, Robin observed the tumultuous white waves and the flurries of slashing strikes erupting from the isolated island, her delicate features betraying her inability to maintain composure. Mr. Karl and Doflamingo. How formidable are they, truly? Based on the prowess they have exhibited, one might conjecture that, in the absence of an extraordinary vice-admiral like Kazan, even the Demon Slayer Order would face utter annihilation before them. Cerno, what is the situation on the island? Robin, feeling a chill of anxiety for Karl, urgently inquired of Cerno beside her. I cannot discern anything. The auras of both of them have not weakened. Rather, they have grown even more powerful. The battle between Karl and Doflamingo has entered its final phase. Both combatants have abandoned the amicable exchange of techniques, opting instead for a brutal confrontation where each inflicts harm upon the other. Doflamingo's vast array of threads, employed at cunning angles, has left Karl without a single article of clothing unscathed, and he bears numerous wounds inflicted by Doflamingo. Karl's ghostly strike possessed formidable destructive power, and the enigmatic might of the demon god left Doflamingo battered and bruised. Had it not been for the formidable strength of his haki, his visage would have been irrevocably marred. Since acquiring the string fruit, he had never felt as beleaguered as he did today. Once a tempestuous force on the Grand Line, he was now cornered by a mere whelp from the West Sea. 16 sacred bullets. As Karl hurtled through the air towards him, Doflamingo's face contorted with murderous intent. He raised his hand, brimming with confidence, and gestured upward. Countless threads converged around him, forming 16 towering waves of white, each crowned with a dense aura of haki. Divine execution. The 16 waves surged forth, piercing the air towards Karl, who was gracefully gliding with the moonwalk. These colossal waves, imbued with inexorable momentum, stirred up clouds of dust, seemingly threatening to pierce the very heavens. At the moment of contact between Karl and the waves, an uncanny silence enveloped the space, as if time itself had momentarily stilled. Doflamingo suddenly broke into a grin, for through his peculiar sunglasses, he witnessed the sacred bullets piercing Karl's heart. Chapter 073, Soul Severance. Doflamingo laughed, for the shadowy blade Karl had finally succumbed to his ultimate technique. Even his observation haki no longer sensed his presence. This time, he was doomed. Amidst Doflamingo's sinister smile, the battle that had shocked the West Sea drew to a close. The Shadow Demon, the Phantom Karl. Ultimate technique, Ghostly Shadow Flash. Suspended in midair, Karl, struck through the heart by Doflamingo's divine execution, remained unscathed. In that fleeting moment of contact, the power of the Phantom Karl activated instantaneously, allowing him and his black blade, Soul Severance, to evaporate into nothingness. Though this evasion lasted but a brief second, it represented an ultimate ability to dodge even the mightiest haki. Karl's greatest trump card was indeed the ultimate technique of the Shadow Demon Karl, Ghostly Shadow Flash. Suddenly, Karl vanished from sight, and in the space between him and Doflamingo, a colossal, violet X-shaped slash flickered into existence. Almost simultaneously, a figure identical to Karl appeared behind Doflamingo, having harnessed the spatial abilities of the Shadow Demon to teleport there. Ghostly Shadow Flash, Soul Severance Slash, a cut that severs the soul. The Ghostly Shadow Flash did not strike the flesh, but targeted the very essence. Doflamingo's body remained unharmed, yet upon the disappearance of the X-slash, a peculiar purple skull materialized above his head. Doflamingo's mind became a blank slate. His recollections frozen at the moment Karl was pierced by the divine execution. In that moment, only one sensation remained. It felt as though his soul had been forcefully extracted by death itself, only to be cruelly thrust back into his being. Doflamingo's consciousness endured excruciating torment. Compared to the agony of his soul being toyed with by death, the prior wounds inflicted by slashes and corrosion felt trivial, akin to mere scratches. Pain in the flesh could be endured until unconsciousness took hold, but the torment of the soul could only be borne through sheer willpower. Karl, still maintaining his striking posture, lingered behind Doflamingo. A second later, the purple skull above Doflamingo's head slowly dissipated, and finally, his body reacted. As though caught unawares by a master swordsman's full strike, Doflamingo's form was sent hurtling backward. With a resounding thud, he landed at Karl's feet, his body unresponsive. And within the depths of his consciousness, an impenetrable darkness reigned. Karl slowly straightened his body, his back turned to the unconscious Don Quixote Doflamingo, one hand gripping a knife pointed towards the ground. His attire was tattered, and his body bore numerous fresh bloodstains. Yet these wounds did little to conceal the fierce aura of indifference that enveloped him after the battle. It was uncertain when this man would awaken. In the year 1508 of the Sea Circle, on a nameless solitary island in the West Sea, the notorious tyrant, Don Quixote Doflamingo, had been defeated, as Doflamingo fell into unconsciousness. The flora and stones that had been assimilated by his devil fruit powers began to revert to their original forms. Looking out over the ocean, the solitary island appeared as if it were a pristine snowfield, rapidly melting away before the naked eye. The sky was filled with white lines transforming into various trees and boulders, tumbling to the ground, as an inexplicable and bizarre downpour began to fall upon the nameless island. Mr. Karl emerged victorious. Cerno, sensing the faint ghostly aura mingled with Karl's presence, felt another powerful energy suddenly wane, causing the overwhelming white waves to revert to their natural state. Cerno's previously tense expression blossomed into radiant joy as she leaped into the mouth of the sea cat Aaron, plunging into the water with a splash. Upon hearing Cerno's words, Robin's demeanor immediately softened. She released a long breath, calming her racing heart, gradually regaining the commanding aura of a workplace queen. Mr. Karl has triumphed over Doflamingo. Let us sail forth to welcome his glorious return. Huh? The other sailors, still in shock, exchanged bewildered glances, as if they had not heard Robin's words. Set sail, weigh anchor. Yes. The sailors cheered jubilantly. Robin made her way to the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze that tousled her hair, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Mr. Karl truly is a man capable of creating miracles. The pirate ship of the Don Quixote family was steadily approaching the nameless island where Doflamingo and Karl had fought. However, under the gaze of all aboard the pirate ship, the vast white waves crumbled in an instant, revealing their true nature. Had Doflamingo won or lost? Pika, who had unwavering confidence in his master's strength, felt an inexplicable panic rising within him. A serious tone was conveyed through an extremely high-pitched voice, making Pika appear even more comical at that moment. Hihitori Bull also sensed an underlying unease, his eerie laughter disrupted. Of course, Doflamingo had won. He possessed the Conqueror's Haki and had awakened his devil fruit ability. How could he possibly lose to a nameless pirate from the West Sea? Lord Toribol, Lord Pika, our master must be waiting for us on the island. That shadowy swordsman, Karl, is a devil fruit user. We should promptly deliver the sea prism stone handcuffs to our master. The atmosphere aboard the ship was somewhat peculiar, and the other ordinary officers dared not interject. Gladius furrowed his brow in contemplation and stepped forward to offer his suggestion. Indeed, Gladius is correct. Our master needs us now. Pika turned to face his crew, his high-pitched voice ringing out. The battle has concluded. There is no need for further concern. Follow my orders. Raise all sails and set sail at full speed. Pika's statement was only partially accurate. While it was true that Doflamingo currently required their assistance, the reason was contrary to their assumptions. Chapter 074, The Killer's Code. Exhaling a long breath of stale air, Karl sheathed his weapon and sat cross-legged beside Doflamingo. Though he bore no sea prism stone handcuffs, Karl felt no worry. Anyone struck by the shadow flash would remain unconscious unless they possessed exceptional strength to withstand it. Truly, Doflamingo possessed a terrifying level of power. Karl chuckled softly, speaking to himself. At his current level of strength, if he faced Doflamingo in his normal state, neither would prevail over the other. However, against the awakened Doflamingo, Karl would have had no chance of victory. Unfortunately, Karl was intimately familiar with all of Doflamingo's techniques, while Doflamingo confronted an enemy who knew nothing of him. As a transmigrator, the intelligence he possessed was the key factor in Karl's triumph over Doflamingo. I may have acted a bit too hastily. It seems I should train for a while longer before venturing into the Grand Line. Otherwise, Lady Luck may not always smile upon me. However, with a hint of mischief at the corner of his mouth, Karl mused, Doflamingo, I shall take your position as a warlord of the sea. A bountiful 280 million berries, requiring the Marines to dispatch Vice Admiral Tsuru specifically to deal with you. I believe, given your value, it should be enough to secure a warlord of the sea status. Such a status would spare one countless troubles. The notorious thief Don Quixote Doflamingo. Crocodile, the architect of the maritime calamity in the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line, Gecko Moria. Without their special status as warlords of the sea, how could they so recklessly sow chaos? To this day, Karl has not proactively provoked the naval forces, nor has he committed any heinous acts of slaughter against civilians. Furthermore, having gained notoriety through his battle with Don Quixote Doflamingo, it is reasonable to believe that the Navy has little justification to reject the olive branch extended by such a formidable pirate. While the Navy's public narrative portrays Karl as a ruthless and bloodthirsty marauder, the truth of the matter is likely well known among the seasoned officials handling related affairs within the upper echelons of the Navy. Mr. Karl. Robin called out from a distance upon discovering the whereabouts of Karl and Doflamingo, while the imposing figures behind her seemed to shy away like bashful maidens. Only after confirming the presence of their captain and the lifeless body of Doflamingo did they emerge with beaming smiles. Karl, however, paid little heed to their behavior, for he could not expect every subordinate to be as devoted as Luffy's companions, who would wager their lives for their captain. Doflamingo is dead? Robin exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief at the sight of Doflamingo, devoid of any response on the ground. Not yet. Karl replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Do we have the sea stone handcuffs? Upon hearing Karl's words, the sailors who had gathered closely around him nearly fled in panic. However, they ultimately mustered their courage and presented the sea stone handcuffs to Karl. Even after Doflamingo was secured with the handcuffs, the sailor's eyes still revealed a palpable apprehension. Karl chuckled but remained silent. Where's Miss Cerno? Robin had previously observed Cerno hastening towards the island, yet upon reflection, she was astonished to find no trace of her. That girl. Karl's words trailed off as he turned his gaze towards the distant pirate ship that was steadily approaching. Boom. The Don Quixote family's pirate ship, moving at full speed, suddenly jolted violently, causing the crew members to nearly tumble onto the deck. What just happened? At the bow of the ship, Torbal's gelatinous form swayed, his snot swinging back and forth before stubbornly refusing to fall. Could it be a shipwreck? Impossible. This is deep sea, and the currents showed no signs of disturbance. Boom. Another thunderous sound echoed as the Don Quixote family ship tilted at an alarming 45-degree angle, threatening to submerge. Boom. Before the crew could even brace for impact, a third explosive sound reverberated. Amidst the frantic screams of the Don Quixote members, the ship capsized entirely, with nearly everyone plunging into the depths, even the overturned sails slowly descending to the seabed. Moments later, not far from where the Don Quixote ship sank, a massive column of water erupted from the sea surface. And as it dissipated, the figure of the sea cat, Aaron, emerged before the astonished onlookers. With a smile, Karl pointed towards the distant sea cat. Look, she has arrived. On an unnamed island in the West Sea, within the headquarters of the Silver Fang Assassin Organization, a mysterious man stared intently at the pitch-black screen before him, his breathing slow and measured. He was the leader of the Silver Fang Assassins, the individual referred to as the boss by the assassins. However, akin to CP9's Commander Spandam and Dressrosa's King Riku, he possessed little fighting prowess, rendering him a mere pawn. No wonder Burner and Richard met their demise at his hands. Karl could contend with Doflamingo on equal footing. Even the peculiar Lafayette fell to this youth. It seems unlikely that even in defeat, he would be easily captured by Doflamingo. I truly wish to avoid dealing with that bald-headed scoundrel. Recently, 3 newcomers have risen in the West Sea. Aside from the bloodthirsty pirate, Shadowblade Karl, there is the notorious bounty hunter known as the Swordsman Slayer, Daz Bonus, and the Godfather, Capone Beach, who is currently embroiled in fierce conflict with the Mafia. I have a business proposition. Are you interested? The mysterious man summoned Daz Bonus, the proud individual he had long sought to recruit but had repeatedly failed. What kind of business? You're known as the Swordsman Slayer, correct? Indeed. Excellent. The mysterious man nodded with satisfaction. I will offer you 200 million berries to eliminate the Shadowblade Karl. He pushed a safe towards Bonus, 100 million berries as a down payment, with another 100 million upon completion. Upon hearing Karl's name, a subtle flicker of emotion crossed Bonus's eyes. Karl was barely a friend, and more importantly, he was someone he could not defeat. Is the sum insufficient? No. Bonus replied tersely. However, he had heard rumors that the Silver Fang assassins had already sacrificed 2 S-rank assassins in their pursuit of Shadowblade Karl, including their ace assassin. Are you familiar with the Assassin's Code? The Assassin's Code? While the Silver Fang assassins have their own guidelines, it's unclear if that is what Bonus refers to. Suddenly, a chilling glimmer flashed. The mysterious man's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression froze. One of the codes is to eliminate weaker targets first. Bonus's face remained expressionless as he picked up the safe from the table and calmly exited the mysterious man's office. Chapter 075, The First Signs of Brilliance. The battle between Shadow Blade Carl and the Night Demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo, concluded quietly. Through the thin screen, countless witnesses beheld the stormy opening act, yet none witnessed the battle's outcome. That very day on these waters, particularly in the West Sea, the uncertain fate of Carl and Doflamingo's clash stirred considerable unrest among various factions seeking the truth. At the Marine headquarters, within the office of Admiral Sengoku, the atmosphere remained tense. Have we made contact with that news agency? Sengoku paced anxiously, while Vice Admiral Garb sat silently on the nearby sofa, his gaze following Sengoku's restless movements. Kazan. Huh? Suddenly called upon, Kazan felt an ominous premonition. Though Doflamingo was indeed a formidable pirate, Kazan, as the Marine's latest prodigy, hardly regarded pirates of his caliber as a threat. Yet, Kazan was averse to trouble, had it not been for this incident coincidentally crossing his path. He would have preferred to remain uninvolved in the pirate skirmishes. Kazan's expression remained unchanged. But an unsettling feeling brewed within him. Sengoku wouldn't be assigning me to investigate this matter in the West Sea, would he? You don't have any pressing tasks at hand, do you? Sengoku initially considered his longtime protege, Borsalino, but that individual was currently occupied with the investigation of the Fishman crew, the Sun Pirates. Compared to Doflamingo's conflict in the West Sea, the actions of the Sun Pirates captain, Fisher Tiger, Burning Mariehua, represented a far graver issue for the world government. Borsalino was indisposed. Given Kazan's presence, Sengoku decided to assign the task to him directly. Oh no. Kazan's heart sank. It seemed his vacation was about to be ruined. I have no assignments. Kazan's expression hardened as he truthfully responded to Sengoku's inquiry. Very well. I will send Vice Admiral Tsuru to Twin Capes at Reverse Mountain to await your arrival. You will assist her and investigate the specifics of this pirate. Gradually regaining his composure, Sengoku began to analyze the situation. The thought of Rosinandi's sacrifice in the North Sea reignited Sengoku's fury. Kazan, you and Vice Admiral Tsuru must work together to apprehend Doflamingo. If possible, it would be best to capture this pirate who is on par with Doflamingo as well. Understood. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, allow me to accompany Kazan. It has been ages since I've seen Tsuru. Suddenly, Garp burst out laughing, standing up with enthusiasm. Garp, you are not permitted to go anywhere. In recent days, you are to remain at headquarters, with Sengoku casting a fierce glare at Garp. Even the long mustache resembling a braid seemed to bristle. Under Sengoku's admonishment, the fearless Carp complied like a quail and sat back down. After years of military service, Carp had learned that disregarding Sengoku's orders often led to either calamity or embarrassment, and over time, he had formed a habit of adhering to Sengoku's arrangements. He held an unwavering trust in this old friend. 3 days later, news of Shadow Blade Carl's victory over the Night Demon Don Quixote da Flamingo spread like wildfire across the seas. In this ocean-dominated world, the news agency run by a peculiar talking seagull wielded considerable influence. Even the CP-0, the intelligence arm of the world government, found themselves occasionally challenged by the agency's director. The battle on the isolated island of the West Sea bore no threat to the authority of the world government. Thus the news agency boldly featured this confrontation as the headline, garnering numerous orders for that edition of the newspaper. At the entrance of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain, Twin Cape. Shanks, how have you returned from the Grand Line? Did you not say you were going to pursue your dreams? Asked Dr. Correja, the guardian of Twin Cape, with a smile directed at the red-haired pirate seated before him. Ha ha ha, what is there to rush about? I too wish to sail the entirety of the seas like Captain Roger, Shanks replied, embodying a carefree spirit. Unlike Luffy, who set out with the sole aim of reaching Raftel, Roger initially embarked on his journey merely as a wandering pirate. To a certain extent, Shanks had been influenced by Roger's adventurous spirit. And where do you intend to go next? Correa inquired, nostalgia filling his gaze. The East Blue. I plan to visit the captain's hometown. Shanks answered without a moment's hesitation. The East Blue. Correa mused, recalling the foolish young Roger who had once charged down from Reverse Mountain. Hey, Captain, something exciting is happening back in your hometown. After a brief silence, a rotund man with greenish attire and a beast leg in hand rushed over. Oh, what is happening? Shanks took the newspaper from the green-clad man, his eyes immediately drawn to the bold headlines. 81 million versus 280 million. The West Sea's rookie pirate Shadow Blade Carl defeats the Grand Line's Night Demon Don Quixote da Flamingo. The subheading posed a provocative question. Can bounty truly reflect a pirate's genuine strength? Who is he? Correa queried softly. I don't recognize him. Shanks handed the newspaper to Kureha, reflecting on the absence of any memory regarding Shadowblade Carl. However, he had heard of Doflamingo, though not particularly strong. He was notorious in the underworld as the Joker, and it was rumored that the Mabin Kaido was seeking to collaborate with him. Ha ha ha. Our West Sea pirates are remarkable. Though unfamiliar with Carl, Shanks laughed heartily, guzzling a bowl of liquor. Captain, should we head to the West Sea this time? Zaro asked, sensing the captain's excitement. No need. This doesn't concern us. We are still headed to the East Blue, Shanks declared, setting down his bowl of liquor. His gaze cast over the sea, revealing a profound light within, tinged with anticipation. If the Shadowblade Carl truly possessed merit, they would surely have the chance to meet him in the future. Chapter 76, Adults and Children in the Latter Half of the Grand Line, The New World. On an unknown island, a massive figure with horns resembling a demon poured nearly half a large gourd of sake down his throat. Yet, moments later, this formidable man, one of the emperors of the sea known as Kaido of the Beasts, began to weep inconsolably, akin to a child burdened by great grievances. Has the captain been crying for an entire morning? Is everything all right? In a distant corner, two of his subordinates whispered anxiously. Hush. Keep your voice down. You're new and might not know, but Lord Kaido is often like this. Sometimes he weeps for hours, and other times he laughs all day. Just watch quietly and say nothing. Joker, you useless fool. I never expected you to be this weak. I was planning to collaborate with you. Before Kaido lay a crumpled newspaper, the latest edition now wrinkled and torn. Lord Kaido. Suddenly, a robust figure entered the room, his back adorned with two ivory tusks. Bearing a resemblance to a diminutive giant, this was Jack, one of Kaido's most trusted subordinates. Oh, it's Jack. What brings you here? That Moonlight Moria has gone missing. I beg for your forgiveness, my lord. Please, punish me. Jack knelt, his demeanor respectful, for he had never feared anyone, only yielding to Kaido. Forget that fool. I've lost all interest in him. Kaido's mood shifted dramatically, transforming from sorrowful to indifferent in mere moments. That Joker, I will head to the West Sea and bring Joker back. No, Joker is too weak. Forget about him. I'll seek other collaborators. Bring Queen and King back as well. Understood. Jack acknowledged, unwavering in his loyalty to Kaido's decisions, executing them without question. At this point, the relationship between Kaido and Doflamingo was far less intimate than it would become in the future. Kaido had no interest in failures like Moria or Doflamingo. In the first half of the Grand Line, in the desert kingdom of Alabasta, Crocodile sat atop a barrel, seemingly oblivious to the exuberant cheers outside. Fixated instead on a newspaper he had just found. Surrounding him on the deck lay the corpses of numerous pirates. This brat actually defeated Doflamingo. He truly possesses some skill. Crocodile has always believed that his defeat to the elusive Shadowblade Carl was solely due to environmental factors. However, upon seeing the headline news in today's newspaper, he was compelled to reassess Carl's position in his mind. Although Crocodile's journey to the West Sea ended in failure, having found no one capable of deciphering ancient texts, he nonetheless arrived in the desert kingdom of Alabasta. He possessed concrete intelligence suggesting that information related to the underworld king was located here. He mused that while Carl may hold the advantage of being able to interpret ancient scripts, he could leverage his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea to secure the support of King Cobra of Alabasta before Carl could act. Surely, would Carl dare to wage war against Alabasta, a member of the world government? With a grand vision already forming in his mind, Crocodile tossed the newspaper into the air, where it was caught by the sea breeze and carried away toward the distant ocean, in the vicinity of the West Sea. On the last island near the entrance of the Grand Line, the Godfather, Carl, had astonishingly defeated Nightmare Don Quixote Doflamingo. Ah, I see now. In a Western restaurant. Capone Beach was dining leisurely. He had watched the live broadcast a few days prior and felt a sense of relief for not pursuing trouble with the Shadowblade. Fully aware that he could not withstand such a level of combat, one reason for Beach's success lay in his acute self-awareness. He understood precisely what tasks suited his abilities. This clarity was also why he only became a supernova in his 40s. His principle was to proceed steadily and methodically, step by step. Godfather. Regarding Lord Gotti Gotti was the pirate who had been pinned to the wall by Carl, and he remained a scar in Beach's heart. The mention of such a sore topic ignited his fury, and he plunged his dining fork into the thigh of the ill-timed informant. Gotti was a valuable asset under my command, and his revenge must be exacted. However, listen closely, vengeance does not necessitate haste. We must wait until we have amassed sufficient power to achieve our goals, for I refuse to witness my subordinates bleed and perish in vain. Do you all understand? Understood. His subordinates chorused in unison. Excellent. We cannot linger in the West Sea any longer. Therefore, I have decided we shall head to the North Sea, where I've heard Doflamingo once held sway. We must seize this opportunity to strengthen the Capone family's influence. Beach rose, driving the newspaper bearing Carl's likeness into the table with his knife. Doctor, go treat your comrade. With that, Beach strolled out of the restaurant, hands in pockets, exuding an air of authority, followed closely by his orderly henchmen, with 4 of them carrying the loquacious man. The Capone family strode menacingly towards the port, evoking a palpable fear that deterred anyone from daring to meet their gaze. The North Sea, blanketed in silver, lay before them. What in the world? Has my bread turned to stone? A voice lamented, even my juice has become a block. Is there a ghost at play? Unbeknownst to the crowd, a diminutive figure cloaked in a hooded cape stealthily slipped away from view. Should anyone dare to approach this figure and observe closely, they would discover that it was a young boy, his pallid complexion startlingly white. Curse that shadow blade, Carl. Why couldn't you have vanquished the wicked Doflamingo sooner? If only you had acted earlier, Mr. Clara would not be. The boy muttered bitterly, gulping down pieces of bread. Yet, after a few steps, he could no longer swallow his food, and instead began to sob quietly. Though merely a child, he felt compelled to bury his sorrow deep within, suppressing any sound of his weeping. Ultimately, the boy rolled up the newspaper and tucked it into his embrace, leaving behind a trail of small footprints that gradually faded from sight. Chapter 077. Dreamlike reverie. In recent times, no significant events had transpired upon these waters, and thus, despite the passage of time since Shadow Blade Carl's victory over the formidable Doflamingo, many continued to relish the tale. The only ones left to suffer were the remnants of the Don Quixote family. Toribel and Pika exhibited a modicum of wisdom, refraining from foolishly seeking vengeance against Carl. Although Carl had always perceived the snot-nosed Toribel as somewhat dim-witted, he was, after all, a strategist within the Don Quixote ranks, and would not impulsively rally his entire family to confront Carl, a path that would surely lead to ruin. Carl, now unconcerned with these minor adversaries, anticipated that his next encounter would likely be with the future Chief of Staff of the Navy, Vice Admiral Tsuru. During his battle with Doflamingo, Carl sustained only superficial wounds, augmented by the divine power coursing through him. After a day's rest, he resumed his relentless training. I am still insufficiently strong. Should we meet again, Doflamingo might emerge victorious. Against titans like Akainu and Akiji, I stand no chance. Through his conflict with Doflamingo, Carl gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Wealth, fame, and power are indeed desirable, yet in this savage sea, only absolute strength can weather the storms. On the West Sea, at the Kara family's headquarters on Rust Island, within Nico Robin's dedicated office, Cerno gracefully knelt before a wooden tea table, deftly preparing the tea set before her. After a while, the intricate tea-making process concluded, and Cerno presented a cup of steaming tea to Robin, who similarly knelt on the opposite side. With her fiery red hair cascading down her back like the most exquisite silk, Cerno beamed. Sister Robin, do taste my craftsmanship. Cerno, you are quite impressive. Robin replied courteously, accepting the hot tea and bringing it to her lips for a delicate sip. The fragrant aroma enveloped her senses, the tea crisp and refreshing. Although Robin had never encountered such a cultural practice akin to the Eastern traditions of Earth, her extensive readings at the O'Hara Library had granted her some familiarity with the art of tea. Hee, I learned it all while serving. Cerno playfully stuck out her tongue with a charming grin. Sister Robin, what kind of person do you think Brother Carl is? After a brief silence, Cerno blinked her lively eyes and suddenly inquired, raising her gaze. Carl has already revealed to Robin and Cerno her true identity. Since they will all be living as part of the same family from now on, this easily misunderstood secret should be brought to light beforehand. In the year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, Carl was 17, Robin was 16, and Cerno was 12. Naturally, Cerno would address Robin as sister. Mr. Carl, a figure Robin recalls vividly from the day she encountered him while hanging from a tree. At that moment, Carl struck her as a cold-blooded pirate, capable of murder without a second thought. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. Yet, Robin never anticipated that Carl's initial promise to her would actually come to fruition. At the very least, since joining the Kara family, she no longer needed to scurry about in search of survival. Even the infamous warlord Crocodile, who sought someone to decipher ancient texts, had been driven away by Mr. Carl. Everything transpired so swiftly that it felt like a dream, exquisite yet tinged with an unsettling sense of unreality, leaving one to worry that it could shatter like a brilliant bubble. However, Mr. Carl truly is an extraordinary individual. Does Kara connect us? The thought of Carl's earlier words made Robin shake her head and involuntarily smile. Robin's sister. Cerno pouted, feigning anger. I'm sorry, Cerno. I couldn't help it. What are you so happy about? Seeing Cerno's insistent gaze, Robin raised her hands in surrender. Let me tell you, Mr. Carl. Cerno burst into laughter upon hearing about Carl's past antics. Mr. Carl had such a quirky face? What is this slogan? How strange. He claimed it was merely a joke. It's all right, I understand, Cerno replied, though her lips were still pressed tightly together, a smile lingering on her face. Cerno, I heard from Mr. Carl that you actively requested to join the Kara family. Weren't you afraid that Mr. Carl might be a human trafficker, ready to sell you off? Robin, in a relaxed moment, found her more cunning side surfacing. Humph, what is there to fear? If he dares to sell me, I'll just run away. I've survived on my own all these years. Do you think I would misjudge someone this time? Cerno raised her youthful face defiantly, her tone resolute. When fate brought me and brother Carl together again, I wagered everything on that choice, and as it turns out, I won. Cerno's experience mirrored her own. And despite the girl's ever-gentle smile, Robin felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. With her beautiful eyes flickering, Robin took a sip of fragrant tea, shifting the topic. I wonder what Mr. Carl is doing now? Surely he is training furiously, Cerno replied confidently. Meanwhile, at the Navy base of the 213th Division on Lust Island report, Colonel. It's bad news. What is it? Colonel Victor, overwhelmed by orders from above and a series of incidents in the West Sea, was on the verge of losing his temper, nearly slapping the messenger. What is with the panic? Calm down. Victor grasped the messenger's shoulders to steady his trembling form and adjusted his chin. The sailor, drenched in cold sweat, finally managed to articulate, the Shadow Blade Carl has arrived. Did you say Shadow Blade Carl? Hearing this, even Colonel Victor struggled to maintain his composure. What does he want here? I haven't wronged him. As the colonel of the Navy's 213th Division on Lust Island, Victor, though lacking in combat prowess, was adept at navigating social relationships within both the underworld and the Navy. Recently, a new family, the Kara family, had emerged on the island. Initially, Victor assumed they were akin to the Capone family, a new wave of reckless power. However, through certain channels, he learned that the Kara family was backed by a figure named Poffes, which put his mind at ease. Poffes was an old friend of Victor's, leading him to believe that Poffes simply wanted to reform the conduct of his subordinates. Indeed, the once arrogant mafia had become markedly more disciplined. Victor, therefore, merely instructed his men to observe carefully without giving it much thought, unaware that the true leader of the Kara family was, in fact, Shadow Blade Carl. Victor paced anxiously in his office, his heart racing. He had witnessed the earlier part of Carl's battle against Doflamingo firsthand and knew that he could not withstand even a casual attack from either pirate. Damn it. Why haven't Admiral Crane and Admiral Kazan arrived yet? Recently receiving orders from superiors. Victor had yet to revel in excitement when the messenger's sudden news doused him with cold water. Although he felt an overwhelming tension, he could not afford to display it before his subordinates. This anxiety morphed into a fade of anger as he barked at his men. Where is he now? Suddenly, the office door creaked open, and a polite greeting followed. Hello, Colonel Victor. The newcomer spoke amiably, dressed neatly, and appeared to be a lad of around 17 or 18. Yet, Victor felt no relief. He recognized at once the young pirate who had recently shocked the entire West Sea, Shadow Blade Carl. Victor shot a glare at the messenger, as if to chastise him for failing to inform him of Carl's imminent arrival. Thankfully, he had not spoken ill of Carl behind his back. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. In truth, Victor had misjudged the messenger. When Carl approached the Navy base, the messenger had sprinted to Victor's office at the fastest speed possible. What he did not expect was that this pirate would simply waltz in as if the Navy base were his own backyard. Shadow Blade Carl, what brings you to our Navy base? I cannot recall any grievances from our 213th Division towards you. Suppressing the fear that lingered within him, Victor furrowed his brows, his expression taut with apprehension, as if bracing himself for an imminent battle to the death. Relax, there's no need to be so tense. I'm not here to harm you. Carl waved his hand dismissively and settled onto the office sofa. What brings you here? Upon hearing Carl's words, Victor's unease diminished slightly. However, he remained ever vigilant. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Carl uttered this brief statement and then fell silent, directing his gaze towards the messenger and the Marines gathered at the entrance. You may leave, he commanded. Colonel, came the bewildered reply. Leave. Victor, a perceptive man, understood clearly. If this pirate intended no harm, then his life was not in peril. Conversely, if the pirate chose to end him, The presence of numerous Marines would be of little consequence. With this in mind, why not display a touch of magnanimity? No one is to enter without my command. Victor expelled the messenger from the office, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Speak your mind. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Colonel Victor had resigned himself to the situation. Confronted with a pirate of such caliber, he found himself bereft of options. He chose the lives of the soldiers within the naval base over his own dignity as a military man. This was the lamentable weakness of a naval branch colonel. I require nothing of you. I merely wish for your assistance in placing a call. A call? Colonel Victor was momentarily at a loss. What does that mean? Is it some sort of coded language? I don't comprehend. Don Quixote da Flamingo has been apprehended by me, Carl stated nonchalantly, disregarding the confusion etched on Victor's face. What did you say? Victor nearly shouted in disbelief. Carl's voice was not loud, yet to Victor, it resonated like thunder, reverberating through his mind. Defeating a person and capturing them alive are two entirely different matters. Colonel Victor recalled the legendary Vice Admiral Garp, who had once clashed with the infamous pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, at the naval headquarters. To capture this notorious figure, the three had wreaked havoc upon the headquarters. A cold sweat trickled down Victor's back, his teeth chattered, leaving him at a loss for words. Indeed, you heard correctly. Don Quixote da Flamingo has been captured alive, Carl said with a smirk, casting a sidelong glance at Victor. Thus, I would like you to assist me in contacting the old-timers at the Navy headquarters and inquire whether an alive Doflamingo could exchange for a position among the 7 warlords of the sea. So, he aspires to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea? With this thought, Victor felt a sense of relief wash over him. A pirate wishing to join the warlords would likely refrain from targeting him, at least not at such a critical moment. If you intend to cooperate with the Navy, I shall assist you. Gradually regaining his composure, Victor's voice grew stronger than before. Under normal circumstances, as a mere branch colonel, he would have no right to contact high-ranking officials such as Admiral Tsuru or Vice Admiral Kazan. However, this situation was different. Tsuru had recently reached out to him, providing an opportunity for him to initiate contact. Very well, it's settled then. Please keep me informed of any developments. Here, just make this call, Carl said, rising from the sofa and casually leaving behind a scrap of paper. Despite his resentment towards this pirate who acted as if he were his superior, Victor dared not show it. Upon exiting the office and navigating through the bustling crowd, Carl suddenly turned back, grinning at a naval soldier. You know, if you are uncertain of your ability to kill your opponent, it is best not to aim your gun at others. It could cost you your life. Startled by Carl's words, the soldier dropped his rifle, his entire being collapsing against the wall. Very well, you need not see me off. Carl waved his hand dismissively to the crowd, as if to suggest a leisurely stroll after a meal, gradually vanishing from their sight. Chapter 079, the so-called 7 Warlords of the Sea Christmas Special Update. Merry Christmas to everyone. The 7 Warlords of the Sea are 7 notorious pirates recognized by the world government. The requisite to become one of the 7 warlords is to possess a significant and impactful presence upon these waters, whether through strength, influence, or even fortune. Only a pirate who has established a formidable reputation capable of intimidating other pirates can aspire to this title. The number of members within the 7 warlords has always been a curious matter. The first half of the Grand Line boasts 7 routes leading to Sabaody Archipelago. The world government initially intended for these 7 pirates to each guard a territory, thereby stifling the majority of novice pirates in their infancy. Unfortunately, the outcome was contrary to their hopes. These great pirates have always acted independently, with none adhering to orders. Furthermore, akin to the Marine admirals, the 7 warlords have yet to be fully constituted, remaining a source of ridicule for the world government in the eyes of the public. Under normal circumstances, the Marine headquarters should have 3 active admirals. Regrettably, 18 years ago, the only remaining admiral was Sengoku, and to this day, the ranks have not been replenished. The Iron Fist Garp is a scoundrel. The Marine headquarters has reserved an admiral position for Monkey D. Garp, yet he has repeatedly declined promotion, even storming out of the highest naval meetings at will. 18 years ago, in the year 1490 of the sea calendar, former Admiral Zephyr's family was brutally murdered by pirates. Stricken with grief, Zephyr resigned from his position, but ultimately stayed on as a Marine instructor due to the pleas of his superiors. Hence, for the past 18 years, only Sengoku has been left to bear the burden alone. While pirate factions have flourished, the strength of the Marines has steadily waned. The world government, utterly disillusioned with the Marines, reluctantly instituted the 7 warlords system. However, the selection of candidates for this position is of paramount importance. It is not a role to be filled by just anyone. Many pirates disdain this title, while those eager to claim it are often deemed unworthy by the world government. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Boa Hancock, a pirate empress who contributes little to the Marines and frequently creates trouble, to assume a position among the warlords. Beauty bears no relevance to the criteria for becoming a warlord. Her sweet fruit poses no allure to the upper echelons of the Marines or the world government. In truth, the world government desperately requires pirates of substantial influence to extend their olive branch voluntarily. Days later, in the West Sea, a massive marine warship was slicing through the waters. Sailing steadily. On the deck of the warship, a tall man donned an eye patch, reclining on a deck chair, leisurely basking in the sunlight above the sea. He is the last proud student of Instructor Zephyr, the future Marine Admiral, Kazan. Kazan, what is your opinion on the proposal put forth by the pirate Shadow Blade Carl regarding his desire to join the Seven Warlords? Kazan rose from the chair, tousling his disheveled hair, and let out a long yawn. Well, Senior Crane, you can decide on such matters yourself. I am not particularly adept at contemplating these trivialities. In truth, Kazan was not incapable of thought, but rather disinclined to engage in it. Kazan, you truly are a lazy child, remarked Vice Admiral Crane, shooting him a disapproving glance, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Well, even if you say that, I have no objections, he replied. Miss over there. Could you spare a glass of juice from your tray? Sighing in exasperation, Vice Admiral Crane lamented Kazan's rapid acquisition of indifference, a trait learned from Garp. It was truly unexpected that Don Quixote Doflamingo would fall in the West Sea, proving that fate often outwits plans. Vice Admiral Crane, a composed, sagacious, and cunning female officer, had relentlessly pursued Doflamingo over the years, cornering him on several occasions, only for him to escape at the last moment. However, she never anticipated that he would be defeated by an obscure pirate in the West Sea and subsequently captured. Feeling utterly drained, Vice Admiral Crane mused. No need to worry too much. As long as that Carl shows up, I will personally apprehend him. Then you can interrogate him for Doflamingo's whereabouts, and all our problems will be resolved. Kazan, though lazy, was quick-witted and, sensing Crane's exasperation, proactively offered a suggestion. That sounds best, Crane murmured, gazing out toward the distant sea, seemingly still pondering the optimal solution. Report, Vice Admiral Crane, we are approaching Clayman Island. Please issue your orders. Clayman Island? After a brief introduction about the local commercial island, the aide added, recently, Colonel Tyron here was reassigned to the Marine headquarters. Oh, I remember now. Although Vice Admiral Crane had yet to ascend to the rank of Chief of Staff, some matters still required her oversight, as Fleet Admiral hinted at her potential succession. Before Vice Admiral Crane could issue her orders, she sensed an anomaly on the sea. Bring me the telescope. The aide promptly provided a high-magnification marine telescope. Peering through it, Vice Admiral Crane discerned a jet ski racing toward them, and atop it was the very figure that had haunted her thoughts these past few days. It was Shadow Blade Carl. How did this rascal arrive? Kazan also procured a telescope from the aide, focusing on the slender white wake in the distance. Perfect timing. I shall apprehend him. Hey, Kazan. Before Kazan's voice could fully fade, he vanished from sight, only to reappear hundreds of meters away, employing the Marine 6 Styles moonwalk technique. Such a child. Vice Admiral Crane muttered to herself, then commanded the crew aboard the ship. All hands, full speed ahead. Follow Kazan closely. And no one is to engage without my command. Yes, ma'am, came the crisp chorus of voices, drowning out the tumultuous waves. The majority of the crew aboard this warship were female Marines. Chapter 080, A Fray Without Provocation, 3rd Update. Seeking recommendations. Through information obtained from Colonel Victor of the Navy, Carl learned that Admiral Crane and Admiral Kazan would be journeying to Rust Island in the upcoming days. Given that Clayman Island is significantly closer to Reverse Mountain than Rust Island, Carl had already arrived at Clayman Island, poised to await the arrival of the naval admirals. The world government's brilliant scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, renowned for being 500 years ahead of his time, has yet to devise a method for naval vessels to traverse the calm belt using sea prism stone. Thus, Admiral Crane's ships must also proceed to the West Sea from the vicinity of Reverse Mountain in a conventional manner. Carl had long calculated that with his current strength, he would stand little chance against the combined might of Vice Admiral Crane and Kazan. Even confronting Kazan alone could potentially lead to his capture. After all, the disparity in power between Doflamingo and a Marine Admiral was considerable. To ensure his chance of retreating unscathed, Carl resolved to take the initiative and approach these formidable Marine Vice Admirals at sea. If a confrontation ensued and he found himself overmatched, He could always make his escape by plunging into the water. Vice Admiral Crane possessed the powers of the Paramecia-type Wash fruit, while Kazan wielded the abilities of the Logia-type Ice fruit. Although both washing and ice are related to water in principle, before the might of the sea, even a swimming fruit would find itself helpless, rendered utterly ineffective. With his resolve firm, upon receiving intelligence about a marine warship in the vicinity, Carl wasted no time and sped out on his jet ski. To his surprise, however, a figure from the opposing ship seemed even more eager, soaring towards him using the moonwalk technique. This individual did not attack immediately. Instead, he gracefully descended towards the unyielding surface of the ocean. Yet, just before contact, a surge of white coldness spread across the water, and beneath the towering man, a massive piece of floating ice formed, its area surpassing that of many small to medium-sized pirate vessels. Kazan. Oh my, I didn't expect my name to reach even the West Blue. How embarrassing. Kazan tilted his head, stifling a yawn, his tone laced with surprise. However, his demeanor was remarkably nonchalant, as if he were greeting an old friend rather than a pirate opposed to the Marines. As a monster-level strength among Marine Vice Admirals, it was no small feat to remain unrecognized. Gazing at Kazan standing upon the ice, Carl turned off the throttle of his jet ski. Kazan, Akainu, and Kizaru, these titles were not merely bestowed upon them after becoming admirals. Most notable Marine Vice Admirals had nicknames reflecting their unique attributes, such as Iron Fist, Flying Squirrel, and Demon Spider. Ah, my apologies, I seem to have forgotten your name. Kazan scratched his head. His words sounded like an apology, yet his expression conveyed nothing but disdain. No worries, you will remember eventually. In response to Kazan's condescension, Carl replied with a forced smile. So, where have you hidden Doflamingo? Kazan's demeanor shifted, his expression turning serious as he delved into the matter at hand. If I tell you his hiding place, will you grant me the title of a warlord of the sea? Carl, unfazed by Kazan's stern demeanor, shot back with equal intensity. TSK, you're being quite uncooperative, which gives me a headache. Kazan frowned, rubbing his temples with a large hand. This deal is hardly a loss for the Marines. Sensing the growing chill emanating from Kazan, Carl's right hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his blade. Then there is no other option. What option? Iceball. Without granting Carl a moment to react, Kazan abruptly attacked. With a swift motion, 5 alternating blue and white ice pillars shot towards Carl at an almost imperceptible speed. Ghostly steps. Having sensed Kazan's ill intentions, Carl swiftly activated his technique, dodging the attack just in time. Unfortunately, his jet ski was not as fortunate. Instantly transformed into a glittering ice sculpture, sinking slowly beneath the waves due to its lack of buoyancy. Oh my? Quite impressive. Kazan remained unconcerned by Carl's performance. After all, the latter had defeated Doflamingo. It would be rather dull if he could be easily vanquished by a simple strike. Kazan stood still, scratching his head, seemingly taken aback by Carl's display. Yet, in truth, he had sensed a dangerous presence approaching from the side. He took a gentle step back, and a massive dark purple blade of energy sliced past him, cleaving the ice beneath his feet as if it were a cake. That's a bit excessive. Ice block Kazan. A dense chill gathered around Kazan's arm as he extended his hand, gently pushing towards Carl, conjuring a colossal bird of ice that soared toward him with astonishing speed. This ice bird not only possessed immense force but also froze the water in its path almost instantaneously, creating a solid icy pathway through the once turbulent sea. With a thunderous crack, Carl activated ghostly steps, propelling himself skyward, using a towering column of water as leverage. If even the thin air could be utilized for propulsion, then the flowing sea was certainly a fitting medium for his technique. The ice bird flew past the erupting water column, instantly transforming it into a resplendent ice tree. Kazan looked up, muttering to himself, I didn't catch it on screen that day, and I was puzzled as to how he could fly. Turns out, this guy can use moonwalk too? Boom. Kazan's eyes sharpened as he launched himself toward Carl's position, shattering the ice beneath him into countless fragments with a single powerful kick. Such speed. Carl couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Against Doflamingo's speed, he had felt at ease, yet before Kazan, he was compelled to unleash the full extent of his ghostly steps. Indeed, a chasm exists between Doflamingo and true strength. Chapter 081. The Power of Saya. It had been 18 years since the Marines had appointed a new admiral. This was because ascending to the rank of admiral required not only countless military achievements but also absolute strength. The Marines were awaiting the rise of new stars like Akainu, Kazan, and Kizaru. Each admiral, regardless of whether they possessed a devil fruit ability, had honed their physical prowess to its pinnacle. Even the Logia-type users, Akainu and Kazan, had never neglected their physical training. Only Kizaru, whose light fruit bore almost no weaknesses, had let his physical training lapse slightly. Nevertheless, Kizaru could still overpower the vast majority of marine vice admirals with his sheer physicality. Alas, Karl's innate attribute was the dark element. Kizaru had finally met his match. Boom. Kazan stepped forward, causing the floating ice to shatter, and the force of the impact remained unyielding, as if the very waters beneath the ice quivered in response. In an instant, Kazan propelled himself like a piercing arrow, soaring towards Karl in midair, his velocity having surpassed that of a cannonball. The hundreds of meters between them vanished in a mere heartbeat with Kazan's leap. Boom. With a swift motion, Karl propelled himself through the air, soaring towards the nearby naval warship. His purpose for being here this time was not to engage in a fierce battle with Kazan. In merely half a year since his traversal, Karl's strength still falls short of confronting the few monstrous beings such as Kazan in direct combat. To his surprise, Kazan, who had advanced to Karl's position, could not help but utter a low exclamation. Although Kazan's speed had nearly reached its zenith, Karl's ghostly shadow step was not without its own means of defense. In the fleeting moment that Kazan propelled himself to Karl's previous location, Karl had already soared hundreds of meters away with a swift stride. How did they arrive here? Rear Admiral Crane aboard the warship observed Karl and Kazan, seemingly racing through the air towards her vessel, a flicker of astonishment crossing her brow. Rear Admiral Crane, should we engage them? Inquired her female adjutant. Having noticed the approaching duo and seeking the Rear Admiral's counsel at once, there's no need for alarm, rest assured. However, I advise you all to withdraw and clear the deck for them. Rear Admiral Crane's eyes shimmered with profound wisdom, as if she had foreseen the future and anticipated the events about to unfold. Understood. The female sailors complied, promptly retreating. You shall be frozen in time capsules. As Karl set foot upon the warship, his sentence remained unfinished. However, Kazan swiftly followed, extending his hand to launch a capsule-like cold projectile towards Karl. Upon contact with Karl's back, the icy capsule dissolved instantaneously, spreading outward like a melted shell. An endless chill enveloped Karl, encasing him in a block of ice, sculpted in the shape of a man. The frozen Karl emanated a piercing coldness, reflecting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight, resembling a finely crafted ice crystal artwork. Mission accomplished. Kazan slowly straightened up, leisurely stretching his limbs. Vice Admiral Crane, the rest is in your capable hands. I shall take a nap. Kazan, when did this lazy child become so industrious? Vice Admiral Crane remarked with a satisfied nod and a playful jest. Isn't it for Admiral Sengoku and you, Vice Admiral Crane? It seems Admiral Sengoku is rather fixated on this pirate, as if he intends to devour him. Vice Admiral Kazan is truly impressive. He dispatched that pirate with a single move. It appears that pirate was nothing extraordinary after all. Do not speak nonsense. That pirate's ability to defeat Don Quixote da Flamingo is already remarkable. It merely highlights Kazan's superior prowess. Vice Admiral Kazan, could you grant me an autograph? I want one too. Surrounded by a throng of female sailors, their eyes gleaming with admiration, Kazan scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat flustered, akin to a bashful child. Sighed these kids. Vice Admiral Crane observed, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound pierced the air. Both Vice Admiral Crane and Kazan instinctively turned their gazes towards the frozen figure of Karl. What? The other female sailors, puzzled yet intrigued, followed the two admirals' line of sight. They beheld the icy sculpture of Karl develop nearly imperceptible fissures, and before a change could manifest, a loud shattering sound echoed as the crystalline ice fragmented, revealing the figure of Shadow Blade Karl standing unscathed before them. The female sailors gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Yet, Vice Admiral Crane and Kazan's expressions hardened, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Is this the sincerity of your navy? I dare say no one will dare seek collaboration with you henceforth. Accompanied by a chilling laugh, Karl's calm and steady voice resonated, devoid of even a trace of tremor. Both Vice Admiral Crane and Kazan took note of Karl's condition. His complexion was rosy, his breathing steady, and his posture upright, as though he had not been affected in the slightest by the freezing time capsule capable of incapacitating an ordinary vice admiral. Within Karl resides the formidable power of the frost god Saya. Should he succumb to frostbite, it would surely evoke laughter from other divine hosts. However, Karl has yet to fully harness the capabilities of Saya. In the later stages, he may even attain immunity to freezing effects, disregarding any ice-based assaults. At that point, if Kazan wishes to inflict harm upon Karl, he would have to resort to utilizing ice weapons forged from his own frost. Impressive indeed. But I shall not grant you another chance. Kazan, taken aback by Karl's remarkable display, soon regained his composure, preparing to launch another attack. Yet, unexpectedly, Vice Admiral Tsuru intervened, halting Kazan's intentions. "Tsuru-senpai, allow me to converse with the Shadow Blade Karl." Through the brief skirmish between Kazan and the pirate before her, Vice Admiral Tsuru gained deeper insight into Karl's prowess. This period marked a time of decline for the Navy, and at her age, Tsuru had long since abandoned youthful fervor. Her focus lay on gains and losses, seeking to procure greater benefits for the Navy. "Very well, I shall retire for now, as merely a support for this mission." Kazan acquiesced to Tsuru's decision. With a reluctant glance at Karl, he strolled to the stern of the ship to bask in the sun. Chapter 082, Bargaining. "You must be the Shadow Blade Karl who vanquished Don Quixote Doflamingo, correct?" Once Kazan departed, Vice Admiral Tsuru approached Karl, offering a casual greeting. "I am familiar with you as well. You are Vice Admiral Tsuru from Navy Headquarters." Karl sheathed his sword, his expression neither servile nor arrogant. "To think that at my age, I would still encounter a younger individual like you. How delightful." The voice of Admiral Tsuru was not loud, yet each word was articulated clearly and resonantly, exuding an air of wisdom that surrounded her. Both Tsuru and Karl disregarded the sailors on the ship, standing face to face on the deck as they engaged in conversation. "You mentioned desiring to leverage Don Quixote Doflamingo as a bargaining chip to negotiate your position among the 7 warlords of the sea with the world government. But why? At such a young age, shouldn't you be brimming with youthful fervor, exploring the vast seas?" Tsuru's gaze was devoid of sorrow or joy, as if Karl before her was not a fearsome pirate, but merely a young junior. "Not every pirate yearns to oppose the Navy. If I could attain the title of warlord, the Navy across the world would cease their incessant pursuit of me. Moreover, what a formidable title the 7 warlords of the sea is. The mere mention of it would likely send most petty criminals scurrying away in fear, thereby sparing me countless troubles." Karl candidly disclosed a portion of his intentions to Admiral Tsuru. He asserted that he would not oppose the Navy, at least not at this moment. The principle of concealing one's capabilities while quietly developing strength was indeed the soundest strategy, once he amassed sufficient power and influence. Whether facing the Navy or the 4 emperors, he would no longer need to show deference to anyone. True freedom did not manifest as a madman stirring chaos upon the seas, but rather in a state where no one could pose a threat to him over this vast ocean. Admiral Tsuru, crossing her arms, raised an eyebrow and calmly stated, "In that case, I shall report this matter truthfully to Admiral Sengoku. After I bring Don Quixote Doflamingo back, the Navy will initiate the process to appoint you as one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Upon hearing this, Karl erupted into hearty laughter. "Admiral Tsuru, do you truly consider me a mere child? If I were to hand over Doflamingo to you now, would I not be revealing my only trump card? At that point, whether or not I am appointed as one of the 7 warlords would hinge entirely on your whims. Should you suddenly change your minds and come to the West Sea to hunt me down, would I not suffer a tremendous loss? What do you propose then?" Admiral Tsuru, unconvinced that a few words would easily sway this pirate, merely regarded his youth with a glimmer of hope. "Since we have reached a consensus, the subsequent matters will be more manageable. I am unfamiliar with your Navy's specific procedures, nor do I care. However, I hope, Admiral Tsuru, that you will promptly report the situation here to the Navy headquarters. When the world government officially acknowledges my status as one of the 7 warlords in the newspapers, I shall personally deliver Doflamingo to your Navy." Upon hearing Karl's request, Admiral Tsuru narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze flickering. She was not concerned that Karl would go back on his word. After all, the world government possessed the authority to appoint him as a warlord and equally the power to revoke that title. Her only worry was whether it was truly appropriate for such a young and cunning pirate to become one of the 7 warlords. Sighing inwardly, Admiral Tsuru slowly replied, "However, you must understand that the appointment process for the 7 warlords is not something that can be concluded in just a few days. I have an abundance of time. I can wait." Karl responded promptly, offering Admiral Tsuru a friendly smile, though she sensed a hidden menace in that smile. After a prolonged silence, Admiral Tsuru finally yielded to Karl. The frown on Sengoku's face had persisted for far too long. The Navy was increasingly burdened by insurmountable pressures in the New World, and the first half of the Grand Line was rife with uncontrollable events, fisher tigers setting fire to the holy land of Mariehua, the notorious pirate Shanks frequently appearing across the seas, and the sudden emergence of the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh and Sabaody archipelago. The Navy's forces were stretched thin, and they indeed required a formidable ally. The world government had no alternative. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." A wise decision. As Karl turned to leave the warship, he suddenly recalled another matter. "Admiral," he inquired, Do you intend to remain in the West Sea until orders are received? Or do you plan to return to the naval headquarters first? If you do not mind, perhaps you could take a brief respite at Clayman Island. I would be delighted to treat you. Carl was decidedly opposed to the warship's voyage to Rust Island. On board were the seasoned Admiral Tsuru and the former participant of the Demon Fighting Order, Admiral Kazan. If they were to encounter Nico Robin, it would certainly lead to complications. Oh well, let us return for now. Although Tsuru was not yet the esteemed chief of staff she would become, her insights were always sought after in such high-level meetings. Kazan? Kazan? Ah? The drowsy Kazan sluggishly made his way from the stern to the bow of the ship, after merely a brief nap. His hair had become even more disheveled. For the time being, you shall accompany this shadow blade, Carl. Should anyone attempt to abduct Don Quixote da Flamingo, you might lend a hand. Very well then. I truly thought I could return by now. Despite his verbal complaints, Kazan understood that his senior, Tsuru, required him to keep a close watch on the shadow blade. Carl, need a small boat? No need. Just as Kazan finished speaking, he leaped onto the surface of the sea, and beneath his feet, endless floating ice spread outward, swiftly forming a small iceberg near the warship. Throw the bicycle down to me. The female sailors promptly tossed the bicycle overboard, and Kazan caught it, mounting it immediately. Come on, just follow my lead. Without waiting for Carl's reaction, Kazan leisurely pedaled towards Clayman Island. I hope nothing troublesome occurs in the coming days. With a silent prayer, Carl jumped off the warship. Following the icy path Kazan had created and departing from Admiral Tsuru's vessel. Chapter 083. All is well during Admiral Tsuru's absence. A semblance of peace reigned between Carl and Kazan, with no conflicts arising. Kazan, possessing a carefree disposition, decided to treat these days as a vacation, basking in the sun and enjoying snacks with unhurried delight. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Carl opted to remain on Clayman Island, refraining from returning to Rust Island. His training in martial arts and swordsmanship had also come to a halt, as Carl secluded himself in his quarters, focusing intently on honing the 4 demonic powers he currently possessed. At long last, as time passed, the world government officially announced Carl's appointment as the new warlord of the sea. The formidable figures of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Kazan, along with Diamante and Senor, were all escorted away by the Navy's warships. The naval forces also rescinded Carl's bounty, leaving it at a final sum of 81 million berries. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed, and Carl was finally restored to his freedom. If I don't move around a bit, I might just rust away. Standing before the surging waves of the sea, feeling the refreshing ocean breeze against his face, Carl could not resist stretching and loosening his muscles. This time, I shall forego the ship and run back instead. Consider it a workout. Hey, Carl. Just as Carl was about to employ the shadow step technique, using the moonwalk to stride across the water towards Rust Island, a deep voice unexpectedly called out his name. Have I gained notoriety so quickly? Carl felt no hostility in the vicinity. He instinctively assumed that someone had recognized him from a photograph in the newspaper. Turning his gaze toward the source of the voice, Carl suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, my old friend. The person calling out to Carl was none other than the Iron Man, Daz Bonus, with whom Carl had engaged in several sparring matches. Bonus mumbled a few words, seemingly unaccustomed to this appellation, yet he did not dwell on it too much. I never imagined that in just a few months, you would rise to the rank of a warlord of the sea. I truly did not foresee such a turn of events. Bonus sighed, as if reflecting on this unexpected progression. Just a few months prior, Carl had merely been slightly stronger than himself, relying solely on his peculiar devil fruit powers to overcome him. How could it be that in such a brief span, the gap between them had widened so drastically? It seemed as though that fellow had leaped from the base of the mountain to its summit, while he was still toiling up the rugged path. Is there truly such a vast chasm between individuals? It is utterly astonishing. Haha. Why have you come to seek me out all of a sudden? Is there something you wish to discuss, or have you come to ally with me? Carl disregarded the emotions reflected in Bonus's eyes, chuckling as he patted his shoulder, and directly posed the question that lingered in his mind. Oh, right. There's something I must tell you. What is it? Have you heard of the Silver Fang Assassin organization? Bonus, being a straightforward individual, did not beat around the bush and promptly expressed his thoughts. I've heard of it. What's the matter? Have you now joined that organization as an assassin? Carl had already gathered information about the Silver Fang from Cerno. The ace assassin Richard, who had once operated on Pineapple Island, belonged to that very group. However, Carl no longer regarded these individuals with concern. In the West Sea, no one could inflict harm upon him. Even the notorious leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Green Pepper, with a bounty of 500 million, seemed inconsequential, for in his memories, that fellow, despite possessing Conqueror's Haki, was nowhere near the strength of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Not quite. It's just that the boss of that family has offered 200 million berries for your head, yes, to purchase it from me. Oh, and then what? Bonus gazed at Carl for a moment, noticing the unchanging expression on his face. Consequently, he ceased to withhold information and declared, "Then I killed him." Ah? Carl was taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, "My friend, that maneuver of yours is quite impressive." "What do you mean? Impressive?" Bonus failed to grasp Carl's jest. Puzzled by the term impressive. "No worries, I'm complimenting you," Carl replied with a smile and a nod. Bonus's actions had indeed aided Carl significantly. Although Carl did not regard the Silver Fang assassin organization with much respect, he needed to establish his own underground power in the West Sea, and inevitably, he would have to eliminate other adversaries. With the organization now leaderless, it would surely descend into chaos, making it easier for the Carla family to either subdue or eradicate their enemies. "Hey, my friend, look at me now. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Are you interested in joining me?" Carl had no intention of forming a pirate crew. Thus he did not feel the need to invite any companions aboard his ship. However, the influence of the Carla family could not be left unmanaged. Relying solely on Robin and the somewhat unreliable Poffies was rather insufficient. In fact, Bonus had come seeking refuge with Carl. Though his somewhat reserved nature made him hesitant to speak up, he awaited Carl's invitation. How splendid it would be to have a warlord of the sea as my employer, what a tale to share. Yet, it would be wise to keep this under wraps. Ah? I believe that since you have already dealt with the leader of the Silver Fang assassin organization, why not take his place? This would conveniently allow the remaining assassins to merge into my faction. Noticing Bonus's lack of opposition, Carl continued, "However, let us not pursue the path of an assassin organization. Such a venture is not long-lasting. As for the specific details, I shall elaborate further in due time. I shall heed the boss's directives." Bonus shared a striking similarity with the ghostly figure, Jean, from the Maritime Eatery. Both exhibited unwavering loyalty to their acknowledged leader. Carl would certainly not divulge everything to Bonus at this moment. However, this Iron Man indeed possesses considerable potential for development. The phone device of Carl suddenly buzzed to life. Bonus, being quite perceptive, discreetly distanced himself from Carl. "Mississippi. Flower? Sir, a young boy claims he wishes to see you." On the other end of the line, Robin's voice carried a hint of confusion. "A young boy? What boy?" Carl inquired, perplexed, as he had no prior encounters with any boy. This child appears to possess the ability of instantaneous movement. The guard could not restrain him. Furthermore, his skin is pallid, as if afflicted by some peculiar ailment. Currently, Cerno is observing him. "I understand now. I shall make my way there immediately." Carl calmly hung up the phone. Yet the image of a young boy flickered in his mind. The boy, with his ghostly pale skin, could only be Trafalgar Law, a user of the Op no Mi. Chapter 084, Law. Ever since escaping the pursuit of the Don Quixote family from Minion Island, Law had sworn an oath in his heart. No matter how arduous life may become, he would bravely persevere, regardless of the time it might take. He would one day eliminate that scoundrel Doflamingo and avenge Mr. Kara. However, it wasn't long before a news article ruthlessly shattered his life's ambition. What was going on? Why had Doflamingo suddenly ventured to the West Sea to battle a pirate known as Shadowblade Carl? And most astonishingly, Doflamingo had actually been defeated? This was utterly inconceivable. How could such inexplicable events transpire in just a month? Did fate revel in tormenting him? If only he had discovered the Op no Mi a tad sooner, perhaps Mr. Kara would still be alive. Law exhaled a long, warm breath. Whether it was a sigh of resignation to reality or merely a result of his acclimatization to the cold of the North Sea, he pondered who could possibly be the man that vanquished Doflamingo. His curiosity regarding the individual who had so abruptly derailed his life's purpose was insatiable. To satisfy this curiosity, he risked everything and journeyed from the distant North Sea to the West Sea. Along the way, he heard numerous rumors about Shadowblade Carl. Some claimed he was a merciless maniac, while others insisted that he had never harmed an innocent. These contradictory accounts only deepened Law's intrigue about Carl. With great caution, Law sought information about the Kara family, and much like his previous search for the Don Quixote family, he, despite his youth, managed to locate the Kara family's office building. The guards there were rather inept, allowing him to slip in unnoticed with a mere flick of his fruit ability. However, a woman named Miss Flower possessed a rather peculiar ability, enabling her to sprout uncontrollable arms from her body. Fortunately, she was relatively amicable. not only refraining from forcibly ejecting him, but also offering to contact Mr. Carl on his behalf. Hey, little brat, why are you always following me? Law glared at the red-haired girl beside him in the Kara family's reception room. This peculiar girl was astonishingly fast, even outpacing him. Strangely, even when he used his fruit ability to vanish, she could pinpoint his hidden location with uncanny accuracy. Of course I'm following you because I fear you might steal something. Just look at you, all dirty and wrapped up. You resemble a little thief. Chiruno feigned a stern expression, her tone serious. Fool. How could I possibly be here to steal? If I were to steal, I'd go to the food street. Law muttered in rebuttal, his mind drifting to the delicious flavors of the unique seafood from the food street. The climate here was not as frigid as the North Sea, and he merely bundled up to conceal his pale skin, having grown weary of the discriminatory glances he received. Today's newspaper? Law had been waiting there for quite some time. A casual glance revealed a newspaper lying on the table. The waiting felt tedious, especially with Chiruno incessantly clinging to him, leaving him little room to maneuver. With no other choice, Law picked up the newspaper and began to read. However, just a glance at the headline caught his attention, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Damn it. So he is a lackey of the world government? Law's voice was low, but it was still captured by Chiruno. Do not slander Mr. Carl, or I will seal your mouth with bandages. Law chose silence, ignoring Chiruno's ire as he tossed the newspaper to the ground and bolted away. Hey, don't run. Having just begun to grasp the capabilities of the Oppo no Mi, Law struggled to shake Chiruno, who clung tightly to him despite his desperate attempts to utilize his spatial movement abilities. What is happening? Robin emerged from the office upon hearing the commotion. But by the time she received the report from her subordinate, Law and Chiruno had already vanished. Being a devil fruit user, Law could not swim. No matter how hard he tried to escape, he could not leave the confines of Ruster Island. Meanwhile, Chiruno, skilled in observation haki and possessing a Zoan-type devil fruit ability, coupled with Law's frail state, rendered his escape futile. Before long, Chiruno had tackled Law in the thicket of the back mountain. Higi, got you. Let me go. In their playful tussle, Law's hood and cap fell away, revealing his pale visage. Ah. Chiruno gasped in surprise, covering her mouth in astonishment. Law remained silent, his demeanor starkly different from when he had previously been discovered. He had silently vowed to Mr. Kara that he would never cry again. You have lead disease. Yes, I do. Law stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes and donning his hat once more, replying coolly, So what? Chiruno, for once, wore a serious expression. It's nothing, really. I just didn't expect it to be like this. But don't worry, Mr. Carl is a good person. He will surely help you find a doctor. Humph, that won't be necessary. I can manage on my own. Law retorted coldly, turning his back to Chiruno and adding, If you wish to help me, just tell others you lost track of me. Room. Hey. Chiruno attempted to catch up, but her emotions were tumultuous, leaving her frozen in place for quite a while. Don't worry, Chiruno. He won't escape. Brother Carl. Hearing that familiar voice, Chiruno felt a whirlwind of emotions. So startled by the revelation of lead disease, she hadn't sensed Carl's sudden arrival behind her. Thank goodness I didn't take the boat back. Otherwise, I would have missed you, Chiruno. You should head back and wait for me. Okay. Carl gently patted Cerno's small head and smiled. Then, focusing his attention, he utilized his observation haki to sense his surroundings, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Luo had fled, like a gust of wind. Chapter 085. A deception. After running a considerable distance, Luo finally glanced back, only to discover that no one was trailing behind him. He leaned against the wall, momentarily halting his frantic pace. At last, he had eluded that little brat. It had exhausted him. However, before he could catch his breath, an unfamiliar voice resonated above him. Learning to act like an adult at such a young age, are we? Aren't you just a little brat yourself? Who is it? Startled by the sudden voice, Luo jumped up, his heart racing. He anxiously glanced in the direction from which the voice emanated, even adopting a combat-ready stance. To his astonishment, it was you, Shadow Blade Carl. Hey. I didn't expect that you little brat would recognize me. Carl leapt from the great tree, a smile playing on his lips as he narrowed his eyes at Law. You damn pirate. What do you truly desire? Initially, Law harbored a modicum of admiration for Carl, who had triumphed over Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, upon learning that Carl had ascended to the rank of a warlord of the sea, his sentiments swiftly soured, leaving only resentment for Carl's allegiance to the world government. Law's animosity toward the world government was as profound as Robin's grief for her hometown, which had been decimated by the demonic suppression order. It was the insatiable greed of the celestial dragons that led to the downfall of Law's homeland, Flevence, transforming it into a town marked by its pallid walls. Flevence, once a nation in the North Sea, was renowned for its pristine trees and flawless earth, a breathtaking spectacle born from its subterranean deposits of platinum lead. However, the true tragedy lay in the fact that platinum lead was a superior raw material. The world government, coveting its value, concealed the truth that trace elements within platinum lead could induce a fatal illness known as platinum lead disease. Oblivious to the impending doom, the residents of Flevence recklessly mined the precious resource, bringing calamity upon their land. Countless inhabitants suffered agonizing deaths from the disease, and even their progeny were not spared. Notably, this affliction was not contagious. Yet, rather than extending a helping hand, the world government sealed Flevence off, mercilessly slaughtering the afflicted and spreading falsehoods that the disease was highly contagious and incurable. This engendered a reaction from surrounding nations, which treated the sick as pariahs, either executing them or casting them out. Aside from Trafalgar Law, virtually no one from Flevence survived. If one could argue that Nico Robin's homeland, O'Hara, met its demise due to its own folly in provoking the ferocity of the world government, then Flevence's fate was entirely a consequence of man-made disaster, with the world government erasing this once thriving nation from existence for the sake of profit. At the tender age of 10, Law managed to escape Flevence by hiding among the discarded corpses, yet his parents and sister remained eternally entombed in that accursed soil. After enduring such hellish experiences, Law's hatred for the world government had festered into a deep-seated loathing. He despised all who were associated with the world government, and now, before him stood the shadowy figure of Karl, who had been elevated to the status of a warlord of the sea. Law no longer viewed this as fate's cruel jest. It was clear that destiny was mocking him. "Hey, kid, what kind of look is that? Do you wish to kill me?" Karl jested with Law. Yet within his heart he contemplated how to entice Law into the Karla family. Law is a remarkable talent, composed and meticulous in his planning. Moreover, he possesses the abilities of the Opop no Mi, and in the future, he is destined to become a preeminent surgeon at the pinnacle of the world. Furthermore, Law harbors greater potential than Dazbones. In the future, he will be instrumental in the Straw Hat Pirates' effort to topple Don Quixote da Flamingo from his throne. And he's already scheming to challenge Kaido of the Beasts. To let such a prodigy slip away would be a grievous loss, for he would inevitably be assimilated into the foolishness of Luffy. Law remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Karl. His mind raced, devising strategies to extricate himself from the grip of a warlord of the sea. Yet, Karl's subsequent words unleashed a tempest within Law's mind, shattering his composure. "Rosanani once told me about a young boy afflicted with a terminal illness, and that boy is you, isn't it?" A glimmer flickered in Karl's eyes as he slowly uttered a falsehood. It was evident that this child, Luo, had now consumed the fruit of the operation. This serves as proof that Krasin had perished at the hands of Doflamingo. Karl was unaware of the recent events occurring in the North Sea. He felt a twinge of regret for a kind man like Mr. Kloss. "How do you know Mr. Kloss's name? Who exactly are you?" Regardless of how meticulous Rose's thoughts were, he was merely a child at that moment, and in his excitement, he inadvertently shouted the truth. "Roxanandi is a friend of mine, and I know he is currently serving as an undercover agent in the Don Quixote family. However, I am perplexed as to why our communication has inexplicably ceased recently. He mentioned taking a young boy suffering from lead poisoning to seek medical treatment, and since then, I have heard nothing from him. That fool always lets his compassion overflow. You, too, are afflicted with lead poisoning, aren't you? As far as I know, everyone else afflicted with this illness has perished, except for you. But why have you come to the West Sea to find me? What about Roxanandi? Has he come? Now that Doflamingo has been captured by me, he should have come to visit." Roxanandi was the kind of person Karl admired, but could never become a born altruist. The regret in Karl's expression was 3 parts feigned and 7 parts genuine. Mr. Kloss buried his head deep beneath his woolen cap, trembling slightly due to the tumultuous emotions within him. "Roxanandi must have made quite a spectacle, right? He always trips over nothing and ignites his own coat." "Stop it." The pirate Karl cruelly recounted Mr. Kloss's habits, and Rose's mind once again conjured up the image and laughter of Mr. Kloss. He had sworn never to cry again. Yet tears threatened to spill from his eyes. "Hey, kid, why are you crying? Is it possible that Roxanandi is in danger? Mr. Kloss has already been killed by Doflamingo himself." Chapter 086. New Year SV's true feelings have never been able to endure, always falling prey to manipulation. Just like Nico Robin before, Karl utilized his silver tongue to ultimately deceive Ro into joining the Karla family. Since Karl became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he refrained from initiating chaos, choosing instead to remain in the West Sea, quietly consolidating the underground forces there. With Robin's intellect and the Silver Fang assassins under Bonus's control aiding him, although some minor factions remained, there was hardly anyone in the underground world of the West Sea who was unaware of the title Mr. V. Just as Doflamingo and Crocodile held the titles of Joker and Mr. Zero, respectively, Karl, as one of the 7 warlords, could not overtly develop underground forces under the name of Shadow Blade Karl. Thus, this individual, who struggled with naming, lazily appropriated the name of a character he admired from a past life. Mr. V, a mysterious figure navigating through the shadows. The tranquil days passed swiftly, and before long, the year 1508 in the sea calendar was drawing to a close. This year had been relatively calm upon the seas, with only 2 significant events capturing worldwide attention. One was the completion of the sea train jet Tom by Tom's workshop, successfully bridging the route between Water 7 and the world government's judicial island. The other momentous event was the emergence of Karl, the Shadow Blade, from the West Sea, who defeated Tinyasha Don Quixote Doflamingo, becoming the new 7 warlords of the sea. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the sea, currents of ambition surged as pirates secretly enacted their plans, seeking to stir monumental upheaval across these waters. In the capital of the Flower Country, the streets were alive with throngs of people, illuminated and bustling. Until this year, the nation had been shrouded in the shadows of war. Although minor skirmishes had not significantly impacted the Flower Country, the specter of border conflicts loomed over the populace like a persistent haze. However, this year was different. The king had formed an alliance with a warlord appointed by the world government, and Mr. Karl had indeed lived up to expectations by thoroughly eliminating arms dealers supplying weapons to enemy nations. Moreover, Mr. Karl publicly declared that from now on, the Flower Country was his friend, and any pirate daring to cause trouble here would be challenging him personally. He vowed to eradicate those lawless individuals threatening his people. Much like Crocodile in Alabasta, Shadow Blade Karl had evidently become a hero in the eyes of the Flower Country citizens. Wow, Mommy, look at that giant sea beast. But why does it seem like its body has been cut open? In the celebration square of the Flower Country, a little girl pointed at the corpse of a small sea king in the center of the square, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Little girl, you may not know, but that sea king was caught by Mr. Karl himself. Before the little girl's mother could respond, a nearby man chimed in. I saw it all. A fishing boat was trying to set sail when a sea beast unexpectedly approached. My goodness, the beast was larger than a small cargo ship. It was incredibly dangerous. And then what happened? The little girl asked, her attention captivated by the man's story, her expression tense. If it weren't for the corpse of the sea beast nearby, which resembled a small mountain, she would have thought the man was spinning tales. Well, Mr. Karl happened to be passing by the port and noticed the unusual situation on the sea. Can you guess what he did? Without hesitation, he jumped into the ocean. And remarkably, he ran on the water to catch up to that fishing boat, then swiftly killed the sea beast with a single strike. The people at the port were left dumbfounded. If Mr. Karl hadn't urged everyone to come back to feast on the meat, that sea king's flesh might have gone to waste. Really? Mr. Karl, is that amazing? The little girl's eyes sparkled like tiny golden stars upon hearing the man's account, and even her mother gasped in astonishment. The man was quite pleased with their reactions. This was the 8th time he had recounted the story. Whenever he encountered someone unaware of the events, he relished the opportunity to share, enjoying the attention that came with storytelling. Meanwhile, Karl was in the royal palace of the Flower Country, sharing a toast with the king. Mr. Karl, I have often wondered why you declined our invitation to join the 9 Treasures Navy. Now I see you have even grander ambitions. The king sat at the head of the table, with Karl in the guest position, surrounded by York and other nobles. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Even if I hadn't established the 9 Treasures Navy, we could still collaborate joyfully. That doesn't hinder our friendship in the slightest. Karl speaks a profound truth. He harbors no intentions of usurping a nation. If Karl were to challenge the authority of the world government and completely erase his identity as a pirate, then usurpation would not be the most advantageous course of action. Usurping a nation necessitates a methodical and steady expansion of one's influence. For Karl, seizing a country is not a formidable task. However, as his power grows, he lacks sufficient manpower to secure his domain. The optimal solution would be to rally the existing kingdoms to his cause, much like the revolutionary army led by Drago, ultimately uniting in a concerted effort against the world government. There are never true friends or enemies among nations, only eternal interests. Ha ha ha, Mr. Karl is indeed correct. Let us raise a toast to friendship. The king of the Flower Kingdom was the first to lift his goblet, and the ministers rose in agreement, while Karl, with a beaming smile, emptied his cup. The banquet within the palace would continue for a considerable time. Karl, however, rose midway and bid farewell to the raucous royal banquet. He glided towards the bamboo grove where the Kung Fu Panda resided. There awaited Kung Fu Panda, Robin, Cerno, Bonus, Luo, and the yet uninitiated Fifis. A grand outdoor barbecue was set to unfold there, a celebration that truly belonged to Carl for the new year. Volume 2 concluded. Next, we shall embark on the Grand Line, so stay tuned. Chapter 087, The Frustration of Drac. Months passed unnoticed. In the West Sea, within the palace of the Flower Kingdom, the king was engaged in a candid discussion with the tall man cloaked in a hood. Your Majesty, are you truly unwilling to reconsider our proposal? Mr. Drac. Regardless of the circumstances, the Flower Kingdom is one of the member states of the world government. Your blatant attempts to undermine it have already warranted my restraint in not having you imprisoned. Though aware of the formidable power possessed by the man before him, the king maintained his dignity and composure befitting his station. It is said that your nation has experienced military turmoil, yet the world government offered no assistance. Can you not distinguish the gravity of the situation? Drac spoke with conviction. In truth, he had come to the West Sea primarily in search of the revolutionary beacon. Nico Robin. As for persuading nations to join the revolutionary army, he held little hope, treating it as a mere trial. Rest assured, Mr. Drac. The Flower Kingdom has its own circumstances to consider. The king, evidently inclined to trust his old friend, the warlord Carl, was disinclined to engage in any perilous revolutionary games with this enigmatic man. For years, the annihilation of O'Hara had served as a stark reminder to the king of the world government's daunting presence, one not to be trifled with. Mr. Drac, I must ask you to leave. At that moment, on an unnamed isolated island, Carl's training had ushered in a new epoch. Following his battles with Doflamingo and Akiji, Carl recognized that his strength was insufficient to dominate these seas. Thus, he tempered his once impulsive ambition and remained in the West Sea, immersing himself in rigorous training almost daily. To freely experiment with his abilities, Carl chose the very island where he had fought Doflamingo for his training sessions. The site had already been ravaged by their clash, and no one would concern themselves with the potential for further devastation. At present, Carl sat cross-legged atop a colossal boulder, eyes closed, surrounded by several eerie specters resembling mummies. Their forms enveloped in tendrils of dark violet energy. Fifth demon god, the plague Rakshasa. In life, Rakshasa had been one of the 3 most capable aides to an apostle of the demon realm, excelling in the art of curses to afflict his adversaries with myriad negative states, such as poisoning, blindness, and hemorrhaging. In recent months, Carl has not only awakened the powers of the plague demon but has also come to realize a profound truth. Divine entities can indeed be summoned into this world. However, this manifestation is not as straightforward as laying out formations in a game. Rather, the abilities of these entities are directly conferred upon him. The spectral remnant of Kaya that once surrounded him, along with the little plague spirits now at his side, serve as irrefutable evidence of this phenomenon. Moreover, Carl has encountered 2 delightful surprises. First, these little spirits possess the same reconnaissance abilities as the Spectre Princess Perona. If Carl so desires, he can hear all sounds within the auditory range of the little spirits, and by merely closing his eyes, he can even perceive the visual field they acquire. This provides him with an exceptional means of surveillance. Additionally, most gratifying for Carl is the fact that, due to the powers of the plague demon, he has acquired a unique immunity to toxins. This means that he can indulge in food and drink without fear of being poisoned. Any toxin that enters Carl's body is broken down by the divine power of the plague demon into its most primitive, non-toxic form. Even heavy metals and other specific toxins are expelled from his body under this divine influence. Magellan's poisonous fruit has become utterly ineffective against him. As of now, Carl has awakened 5 out of 6 universal divine entities, with only the 6th, the infernal flame of Carlo, remaining. Nevertheless, Carl has come to terms with this. If the infernal flame were to exist in the Naruto universe, it would be akin to the Amaterasu-level ninjutsu, capable of incinerating all matter until nothing remains. In the world of pirates, however, the infernal flame is roughly equivalent to a superior fruit, higher than the flame and magma fruits. In the face of the black infernal flame, both fire and magma can only serve as fuel to intensify its blaze. Even though Carl has yet to awaken the divine power of Carlo, he has mastered the 5 divine powers he possesses with remarkable proficiency, particularly with Saya as frost power. While he cannot freeze vast distances like Akiji, he has come to command most of Akiji's capabilities. Compared to the magic of the magical world, the chakra of the Naruto universe and the powers of devil fruits possess a significant advantage. They incur almost no consumption. Even a seemingly inept ability user like Mr. 3 can effortlessly produce a continuous stream of candles. Yet, Karl remains unconcerned about these matters, for in addition to his divine powers, he is also a formidable swordsman. Suddenly, a peculiar bird call reaches his ears. With a mere thought, the little spirits fluttering about the island respond as if summoned soldiers, converging from all directions to merge into Karl's being. Who will deliver the newspaper? Karl waved at the news bird soaring in the sky, catching its attention towards the diminutive figure of humanity on the isolated island. Boa Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Kuja Pirates, has now accepted the appointment from the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Her bounty was set at a staggering 80 million berries. At that time, the Navy convened a meeting to deliberate on the matter, yet Karl chose to disregard it entirely. Little did he anticipate that this discussion would revolve around the fate of Empress Hancock, as he had traversed through time for over a year, utterly oblivious to the events that were about to unfold. Karl remembers the details of many significant events quite clearly, however. He has entirely forgotten the specific times and places where they occurred. Soon, another piece of news caught Karl's attention. The notorious pirate red-haired Shanks faced off against the formidable swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk on an island in the East Sea, and the duel ended in a stalemate. Karl continued to peruse the specific content, unable to suppress a disdainful curl of his lips. This was far from a matter of indeterminate victory, it was evidently a lack of concrete intelligence regarding the battle. The subsequent articles were largely filled with analysis and conjecture, devoid of any eyewitness accounts of that duel. However, time waits for no one, having remained inactive for so long. It was high time for me to stir. Karl stood up, stretched lazily, and leaped from the hilltop, racing towards the sea, leaving behind a long trail of water. Each day, he traversed the ocean between Lust Island and the Nameless Isle with a graceful moonwalk, a routine that had become an unwavering exercise regimen over the past few months, regardless of weather. Chapter 088. Whispers of the Phantom Island Boss. You cannot be serious. Are you really only taking those 2? Upon Karl's declaration of his intent to venture into the Grand Line, Poffys was not particularly surprised. He understood that his employer's ambitions extended far beyond the underground forces of the West Sea. Karl was destined to navigate the Grand Line, and eventually, the latter half of the New World, to test his mettle against the true pirates of the sea. However, when Poffys learned of Karl's sailing plans, he could not remain composed. Only bringing along the children, Chiruno, and Law, while excluding everyone else. Was the boss being reckless? While Karl's combat prowess and management philosophy were indeed impressive, he was still a young man of less than 20, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the ocean's perils. Boss, you may not fully grasp that the climate of the Grand Line is entirely different from the 4 seas. It is utterly unpredictable. Without a sturdy ship, sufficient crew, and experienced navigators, it truly becomes a sailor's hell. Yet, Karl held a different perspective. Do not worry, we have Aaron to assist us. In Karl's view, if one wished to expand their influence, a multitude of hands was essential. However, for mere adventures, emulating the Straw Hat Pirates and adopting an elite crew approach was preferable. Currently, the only individuals Karl deemed worthy of partnership were Law, Robin, Chiruno, Bonus, and Poffys. Poffys needed to manage the affairs of Lust Island, making his absence from the sea inevitable. Bonus was focused on developing the Silver Fang armed organization, rendering him unsuitable for the voyage. Robin, as the first member to join Karl's ranks, possessed extraordinary intellect and extensive experience navigating the underworld. The influence Karl had established in the West Sea was heavily reliant on Robin's adept management. Furthermore, Karl was unconcerned that Poffys and Bonus would take the opportunity to disrupt matters during his absence. Even Crocodile's Baroque works had operated smoothly for years under Robin's solitary guidance, despite Crocodile rarely making an appearance. Robin was a resourceful and formidable woman, well-versed in dark forces and possessing exceptional interpersonal skills. To drag such a talent into aimless adventures in the Grand Line would be a grave misallocation of resources. With Chiruno's assistance, Aaron would naturally accompany Karl. To this end, Karl commissioned a vessel, a medium-sized sailing ship comparable to the Going Merry. It would sail smoothly in favorable winds, and in emergencies, it could be towed swiftly like the Snake Princess pirates. Aaron's size surpassed that of Karl's ship, requiring minimal effort to tow. As for Trafalgar Law, thanks to the medical resources Karl had provided over the past 6 months, combined with his own devil fruit abilities, his condition had significantly improved. With a daily diet rich in nutrition, Law had long shed his previously frail demeanor, now exuding vitality. Yet, his cold demeanor remained unchanged. This time, Karl took Luo to sea not just for adventure, but to hone the skills of this young prodigy. Cultivating talent begins from a young age. and Luo's surgical fruit possesses certain spatial capabilities that could prove invaluable in the future. After all, Carl is the boss, and Faithful is merely there to offer reminders. Since the boss appears indifferent, Faithful naturally concedes and prepares all the necessary supplies for the journey. Miss Flower, Mr. Faithful, I entrust the West Sea to you for the time being. I hope you will not disappoint me. At a seaside location far from the port of Rust Island, Carl had made all the preparations for their voyage, and the only ones present to bid farewell were Robin and Faithful. Rest assured, boss, I will not let you down. Having witnessed Carl create one miracle after another, Faithful had already resolved to follow this boss closely. Mr. Carl, I wish you a smooth sailing journey. A fleeting shadow of melancholy passed through Robin's gentle eyes, yet she understood that her presence in the West Sea would indeed bring greater benefits to the Carla family. Do not worry, Carl said with a confident smile as he approached Robin, whispering softly, I will bring back the historical texts for you. A spark of understanding flickered in Robin's eyes. She knew Carl referred to the copies of the historical texts. However, she chose to say nothing more and simply replied with a quiet, thank you. The 18-year-old, accompanied by two 13-year-olds, officially embarked on their maritime journey. Meanwhile, rumors of a ghostly island began to circulate throughout the West Sea. On the deck of a pirate ship, several pirates sat cross-legged, drinking and boasting. Hey, have you heard? A ghost island that can move has appeared in these waters. What ghost island? It is said that this island only appears during a full moon, teeming with demons and spirits. Any ship that encounters it is swallowed whole, and the sailors aboard nearly never return. They simply vanish into thin air. Haha. Are you out of your mind? Sounds like a fairy tale you made up. I'm serious. Why don't you believe me? This must be something the adults concocted to scare children away from the sea, and you actually bought into it. It's true. Captain. A calm voice interrupted as a man appeared behind the group, prompting the pirates to stand at attention. I have investigated. Remember the Hungry Wolf pirate crew? The crew with a captain whose bounty is 20 million berries? Their captain, defying the odds, insisted on visiting that ghost island they stumbled upon. However, a few sailors left the main group on a small boat, and they reported that they never saw their crew again. With the captain's revelation, the pirates finally believed the tale. Quick, look over there. There's a three-masted ship. Good heavens, it's enormous, resembling an island. At that moment, the lookout's voice captured the pirate's attention. The captain lifted his telescope and was taken aback by the sight of the colossal ship. Listen up, everyone. A ship this size must hold vast treasures. Our opportunity has arrived, full speed ahead. Yes. With a cheer, the misinformed pirates raced toward the distant, massive three-masted ship. Chapter 089. Preparing to confront zombies beneath the azure sky lay a vast expanse of the sea, its waters crystal clear, resembling a flowing sea of blue gemstones. Amidst this picturesque scene, a medium-sized sailboat glided gracefully. The vessel was peculiar, lacking any distinctive flags, adorned only with a few small triangular pennants of various colors, making it impossible to discern whether it was a merchant ship or a pirate craft. On board this strange sailboat, Carl reclined leisurely on a deck chair, sporting sunglasses and basking in the warm, comforting sunlight. Beside him, Kung Fu Panda, with his round belly, mimicked Carl's relaxed pose, also wearing sunglasses and lounging on the deck. Luo, why are you still so picky with your food? It's only a piece of bread, not a devil fruit. Is it really necessary to be so fearful? I want to eat it. Bread is my least favorite food. I refuse to eat whatever you say. The bickering voices belonged to Karuno and Luo, who were in the kitchen arguing about their meal for the day. Having worked as a waiter in various restaurants, Karuno had naturally acquired excellent culinary skills. Meanwhile, Carl, due to the absence of computers and mobile devices in this world, had taken up cooking in his spare time, honing his skills over the past 6 months. Only Luo, who had arrived later and spent most of his time focusing on medical knowledge and developing his devil fruit abilities, had become passive in his food choices once away from the culinary delights of Rust Island. I've decided. Today's lunch will be hamburgers. I will change your picky habits. Holding 2 slices of bread, Karuno smiled at Luo. You. Luo's face darkened with anger as he shot a fierce glare at Karuno. For dessert, let us have raspberry jam. Karuno ignored Luo's murderous gaze, bustling about as she spoke to herself. Idiot. Luo found himself at a loss against Karuno and stormed out of the kitchen. It was baffling. Previously, Baby 5 would cower and even cry when he glared at her. Yet his intimidating glare had no effect on Karuno. Propping his chin on his hands, Luo leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the shimmering sea, and sighed in resignation. I've got an idea. Suddenly inspired, Luo dashed back to the kitchen and soon emerged with a plate of bread. Luo, What are you doing? Kuruno chased after him. Room. Without further ado, Luo activated his surgical space, causing the bread in his hand to vanish, only to have several lively fish appear on the plate instead. I'll grill fish for myself, Luo declared with a triumphant expression, turning to head back into the kitchen. Unlike the future deathly surgeon, the younger Luo exuded a little less aloofness, yet his cunning nature remained unchanged. You. Just as Kuruno prepared to retaliate, Carl appeared beside her, saying, "Never mind, Kuruno. Since Luo dislikes bread and dried plums, there is no need to pressure him. It's just a minor quirk, it's nothing to worry about." Fine. Cerno nodded, her hands clasped behind her as she took a leisurely 2 steps before turning back with a smile directed at Carl. But, Brother Carl, can Luo cook? As if sensing an unusual aroma, the panda, who had remained unresponsive, finally sat up, curiosity etched upon its face as it gazed toward the kitchen. Indeed. It was not long before a thick plume of black smoke began to seep through the crack of the kitchen door, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of charred protein. Cough. Cough, cough, how infuriating. Luo was hastily expelled by the smoke, crouched on the ground as uncontrollable coughs erupted from him. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to spare him from being completely enveloped. If you can't cook, there's no need to put on airs. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Despite the teasing words directed at Luo, Cerno extended a glass of clear water to him. All right, you two little rascals can stop fussing about. Today, I shall take it upon myself to prepare the meal for you. Carl chuckled and shook his head, opening the kitchen windows to dispel the thick smoke. What would you two like to eat? I want stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. I desire grilled fish. Wow, your obsession with grilled fish is indeed profound. Silence. Carl disregarded the banter of the 2 mischievous little ones and turned his gaze towards the panda. Indeed, the panda pointed at its wide-open mouth, indicating its desire to partake in the meal prepared by Carl. You two, be mindful of the course. I shall prepare your meal now. Carl turned and entered the kitchen, while Luo let out a hum before climbing to the observation deck to silently monitor the situation on the sea. Suddenly, Luo spotted what appeared to be a moving island on the distant waters. He retrieved his binoculars, scrutinizing the sight until he ultimately confirmed that it was, in fact, a colossal 3-masted sailing ship, comparable in size to a small island. Carl, Cerno, looked toward the 10 o'clock direction on the horizon. There is a gigantic 3-masted ship. Cerno, with her agile form, swiftly ascended the observation deck. Peering through the binoculars, she too was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. The sheer enormity of the vessel was astonishing, and yet she had never heard any whispers or rumors about it. Did this not imply that the 3-masted ship had only recently made its appearance in these western seas? At that moment, Carl also emerged from the kitchen, having just prepared the ingredients but not yet ignited the flames when he was summoned by Luo. This felt somewhat familiar. Carl glided into the observatory with a moonwalk, instantly making the space feel constricted. Could it be? Is this truly the fearsome 3-masted ship of Moonlight Mariah? Carl murmured to himself, envisioning the sight of several sailboats approaching, akin to returning birds, converging towards his island-like vessel from all directions. Soon, a smile graced his face. How intriguing, Kiluno. Let us temporarily alter our course and head towards that colossal 3-masted ship. After we have feasted, I shall take you there to confront some zombies. Chapter 090. This is unscientific. The owner of this magnificent 3-masted ship was none other than Moonlight Moria, who had challenged the beast Kaido in the New World a few months prior. Once a spirited and passionate pirate captain, Moria had brimmed with confidence in his abilities, successfully leading his crew across the first half of the Grand Line and into the New World. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong adversary and engaged in a fierce conflict with Kaido, renowned as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. No one knew whether this battle was a fierce clash or a one-sided massacre. The only information that leaked to the outside world was that Moria's crew had perished, leaving only him to escape the New World in a state of utter disarray. Moonlight Moria possessed the powers of the Shadow fruit, allowing his shadow to exist independently of him and even take on a corporeal form, executing actions akin to a living being. Furthermore, Moria could interchange his position with his shadow at will, a remarkable ability that enabled him to evade the onslaught of Kaido's forces. However, Carl found himself perplexed as to why Moria had ventured to the West Blue and how he had acquired such a ship, comparable to an island in size. This world was indeed marvelous. Frankie and Mayor Icebog of Water 7 had crafted the Thousand Sunny for the Straw Hat Pirates overnight, incorporating a wealth of advanced technology. Luffy's acquaintance, Kobe, along with the foolish son, Balumeb, had grown significantly under Garp's training in just a few months, even remedying their nearsightedness. In comparison to these miraculous feats, Moria's acquisition of a colossal three-masted ship in a few months seemed rather embarrassing. Nonetheless, such a grand three-masted ship was indeed a rarity in the vast expanse of the West Blue. Aside from Karl and his companions, numerous pirate crews were drawn to this remarkable vessel. Hey kid, once you disembark, you'd best behave and not entertain any notions of seizing our spoils. Not far off, another pirate ship arrived at the entrance of the three-masted vessel, with crew members already shouting taunts towards Karl before their ship had even docked. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Karl's bounty had long been revoked, and with his sunglasses and a pair of small mustaches adorning his face, it was quite difficult for the average person in this world, plagued by face blindness, to recognize his true identity. Karl chuckled lightly. Disregarding the group of pirates aboard the opposing ship, he turned to his companions and said, "Since everyone is eager to witness the peculiar beings that inhabit the island, let us anchor the vessel here and allow Aaron to keep watch." Aaron, the sea cat, expressed her discontent with a few plaintive meows, yet she was powerless to protest. Being merely a sea feline unable to set foot on land. "Aaron, my dear, stay here patiently for us. We shall return swiftly," Chiruno reassured the sea cat. Meanwhile, Luo coldly interjected, "A peculiar individual, a sea cat, a combative panda, and a cat girl with 2 tails. Are we an oddity zoo or a pirate crew?" "Luo, have I not already informed you? We are not a pirate crew," Karl replied with an unusual gravity in his tone. "Have you forgotten why Mr. Clara initially tormented you children? He merely wished to prevent you from joining the Don Quixote family and becoming pirates. What is there to gain from piracy? My bounty alone is sufficient." Cielo let out a reluctant huff, choosing not to respond further. Upon noticing that Karl's ship housed only a few youngsters, the nearby pirate crew initially contemplated plundering it. However, when they beheld the immense sea cat surfacing from the water, they collectively gasped, abandoning their self-destructive intentions. Quickly, quickly! The early bird catches the worm. We must seize the treasure before others and depart this grand vessel post-haste. A faction of the pirates eagerly leaped from their ship, racing toward the island, while a few seasoned pirates opted to guard the crew, deeming the arduous task more prudent than the uncertain allure of treasure. Karl left behind a small purple specter aboard the ship and set forth with 3 companions on the grand 3-masted vessel named Terrifying Roar. As it was daytime and this western sea did not belong to the treacherous triangle of the Grand Line, the eerie ship did not exude an excessively menacing atmosphere. Boisterously, one pirate began to boast to his comrades, "I have told you all along, what sort of ghost island is this? It is merely an island adorned with odd structures and peculiar creatures. There is nothing to fear. I'm not exaggerating, even if there are ghosts on this island. I wouldn't be afraid. At worst, I could just slash them down." However, he suddenly noticed that his companions had fallen silent. "Hey, do you not believe my words? Look ahead." Following the direction indicated by his companions, the pirate was horrified to see several corpses slowly crawling out of their graves not far away. What is there to fear? Let us all charge at them and slay them. After all, these pirates were hardened survivors of countless battles, with one leading the charge. They brandished their weapons and shouted as they rushed towards the zombies. With a flurry of strikes, the seemingly terrifying zombies were dispatched with ease, as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. "I told you there was nothing to fear." Just as the pirate wiped the sweat from his brow, he felt a large hand seize his ankle. He nervously swallowed and cautiously glanced down, only to discover a half-bodied zombie gripping his leg. Its voice raspy and its visage grotesque. "Return my life to me." Oh heavens! At that moment, the pirates finally lost their resolve. What else could these half-living creatures be but zombies? As Karl and his companions leisurely made their way toward Moria Castle, they were suddenly confronted by a horde of fleeing pirates. Zombies! Run! A pirate, perhaps out of instinct or goodwill, warned them upon seeing their approach. Zombies! Upon hearing this, Law's pupils dilated, and an almost imperceptible excitement flickered across his youthful face. Coming from a family of esteemed medical practitioners, he had always dismissed the notion of zombies as mere superstition, convinced that it must be a peculiar medical phenomenon. However, as if to deliberately challenge Law's worldview, a slow-moving group of zombies soon emerged behind the pirates. This defies logic, Law thought, but rather than feeling fear, he drew a surgical knife from his waist and, with a look of skepticism, rushed toward the approaching zombies. Chapter 91. Law and the Zombies. The grotesque zombies, initially menacing as they pursued the fleeing pirates, paused in confusion at the sight of a strange young boy charging toward them. In truth, these creatures, resembling traditional zombies, were not the mindless undead. They were puppets crafted by Moria using his shadow fruit abilities, known as the nobody type. As such, they possessed a modicum of intelligence. Unlike the typical brainless zombies of lore, Moria had suffered greatly after his crew perished in battle against Kaido, leading him to abandon the idea of recruiting living companions. Instead, he resorted to stealing the shadows of the living and implanting them into corpses, thus creating these seemingly immortal zombie puppets. For those who were not his comrades, Moria remained ruthlessly cruel. Any being from whom he had extracted a shadow could never again bask in the sunlight, for a shadowless entity would be incinerated by its rays, vanishing entirely from existence. Consequently, these shadowless beings were condemned to dwell in eternal darkness. Yet, this also represented a critical vulnerability of Moria's zombie army. If the original owner of a shadow were to perish, their shadow would vanish alongside them. Such a dubious power could never amount to true dominance. The once fearsome and vengeful zombies were rendered momentarily dumbfounded upon encountering the advancing boy. They could scarcely comprehend that a human might not fear them. During his time with the Don Quixote family, Law had acquired considerable skills from the officers, and these ordinary, frightening zombies posed no threat to him. Instead, he effortlessly dispatched them one by one. Be careful, that kid. These zombies cannot be killed. The curious pirates, who had initially fled, returned to watch, following Carl closely and cautiously approaching Law. Ignoring their warnings, Law crouched beside one of the zombies, studying it intently. The creature, with its gaping maw and twisted visage, emitted a chilling growl. However, Law's expression was not one of panic. It resembled that of a scientist observing a specimen. His brow furrowed in concentration as he held the gleaming surgical knife, preparing to dissect this inexplicable undead being. What are you doing? The zombie, sensing Law's unusual demeanor, lost its menacing appearance, now displaying fear and confusion instead. Silence. Law had already immersed himself in intense focus, ready to investigate this bizarre creature. Carl watched with great interest as Luo performed, as if he had already anticipated the forthcoming scene. Cerno instinctively covered her mouth, her gaze fixed intently on Luo's movements, while Kung Fu Panda unusually shielded his eyes, uncertain whether he feared the zombies or the dissection itself. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, a zombie emitted a grotesque shriek and sprang up from the ground, desperately crawling away from Luo. Indeed, these zombies could not be killed, but if their bodies were dissected, they would undoubtedly lose their mobility. The other zombies seemed to catch a whiff of fear, abandoning their theatrics and scattering in all directions to escape. Remarkable. That little imp actually frightened the zombies away. The pirates who had been observing in secret were taken aback, their mouths agape, as if their jaws had dropped to the floor without them realizing it. Could zombies truly speak? Could they really be frightened off by humans? Were it not for witnessing this spectacle today, they would have deemed it utter nonsense. Hey, although the zombies have fled, Luo was not pleased, his expression cold as he resolved to pursue and capture one alive. Luo, don't chase after them. No, I must understand the structure of these creatures. Just a power of a devil fruit. Devil fruit? Luo's face darkened at once. The notion of a devil fruit stripped away the intrigue. After all, such fruits possessed an array of bizarre abilities that were entirely disconnected from science. Captain, do you truly comprehend what is happening? Upon hearing Carl's words, not only did Luo halt in his tracks, but the pirates also approached with amused expressions. This is the power of the shadow fruit. And those entities resembling zombies are actually puppets created using its ability. Carl succinctly elucidated the situation regarding the shadow fruit, causing the assembled pirates to hold their breaths, afraid to utter a single word, lest they miss any crucial detail, much like obedient schoolchildren attentively listening in class. The pirates felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful that they had refrained from attacking what initially appeared to be an unassuming little vessel. Even a mere child could intimidate those zombies. And the fact that their captain possessed such extensive knowledge indicated the remarkable nature of this group. They were certainly not to be trifled with. Fortunately, he seemed oblivious to the taunting remark made by his own crew during their earlier provocation. As memories of that moment surged back, a wave of apprehension washed over the pirates, though their faces remained adorned with awkward yet courteous smiles. Oh, so that's how it is. You rascals, what are you still standing around for? Hurry back and fetch some sea salt. And don't forget to bring some for our esteemed guests. The pirate captain had firmly resolved to align himself with these individuals, recognizing that while he might receive a smaller share of treasure, the assurance of safety outweighed that concern. Suddenly, from a location on the opposite side of the jungle, a series of harrowing cries pierced the air, sending shivers down everyone's spines. What could have transpired? He. Perhaps someone disobedient has wandered out into the sunlight. Came a peculiar laughter in response to the pirate's query. Carl furrowed his brow, as his observation Haki had failed to detect the presence of an unfamiliar individual lurking within the nearby thicket. Carl and Cerno exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of confusion. Who is that? Laughing so unpleasantly. Which fool dares to frighten me? No one provided an answer. Suddenly, a swarm of black bats erupted from the jungle, heading toward the pirates. These bats did not attack Carl and his companions. Instead, they surrounded the pirate, gnawing and biting at him. In an instant, a bloodied figure, covered in wounds, appeared before the onlookers. Chapter 092. You know nothing of power, the pirates gasped in unison, with a few rushing to support the bloodied pirate, while many others adeptly took refuge behind Carl and his group. The swarm of bats ceased their assault on the others and gathered not far in front of Carl, coalescing into a shadowy figure reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The Shadow Master. This was the shadow of Moria himself, capable of existing independently from his corporeal form, manifesting as a tangible entity or transforming into shadow bats to launch various attacks on adversaries. Yet, the Shadow Master, akin to a true shadow, could disregard any harm. Furthermore, Moria could activate the Shadow Warrior skill, enabling him to swap places with the Shadow Master at will, rendering him nearly impossible to counter. The reason Carl and Cerno had failed to detect Moria's approach was that he had utilized the Shadow Warrior to teleport into the nearby woods. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that someone would know the weakness of the Shadow Fruit. It appears that the West Sea harbors some formidable beings. Came a sinister laugh as a peculiar creature appeared before them. This being, towering at about 5 or 6 meters, possessed pointed ears and sharp teeth, adorned with 2 devilish horns, and sported long, purplish-red hair. At this moment, Moria appeared far more vigorous than the one that Luffy would encounter in the future, his form relatively slender, devoid of any bloated appearance. Wow, I never knew a person could look like that. Law gazed up at the onion-headed creature, his eyes reflecting incredulity. He had never encountered a description of a being like Moria in any book. To him, it seemed utterly unhuman. Little brat, you seem to have the makings of a surgeon. Would you care to join us? Moria remarked, having witnessed Law's desire to dissect a zombie. He was in search of a genius surgeon capable of creating powerful bodies, and he felt a flicker of interest in the young boy who showed no fear of zombies. Forget it. If it were truly a zombie, I might consider it, but since it's merely your devil fruit ability, I'm completely disinterested, Law replied, casting a dismissive glance at Moria, disappointment flickering across his face. Ha ha ha, what an amusing little brat, Moria said, shifting his gaze to Carl. Speaking in a languid tone, you appear to be a swordsman, and you seem to know about my abilities. I suspect you possess some skill. But I wonder about your shadow. Damned onion head, how dare you harm my comrade? I will make you pay in blood. With a sudden roar, a pirate unexpectedly lifted his rocket launcher and fired a shot at Moria. The other pirates quickly reacted, raising their cannons and firearms to unleash a furious barrage upon him. In the face of this concentrated onslaught, Moria remained utterly still, his expression unchanged. Then, the previously inconspicuous black shadow materialized in front of Moria, acting as a wall to block the incoming fire. This dark shadow served as an absolute defense. All bullets and shells struck the shadow, unable to advance a single inch. Don't stop. Blast that shadow to pieces. The pirates relentlessly vented their anger and fear. Yet, instead of Moria's cries of agony, they were met with an even greater roar of cannon fire. Carl, be careful. Boom. An intense explosion erupted at the location of the pirates. Carl, with remarkable speed, swiftly embraced Luo and fled the scene with Karuno. Meanwhile, Kung Fu Panda crouched on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, resembling a round, fluffy ball embedded in the earth. What was happening? Only Luo seemed momentarily bewildered. Instantly, the group of pirates was thrown into disarray, some sprawled horizontally, others vertically, creating a scene of utter devastation. Amid Luo's perplexed gaze, Karuno suddenly transformed, adopting the form of a half-beast cat girl and leaping forward. Her previously lively eyes sharpened in that instant, the crimson irises no longer sparkling, but rather appearing as mesmerizingly radiant as fresh blood, accompanied by a man's anguished scream. 2 rocket launchers materialized out of thin air, crashing to the ground. Immediately beneath Karuno, a peculiar man emerged from the air. Since Karuno had transformed, Luo had been fixated on her, his eyes filled with disbelief. His astonishment was not at Karuno's agile movements, but rather at the unanswerable question of which branch of feline creatures possess two tails. Oh, how he longed to dissect her. Coughing, Luo vigorously shook his head, dispelling those dangerous thoughts. As for Kuruno's tails, Carl had once inquired about them, but her response had been vague, as if she herself were unaware of the truth. However, at this moment, Carl's attention was captivated by the peculiar man beneath Kuruno. Judging by his abilities, he seemed capable of rendering his body and the objects he touched transparent. If all witness suspected, this individual was none other than Absalom, the user of the transparent fruit. In the future, Absalom would take on the visage of a lion-headed figure, a transformation brought about by the genius surgeon Hogback. Presently, Absalom appeared gaunt and miserable, resembling a beggar who had never known a full meal. It was no wonder he succumbed to Kuruno's strike so easily. It also explained his desperate yearning for power, even to the extent of forsaking his own body for a nondescript form. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you little brats. If even your younger siblings are so formidable, I wonder what surprises you, the elder brother, can bring? Although Kuruno had pinned Absalom to the ground, Moria remained unfazed, displaying an air of confidence. You may certainly give it a try. Carl fixed his gaze upon Moria, a hint of amusement dancing across his features. Well, I shall refrain from attempting it myself. Let them test you instead. Yet Moria's eyes grew increasingly languid, as if devoid of any combat spirit. The clang of steel echoed through the forest, barely perceptible to the untrained ear, as towering zombies began to emerge from the shadows. Unlike the terrifying zombies encountered previously, these were clad in armor and wielded swords, resembling a regiment of royal guards. They were Moria's elite zombie generals. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was captivated by the surrounding generals, Moria's Shadow Mage clone stealthily launched an ambush on Cerno. Despicable, although Cerno successfully evaded the Shadow Mage's assault. Absalom was ensnared instead. Little girl, I have no intention of losing my soul companion. Moria chuckled slyly, dismissing Cerno's accusations. These general zombies were not to be compared with the previous failures. Moreover, they were invincible. How shall you contend with them? Moria, do you comprehend why you fell to that fellow Kaido in the New World? Carl stepped forward, raising his right hand high above his head, pointing towards the heavens. For you are utterly ignorant of true power. Chapter 093, The Tombstone of Death. The most significant advantage of those who possess the natural-type devil fruit abilities, aside from their elemental transformation, lies in their extensive range of attack skills. Akainu's Meteor Volcano, Enel's Thunder, and Crocodile's Sandstorm, among others, with an abundance of spectral powers. How could Carl possibly lack a skill capable of confronting a multitude of adversaries? The mischievous smile on Moria's face had vanished the moment Carl began to speak. He could not fathom how this young pirate, if merely acquainted with the information regarding the Shadow fruit, could also possess knowledge about his battle with Kaido, especially since they had never crossed paths before. As Carl raised his right hand, extending his palm towards the heavens, a dense black energy erupted from him like steam, instantly enveloping him in a shroud of shadows. The rolling waves of black mist surged violently, yet did not disperse in all directions. Instead, they rapidly coalesced upon Carl's palm. This rich black vapor then surged upwards from his hand, akin to a torrent of ocean waves, continuously ascending towards the sky, piercing through the clouds. The previously clear sky was suddenly cloaked in thick, ominous clouds, reminiscent of an impending storm, obscuring the sun's rays entirely from reaching the ground. Oh, so you too are a devil fruit user? By your appearance, could it be that you are of the Logia type? With such a vast creation of clouds, do you intend to summon winds and rain, or perhaps conjure lightning? Moria's expression remained stoic, feigning jest towards Carl, while secretly activating his shadow mastery to stealthily maneuver behind him, poised to deliver a lethal strike at the opportune moment. Carl, brother? Hey, what on earth are you up to? A hint of confusion flickered across the faces of Cerno and Law, for they had never witnessed Carl wielding such an unusual technique of conjuring clouds. You all best stay close to me and refrain from wandering about. A sudden intensity flickered in Carl's eyes, and a hint of pride graced his lips. He had long since harnessed the abilities of Puli Ming to sense the approaching Shadow Mage behind him, and at that moment, his newly acquired skill was fully prepared. The dark clouds above roiled like turbulent waves in the night sea, surging ominously, while the atmosphere aboard the colossal sailing vessel seemed to be influenced by supernatural forces, stirring a biting cold wind. What on earth was happening? Why was it like this? It was freezing. Could rain be imminent? Why did it suddenly feel so eerie? Not only the remaining pirates present, but also those scattered across the island gazed upward in confusion at the ominous clouds that had materialized. You just claimed that I know nothing of power? Then enlighten me. What is true power? A cruel glint flickered in Moria's shadowy eyes as the shadow mage readied itself, poised to transform into a shadow spear to pierce the opponent's spine. Instantly, a strange sense of impending doom washed over Cerno, who turned her head in suspicion, only to behold a peculiar shadow lurking in the dimness behind Carl. Brother Carl, be cautious. Cerno's warning startled Law, who swiftly turned around. Carl, the shadow mage, alerted by Cerno, lunged forth, causing both Cerno and Law to narrow their eyes, summoning their devil fruit abilities in preparation for the terrifying figure. A deafening crash reverberated as an unidentified massive object abruptly descended from the sky, crashing down upon the shadow mage and shattering it into fragments. Moria's shadow mage, akin to a nature-type devil fruit user, could disregard all harm, yet that did not equate to being rendered into pure nothingness like the residual shadows of Kaido. The meteorite not only obliterated the shadow mage but also buried it deep into the earth, creating a large, circular crater at the site of impact. A violent shockwave stirred a tempestuous gust, leaving Cerno and Law struggling to keep their eyes open as debris and soil swirled around them. What in the world? Amidst Cerno and Law's exclamations, the shattered remnants of the shadow mage transformed into countless bats, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, Moria's countenance darkened to a charcoal hue. Why did meteors fall from the rain clouds? Witnessing the rapid and inexplicable changes unfolding before them, the pirates present gaped in astonishment, their minds struggling to comprehend this situation that defied logic. Moria attempted to summon the scattered shadow bats back, his chest swelling with astonishment and rage. General Zombie Legion, advance. Yet those general zombies, previously surrounding Carl and his companions, disregarded Moria's command, instead lifting their gazes to the sky as if drawn by some inexplicable force. Fixing his narrowed eyes on Moria, Carl spoke with a chilling tone. They have already departed from this world. Why not allow them to rest in peace? With that, a second meteor plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon one of the general zombies. Boom. A third. Boom. A fourth. A relentless cascade of meteors fell like a torrential rain, each one accurately targeted at the zombies present, guided by Carl's mastery of observation haki and Pulimang's sensing abilities. The meteor shower thundered upon the earth like a cacophony of thunderous roars. Cerno and Law clamped their hands over their ears, struggling against the gale-force winds that threatened to blind them. One pirate screamed as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with sheer terror. For just moments ago, a meteor had crashed near a common zombie beside him. Gathering his courage, he approached only to discover that what had struck the zombie was no meteor at all, but a gravestone emanating a faint dark purple glow. Chapter 94. The true terror of the three-masted ship. The gravestone's assault was not limited to the general zombies. Any zombie within Carl's grasp of observation haki fell within the gravestone's target. Dozens, even hundreds of dark gray gravestones descended, crashing down upon every corner of the land. These gravestones radiated a faint dark purple glow, inscribed with ancient, mysterious runes that exuded the same eerie luminescence. The clouds obscured the sun, and the earth was dotted with gravestones, each one concealing a corpse that had risen from the dead. In mere moments, the scene transformed dramatically. The once serene forest was now filled with howling winds and a sense of decay. The ground was peppered with numerous 2-meter-high gravestones that had created countless craters and fissures. Many oddly shaped trees, unfortunate enough to be in the path of the falling gravestones, lay shattered and broken. What once was a uniquely charming forest now resembled a battleground ravaged by a tempest, with debris and broken branches scattered everywhere. Not long ago, this place had been a tranquil path caressed by the sea breeze and bathed in sunlight, but in an instant, it had morphed into a dark, windswept cemetery of the undead. Every zombie present, whether elite general or mere failures meant to scare, was obliterated by the raining gravestones, reduced to mere fragments. Their moans the only remnants of their existence. Only Carl and his companions remained unaffected, as if the chaos around them had chosen to spare them. Compared to the once playful yet terrifying ambience of the colossal three-masted ship, the current scene aboard truly embodied the essence of horror. The pirates could muster no strength to flee, and even Absalom, whose physical form had yet to be transformed, sat paralyzed on the ground, devoid of the energy to rise. Every pirate's heart brimmed with boundless fear and disbelief. Was this truly the power of humanity? Surely, such a display could not be attributed to any devil fruit. Gravestones? Why would gravestones fall from the sky? Had the young man they had previously provoked truly been a harbinger of death sent to claim their souls? All the pirates lay crumpled on the ground, reduced to instinctual trembling. Even Cerno and Law's faces were etched with shock, their mouths agape yet unable to utter a single word. The arena fell into a profound silence. Only the ghostly wails of the chilling wind echoed through the air. And there remained the Kung Fu Panda, persistently crouched with its rear elevated, awaiting the moment when Carl would lower his right arm and withdraw his supernatural prowess. The ominous dark clouds silently dispersed, allowing the warm sunlight to once again grace the earth. "Is it already dawn?" murmured a pirate absent-mindedly. It was only then that the others regained their senses. The mysterious tombstone, which had emitted an eerie purple glow, had vanished. Yet the myriad of colossal craters and the severed limbs of the zombies served as a constant reminder to all. What had just transpired was not an illusion, but stark reality. All eyes were fixed upon Carl. Even Luo and Cerno gazed at him as if he were a specter. "Please, do not regard me with such expressions. This is merely a newly developed technique that I have yet to disclose to you." Carl scratched his head, nonchalantly ignoring Luo and Cerno. He cast a glance at the chaotic forest he had stirred up, nodding in satisfaction. Alas, the pirates, who had previously stood frozen in place upon meeting Carl's gaze, screamed as if they had encountered a demon, fleeing the scene in a panic. Those zombies struck by falling gravestones began to exhibit peculiar reactions. The most lethal weakness of these zombies was the sea, specifically sea salt. Just a handful of sea salt thrown into their mouths would purify them with the ocean's power, allowing their souls, essentially the shadows of others, to escape their decaying forms and return to their original masters. However, sea salt was not the only means of purification. If someone could completely annihilate the zombie's physical body, the shadows would similarly return to their masters. In his battle against the samurai zombie Ryuma in Wano country, Zoro had utilized a blue flame created by his sword technique, Flying Dragon Blaze, to reduce Ryuma's body to ashes. Once the physical form was lost, the shadows naturally returned to their rightful owners. At that moment, the majority of the zombies had been utterly crushed by the descending gravestones, their bodies no longer able to confine the shadows within. Countless shadows erupted from the zombies, darting out like black meteors in all directions. Moria and Absalom had already utilized their shadow and invisibility techniques to escape the chaos. The army of zombies Moria had painstakingly cultivated over the past few months was nearly obliterated by a single strike from that pirate. What a farce! Moria had yet to recover from the blow of losing all his companions, his earlier arrogance now entirely diminished. It suddenly struck Absalom, who was following closely behind Moria, as he slapped his forehead, recalling something of great significance. "What did you remember?" "The pirate wearing sunglasses. He is actually one of the warlords of the sea." "One of the warlords of the sea?" Moria stood frozen, utterly taken aback that he had inadvertently provoked a warlord. The warlord from the West Sea? Could it possibly be? Indeed, it is he, the Shadow Blade Carl, who defeated Nightmare Dunkixote da Flamingo. Absalom's expression turned grave, beads of fearful sweat forming on his brow. "I used to be a journalist, pen name Abusa, and I have followed the headlines closely. There is no doubt, that pirate is indeed Shadow Blade Carl. Damn it, what is a warlord doing on my ship?" Moria seethed with rage at the thought of the zombie army Carl had decimated. "No, I must have a serious talk with him." Shadow gathering. In an instant, the shadows that had yet to return to their masters shifted direction in midair, racing towards Moria's location. Chapter 095, Shadow Gathering Master, please calm down and do not act impulsively. Absalom, already frightened into submission by the rain of gravestones, implored. "What a joke. I wouldn't survive even a single blow from such an attack." "Master, that is a warlord of the sea, the world government's acknowledged great pirate. You should avoid trouble with him." Moria had only recently begun to prepare his zombie army. Thus, there were not many shadows aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. Additionally, some shadows had already returned to their respective masters, leaving Moria with merely a few dozen shadows to absorb. Although this number paled in comparison to the 1,000 shadows he had absorbed during his battle with Luffy, controlling these shadows would not exhaust his mental energy excessively, preventing him from losing control. Hearing Absalom's words, Moria slowly turned, his face dark as he coldly retorted, "How am I the one seeking trouble? It is he who has come to trouble me." "Absalom, your cowardice is truly astounding. I'm not asking you to fight him. What are you afraid of?" Moria's last statement struck a chord with Absalom. He had chosen to follow Moria because he had promised to grant him a strong body, helping him overcome his timid nature. Unfortunately, this promise had yet to be fulfilled, and the rain of gravestones had shattered his confidence. Moreover, why could a mere girl manage to confront him? How humiliating. "I will go have a serious discussion with this warlord. You adapt as necessary." At that moment, Moria appeared significantly more imposing. He dispatched his shadow magician once more to locate Carl's position. Let us go. Glancing around at the forest, now unrecognizable after the onslaught of his gravestones, Carl raised an eyebrow, preparing to leave. Hey, Luo coldly called out to Carl from behind. What is the matter? Planning to capture a few zombies for research? Who wants those things? Luo shot Carl a fierce glare, then composed himself before slowly saying, What exactly did you bring us to this three-masted ship for? Ahem. Carl awkwardly cleared his throat, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, he had intended to experience the swordsmanship of the legendary swordsman Ryoma and observe the unique physique of the demon Oz. However, he had not anticipated that the fearsome three-masted ship was only beginning to develop, and figures such as the ghost Princess Perona and the prodigious Surgeon Hogback had yet to board. He had inadvertently arrived too early. Yet, he could not simply divulge this information to Luo, for that would necessitate an elaborate explanation of how he came to possess such knowledge, wasting countless brain cells in the process. Just as Carl pondered how to concoct an excuse, Moria had already utilized his shadow manipulation skill to teleport to a position not far from Carl. Brother Carl, that onion-headed fellow has become quite portly. Little girl, do not speak nonsense. This is not fat. It is muscle. No, wait, it's the power of the shadow fruit. Moria felt slightly wounded by Karuno's remark, but quickly brushed it off. I truly did not expect to welcome a warlord of the sea, Shadow Blade Carl, aboard my ship. We have no animosity between us, do we? None at all. Then what brings you to my ship to cause a ruckus? Would you believe me if I said I was merely passing through? I would. Moria replied with a sly grin, offering a response that even Carl had not anticipated. As long as you are not here on behalf of the world government to capture me, things need not be so complicated. I have heard that you are, in fact, a merciless pirate? Excellent. I happen to have a plan and would like to have a discussion with someone like you. However, I must first test your strength. What? Wasn't that previous move sufficient to demonstrate my power? Moria's assertion piqued Carl's interest. Not nearly enough. Moria, however, displayed no hint of trepidation. Your previous attack was indeed powerful and had a considerable range, but regrettably, such techniques may be effective against my zombie army, yet they cannot harm me in the slightest. Not to mention those formidable beings who are indistinguishable from true monsters. I have no interest in your devil fruit abilities. I wish to witness your personal prowess. What do you mean? Do you seek my shadow? Although I have yet to locate that fellow's corpse. Seizing the shadow of a warlord of the sea in advance would certainly be a splendid achievement. Before Moria could finish his sentence, his shadow minion had already circled behind Carl, transforming its hands into two black scissors, aiming directly at Carl's head. While observation Haki failed to detect the presence of the shadow minion, the mental acuity of Pyramid could distinctly sense the imminent danger from behind. Smack! Carl turned, and with a swift motion of his hand, the dark purple phantom whip solidified into a tangible form, striking the shadow mage with a force akin to that of steel. Instantly, the similarly materialized shadow was shattered into fragments, transforming into a swirling tempest of bats. You may proceed. Before Carl could finish his words, he acutely sensed an extraordinarily perilous aura. This overwhelming presence bore down upon him with immense pressure, a sensation he had only experienced previously in the presence of Doflamingo and Admiral Akiji. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clang echoed as Carl unsheathed his sword, blocking a deadly slash from Moria's dagger. You managed to withstand my attack? It seems the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea should not be underestimated. In Carl's mind, a sense of bewilderment arose, as he had never anticipated the current circumstances. Moria, who should have been a mere weakling in physical combat, surprisingly possessed such formidable speed and strength. It dawned on him that the myriad of shadows seemed to have been absorbed by him. This was Moria's ultimate technique, the gathering of shadows. Moreover, at this moment, Moria had not yet transformed into the corpulent figure he would become in the future. Having absorbed the shadows, Moria not only wielded enhanced power and speed, but he also simultaneously possessed all the combat skills of the original Shadow Masters. Understanding this revelation, a faint smile graced Carl's lips. It appeared that this battle would not be devoid of excitement after all. Having failed to land a blow, Moria swiftly distanced himself from Carl. Meanwhile, although the Kung Fu Panda had only caught half of the conversation, he suddenly leaped from the ground, clutching both Law and Cerno under his arms, and dashed towards the harbor. Chapter 096. The Gathering of Rubbish. At this juncture, Carl and Moria clashed once more amidst the forest. The pirates and Cerno had long since vacated the area, leaving only Absalom, who cautiously observed the duel from a nearby elevated position. With the absorption of dozens of shadows, Moria exhibited an unforeseen level of combat prowess. He not only gained greater strength and agility, but also became a living compendium of fighting techniques, capable of executing a myriad of chaotic moves. Though Moria's massive physique appeared somewhat clumsy compared to Karl, his speed was far from sluggish. Remarkably, he even unleashed the Navy's 6 styles. Chafe. The ground beneath Moria shattered under the immense force of his movement, as his body transcended the sound barrier in that instant. In a sudden flash, he materialized beside Karl. His enormous hand clenched into a fist, crashing down towards Karl's head. Boom. The earth was rent asunder by Moria's punch, creating a terrifying crater, with shockwaves rippling outward, and debris scattering in all directions. Even a cannonball fired from a warship could not rival the destructive force of Moria's blow. Karl effortlessly evaded Moria's assault, launching a powerful kick aimed at Moria's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Moria gritted his teeth and absorbed Karl's strike, standing resolutely like a colossal statue hewn from stone. Indeed, he resembled an iron block. The prerequisite for mastering the Marine's 6 styles is to undergo relentless training, honing one's body to attain a superhuman physique. Moria, having assimilated a vast multitude of shadows, now possessed explosive power that far surpassed those so-called superhumans. Through the capabilities of the Shadow Fruit, Moria could not only place the shadows of the living into the bodies of the deceased, thereby creating a legion of zombies, but he could also embed shadows into the living, significantly enhancing their combat prowess while acquiring the physical skills of the shadow's original owner. However, since the living already possess their own shadows, a repulsion reaction occurs with the inserted shadow, necessitating an exceptionally strong mental fortitude to wield such power. Typically, an ordinary individual can accommodate no more than 2 or 3 shadows. Even Luffy, with his remarkable abilities, could only manage to fit 100 shadows before reaching his limit, which is far from the maximum capacity of 1,000 shadows that a user could potentially control. Yet, even with merely 100 shadows, a person's combat strength could be substantially augmented. With the aid of these 100 shadows, Luffy could effortlessly dominate the formidable Oz. Even when Oz unleashed his full-powered Gum Gum rocket, Luffy could catch it single-handedly without yielding an inch. Alas, Moria's mental strength was woefully inadequate, rendering him incapable of controlling 1,000 shadows. Had he possessed the requisite mental prowess, he could have transformed into a humanoid colossus, capable of shattering an island with a single punch. Wielding power akin to the ancient weapon, Pluton. What other techniques do you possess? Karl mused, slightly astonished by Moria's ability to utilize Soru and Iron Block. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled, as Moria's exhibited speed posed little threat to him at present. Scatter bats. With a commanding shout, Moria's shadowy minions instantly morphed into countless flying bats, fluttering towards Karl's position with fervor. Karl stood resolute, allowing Moria to unveil his splendid performance. Shadow Box. Countless shadowy bats encircled Karl, their flight gradually coalescing into several black walls. These walls suddenly converged with astonishing speed, resembling formidable black steel plates, as if intent on compressing Karl into a mere patty. However, in truth, these walls merely formed a 3-dimensional black enclosure, trapping Karl within, seemingly only to buy time. Flash. With a resounding roar, Karl unleashed a torrent of blade energy, severing the black shadowy walls with ease, as if even the heavens and the earth were cleaved in twain. Although Karl's strikes have yet to reach the threshold of a great swordsman, they remain formidable, capable of slicing through colossal waves and cleaving rocks. However, Moria is indeed a formidable opponent, having once clashed with Kaido, and is destined to be one of the future warlords of the sea. In the face of the swirling dark violet blade aura, Moria merely chuckled, seizing a sharp long sword from the hand of a general zombie. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he suddenly launched a fierce slash forward. With a swift motion, a massive azure sword wave erupted from Moria's strike, cleaving the ground as effortlessly as a knife through butter. Surging towards Karl with unstoppable force, Karl glided back 2 steps, his body effortlessly evading Moria's sword energy with a mere flick. However, in swift succession, Moria unleashed a second horizontal wave of sword energy, which swept through the forest with devastating force, severing countless monstrous trees in its path, their thunderous collapse resonating throughout the area. A single piece of refuse, when joined by others, remains nothing more than refuse. Karl furrowed his brows as he gazed at the sword energy unleashed by Moria, his soul-severing blade swiftly slicing through the air. A flash of black light surged forth, and the seemingly indomitable sword energy shattered like crystal striking a blade, dissipating into specks of light before Karl's eyes. At that moment, Luffy, having been engulfed by 100 shadow avatars and transformed into Nightmare Luffy, fought against Ors, despite possessing a myriad of combat techniques. He predominantly relied on his own physical prowess. The powers bestowed by the shadows were merely auxiliary in his eyes. However, Moria had always utilized the skills of others, and his future depended on his immortal zombie subordinates. He had never considered honing his own mental fortitude to become a true powerhouse. Moreover, the shadows Moria absorbed lacked the strength of formidable figures like Mihawk or Garp. How could he possibly contend with Karl? Even the legendary Dragon Slayer swordsman, Ryuma, could not unleash his true power, having only the shadow of Brook, ultimately succumbing to Zoro, who had yet to master Haki. The shadows within you are merely a collection of weaklings. Even if you learn their techniques, what difference would it make? As if Karl had exposed Moria's inner turmoil. Moria's gaze turned cold, his expression fierce, and he abruptly halted his movements. My own techniques, you say? Allow me to demonstrate. With a voice as eerie as a specter, countless shadow bats coalesced before Moria, his shadows finally returning to their master's feet. Come at me if you dare. The shadow mage beneath Moria elongated ominously, reaching towards Karl's position. Just as it approached Karl, the shadow mage leaped from the ground, its tip transforming into a lizard-like appendage, lunging upward to pierce Karl's heart. Shadow Spear. In an instant, Moria's shadow sprang forth, solidifying into a sharp shadow spear aimed at Karl's heart. This was the most powerful technique Moria could wield, capable of effortlessly penetrating the body of the demon Ors. Yet, despite the peculiarities of Moria's abilities, he lacked even the basic mastery of Armament Haki. Karl had successfully withstood even Doflamingo's super whip. How could he possibly be pierced by Moria's shadow spear? Clang! The sharp shadow spear struck not flesh and blood, but seemed to hit a solid steel plate. Witnessing the immovable shadow spear and the unscathed Karl, Moria's sinister smile vanished, replaced by an expression of bewilderment and fear, as if facing a formidable foe. This is impossible. Aside from that madman Kaido, how could anyone withstand my shadow spear with mere flesh? Moria held absolute confidence in his shadow spear, yet this confidence was shattered by Kaido's overwhelming physical prowess. Today, he found himself confronted by yet another pirate in the West Sea who could disregard his shadow spear's assault. In that moment, Moria felt as though fate was playing a cruel joke on him, as if inexplicable entities constantly obstructed his pursuit of dreams. How tragic! Faced with Moria, who had nearly lost his fighting spirit, Karl could not help but sigh. What did you say? Moria felt as if Karl was mocking him, a surge of fury igniting within him, compelling him to confront Karl fiercely. You've even ventured into the new world, clashing with that madman Kaido. Have you never heard of Armament Haki? Armament Haki? What is that? Moria had encountered countless foes during his journey through the Grand Line. If an opponent was weaker or only slightly comparable, he could easily overpower them with the oddity of his abilities. Using the elusive Shadow Mage to stealthily sever an opponent's shadow, he ensured no one could remain conscious the moment their shadow was cut. However, when faced with stronger adversaries, Moria found himself utterly helpless, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. He had never engaged in a direct confrontation with an enemy, thus never paying heed to the concept of Armament Haki. Poor opportunist, continue to live in your own world. There exists no profound enmity or direct conflict of interest between Karl and Moria. This confrontation is merely a chance encounter. At this moment, Karl has lost all interest in Moria and prepares to turn away. Halt. Moria, however, is unwilling to concede. He has not truly been defeated. He simply finds himself momentarily at a disadvantage. Yet, why does this pirate appear so confident, as if Moria is hardly worthy of his full effort? At this juncture, Moria casts aside any notions of pride and invokes the powers of the Shadow Fruit, unleashing all the skills at his disposal. The shadowy figures flit through the darkness, seeking an opportune moment to ambush Karl. Meanwhile, Moria himself charges at Karl, brandishing a longsword and a dagger, unleashing a tempest of sword energy and blade winds akin to a devastating typhoon, with an array of bizarre techniques aimed squarely at Karl's position. Even if he cannot breach this pirate's defenses, what of it? According to his words, Moria has evidently acquired a skill that enhances his defensive capabilities, unlike Kaido's immortal form. As long as his attacks remain sufficiently intricate and chaotic to capture Karl's attention, he can then seize the opportunity to teleport behind him, severing his shadow. Just one strike is all it would take to render this arrogant pirate unconscious. It indeed seems imperative that this fellow learns a lesson. Karl slightly raised his hand, and the pitch-black haki enveloped his entire right arm, reflecting a glimmer akin to black iron even under the direct rays of sunlight. Where is he? Both the Shadow Mage and Moria halted in their tracks, for in their line of sight, that pirate had inexplicably vanished. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, as if Moria's abdomen had been struck by a colossal hammer, causing a significant indentation. Simultaneously with the deafening noise, Moria expelled a mouthful of saliva, his body being propelled backward, the intense pain and shock causing his eyes to bulge. Moria's massive form bounced on the ground like a rubber ball several times before coming to a halt. The disorientation from the rolling and the agonizing pain radiating from his abdomen rendered Moria unable to maintain consciousness. He felt a wave of dizziness and ringing in his ears, as if thunder had exploded beside him. Coughing violently, Moria suddenly began to vomit. However, what emerged was not gastric acid, but the shadows of others he had absorbed. Previously, Moria had been able to withstand Karl's kick with a block of iron, merely due to Karl not exerting his full strength. Yet, under the full force of Karl's attack, augmented by Haki and the power of Kazan, the frail-bodied Moria could hardly endure such an onslaught. Moreover, the mental strain brought on by controlling the shadows within him overwhelmed Moria, causing him to suddenly roll his eyes back and lose consciousness. In an instant, all the shadows detached from Moria's body, returning to their rightful owners at their feet. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Moria's form vanished from Karl's sight. Karl was only slightly taken aback, yet he swiftly discerned the reason behind it. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Absalom, that loyal servant of Moria. However, Karl did not dwell on it. His purpose for coming here was not to eliminate or capture Moria, this opportunistic failure. Moonlight Moria was just as he expected, unlikely to stir up any significant turmoil. Moreover, this individual would surely present a considerable headache for those elderly figures in the world government in the future. Karl murmured to himself, sheathing his soul-reaping blade. After a moment of contemplation, he prepared to turn and depart. Ah ha ha ha. Moriarty has been vanquished. We are finally free. The friend ahead, I kindly ask you not to rush away. Karl turned his gaze, only to be met with a rather amusing sight. The pirates and navy personnel, who had previously been under the control of Moria, now emerged from every corner, their faces alight with joy as they hurried towards him. Chapter 098. Entering the upside-down mountain, my dear friend, I cannot express my gratitude enough. The fact that you have managed to defeat the Moonlight Moria is simply astonishing. The crowd swiftly encircled Karl, their voices brimming with appreciation and applause resonating all around. Karl cast a cursory glance at the individuals surrounding him, observing a diverse assembly comprising sailors, pirates, merchants, and people of all ages and backgrounds. Remarkably, due to Moria's influence, these previously antagonistic factions had temporarily united in jubilant celebration. Among the throng, a naval swordsman caught Karl's attention. The man bore a serious expression and exuded an air of authority, suggesting he possessed considerable skill. If all went as expected, the naval rokushiki techniques and swordsmanship employed by Moria should indeed belong to this officer. The naval officer, evidently aware of Karl's scrutiny, pondered briefly before parting the crowd to approach him directly. Greetings, my friend. I am Rear Admiral Sword of the Navy Headquarters. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance in restoring my freedom. As he spoke, Sword inclined slightly, nodding to Karl. He wished to convey his appreciation. Yet the principles of the Navy forbade him from saluting Karl. Thus, he resorted to this gesture instead. Karl remained silent, turning away and preparing to depart. Please wait. The Rear Admiral boldly stepped in front of Karl, obstructing his path. You are, in fact, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, aren't you? Earlier, while Absalom and Moria conversed, Sword had been concealed behind a nearby wall, eavesdropping on their exchange. Oh, and then what? Sword did not anticipate Karl's response to be so straightforward. He furrowed his brow slightly and, in a tentative tone, inquired. Moria is a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Are you not aware of this? I am aware. But what of it? Karl replied, clearing his throat. The Rear Admiral summoned his courage, his tone suddenly turning grave. Since you are appointed by the world government, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, enjoying privileges unattainable by ordinary pirates. Should you not assist the world government in capturing a pirate like Moria, who carries a bounty over 100 million? Upon hearing Sword's words, Carl suddenly laughed. Perhaps it was due to the relatively recent implementation of the 7 warlord system that these young, impetuous Navy officers had yet to grasp the world government's predicaments. Who gave you the delusion that the 7 warlords serve the world government? If you wish to capture Moria, then by all means, do so yourself. What concern is it of mine? The Rear Admiral attempted to argue further, but he was abruptly met with a chilling sense of death emanating from Carl's gaze. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately found himself unable to utter a word. Carl disregarded the dazed Rear Admiral standing by, and just after taking a couple of steps, yet another woman dashed in front of him, obstructing his path. Do you all misunderstand something? Do you truly believe I am some kind of savior here to alleviate suffering? If anyone dares to utter any more meaningless drivel, I shall not hesitate to ensure they remain forever silent. Carl turned and cast a cold glance over the assembled crowd. He refrained from employing any mental assault. Merely the aura emanating from him caused a shiver to run down their spines, prompting them to cover their mouths tightly. Although he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a malevolent spirit, the woman who obstructed Carl's path summoned her courage once more and spoke. I am a merchant from the Carnival City on the Grand Line. If you can take me away from this place, I am willing to offer you a reward of 100 million berries. Upon hearing her words, Carl did not express anger this time. At the very least, this woman understood the principle that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Do you possess a log pose? He inquired. A log pose? I intend to journey to the Grand Line. If you can honor your promise and provide me with an adequate log pose, I would be willing to take you along. The magnetic fields of the Grand Line differ from those of the 4 seas. Compasses and similar instruments are utterly useless there. Only a special navigational device known as a log pose can guide one from one island to another, preventing one from losing their way at sea. I do have a log pose, but I am uncertain what constitutes an adequate log pose, the woman pondered thoughtfully. Having one is sufficient. We can discuss the specifics later, Carl replied. Carl currently lacks a definitive destination. He is merely demanding an exorbitant price. The others can only sigh helplessly, as they cannot afford to make a promise of 100 million berries, watching Carl depart from them. Upon returning to the ship with Carl, Sophia soon regretted her decision. There were no navigators, helmsmen, shipwrights, or doctors aboard this vessel, essential personnel for any sea voyage. Aside from this so-called warlord of the sea, the crew consisted solely of 2 children and a panda. Could their ship truly navigate the tumultuous currents of Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line? However, the following days completely transformed Sophia's understanding. The little girl exhibited a knowledge of wind and current that surpassed even the navigators aboard her family's merchant vessel. The young boy possessed strength rivaling that of adults, effortlessly working alongside the panda to manage the sails. As for Carl, he skillfully maneuvered the helm, directing the ship's course. His technique, though peculiar, was remarkably adept, as if the vessel were an extension of his own body, responding to his every whim. Most astonishingly, they had tamed a sea cat? Was this the true reason they required so few crew members? After witnessing the turbulent currents of Reverse Mountain, Carl instructed Cerno and Ro to lower the sails to avoid the gales, relying solely on the power provided by the sea cat, Eileen. With Eileen's assistance, the unusual currents caused by the mountain's unique topography did not significantly impede Carl's vessel, allowing it to safely navigate into the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Standing on the deck, Sophia curiously observed Cerno and Ro beside her. To her astonishment, while their faces bore relaxed smiles, they showed no hint of surprise at the reverse currents. Had these individuals previously traversed the Grand Line? Sophia shook her head with a self-deprecating smile, realizing that her prolonged existence in the darkness had made her overly sensitive to trivial matters. Those who had never ventured into the Grand Line could hardly be expected to know of the record pointer's existence. Meanwhile, Carl remained oblivious to the varied expressions on the faces of the 3 behind him, entirely focused on steering the ship. In these raging currents, even the slightest deviation could result in the vessel crashing into nearby cliffs, shattering into pieces. Chapter 099. Coloca's the sailboat successfully ascended to the summit of Reverse Mountain. After traversing the colossal waterfall formed by the confluence of the sea currents, the ship turned and sailed down the Seoul, descending flow towards the Grand Line. At that moment, anticipation graced the faces of all aboard. Even Ro, who typically wore a stoic expression, bore a faint smile, hoping that the Grand Line would herald a brighter future. Brother Carl, I sense a powerful life force ahead. It may be a Sea King. Cerno exclaimed, having detected the presence with her observation haki. Given the ship's rapid speed, she promptly informed Carl, knowing that a delay could mean covering considerable distance. It's Laboon. He isn't a Sea King, but a massive island whale. Mr. Carl, be cautious. Laboon sometimes obstructs the surface, and a collision could spell disaster for this ship. Sophia, having traversed Reverse Mountain several times in her dealings between the Grand Line and the Four Seas, had encountered Laboon on more than one occasion. Though surprised that Sophia knew Laboon's name, Carl had no time to ponder such matters. Rest assured, you'll witness true skill when the time comes, Carl declared confidently, prepared to tackle the challenge ahead. Anticipating the initial hurdle of entering Reverse Mountain, he had ensured that the ship was meticulously crafted by the shipwrights of the Flower Kingdom, designed specifically to withstand the peculiar weather phenomena of the Grand Line. Despite its modest size, smaller than the Going Merry, this vessel's construction far surpassed that of the Merry, utilizing premium materials and expert craftsmanship. At the moment they entered the Grand Line, Carl spun the helm with fervor, and the small sailboat maneuvered like a race car, drifting at an astonishing angle as it narrowly slipped through the gap beside the wall that jutted into the sea. Sophia had already collapsed in shock on the deck. Even Cerno and Rose stared wide-eyed, breath held, unable to utter a word. Just a slight deviation could have spelled doom for the ship. Hey, Carl, can't you be more reliable? How can we feel at ease with this? Ro exclaimed, regaining his senses, his face marked with exasperation. He viewed Carl's actions as bordering on reckless. How was I to know that whale was so close to the Grand Line's entrance? Be grateful. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, we would have collided. Now composed, Carl felt a twinge of fear. Today, Laboon's unusual behavior had him uncomfortably close to the shore, nearly blocking the entrance. How many ships attempting to enter the Grand Line from the Four Seas had met their end here over the years? Laboon's behavior was entirely unpredictable, whether submerged or blocking the entrance, depending solely on its mood. It was likely responsible for countless maritime accidents. Kalokas was indeed deserving of his reputation as a crewmate of Pirate King Roger. Otherwise, he would have long since been enslaved due to the compensation claims from such accidents. At that moment, Kalokas sat on a patch of land near Twin Cape Lighthouse, legs crossed and mouth agape, astonished as he observed Carl and company. That spectacle was a first for him in all his years. Let us head to the lighthouse and rest a while we wait for Eileen, he suggested. Carl lifted his gaze to the towering Laboon in the distance, marveling quietly to himself. He then carefully maneuvered the sailboat towards the lighthouse. To prevent any mishaps while navigating the rising currents, Aaron dove underwater after assisting Carl's vessel into the updraft of Reverse Mountain, clearing the way for the sailboat and consequently falling behind. Hee, the youth of today are indeed audacious. It is my first time witnessing such sailing, remarked Kalokas with a friendly smile as Carl and his companions anchored the boat. Hello, old man. Chirino greeted Kalokas with a sweet smile. However, Ro remained silent, leaning against the ship's railing with a sullen expression. Ah, greetings, young lady. Kalokas responded amiably to Chirino, seemingly unfazed by Ro's indifference. Just then, Sophia leapt from the boat. Oh, Sophia? What brings you here? Are these your friends? Kalokas expressed surprise upon seeing Sophia, which soon morphed into a smile. You haven't brought me any supplies lately, leaving this old man to fish for my meals without even a drop of wine to drink. Sophia sighed, her eyes betraying a lingering fear. Living in the shadow of Moria's terrifying three-masted ship for months had left an indelible mark on her psyche. Yet, she was no ordinary neighbor girl. She was a formidable businesswoman daring to traverse the Grand Line and the seas beyond, and thus, she would not allow such experiences to diminish her confidence in life. This is a lengthy story, so let us discuss it later. Sophia, why don't you introduce me to your friends? Kalokas shifted his gaze from Sophia to Carl, who was busy adjusting the sails on the ship. Oh, this young lady is Chirino, this young lad is Ro, and that one on the boat is named Lucy. Carl, aware of the pros and cons of being a warlord of the sea, had donned sunglasses and affixed a false mustache to avoid unnecessary complications. He continued to use the name Lucy, which he had adopted during the martial arts tournament in the Land of Flowers. Hello, uncle. Carl steadied the ship alongside the dock and hopped off. Greetings. Kalokas nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of goodwill towards Sophia as companions. At least they were polite and did not appear menacing. However, Carl's next remark darkened Kalokas's expression. Uncle, does your whale just lie there? Surely, It must cause hundreds of maritime accidents each year. You brat, how can you speak like that? Kalokas exclaimed, his face darkening at Karl's words. For decades, the guardian of Twin Cape had regarded Laboon as family. To him, Laboon was akin to a child, and he would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of it. Just as Kalokas was preparing to retort, he suddenly realized that Karl's words were not entirely unfounded. It was indeed a fact that countless ships had met their demise by colliding with Laboon over the years, the exact number long forgotten by him. With a sigh, Kalokas resigned himself to the truth. Alas, Laboon bears a scar within. As a doctor, I cannot heal its emotional wounds, let alone rein in its behavior. You're a doctor? Ro, who had been silent until now, finally expressed interest and leaped off the ship. Indeed, is there a problem? Kalokas scrutinized the boy, clad in a cotton hat and exuding an aura of coldness, with curiosity. I am also a doctor. A serious expression crossed Ro's small face. What kind of trauma is so difficult to heal? Allow me to try. Ha ha ha, little one, you misunderstand. Kalokas chuckled, his irritation dissipating at Ro's earnestness. I speak of emotional trauma, not physical injuries. Those are beyond your treatment. Emotional trauma? Ro furrowed his brows, lost in thought, before suddenly recalling something. A glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Years ago, a fervent pirate crew descended from Reverse Mountain. Laboon, this island whale, was originally a member of the Rumbar Pirates. As the elderly man loved to chat, Kalokas found himself recounting Laboon's story yet again, despite having shared it countless times before. Out of fear for the dangers of the Grand Line, Laboon was left here by its companions, and I took it upon myself to care for it. Yet, tragically, those cowardly pirates fled the Grand Line, abandoning their companion. I see, Ro replied, momentarily stunned. His expression shifted suddenly, as if recalling something significant. What about Erin? Did she follow us? By the time you think of Erin, she might have already been devoured by Laboon. Chiruno's voice echoed from the shore, prompting Ro to turn in shock. He saw Erin had indeed appeared on the beach, and he exhaled in relief. So that sea cat belongs to you? Kalokas clearly noticed the massive sea cat by the shore, but Erin's size was comparable to that of a mouse next to an elephant when placed beside Laboon. I hope you do not abandon your companion like that cowardly Rumbar pirates did. The Rumbar pirates did not flee the Grand Line, Karl interjected, revealing shocking news that left Kalokas astounded. However, Kalokas quickly regained his composure. Young man, do not fabricate such lies to comfort me and Laboon. I am indifferent. But if Laboon hears this, it will only cause it more sorrow. You might not believe it, but the Rumbar pirates set sail from the West Blue, and I too hail from there. Kalokas glanced at Sophia, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we came from the West Blue. That cannot be. Kalokas momentarily struggled to grasp the situation. Shanks, that kid, also came from the West Blue, and I once discussed Laboon's story with him, yet he knew nothing. He pondered why this youth, appearing even younger than Shanks, had knowledge of the Rumbar pirates. However, despite his thoughts, Kalokas refrained from voicing them, instead choosing to patiently await the young man's subsequent words. My knowledge of the Rumbar pirates is quite limited, merely gleaned from the tales shared by the elders in the village, who spoke of how the Rumbar pirates had long since perished in the Grand Line. Kalokas chuckled inwardly. Setting aside the veracity of that statement, it bore no weight. It was as if he had said nothing at all, offering Labu not the slightest assistance. Yet among them, there remained a pirate with an extravagant afro, known for his peculiar laughter, Yo-ho-ho-ho, who had not met his demise. He had consumed the Yomi-Yomi-no-Mi, a devil fruit that granted the power to allow souls to escape the realm of the dead and return to their corporeal forms. At this revelation, Kalokas could no longer maintain his composure. The flamboyant hair, the yo-ho-ho, these were distinctive traits of Brook, the pirate who delighted in playing the violin and left a profound impression upon him. Such intelligence could not simply be fabricated from thin air. How do you know these things? Kalokas inquired. Ah, uncle, as for why I know such matters, that is my own secret. I do not need to disclose it to you, do I? At this, Kalokas's expression darkened. However, the young man did possess a valid point, leaving him with no grounds for rebuttal. But why had Brook not returned to seek out Labu? Did he not realize that Labu had been waiting for him all these years? A hint of resentment tinged Kalokas's tone as he expressed his bewilderment regarding Brook's actions. That rascal, that extravagant-haired fool, had lost his way in the Devil's Triangle and had been wandering for decades. This time, even Law Karuno and Sophia bore expressions laden with exasperation. What kind of person was this? Labu was indeed unfortunate to have such a master. Hey, don't jest with me like that. Why would I deceive you? What benefit would that bring me? Very well, I shall place my trust in you. Though uncertain of the young man's truthfulness, he had at least instilled a glimmer of hope in Labu. The elderly man hurried towards Labu, eager to convey the message that his companions had not abandoned him. Hey, I thought you would use this information as leverage to extort that old man, La remarked, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes as he casually teased Carl while casting his gaze towards the elderly man's trembling silhouette. Not every situation needs to be assessed through the lens of profit, right? Occasionally, performing a good deed within one's capacity is quite commendable. Chapter 101. Kurokaz's request. Kurokaz approached the shore and called out to Labu, who was resting upright in the water. Upon hearing that the Rumbar pirates had not forsaken him, Labu first erupted in a thunderous cry of excitement, then rolled over, creating tumultuous waves as he dove into the depths to celebrate. Uncle, you are quite clever. You didn't divulge all the information to Labu. Kurokaz's voice rang out, and Carl certainly overheard the benevolent falsehood he shared with Labu. Though I am advanced in age, I am not senile. Were I to reveal everything to Labu, that foolish child might very well rush directly into the devil's triangle seeking that imbecile with the afro. Although Labu was a colossal island whale, the Grand Line was teeming with bizarre creatures, and merely relying on his vast size would not guarantee his safe passage to the devil's triangle. Moreover, there were numerous formidable and ruthless whalers in the Grand Line. Should Labu venture out alone, his fate would likely be dire. Concerned for Labu's safety, Kurokaz naturally withheld certain information. Once the discussion about Labu concluded, the conversation shifted to Sophia's experiences. Upon learning that Lucy had saved Sophia's life by defeating Moonlight Moria, Kurokaz's esteem for Lucy rose even further. Carl was quite pleased with Sophia's performance. Although the girl appeared youthful and somewhat naive, Sophia was, after all, a merchant with a keen intellect. She refrained from revealing the conditions under which Carl had brought her back to the Grand Line. Her inner thoughts were as clear as a polished mirror, discerning what should and should not be articulated. Given that you have provided Lab with crucial information and saved Sophia's life, it would be only proper for me to express my gratitude. Regrettably, I am merely a lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape, possessing little of value to offer. Therefore, I propose that since you are embarking on an adventure in the Grand Line, I shall gift you this recording compass. After conveying these words, Kurokaz shared with Carl and his companions some insights regarding the perilous weather conditions and vital details to watch for in the Grand Line. In comparison to the recording compass, this information proved to be of far greater assistance to Carl. No, thank you, sir. We plan to escort Sophia back to Carnival City, where she possesses a permanent compass. Carl chuckled as he returned the record pointer to Kurokaz. Oh, are you not planning to visit the Sabaody archipelago? Upon hearing Carl's words, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Kurokaz's murky old eyes. The Sabaody archipelago is a destination for the future, but there should be plenty of record pointers with Sophia. So you may keep this one for yourself. Unlike the carefree and reckless adventures of the Straw Hat Pirates, Carl's purpose for traversing the Grand Line was primarily to further develop his underground influence. The four emperors are not merely powerful due to their individual strength, but also because of the formidable forces that instill trepidation in the world government. Even Kaido, that fearless madman, has long coveted the territory of Wano. Hearing Carl's words, Kurokaz's dim gaze brightened once more. Since you intend to visit the Sabaody archipelago, I have a humble request, and I hope you will grant it. Please, go ahead. The Grand Line consists of 7 routes, yet regardless of which one is taken, one must traverse the perilous Devil's Triangle before reaching the Sabaody archipelago. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could convey a message to that explosive-haired individual should you encounter him. Labuan has been waiting at Twin Cape for the return of the Rumbar pirates, and I hope he can come back soon. Of course, this is contingent on your chance meeting with him. After all, the Devil's Triangle is notoriously treacherous, and there is no need for you to seek him out deliberately. Concerned that the young adventurers might decline his request, Kurokaz added, "It is no trouble at all. Merely a small favor." Upon hearing the affirmative response, Kurokaz finally broke into a smile. "Please wait a moment." He greeted Carl and the others before returning to his humble abode, only to re-emerge shortly, holding a small booklet. "I see this young lad is a doctor. And quite enthusiastic too," Kurokaz remarked, handing the booklet to Law. The Grand Line is not only peculiar in climate, but also notoriously unpredictable in terms of diseases. This manual contains relevant information. I have no further use for it. and would prefer to gift it to this young fellow. Law paused in surprise, glancing at Carl, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Then we shall accept it without reservation. Thank you, sir. Receiving Carl's approval, Law joyfully accepted Kurokaz's booklet. Kurokaz was taken aback, not expecting this young man, Luffy, to accept his goodwill without even a polite remark. However, he soon laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you youngsters are refreshingly straightforward. I appreciate your directness. In Kurokaz's view, such candid youths who accepted his gift were unlikely to go back on their word. It's getting late. We should be on our way. Sir, please take care of yourself here, and do encourage Laboon not to always stand there. It is already quite challenging for others to traverse the Grand Line. Off you go. You certainly understand. While urging Carl and his companions to leave, Kurokaz nonetheless pointed out the currents and winds for their upcoming journey. Standing at the shore, he watched as Carl and his companions departed, a smile gracing his face, his glasses reflecting an air of wisdom under the sunlight. The Shadowblade Carl, is it? Quite an intriguing fellow. It seems his ascent to the Warlord of the Sea is not as straightforward as it appears. As a lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape for decades, Kurokaz had encountered countless individuals, including the Rumbar Pirates, Roger Pirates, and Red-Haired Pirates. He was astute enough to see through Carl's simple facade. However, this elder had long abandoned any thoughts of stirring up trouble. He merely wished to quietly await at Twin Cape, accompanying Laboon and peacefully spending the remainder of his days. After Carl and his companions departed from Gemini Cape, they made their way directly to Carnival City. The weather along the journey was quite pleasant, devoid of any peculiar conditions that might have posed a challenge. Sophia, are you truly just an ordinary merchant? As the voyage progressed with little to occupy his thoughts, Carl casually struck up a conversation with Sophia. Mr. Carl, what do you mean by that? Sophia blinked her expressive eyes, feigning innocence. If you are merely an ordinary merchant, then why did you venture onto that three-masted ship? Surely, you cannot be sailing the seas in pursuit of trade all alone. What of your companions? Or have you forsaken them in the Western Sea? Carl had long observed the peculiarities surrounding Sophia's identity. In his eyes, this girl was undoubtedly concealing her true self. Indeed, nothing could escape the keen perception of Mr. Carl, a testament to his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sophia chuckled softly, shaking her head as she readily acknowledged Carl's suspicions. Through their days together, she had come to realize that this so-called warlord was not as fearsome as she had initially imagined. On the contrary, the individuals aboard the ship were rather amiable. Even the perpetually aloof and taciturn young boy merely exhibited a reserved nature, devoid of any hostility towards her. Mr. Carl, if I were to reveal my true identity to you, would you kidnap me and extort my family? Sophia inquired playfully, her tone laced with jest. Carl chuckled and replied, do you truly believe that a warlord of the sea would need to resort to kidnapping a young girl for the sake of extortion? Let me put it this way. Even if I were to venture into the town and commit outright robbery, the Navy would turn a blind eye. This is what one might call legal plunder. Sophia was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the privileges of a warlord of the sea had escalated to such a degree. The thought that the Navy would make such a heartless decision to curry favor with pirates only deepened her disappointment in them. In truth, I had embarked on an adventure at sea with a few friends when we encountered Moria's pirate ship, and we were promptly captured. My companions either perished or fled, leaving me behind, only to have my shadow taken by Moria, which allowed me to survive. Are you saying that your promise of 100 million berries and the log pose was a deception? No, it is indeed true. Sophia hastily waved her hands, fearing Carl might misinterpret her words. My father runs a sizable trading company in Carnival City. Once you escort me back there, he will certainly not treat you poorly. A trading company, you say? It sounds as though they are not lacking in funds. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Just as Sophia gently caressed her chest, having finally exhaled in relief, a towering column of water suddenly erupted from the sea not far from their sailboat. Pirates. With the experience of accompanying her father on trading ventures at sea, Sophia immediately recognized the familiar sound of cannon fire from a pirate ship. However, her initial panic was swiftly replaced by composure. After all, there was a warlord of the sea aboard this vessel. What was there to fear? Law, why didn't you inform us sooner of the pirate's presence? Carl looked up and shouted to Luo on the lookout tower. How was I to know that the pirate ship was heading straight for us? Does this vessel appear to be wealthy? From the lookout tower, Luo's languid voice echoed back, leaving Carl both amused and exasperated. What pirate crew is that? I don't recognize them. Their flag is hideously unappealing. I haven't seen them before. Perhaps they are a newly emerged pirate crew? Sophia leaned over the ship's railing, observing for quite some time, ultimately providing only a vague response. Noticing that Karl's ship showed no signs of resistance or intent to flee, the pirate ship accelerated toward them, positioning itself directly in front of Karl's vessel. A man with a large mouth and nose, adorned with a peculiar top hat, bellowed at those aboard the ship, "Hey, you little brats over there. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables, and we might let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for the blade in my hand." The captain of the opposing ship possessed neither charm nor charisma. Karl chose to disregard the matter entirely and turned to shout at Roy atop the lookout tower, "Roy, this is your responsibility. I entrust this task to you." What an insufferable fellow. Roy slid down the mast, hurling a retort at Karl as he descended. Go on. Let me witness the fruits of your training over the past 6 months." With a cheerful grin, Karl pushed Law to the bow of the ship. "Mr. Karl, won't you take action yourself?" "No need. But he's just a child. Just watch." Sophia had initially assumed that Karl would personally confront the pirates, but to her astonishment, he had sent out the young boy named Law instead. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that under the banner of the 7 warlords of the sea, even a mere child could wield such power? Then Law confirmed Sophia's inner thoughts. He leaped high from the ship's railing towards the pirate vessel blocking their path. As the pirates prepared to fire their guns, Law activated his room, instantly swapping positions with one of the pirates midair. The pirate, wide-eyed with shock, plummeted into the sea with a splash. Before the remaining pirates could register what had occurred, a cacophony of punches, kicks, and strange slicing sounds erupted, and the once mighty pirate was left defeated on the deck. In mere minutes, Law returned, brandishing the long sword that belonged to the pirate captain, who had once been so boastful. This. Sophia gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, rendered speechless. It was only when she noticed the sword in Law's hand that she found her voice again. "Isn't this the renowned blade Hanazu, one of the top 50 swift swords? Do you recognize this sword?" Karl inquired, curiosity etched on his face as he regarded Sophia. She nodded confidently. "Indeed, this is Hanazu. It was sold by my father's trading company. How did it end up in the hands of a pirate?" "Is that so?" Karl held the huaizhou in his hand, examining it thoughtfully before returning it to Luo. He recalled that the enigmatic Mr. 11, who would later fall into the clutches of Smoker, also wielded a huaizhou. It appeared that this individual had yet to join the Baroque works. "Luo, you fortunate lad, scoring such a remarkable prize on your very first hunt. Since you currently lack the Onikuri, you might as well make do with this huaizhou for now." "What is the Onikuri?" he mused. Nothing, just a slip of the tongue." Karl did not respond to Luo's question. Instead, he cast his gaze towards the opposing pirate ship, which had already turned its cannons towards him. "Luo, remember not to use your abilities the next time you confront a pirate. Do you see this? This is the reward for showing mercy to them. These damned pirates." Karl approached the ship's railing and, with a swift motion, unsheathed his sword, Soulbreaker, delivering a single, powerful slash towards the distant pirate vessel. Sophia's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing a scene beyond her comprehension. Suddenly, a massive wave of dark purple energy surged forth, cleaving the tranquil waters, and in an instant, the pirate ship was split in twain. Chapter 103. Lord Charlotte. The journey to Carnival City from Twin Cape was even more arduous than that to the desert kingdom of Alabasta. It took Karl and his companions a full half-month to arrive. Fortunately, they encountered several islands along the way to replenish their supplies. Otherwise, Karl and his crew might have perished from thirst aboard their vessel. At last, they had returned. As the ship docked at the shores of Carnival City, Sophia gazed at the familiar streets before her, her exquisite eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. With Aaron vigilantly guarding the waters near the sailboat, Karl felt no apprehension of theft. As for the fearsome pirates that even Aaron struggled to confront, Karl assumed they had little interest in commandeering a vessel. Thus, the group set off together, following Sophia to her family's Rylig Merchant Association. As they traversed the streets, Karl sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Given that Carnival City was a hub of economic prosperity, he expected the island to be bustling with activity. However, despite encountering numerous passers-by, the ambience was suffocatingly oppressive. Each pedestrian seemed to hurry along, as if fearful that lingering too long would invite trouble. Only the raucous and boisterous outsiders, the pirates, seemed untroubled, engaging in loud, carefree banter as they made their way. Clearly, Carnival City was not a peaceful place. It appeared that the 100 million berries I sought might not be as easily acquired as I had imagined. Karl sighed inwardly, refraining from uttering more words. Even the faces of Luo and Cerno bore an expression of solemnity. These two children had previously wandered alone, having encountered the shadows of the dark world. Thus, they too sensed the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. Only the naive Kung Fu Panda, who had never ventured far from home, retained a look of innocence, while Sophia, anxious to reunite with her family, subconsciously overlooked the town's unsettling ambience. "Father, I have returned." It was only when Sophia exuberantly pushed open the door of the Riley Commerce Guild and dashed inside that the initial excitement on her face froze. The guild was eerily desolate, with only a handful of individuals present, starkly contrasting the usual bustling scene. Upon hearing Sophia's call, the few members in the guild cast curious glances her way. Lady Sophia has returned. Upon seeing her, the previously dull expressions of the individuals brightened, and they erupted in cheers. One person hurriedly rushed to the back to inform others within the guild. "Miss Sophia, is it truly you?" Soon, an elderly man with graying hair rushed out in haste. Upon seeing Sophia, tears of joy welled in his cloudy eyes. "Grandfather Morgan, it is I, Sophia. Miss Sophia, I knew you would return safely." Sophia felt a pang in her heart and leaped into the old man's embrace. After a moment, she finally remembered that she was not alone in her return. "I apologize, Mr. Calussi. I was a bit too excited and forgot about you all. Miss Sophia, these are..." Morgan had already noticed Carl and the others behind Sophia, but the young man in sunglasses and the two children did not capture his attention as much as the rotund panda, which kept drawing his gaze. "Mr. Lucy, this is my family's steward, Morgan. Grandfather Morgan, these are my friends, Lucy, Cerno, and Luo." Sophia introduced each of them, pausing to add, "They rescued me on the way. Greetings, friends." Seeing that Carl and the others merely nodded without much enthusiasm, Morgan decided not to dwell on it and shifted his focus back to Miss Sophia. "Miss Sophia, where have you been? Why have we received no news from you for such a long time? I will explain my matters later, but where is my father?" The old steward sighed, the light in his eyes, which had rekindled upon reuniting with Sophia, dimming once more. "That is a long story. Ever since you left, Mr. Simon has been worried for your safety, and he has sent people out to sea several times in search of you, but to no avail. Moreover, that is not the only issue. Mr. Simon has lost the will to manage the guild." Morgan discreetly glanced at Carl and the others before changing the subject. "Surely you friends have not eaten yet? I will have someone prepare meals for you." "Grandfather Morgan, what happened after that?" "Miss Sophia, you and your friends should rest first before discussing this." Although Sophia was a young lady of privilege, she was not a pampered princess. With her intelligence and experience, she quickly realized Morgan's unease. He clearly did not wish for Carl and the others to hear about their family situation. However, considering that one of her companions was a warlord of the Seven Seas, Sophia felt conflicted. To avoid offending Carl, she bit her lip and said, "Grandfather Morgan, they are all my friends. Please speak freely about any matters." Yet, Morgan hesitated to uphold his principles, but before he could finish his thought, a group of armed henchmen stormed into the guild, their faces fierce. "Morgan, where the hell has that scoundrel Simon hidden? If he doesn't come out to face me, I'll make sure to wreck this Riley Commerce Guild." "Who are they, Morgan?" Morgan stepped forward, shielding Sophia behind him, and addressed the henchmen sternly. "Did we not agree to a week's time for consideration? The time has not yet elapsed. Bah, don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. That scoundrel Simon disappeared 3 days ago. Do you believe he has suddenly succumbed to illness? I want to ask whether he has gone to seek help. I'll simply ask you to choose between compromise or destruction. You must not go too far." "Too far? Heh, I have no qualms. I could wait not only a week, but even 2 or 3. However, Lord Charlotte may not share my patience. You are aware of the Charlotte family, are you not? They never abide by the rules." Chapter 104. Go to hell. Lord Charlotte? The Charlotte family? Which Charlotte? Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. That Charlotte? Carl was initially standing quietly to the side, observing the situation before him, until the henchman uttered the name of the Charlotte family. In that instant, Carl's eyes lit up, and his mind began to whirl with thoughts. It must be Big Mom. After all, with the formidable reputation of the pirate emperor Big Mom, no other families would dare to invoke the name of the Charlotte family unless they wished to meet their demise. While on the vessel, Carl engaged in conversation with Sophia regarding the Carnival City. According to the ordinary navigational pointers, if one were to sail straight ahead, the next island beyond Carnival City would be the renowned culinary city, celebrated during the initial phase of the Great Route. Furthermore, starting from last year, Carnival City has introduced a maritime train route, allowing direct access to the Water 7 after passing through several islands. It is precisely due to the commercial exchanges with Culinary City and Water 7 that the economy of Carnival City has flourished, leading to the continuous expansion of the Rylig Merchant Association owned by Sophia's family. Based on the information provided by Sophia, Carl learned that Carnival City also boasts unique culinary offerings not found in Culinary City. It is likely for this reason that the voracious Big Mom has set her sights on Carnival City. Indeed, upon hearing the name of the Charlotte family, Morgan's expression grew increasingly grave. If it were merely a band of ordinary pirates or gangsters, Morgan could have maneuvered his way through with his tactics. However, when it comes to the formidable Charlotte family behind them, he found himself utterly powerless. Could you perhaps show a bit more leniency? Shut up. The henchman leader severed a nearby stool with a swift blow, snarling at Morgan, enough of your nonsense. I ask you, will it be your life or your store? Choose wisely. The employees of the Merchant Association trembled at the man's actions, instinctively retreating behind Sophia, their faces a mixture of anger and fear, yet silent. Morgan's brow furrowed in deep concern, unable to conceive any resolution. Meanwhile, the henchman behind the man began to chuckle menacingly, further unsettling Morgan's already troubled mind. Mr. Morgan, are you not inclined to share the tale of your Merchant Association with us? Carl stepped forward, a smile adorning his face as he addressed Morgan. My apologies for any embarrassment, Mr. Lucy. Morgan was taken aback by Lucy's demeanor. He wondered if the friends Sophia brought back intended to meddle in matters beyond their scope. Surely, they could not fathom the gravity of provoking the Charlotte family. If they were to falter, they could simply walk away. But inciting the ire of such formidable foes would spell the end for the Rylig Merchant Association. This is our affair. You need not concern yourself with it, Morgan stated, prompting Sophia to widen her eyes in disbelief. Although this old steward had aged, he was far from inflexible. Given the dire circumstances, why did he refuse Lucy's goodwill? Was it due to the terrifying nature of their adversaries? Sophia surmised Morgan's apprehensions. Yet, upon reflection, Lucy was no ordinary pirate. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even the Navy found themselves at a loss against him. So what could the strength of their adversaries truly signify? Would the warlord fear them? With this thought, Sophia cast a pleading glance toward Carl, seeking assurance of his willingness to assist her, unwilling to assume anything without confirmation. Carl responded with a smile, extending a finger, 100 million more. Very well, I accept your terms. Sophia agreed without a moment's hesitation. To her, the survival of the Rylig Merchant Association was paramount. As for the 200 million promised to Carl, she believed that as long as the association endured, that money would eventually be regained. Miss Sophia, do not act recklessly, Morgan exclaimed. The Charlotte family was not a foe to be trifled with. Having served as the loyal steward of the Rylig Merchant Association for decades, Morgan had honed his ability to read situations to perfection. From the expressions and snippets of dialogue shared between Sophia and Carl, he discerned their intentions. Rest assured, Morgan, this Mr. Lucy is extraordinarily capable. Let the Charlotte family be damned. Sophia, however, was somewhat naive and remained unaware of the true nature of the Charlotte family. She believed that if even the Navy could not contend with the warlords of the sea, then surely they were the mightiest of pirates. Oh, my dear young lady. Morgan found himself exasperated, but what Carl said next utterly flabbergasted him, leaving the usually composed steward in a state of utter distress. Carl chuckled, indeed. Let the Charlotte family go to hell. Noticing the sinister expressions on the faces of the thugs, Morgan hurriedly approached them, repeatedly apologizing, I am truly sorry. They are merely a group of children who know nothing. Their words should not be taken seriously. The leader of the thugs personally covered Morgan's mouth with his hand. Wielding a steel knife, he swaggered menacingly towards Carl. What did you say, brat? I said let the Charlotte family go to hell. Huh, what did you say? I didn't catch that. The man leaned closer to Carl, the veins on his right hand, gripping the knife handle, bulging conspicuously. I said boom. Morgan fully expected that in the next moment, this young man would be struck down, but he could hardly believe his eyes as the man vanished right before him. Carl stood there nonchalantly, leaving even Sophia perplexed about the events that had just transpired. With a loud crash, the shattered door panel fell to the ground, eliciting expressions of astonishment from the onlookers. Peering through the now doorless entrance, they clearly observed the man who had previously appeared menacingly intent on violence, now sent flying from the guild by some unforeseen force. He had been propelled backwards, his head embedded in the wall opposite him, while his body dangled precariously, swaying against the surface. Chapter 105. Father and mother, both the members of the Rylig Guild, and the group of thugs stood agape in disbelief. Particularly the thugs, who typically thrived on bullying the weak and resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, now found themselves on the receiving end of an equally brutal and unreasonable assault. The stark reversal of their fortunes, coupled with the humiliation of experiencing such treatment firsthand, left them feeling utterly disconcerted. "You'll regret this." One of them spat defiantly before they all rushed outside, hurrying towards their leader, who was grotesquely embedded in the wall. "Serves you right." Sophia giggled with glee. Although she was unaware of who had delivered the blow, she was certain it was either Carl or one of his companions. Witnessing the once formidable thugs retreat in a state of panic filled her with immense satisfaction. While the ordinary onlookers could not discern the perpetrator of the strike, Cerno and Luo had observed everything. They turned their gazes towards the panda beside them, who was licking its paws with an expression of innocent indifference, as if to say it had no involvement in the unfolding chaos. "I told you, Morgan, there's nothing to fear. Let the Charlotte family go to the devil." Sophia chirped as she bounded over to Morgan's side. Morgan glanced at the young lady he had cared for since childhood, a strained smile contorting his features, resembling more of a grimace than a grin. "My lady, you have truly stirred up a hornet's nest this time." "How so? Is the Charlotte family more formidable than the Navy?" Sophia inquired, carefully avoiding the mention of the 7 warlords of the sea. She had long been puzzled as to why Carl concealed his identity as one of the warlords. Did not the world government grant them the legitimate right to plunder? What could he possibly fear? Was he concerned about a coalition of pirates banding together against him? Carl's concerns, of course, do not lie with pirates. Each member of the 7 warlords of the sea is an individual of immense pride, and Carl is no exception. Even Crocodile, who has faced defeat on several occasions, still possesses an unwavering courage to challenge Whitebeard. Carl's true concern lies with the world government. Although the warlords of the sea are appointed by the world government, there are countless individuals, particularly within the Navy, who wish to eliminate these so-called warlords. Despite the Kara family in the West Blue developing their influence within the shadows of the underworld without drawing attention, such activities cannot escape the vigilant eyes of the world government. It is inconceivable for the world government to idly observe a pirate amassing power. Should Carl leverage his position as a warlord of the sea to expand in the Grand Line, he would undoubtedly ascend to the top of their blacklist. Both Crocodile and Doflamingo comprehend this reality, especially the cunning Crocodile, who, before executing the final plans for the ideal land within the Baroque works, had only been privy to Mr. Zero's true identity. While Carl harbors no intentions of usurping a nation and does not require the level of disguise that Crocodile employs, it remains prudent to conceal his true identity from as many as possible. The Navy may not measure up to the might of the Charlotte family, a prominent clan in the New World that is beyond the reach of mere merchants like himself. Unlike the youthful Sophia, Morgan perceives a more profound threat. Perhaps Sophia's companions are not intimidated by the Charlotte family, but can they truly safeguard the Reelig Trading Company indefinitely? "You have stirred up significant trouble." Morgan, akin to an ant on a hot pan, anxiously paced, his earlier joy at Sophia's return dissipating entirely. The Charlotte family is none other than the clan of the infamous pirate emperor, Big Mom. There is nothing to fear, he thought. Yet upon hearing Carl's words, Morgan found himself more agitated than relieved, nearly fainting from frustration. "So, you are aware of the Charlotte family's true identity? Then why would you provoke them? Are you seeking to hasten your demise?" Naturally, such thoughts remained unvoiced. Observing Lucy's composed demeanor, Morgan cautiously inquired, "Mr. Lucy, what do you mean by that?" "You may not be aware, but Big Mom, the matriarch of the Charlotte family, exhibits some cognitive impairments and is indifferent to the fates of her offspring, being solely preoccupied with food." Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. One is the father figure of a pirate crew, while the other is the mother. Yet they vastly differ in their treatment of their children. Whitebeard's children are not his biological offspring, yet he is notoriously protective, thus none dare provoke the Whitebeard pirates. In contrast, Big Mom's children are her own flesh and blood, yet she shows little regard for their lives, even going so far as to eliminate her own sons in fits of madness. Moreover, the world government has been meticulously monitoring the actions of these pirate emperors in the New World. While they may contest territories in the New World, the world government is powerless against them. However, should they dare to venture to the first half of the Grand Line, they would find the Navy an insurmountable obstacle. As long as Big Mom herself does not arrive, nor do the 4 sweet commanders, the Charlotte family poses no threat to Carl. Thus, Even if the Charlotte family stands behind his adversaries, Carl is entirely unperturbed. Let it be, he concluded. It appears today's business will not proceed. Let us close early. With the boss absent and the young lady undaunted, Morgan felt an overwhelming fatigue in his heart. He needed to gather his thoughts and contemplate how to navigate the relationship between the trading company and their adversaries. You lot, go find someone to repair the door. Morgan sighed helplessly at the entrance, having just summoned his subordinates, only to see a line of armed men with cannons lining the street outside. It turned out that the group of thugs had not left and had inexplicably acquired an array of cannons, seemingly intent on demolishing their trading company. Morgan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, rendered speechless by fear, instinctively diving to the side. Boom. A volley of cannonballs erupted from the array of cannons. Boom. Boom. The projectiles struck the walls, igniting wooden doors and windows, shattering the plaster off the walls. Bear, leave these troublesome foes to you. Hold nothing back. Upon receiving Carl's command, the Kung Fu Panda let out an excited roar, his round body darting forth like a gust of wind. Chapter 106. Who will bear this burden? Across the street, the group of thugs was preparing for a second round of cannon fire. Suddenly, a shadow flickered at the entrance engulfed in smoke, causing the thugs to shiver with an overwhelming sense of danger. Some quick-witted henchmen hastily aimed their cannons at the fleeting shadow, recalling how their brother had been blasted out just moments ago, now stuck in the wall. If all went as expected, this would be the swift figure that had burst from the trading company. Yet before they could pull the trigger, the shadow whirled, resembling a black whirlwind as it swiftly closed in on them. Clap! A resounding slap echoed as one thug was sent soaring through the air, landing headfirst onto a rooftop, coming to a stop only after crashing down. Everyone scatter. Boom. Before the command could finish, another thug was sent flying by a kick from the Kung Fu Panda, crashing through various stalls and embedding into another wall. At this moment, all the thugs finally reacted. They discarded their cannons, drawing their steel blades as they charged at the peculiar panda that had come into focus. Bang! Bang! As two henchmen rushed towards the Kung Fu Panda, their menacing shouts were abruptly silenced, for before they could bring down their steel blades, the panda unleashed two powerful punches, striking them squarely in the face. The henchmen were propelled backward with a velocity surpassing their initial advance, accompanied by the resounding echoes of impact as they crashed into the wall, leaving behind two flailing figures resembling humanoid radishes. One of them attempted to flee, but the panda swiftly pursued, seizing the individual and, with a leap and a crash, planted him firmly into the ground. Since embarking on the voyage with Carl, the Kung Fu Panda had not experienced such exhilarating combat. Finally encountering adversaries upon whom he could unleash his prowess, he reveled in the moment, deploying an array of peculiar techniques. The walls of the nearby streets bore the marks of the henchmen's collisions, resembling spider webs, while some areas were even breached, creating gaping holes. It must be noted that the physical constitution of humans in the pirate world is remarkably robust. Had it been earthlings, even if they were smashed into a pulp, they could scarcely have penetrated the stone walls. Sophia, who emerged beside them, was left speechless in awe of the panda's might, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. The name Bear was whimsically bestowed upon the Kung Fu Panda by Carl, a moniker the panda bore without objection. During their time aboard Carl's ship, Sophia had perceived this so-called bear as merely an ordinary pet, utterly oblivious to the extraordinary capabilities concealed within such a creature. Beyond Carl himself, even a small boy and a panda possessed capabilities far exceeding the ordinary. Was this truly the essence of the seven warlords of the sea? Sophia's curiosity deepened. Could the seemingly unremarkable young girl also harbor incredible powers? Morgan, accompanying Sophia, gazed in astonishment, his eyes wide, despite his underlying concerns regarding the Charlotte family's ambitions. Witnessing the prowess of what they considered a mere pet stirred a glimmer of hope within him. Given their awareness of the Charlotte family's fearsome reputation, yet their audacity to provoke them, it was plausible they possessed unknown trump cards. Perhaps the young individuals Sophia had brought back were not mere ignorant novices, brimming with zeal. In an instant, the street was devoid of standing henchmen. The walls and rooftops were littered with fallen radishes, and judging by the panda's demeanor, he appeared far from satisfied with his exploits. Wow, Bear, you are truly remarkable, Sophia exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she leapt into the panda's embrace. Seeing Sophia's joyful expression, Morgan felt a sense of relief wash over him. At least for now, the Riley Egg Trading Company was safe. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Oh no, the fire. Yet, when he turned to look, the flames that had once raged were now extinguished. I've already taken care of the fire for you. And I shall not charge for the service, the panda declared nonchalantly. Carl wielded the powers of frost from Saya, summoning a gust of frigid winds that effortlessly extinguished the flames of the trading guild. Thank you, Morgan replied, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately managing to utter a note of gratitude. Did you not mention treating us to a meal? I have been eagerly anticipating the culinary delights unique to your carnival city. No problem at all. My esteemed friends, please follow me. With a wave of his hand, Morgan instructed several subordinates to tidy up the mess left by the trading guild, his face adorned with a warm smile as he graciously guided Carl and his companions towards a separate courtyard behind the guild. As one of the prominent trading houses in Carnival City, despite the rivalry and targeting from its competitors, the Rylig Trading Guild still retained its strength and naturally had its own dedicated chefs within. Not long after Carl and the others waited in the luxurious villa behind the Chamber of Commerce, the distinctive delicacies of Carnival City were presented. These dishes were indeed delightful. You must teach me how to prepare them later. As Kaido savored the exquisite cuisine before her, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Morgan, however, was taken aback by her unexpected request. Miss Kaido, do you also cook? Of course. Kaido's culinary skills are remarkably refined, far surpassing those of our household chefs. Sophia, recalling their experiences aboard the ship, gave Kaido a thumbs up. That is no problem at all. Since you are all friends of Miss Sophia, we shall certainly make you feel welcome. Morgan, where has my father gone? Why has there been no news of him until now? Moreover, weren't we on amicable terms with other chambers of commerce? How could matters have escalated to this extent in merely 6 months? After indulging in the feast, the group gathered, and Sophia finally voiced her concerns. Miss Sophia, you have been away for half a year, so you are unaware of the situation. Morgan sighed, recognizing the unfamiliar faces brought by Sophia. Yet, after offending the Charlotte family, they were all inextricably linked by their predicament, and he felt no need to conceal the truth any longer. After the downfall of Joker last year, several new forces swiftly emerged in Carnival City. Our Chamber of Commerce had relied on Joker's support, and naturally, we have become targets for the other chambers. Carl nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped. Was it truly the result of his actions in bringing down Doflamingo that led to such a reaction? Chapter 107, The Triad of Forces. Mr. Lucy, what seems to be troubling you? Upon noticing Lucy's sudden and peculiar response, Morgan furrowed his brow slightly, casting a curious glance at the typically silent Lucy. It's nothing. Ahem, I merely choked a bit. Please, continue. I am listening. Carl placed the teacup upon the table, steadying himself as he exhaled a slow, heavy breath. Both Luo and Cerno cast a glance at Carl, their expressions revealing a sense of understanding. Sophia, however, remained unperturbed. Although she frequently handled matters within the merchant guild, her dealings primarily revolved around transactions. The management of the underlying forces was always orchestrated by her father. Even her father, Simon, had only ever encountered ordinary officials from the Don Quixote family and was entirely unaware that this Joker was none other than the defeated Don Quixote Doflamingo. Thus, Sophia was even less informed. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, yet for reasons unknown, this Joker suddenly vanished, and even his subordinates began to sever their ties, either disappearing entirely or aligning themselves with other families. Morgan, of course, remained oblivious to Joker's true identity as Don Quixote Doflamingo. As a minor force in the first half of the Grand Line, the Rylig Merchant Guild was far removed from comprehending even the likes of Bellamy, let alone the tumultuous influence of the Don Quixote family within the underworld. The so-called protection offered by Joker was merely his subordinates providing shelter to the Rylig Merchant Guild under his name. This situation was akin to Fishman Island, which, following Whitebeard's demise, fell under the domain of Big Mom. Though publicly proclaiming allegiance to Big Mom, when Fishman Island faced danger, Big Mom showed little concern for their plight. Nevertheless, they were compelled to deliver tributes to Big Mom, providing her with delicacies. Both Big Mom and Joker exemplified entities that consumed resources without reciprocating assistance. Nonetheless, the mere names of Big Mom and Joker were sufficient to instill fear in many who might seek to disrupt the peace. Otherwise, their circumstances would have been even more dire. Since the loss of Joker's protection, several merchant guilds, led by the Bart Guild, swiftly united against them. If these guilds were their only concern, they might still have maneuvered through the challenges. However, with the disappearance of Lord Simon and the arrival of the Charlotte family, Sophia found herself utterly at a loss for any viable solutions. By the way, Where has my father gone? Upon hearing Morgan mention Simon, a look of concern crossed Sophia's delicate features. I apologize, Miss Sophia. I neglected to mention earlier, Morgan began, his brows furrowing in deeper concentration. Lord Simon stated a few days ago that he intended to seek assistance from an old friend, someone affiliated with Joker, with whom he had previously collaborated. He assured me that as long as that individual was involved, we had no reason to worry. Yet since Lord Simon's departure, he has not returned. I fear he may have been captured by one of Joker's subordinates. Sophia evidently contemplated this possibility, though she found it difficult to accept, unwilling to believe such a grim fate. Is it even conceivable? What significant issue could warrant such an abrupt disappearance? Surely, Joker's subordinate must have defected to the Charlotte family, abandoning you entirely. In Carl's heart, a certain speculation began to take shape. Among the cadre of the Don Quixote family, only Diamante and Senor Pink accompanied Doflamingo as he was taken away by Admiral Fujitora, while the others continued to roam the vast ocean. Perhaps they sought to leverage Big Mom's influence to rescue Joker? However, the likelihood of this seems exceedingly slim. There must be other underlying reasons at play. Carl cleared his throat and addressed Morgan and Sophia, who bore expressions of deep concern. There is no need for you to worry about this matter. As long as Simon has not been slain by them, I will undoubtedly assist you in bringing him back. Morgan offered a wry smile, remaining silent, as he struggled to comprehend the audacity of this Lucy, who dared to challenge both the Joker and the Charlotte family simultaneously. However, upon hearing Carl's words, Sophia's face lit up with surprise. Is that true? If you can rescue my father, I am willing to offer an additional 100 million Bailey. 300 million Bailey is no insignificant sum for the Rylig Merchant Guild. While the total assets of the Rylig Merchant Guild far exceed 300 million Bailey, that figure represents their cumulative wealth, not liquid cash readily available for Sophia's family to spend at will. Nevertheless, I have resolved to confront the Charlotte family, and it is no longer merely about your Bailey. From now on, I shall ensure the protection of your Rylig Merchant Guild. Carl intends to develop Carnival City into his inaugural stronghold along the Grand Line. Given his inability to intervene directly, he sees the potential in nurturing the Rylig Commerce Guild to prominence. Sophia, fully aware of Carl's true identity as one of the 7 warlords under King, is eager to comply with his request and readily accepts the terms he proposes without a moment's hesitation. Mistress Sophia, Morgan, under the impression that the young lady had been bewitched by external influences after her 6-month disappearance, fails to grasp her intentions. Morgan, my father is not present, and I hold the authority here. I have made my decision, so please refrain from further objections. A confident and serious demeanor graced Sophia's face, and in that moment, she exuded an aura far removed from that of a mere heiress. She embodied the essence of a business elite. Unlike Miss Kaya, who had been sidelined by Captain Kuro, Sophia commands absolute influence within the guild. Well then, Morgan sighed in resignation, recognizing his lack of options. With Sophia resolute in her convictions, he decided not to persist, allowing her to orchestrate matters as she saw fit. After all, the guild faced inevitable doom if things continued as they were. So he might as well gamble on a lifeline. Pleased with Sophia's performance, Carl nodded in approval and then inquired of Morgan, what of the Bart Commerce Guild? Have they undertaken any significant activities of late? It is said that in anticipation of Lord Charlotte's arrival, they have allied with several other guilds to host a grand carnival in his honor. However, our Rylig Commerce Guild has not received an invitation to participate in this event, where other guilds and notable figures will be in attendance. A carnival, you say? That sounds intriguing. Perhaps we shall join them in their revelry. A wicked smile crept upon Carl's face as a bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. Chapter 108. Old Acquaintances and Strangers. Carl and his companions resided in the Rylig chamber for a few more days. During this time, no other enforcers arrived to seek retribution. It appeared that the other chambers had concentrated all their energies on organizing the carnival welcome event, paying little heed to the sudden emergence of a panda at the Rylig chamber. Soon, the day of the welcome event arrived. The island earned its moniker, Carnival City. As it required little in the way of preparation, the majority of the island's facilities seemed purposefully constructed for revelry. Except for the relatively desolate grounds of the Rylig chamber, nearly every other locale on the island was immersed in an atmosphere of jubilant celebration. Some individuals were even oblivious to the reasons behind the carnival, simply joining in the festivities upon witnessing the exuberance of others. Miss Sophia, do you think those 3 can manage? 2 of them are merely children. Morgan remarked with a furrowed brow as he gazed through the window of the two-story building at the throng of revelers in the distance, unable to muster a smile. Fear not, they are quite capable, Sophia replied, suppressing the urge to divulge Carl's true identity. Ultimately, she offered Morgan a brief, dismissive response before retreating into her room. I wish to rest. Please do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Yes, Mississippi. While the townsfolk sang and danced, the true gathering of dignitaries was taking place in a high-end clubhouse, far removed from the city center. Here, one could observe the carnival's festivities while basking in the tranquility of the environment, away from the city's clamor. Hey, who are you? This is not a place for just anyone. A guard stationed at the entrance of the clubhouse halted Carl as he approached the door. I am here to attend the banquet, Carl replied. Carl blinked, his face adorned with a look of confusion. Attend a banquet? Do you possess an invitation? Here it is. Carl extracted an invitation card from his pocket and handed it over. Clad in dark blue jeans and a black shirt beneath a trench coat, adorned with a cowboy hat and a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, he resembled a quintessential Western gunslinger. The guard scrutinized Carl with a hint of uncertainty. Gunslinger Charles? What? Do you wish to test your mettle? In response, Carl swiftly drew a revolver from his waist, aiming it directly at the guard's head. The notorious gunslinger Charles had gained a measure of fame in Carnival City, and Carl had ascertained that he had defected to the Bart Consortium, prompting Carl to eliminate him and assume his identity. Don't move. The guard, sensing the intent of his fellow sentinels to intervene, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his voice quivering. My apologies, Mr. Charles. I meant no offense. I trust you will overlook this misunderstanding. Just look at how you've startled me. Carl twirled the revolver in his hand before returning it to his waist, whistling nonchalantly. Why would I harm the employer's men? May I enter now? After you, sir, the guard replied, bowing respectfully as he permitted Carl to proceed. Once inside, the guard released a sigh of relief, realizing that had he not halted the others, he might have fallen victim to this ruthless gunslinger. The interior of the establishment was opulently adorned, the hall illuminated with a brilliance that far surpassed the town's standards. Carl arrived neither too early nor too late. The hall was already filled with numerous elegantly dressed individuals, some of whom appeared quite formidable, while others had yet to arrive. As the guest of honor had not yet made an appearance, Carl simply took a plate and began to indulge himself. The sharpshooter Charles was quite the reclusive character with few friends, which conveniently spared Carl from some social obligations. Given that the event was buffet style, Carl sampled every dish that caught his eye. After making a full circuit of the hall, his initially reserved appetite was soon satiated by the array of delectable offerings, leaving him devoid of any further desire to eat. At that moment, the main guest of the welcoming party finally emerged into the limelight. To Carl's surprise, the newcomer was a familiar face. Draped in a blue blanket, wielding a staff, and perpetually sniffling, the repugnant figure was none other than Toripole from the Don Quixote family. Beside him stood a rotund woman in a form-fitting gown with a vibrant red afro, likely the artistic fruit user, Jorah. Accompanying them was a charming little girl with short blue hair, dressed adorably, who was presumably the toy fruit user, Sugar. This young girl was presumably still an underage true lowly. However, the center of attention was not Toripole, but rather a stranger in a burgundy dress and purple cloak, her fair skin complemented by wine-red shoulder-length curls. She was Charlotte Garrett, the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family. Although Carl had little recollection of this infrequently seen woman, it was not difficult for him to surmise that this was indeed the esteemed Lady Charlotte. Silence, please, called a dapper man as he approached the stage, gesturing for the crowd to quiet down. Today, we are fortunate to have both Lady Charlotte Garrett and Lord Toripole in attendance, a privilege for us all. While the man spoke eloquently from the podium, the audience seemed more engrossed in observing Toripole and Lady Charlotte Garrett than in his words. Keep your distance, you disgusting creature. Lady Garrett's face was devoid of any pretense as she expressed her disdain for Toripole. Toripole, unfazed by her contempt, chuckled. Even Big Mom wishes to claim her territory in the first half of the Grand Line, does she not? Mother has no interest in territory. She simply enjoys the cuisine here, Toripole replied with a grin. Lady Garrett's expression turned haughty before she scolded. You wretched cur, I said to stay away. A wretched cur? To be honest, Doflamingo won't remain imprisoned and impelled down forever, Toripole retorted with a sly smile as he distanced himself from Garrett. What did you say? Surprise flickered in Garrett's eyes. For a moment, she doubted her own hearing. Doflamingo would not be imprisoned and impelled down indefinitely? What could that possibly mean? Perhaps you misheard. Toripole leered, retreating from her vicinity. As a member of the Charlotte family, and specifically the 18th daughter of Big Mom, Garrett was acutely aware of the notorious reputation of Impel Down. It was an impenetrable fortress, and even with the full might of the Big Mom pirates, a successful rescue of the most dangerous criminals was uncertain unless they caught the guards off guard. Even the legendary escapee, Shiki, had paid dearly for his freedom, losing both legs in the process and vanishing without a trace for nearly a decade. With the strength of the Don Quixote family, an assault on Impel Down was inconceivable. Could there be a mole within its walls? No, that didn't make sense. Even with assistance, the most dangerous inmates had little hope of escape. Garrett, unaware of Doflamingo's celestial dragon lineage, found herself perplexed. While she ruminated on this enigma, the president of the Bartolomeo Trading Company concluded his speech. I know that so many friends gathered here today are not here for me, Tressa. Now, let us invite Lady Charlotte Garrett and Lord Toripole to the stage to share a few words. The audience, weary of Tressa's oration, erupted in applause at the prospect of hearing from Lady Garrett. I come to Carnival City representing the Big Mom Pirates, and by extension, the entire Charlotte family. We ask for nothing more than that you remember to provide Mother with food on time, and in return, the Charlotte family shall continue to protect you. The Food City is now fully under our family's protection, so there is no need for concern. With our support, Carnival City shall undoubtedly flourish. As a member of the formidable Charlotte family, Garrett's speech required no grandiloquent pleasantries. She merely needed to articulate the family's demands and promises to the assembly. This was the essence of strength. No need to feign cordiality. Surely, not all of what Lady Garrett says is the truth. A discordant voice emerged from a corner of a dining table just as Garrett was about to leave the podium. Who dares speak? The inquiry, imbued with a power that surpassed Garrett's speech, drew the attention of the entire assembly to a peculiar man clad in cowboy attire. Hey, Charles, you cannot spout nonsense here. Tressa, recognizing the hired sharpshooter, admonished him on the spot. Tressa, do you know this man? Garrett's expression turned frosty as she fixed her gaze on Charles. Not bothering to turn to Tressa for an answer. Lady Garrett, this fellow is Sharpshooter Charles, a reclusive assassin with a peculiar disposition who tends to speak indiscriminately, Tressa explained. His back slick with cold sweat, skillfully avoiding disclosing any affiliation with Charles. However, Garrett paid little mind to Tressa, gradually descending from the stage and approaching Carl through the parted crowd. Cowboy, I am rather curious as to why you claim I am lying. Does the Charlotte family truly lack the capability to protect even a mere Carnival City? In her eyes, Charles had already sealed his fate by daring to insult the Charlotte family. But before she dealt with this insignificant pest, her curiosity needed satiating. No, that's not what I meant. Carl rose from his seat, his face concealed behind sunglasses, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips. His features shrouded in the shadow of a cowboy hat. In this world, where faces often go unrecognized, few could discern Carl's true identity from mere wanted posters. In terms of power, the Charlotte family certainly possessed the means to protect Carnival City. However, it is regrettable that they are a band of untrustworthy individuals. They have consistently taken from others without offering any support to their own factions, merely planting their flag on foreign territory. If I am not mistaken, much of the Charlotte family's existence has been squandered on preparing feast after feast. You are courting disaster. Upon hearing the merciless unveiling of the Charlotte family's disgraceful truths, Garrett's expression darkened, and he was the first to launch an assault on Carl. A viscous, semi-transparent, greasy substance was hurled in Carl's direction, prompting him to furrow his brow and narrowly evade the unknown liquid. You are rather decent-looking, yet your abilities are utterly repugnant, akin to that sniveling man over there. Tori, who had been secretly mocking the Charlotte family, found himself inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Charles, have you lost your mind? Teresa exclaimed, astonished by Charles's outburst, as she shouted at him from a distance. Meanwhile, with Garrett's attack, soldiers from the Charlotte family began to howl as they charged toward Carl. I apologize, but I am not that so-called gunslinger Charles. With a swift flourish of his trench coat, Carl revealed dozens of tightly packed revolvers hanging from both his coat and shirt. Call me the gun god, Balit. The distinctive sound of the revolvers echoed as Carl raised his hand and pulled the trigger. The bullet, propelled by gunpowder, flew with unerring precision towards the forehead of the soldier at the forefront, resulting in a vivid explosion of crimson blood. Note, in the world of One Piece, conical bullets do exist. For instance, Admiral Krieg employed conical ammunition during his machine gun assault on Luffy, albeit such bullets remain rare. as the vast majority of firearms continue to utilize the outdated round bullets. Chapter 110. Instantaneous Explosion. Balit was a legendary gunman from the Arad world, where the demons once resided. Apart from being known as the gun god, he was also dubbed the Shadow of Sand, as he spent most of his life in the desolate expanses of the desert, excelling at striking his foes' vital points amid swirling sands. However, this was not a desert, and although Karl had borrowed Balit's name, he found it challenging to embody the Shadow of Sand's prowess. Hence, he merely proclaimed the title of gun god. Karl's marksmanship, of course, cannot compare to the professional sharpshooters such as Jesus Burgess of the Red-Haired Pirates or Van Augur of the Blackbeard Pirates. He merely dazzles with his flamboyant shooting skills, relying on his keen perception and the coordination of his body. Karl swiftly expended the ammunition from both revolvers. After the sacrifice of 5 soldiers, the warriors of the Charlotte family finally surged forth to confront Karl. Even those who survived bore wounds, struck in the thigh or other vital areas, rendering them incapacitated upon the ground. Teresa, hidden behind Garrett, was rendered speechless by shock. She was acutely aware of the prowess of the marksman Charles, and the notion that someone could empty revolvers and hit every target with such precision in an instant was utterly inconceivable. Who, then, was this imposter, Balit? Who had supplanted Charles? How had she never heard of such a formidable gunslinger in Carnival City? Could it be the marksman that Sophia had brought back a few days prior? Yet, she was merely a girl, and her father was currently under the control of the Don Quixote family. How could she possibly command such formidable assistance? Moreover, she had returned with a swordsman and 2 children. What was amiss? Garrett's brow furrowed deeply, while she cared little for the lives of those soldiers. They were nonetheless members of the esteemed Charlotte family, not mere pirate lackeys. In mere moments, 12 of them had been felled, and the adversary was merely a gunslinger, not a great swordsman or a wielder of devil fruit powers. Such terrifying skill, if measured solely by marksmanship, would find few equals within the entire Charlotte family. 2 soldiers, armed with steel blades, charged at Karl, whose revolvers had fallen silent. However, as they raised their weapons, a heavy boot came crashing down upon them. With a resounding crack, the 2 soldiers were sent hurtling backward, faster than they had approached. One soldier had his nose shattered by Karl's kick, while the other lost a prominent tooth mid-flight. Garrett clenched her silver teeth, her cherry-like lips seemingly exhaling frost. Once more, she summoned her devil fruit abilities, conjuring a viscous, translucent liquid in her hands, ready to hurl it at Karl. This mysterious substance appeared akin to oil, yet possessed the power to bind others' movements. Just as Garrett prepared to unleash her attack, her pupils dilated in alarm. A revolver soared through the air towards her like a boomerang, its speed astonishing. Before she could react, the firearm collided with her head with a thunderous thud, sending her staggering backward and crashing to the ground, rolling several times in the process. Karl retrieved 2 additional handguns from his trench coat, and once again, the distinctive rhythm of his gunfire reverberated through the vast hall. Initially, the guests at the banquet had approached the scene with a sense of morbid curiosity. However, as they witnessed even the esteemed Lord Charlotte Garrett succumb to the onslaught of the deranged gunman, their bravado swiftly dissipated. Panic ensued as they jostled and shoved one another towards the exits. Some audacious individuals resorted to physically overpowering others, sending them sprawling to the ground, creating a chaotic yet vibrant scene. Come and immerse yourself in the allure of my artistic prowess. Karl turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, and there he beheld a woman with a flamboyant mane of orange-red hair, adorned with purple spectacles, who was gesticulating extravagantly in front of him. She was none other than Jorah, a prominent member of the Don Quixote family, endowed with the power of the art fruit. Before him, Jorah conjured forth vast billows of translucent smoke from her palms and the crown of her head, enveloping everything it touched. In an instant, all objects transformed into abstract works of art, utterly devoid of their previous physical properties. Under Jorah's mesmerizing performance, a significant portion of the hall was completely reimagined, resembling the awakening of a devil fruit. Karl was perplexed by the frantic gestures of the man before him and, with a swift motion, fired a shot at Jorah. To his astonishment, a viscous substance suddenly appeared at Jorah's side, miraculously intercepting the bullet aimed at him. While Torpol relished the prospect of witnessing the Charlotte family's discomfiture, he recognized the necessity of assisting Garrett due to their ongoing partnership. Without hesitation, Torpol unleashed his signature move, and in an instant, countless globules of sticky liquid surged forth like pellets from a shotgun, hurtling toward Karl's position. Faced with such repulsive projectiles, Carl dared not confront them directly. He swiftly seized a large table, positioning it as a barrier before him. Despite Torpal's relentless assault on the table, convinced that his opponent had nowhere to flee, a nagging instinct honed over years of piracy warned him of impending danger from behind. Turning to investigate, he found the marksman standing behind him, brandishing a candlestick. "What do you intend to do?" Torpal exclaimed in alarm. The liquid he had secreted was not only highly adhesive, but also flammable, posing the risk of a catastrophic explosion upon contact with an open flame. "Goodness!" Jorah gasped, waving his hands as a swirling mass of artistic gas surged toward Carl's position. Carl's figure flickered as he effortlessly evaded Jorah's attack. He leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick that embedded Jorah against the wall, transforming him into an unintended piece of art. Simultaneously, the candelabrum was delicately tossed onto Torpal's expansive quilt. The sound reminiscent of a match igniting echoed in the air as Carl enveloped himself in the protective aura of Armament Haki. In the following instant, Torpal erupted in a colossal explosion. Chapter 111, A Miscalculation Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the Grand Hall, as the gelatinous Torpal resembled a volatile gasoline barrel. The moment the candlelight made contact with the liquid on his body, he detonated violently. Flames swiftly engulfed both Torpal and the nearby Jorah, while the oxygen within the hall was rapidly consumed by the roaring inferno. The ensuing shockwave from the explosion generated a fierce gust of wind, sending objects in the hall careening haphazardly. Even Carl, fortified by his Armament Haki, found his eyes squinting against the relentless gales as he darted away from the epicenter of the explosion. The confined space provided a spectacular stage for the explosion, as flames devoured nearly half of the Grand Hall in an instant. Carl could no longer discern the figures of Torpal and Jola, and those who had not managed to escape were met with dire misfortune, pursued relentlessly by the merciless flames. The rampant inferno rendered the air in the hall almost searing. As Carl felt the air he inhaled scorch his nostrils, and the diminishing oxygen further exacerbated his discomfort in breathing. This had spiraled into a disastrous situation. Carl murmured softly, kicking aside the crowd that obstructed his path, and swiftly dashed towards the exterior of the building. Meanwhile, Cerno and Rose figures materialized within another edifice of the Carnival City. "How vexing it is that I must venture here to rescue someone. I am a doctor, not an assassin." "Hush," Ro grumbled quietly, to which Cerno immediately signaled for silence. "Who goes there?" "Meow. How bothersome. It turns out to be merely a cat." Once the individual had moved on, Cerno turned to Ro and whispered, "What else could we do? Do you intend to join Brother Carl in a brawl?" "TCH," Ro huffed irritably, falling silent thereafter. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated, akin to a clap of thunder, nearly causing Cerno and Ro to cry out in alarm, and the glass in the doorframe vibrated ominously. "This is not as we had anticipated," Ro exclaimed in astonishment, gazing towards the direction of the explosion. "Hush," Cerno warned, as several figures hurriedly emerged from a nearby building. Ro's pupils dilated in shock. The individuals escaping were none other than the members of the Don Quixote family. Pika, Gladius, Lao Ji, and others, all familiar faces to Ro. Why did such a massive explosion occur over there? Oh no, is it possible that Tornapal and the others, who are attending some raucous gathering, are in danger? Pika's sharp voice pierced the air first. Cerno quickly covered her mouth with her hands, nearly losing her balance atop the roof due to the booming voice of the burly man. "No, if my judgment is correct, the explosion's origin is precisely where Master Tornapal and the others are celebrating," Gladius stated, his expression grave, his tone laden with foreboding. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and assist. Everyone, come with me." Pika's eyes were bloodshot as she prepared to rush out of the courtyard. "But Pika, sir, Simon is still locked inside. What if someone seizes the opportunity to rescue him? What does that matter? We can always recapture him later. Are mere hostages more valuable than the lives of our family?" Such a violent explosion is likely the result of Tornapal's powers. Ever since the young master was defeated by Carl, the Don Quixote family members have lost their former, inexplicable confidence. Previously, they would have believed that Tornapal had successfully obliterated the enemy using his abilities, yet now they find themselves contemplating whether Tornapal has been cornered by some adversary. "Buffalo, baby, 5, you two stay here to watch over Dellinger. If you encounter enemies, it's best not to engage, just flee. The rest of you, follow me to support Master Tornapal." Yes. Among those remaining, everyone obeyed Pika's command without question. It was only after Pika and a group of officers had rushed away that Cerno turned to Ro and asked, So you've been living with such an odd assortment of characters all along? They are all so peculiar. Indeed, Ro replied coldly, then added unexpectedly, I still live with a group of eccentric individuals. Cerno ignored Ro's jibe, peering over the edge of the roof while inquiring, who is Dellinger? A mere child of 4 or 5. There's no need to concern yourself. Well then, you handle Buffalo, and I'll deal with baby 5. No need for such trouble. Ro said thoughtfully, leaning closer to Cerno to explain quietly. Is that true? You'll find out if you try. All right, just as baby 5 and Buffalo were about to re-enter the building, a red-haired girl suddenly leaped down from the roof, blocking their path. Who goes there? Baby 5 and Buffalo instinctively assumed defensive stances. Faced with baby 5, whose hands had transformed into firearms and curved blades, Cerno was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Do not worry. I mean no harm. I merely require a favor from you. Needed? Even when confronted by a girl who appeared to be around her age. Baby 5's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and even her weapons vanished in an instant. Hey, baby 5, snap out of it. She's an enemy. Buffalo called out. But as he shouted, Cerno had already transformed into a black cat with crimson eyes. Watch out. Buffalo was startled by Cerno's transformation, fearing she would attempt to ambush baby 5. And he urgently warned her. Unexpectedly, the black cat lunged toward him with startling speed. The sound of a resounding crash filled the air as Cerno, in her feline form, struck Buffalo with full force, sending him crashing through the door and into the furniture behind it before he finally came to a halt. You scoundrel! Crackle, crackle! Buffalo attempted to rise and retaliate, but a sudden sound akin to electric arcs resonated nearby. He felt a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and soon he blissfully succumbed to slumber. Chapter 112, Begone. Emerging from behind Buffalo was Ro, who had utilized his abilities to teleport inside the building. While the crackling sound was a result of his surgical fruit's electric powers, Ro held a certain fondness for Buffalo and baby 5, the somewhat quirky girl. And unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to genuinely harm either of them. You deceitful brat. You said you needed me. Then why did you attack my companions? Accompanied by a voice akin to a child's wail, Ro quickly concealed himself. Cerno, having reverted to her original form, smiled at baby 5, who had just rushed through the door. No, he was simply too bothersome. He didn't want you to assist me, so I just gave him a little lesson. You can check. He is perfectly fine, baby. 5 hesitated briefly before dashing toward the unconscious Buffalo. Hurry, hurry. It seems like a fight has broken out over there. Over there? Until this moment, the ordinary henchman, alerted by the commotion, arrived rather belatedly. Seizing the opportunity while baby 5 tended to Buffalo's injuries, Cerno transformed into her feline form and dashed into the courtyard. Her sharp 10 claws glistened like blades of cold steel, and Cerno's agile figure danced through the crowd like a specter, her black claws soaring and swirling, carving out astonishing trajectories. With each strike, a henchman would crash heavily to the ground, as a symphony to the chaotic ballet of the black cat. The courtyard echoed with a cacophony of anguished cries. Yet, baby 5 remained utterly indifferent to the turmoil, as if the wails of humanity were nothing more than the bothersome buzz of mosquitoes. Within the Don Quixote family, aside from the inherently benevolent Kralin and the rather eccentric Law, all other members regarded their kin as treasures far more precious than the lives of ordinary subordinates, whom they deemed no more significant than ants. This sentiment was no exception for baby 5. Only after confirming that the unconscious Buffalo was unharmed did she break into a smile and return to the courtyard. Meanwhile, Cerno had dispatched the henchman, her form unmarred by a single drop of blood, as if she had never engaged in battle. The moans of the fallen, scattered across the ground, served as the sole testament to the fierce conflict that had transpired. Miss Maid, I require your assistance. Baby 5's face, initially adorned with astonishment, transformed into one of delight upon hearing Cerno's request, as if she had dismissed the cries of the fallen henchman entirely. The thrill of being needed resonated in baby 5's voice. Her delicate hands pressed against her flushed cheeks, resembling a young girl preparing for her first confession of love. I am currently searching for the missing Mr. Simon, and I need your help. Could you guide me to him? Of course. Although Cerno had confirmed that Law was truthful, she was taken aback by baby 5's exuberant reaction. How could there still be such agreeable girls in this world? If she encountered a trafficker, would that person not be able to deceive her with ease? Nevertheless, it seemed this endeavor would prove far less arduous than anticipated. Meanwhile, facing the celebration hall nearly ravaged by his own hand, Carl could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. This is not how the script was written, he lamented, summoning the frost of Saya to embody him once more as he charged back into the inferno. With a swift motion of his hand, Karl unleashed a flurry of icy winds, swiftly diminishing the flames in the Grand Hall. What sorcery is this? How could he not be obliterated? How does he move with such swiftness? Upon reaching the site of Torbol's explosion, Karl was astonished to find that both Torbol and the artist Jorah had vanished without a trace. Moreover, it was peculiar that the surrounding objects, aside from being shattered by the initial shockwave of the explosion, bore little evidence of burning. It turned out that accompanying Torbol to this location were not only Jorah and Sugar from the Plum Blossom Army, but also Monet, Sugar's sister from the Heart's Army. Disguised as a noble woman, Monet had been covertly protecting Sugar, and when the explosion occurred, she utilized the powers of her snow fruit to extinguish the flames surrounding Torbol, thereby rescuing both him and Jorah. However, at this moment, Monet had not yet been transformed into a half-human, half-bird by law, and her careful disguise concealed her identity, preventing Karl from recognizing her. On the other hand, Charlotte Garrett was not as fortunate. Having believed that the name of the Charlotte family would allow him to roam freely in the first half of the Grand Line, he was unexpectedly confronted by the formidable gunslinger, Belit, who showed no regard for the Charlotte lineage. After being struck down by Karl's gun and subsequently scorched by flames, Garrett had long since lost his ability to fight and was now laboriously crawling towards the exit. Hey, is he still alive? Karl crouched beside Garrett, effortlessly extinguishing the nearby flames. Damn it, that guy, your mother is surely going to kill you. Garrett gasped for breath, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fire. I fail to comprehend the people of your world. Despite being on the brink of death, why do you still utter such harsh words? Is bravado truly so effective? Karl felt a deep sense of lamentation. It is no wonder Blackbeard has survived so long. He knows when to be bold and when to retreat. Setting aside discussions of Blackbeard's character, at the very least, he is a man of understanding. Enough of this bravado. I shall speak plainly. I do not intend to kill you this time. Upon hearing Karl's words, Garrett's expression shifted, yet she refrained from responding. I am letting you return not out of fear of the Charlotte family, but rather to have you deliver a message. Inform your brother or sister in the gastronomy city that Carnival City is now under the dominion of me, Belit. From this moment forth, the Charlotte family is forbidden to set foot here again. Now, you may leave. Garrett wished to berate the man before her, but feared that provoking him might lead him to reconsider. Ultimately, she could only utter, you will regret this. Do not think I am unaware of your standing within the Charlotte family. In this first half of the Grand Line, I possess 100 ways to ensure your demise, and you would be utterly powerless to stop it. Chapter 113. The choices of two families. While Karl and Garrett negotiated, the fleeing Monet and Sugar encountered their comrades, Pika and others, who had come to offer assistance. Monet, Sugar, are you both unharmed? Pika's high-pitched voice broke the tension, yet the expressions of those present remained grave and solemn, unaffected by her tone. Fortunately, when the explosion occurred, Sugar was not near the epicenter, thus sustaining little injury. I seized the opportunity to bring her out, so neither of us was harmed. That is good to hear. Upon hearing Monet's account, the others finally felt a sense of relief. Monet, were you not attending the carnival gathering? Why did such a massive explosion occur? I am not certain why it happened. I only remember a sudden and tremendous explosion, but I cannot recall the specifics. Not just Monet, but everyone present exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Hey, why are you two holding those dolls? At that moment, Raoji noticed the items in Monet and Sugar's hands. These dolls. I cannot recall where they came from. I only know they are of utmost importance and must not be discarded. Monet furrowed her brow, realizing she could not retrieve any memories regarding the dolls, and turned to Sugar. Sugar, do you remember where these dolls came from? I do not remember. Sugar wore a puzzled expression, completely unaware of why she was clutching a doll. Sugar, did you use your powers to transform someone into a doll? Upon hearing Gladius's words, everyone present suddenly understood. So that is how it is. No wonder these dolls seem so significant. Sugar, remember to touch the sea prism stone when we return to revert these dolls. Upon Gladius's remark, Monet felt the cloud of confusion that had lingered over her dissipate in an instant. At that moment, Monet and Sugar had been dragging Torpol and Artur Jorah, but the process was dreadfully slow. To expedite their return to the Don Quixote family stronghold, Sugar had utilized her fun fruit abilities to transform the two into dolls. This not only reduced their size and weight, but also prevented the spread of their injuries. However, the fun fruit erases all memories of the transformed being from the minds of everyone, which is why Pika and the others arriving to offer support, since something was off. And Monet and Sugar emerged with two unknown yet crucial dolls. Who is causing the disruption? Should we not eliminate this nuisance? At that moment, the creature named Ying raised a new question. It is a gunslinger who calls himself God of Guns. Balit, it seems he is targeting the Charlotte family. And we have no need to seek trouble. Monet recounted her thoughts. Monet, are you afraid? Gladius's tone turned brusque. Huh, I am not deceiving you. Balit appears to be on par with the young master in terms of martial prowess. Even if we join forces to defeat him, it would likely come at the cost of our comrades' lives. Is it worth it in your eyes? After a moment of silence, it was Pika who ultimately made the decision. Squeezing out a single word, leave. Garrett was escorted away by the remaining soldiers of the Charlotte family, while Carl approached the nearly incapacitated Teresa, who was cowering in a corner, awaiting her fate. You are the president of the Bard Association? No, not me. Fearing for her life, Teresa added. The president abandoned us. He fled at the first opportunity. Repeat that? Carl chuckled, pressing the barrel of his revolver against Teresa's forehead. Forgive me, God of Guns. Please spare my life. I shall never again trouble the Re-Illager Association. If you let me go, I will leave immediately and never set foot in Carnival City again. Teresa quickly deduced Balit's identity, recognizing him as the formidable ally brought by that wretched woman, Sophia. She had been preoccupied with assisting the Charlotte and Don Quixote families and initially intended to allow Sophia and her companion a few more days of life. However, who could have anticipated that this individual could single-handedly defeat the combined forces of the Charlotte and Don Quixote families? What are you afraid of? I bear you no grudge. I shall not kill you. Carl spun the revolver on his finger before returning it to his coat. Hearing Carl's words, Teresa felt bewildered. Are you not sent by the Re-Illager Association? Indeed. However, to be precise, I came of my own accord. Then you truly do not intend to kill me? No. Although uncertain whether the man before her was deceiving her, Teresa appeared markedly calmer than before. You heard what I said to that woman. I seek not your life, but rather the territory of Carnival City. Teresa's eyes gleamed with understanding. The merchant's mind quickly grasped the implications of Carl's words. You mean you wish for me to serve you? Precisely. However, you fear retribution from the Charlotte and Don Quixote families. Do you not? Therefore, I shall not compel you. You may choose to stay or leave at your discretion. I grant you 1 week to contemplate and address the chaos here. When you have made your decision, you may come to the Re-Illager Association to find me. By the way, should you visit the Re-Illager Association, ensure you come prepared with a sincere apology. I would prefer not to witness your two families quarreling beneath my very nose. After Carl finished speaking, he did not wait for Teresa's response. Instead, he extinguished the remaining flames in the hall and departed, leaving Teresa astonished. 5 days later, the Don Quixote family had long since vacated Carnival City, and Charlotte Garrett had also returned to Gourmet City. Sister Armand, you must go to Carnival City and deal with that Balit. That fellow has completely disregarded our Charlotte family. As soon as Garrett encountered Charlotte Armand, she began to pour out her grievances, only to be met with a profoundly grim expression. Mother is in trouble. Chapter 114. Undercurrents. Charlotte Armand, one of Big Mom's first 7 daughters, possesses the bloodline of the Snakehead tribe. Aside from her graceful and slender figure, she boasts an elongated neck. Armand's hair cascades in light blue waves down to her waist. Her bosom is firm, and her skin resembles a pallid shade of cement. She is adorned in a light blue striped dress, topped with a massive yellow hat, and her lower half is accentuated with a red decorative ribbon. Unlike the relatively weak Garrett, Armand wields the renowned sword White Fish and is a master swordswoman. How could Mother be in trouble? What has transpired? Has the Navy taken action against her? Or has the Whitebeard pirates declared war on her? Upon hearing Armand's words, Garrett temporarily set aside thoughts of Carnival City, her face betraying surprise and concern. It's the Beast Pirates, specifically that lunatic Kaido. After listening to Armand's account, Garrett finally grasped the nature of her mother's predicament. In recent days, Kaido, in a fit of madness, had brazenly invaded Big Mom's territory, wreaking havoc wherever he went. Within a matter of days, he had advanced from his initial location to assault Big Mom's ultimate stronghold, Whole Cake Island. Although the enemy currently consisted solely of Kaido, there was no assurance that the Beast Pirates would not make an appearance. To mitigate further losses, Big Mom's second son and the head of the Sweet Commanders, Charlotte Katakuri, had issued orders to summon members of the Charlotte family from around the world back to Whole Cake Island to prepare for a potential assault by the Beast Pirates. Sister Armand, what about the matters concerning Gourmet City and Carnival City? After all, having suffered a significant setback at Carnival City. Garrett could not simply brush it aside with a smile, so she cautiously inquired of Armand. Let us set that aside for now. We must focus all our energies on confronting the beast pirates. Let the small fry enjoy their time in paradise for a few more days. The latter half of the Grand Line is known as the New World, while the former half is often referred to as a pirate's graveyard, although some call it paradise. The day after the Charlotte family's departure, Carl read in the newspaper about the conflict between the beast pirates and the Bigman pirates in the New World. 3 days later, news broke that sent waves through the seas. Captain Kaido of the beast pirates had been captured alive by the Bigman pirates at Whole Cake Island. However, approximately 1 week later, just as the world lamented the impending downfall of a pirate emperor from the New World, Kaido miraculously escaped from Whole Cake Island unscathed. The announcement sent shockwaves around the globe. In the Marine Headquarters' highest conference room in the first half of the Grand Line, Admiral Akinu, along with Admiral Sengoku and several vice admirals, deliberated on the farcical situation of the New World over the past fortnight. Admiral Akinu, with a serious expression, surveyed the attendees before speaking. Is Kaido truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? What are your thoughts on his so-called immortal body? Could this be a ruse orchestrated by the beast pirates and the Bigman pirates to divert our attention and lead us to make erroneous judgments? Abandoning our territories in the New World? Admiral Sengoku narrowed his eyes, sensing that the truth of the matter was not as simplistic as a mere squabble between two children. This is likely not so straightforward. From what I understand, the Whitebeard pirates, the beast pirates, and the Bigman pirates have always been at odds. A collaboration is improbable. Moreover, given the prideful nature of those pirates, they would not resort to such clumsy tactics. The current chief of staff presented his viewpoint, having closely monitored these so-called pirate emperors in the New World for several years. After a brief discussion, Admiral Akinu turned his gaze to Garp, who was deliberately seated in the corner. Vice Admiral Garp, have you truly considered the prospect of ascending to the rank of Admiral? Ha ha ha, Admiral Akinu. Just assign me any tasks you have, but I shall not take the position of Admiral. Look at my age. The opportunities should be left for the younger generation. Kapu cast a casual glance at Admiral Kazan, who was taken aback. Even Admirals Sakazuki and Borsalino, while appearing nonchalant, felt a stir of emotion within. Youngsters truly require further honing. The Marshal of the Air mumbled softly, then redirected his inquiry towards Crane. Admiral Crane, how many members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea have accepted our invitation? There are currently 4 individuals who have accepted: Hawkeye Dracule Mihawk, Crocodile Sir Crocodile, Shadowblade Carl, and the Empress Boa Hancock of Amazon Lily, Admiral Crane replied. After a moment's thought, she added, their performance thus far has been satisfactory, although they are somewhat unruly. They have not caused us any significant trouble. It seems we must promptly fill the remaining 3 vacancies. The Marshal's mind conjured the arrogant visage of a certain imprisoned celestial dragon. That individual held secrets about the celestial dragons, and it was unclear how he managed to connect with the world nobles of Mariewa, who had evidently formulated new plans for him. Marshal, Sakazuki suddenly stood, agitated. Why must our navy rely on the strength of these criminals? Are you not reassured by the capabilities of Admirals Borsalino, Kazan, and myself? Sakazuki, please sit down. The Marshal gestured, unperturbed by Sakazuki's outburst. Your youth blinds you to certain realities. War cannot solely be resolved through brute force. It often hinges on intellect. If we can incite conflict amongst the pirates, leading them to destroy one another, would that not be a more efficient use of resources than sacrificing our soldiers' lives? Sakazuki, I admire your bravery, but sometimes it is prudent to pause and reflect. Before engaging the enemy in a final confrontation, we must consider how to diminish their strength to the greatest extent possible. Chapter 115, Journey to Little Garden. Meanwhile, Carl was engrossed in another news article. The renowned swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk had engaged in a duel with the infamous pirate Shanks in a certain location within the East Blue, with the outcome unknown. The article offered little concrete detail about the duel, with no witnesses to declare a victor. Instead, it presented analyses from various experts based on rumors and minor details. Compared to the upheaval occurring in the New World, the duel between Mihawk and Shanks carried little weight among the high-ranking officials of the Navy. Moreover, from another perspective, this conflict between the 7 warlords and powerful pirates was precisely what they hoped to witness. Yet Carl understood well that both individuals were destined to be among the most formidable forces in the future, one being the world's greatest swordsman and the other the youngest of the 4 emperors. A man of great charisma. Furthermore, Carl was aware that they were, in fact, friends. and the narrative of their duel diverged entirely from the expectations of the Navy's upper echelons. Mr. Lucy, here is the permanent pointer to Little Garden that you requested. Sophia approached from behind Carl. The rapport between them had shifted from its initial amicability. Sophia had expected Carl to eliminate those who had kidnapped her father, yet she was taken aback when he chose to spare them. Although Carl had rescued her father, revived the relic merchants, and subdued rival factions, compelling their leaders to personally apologize, she felt as if a veil had suddenly descended over him. She had thought she understood him, yet now his figure became increasingly elusive. "Thank you," Carl said, placing the newspaper on the table beside him as he accepted the permanent pointer to Little Garden. Standing up, he turned to gaze into Sophia's eyes, suddenly smiling as he asked, "Are you puzzled as to why I spared their lives?" No. Though she harbored some dissatisfaction with Carl's decision, Sophia recognized the immense gratitude she owed him for his actions towards her, her father, and the relic merchants, realizing she should not dwell excessively on these particulars. "Sophia, your relic merchants lack capable individuals. If you were to monopolize commerce in this carnival city, it would not be long before you found yourselves in peril. Can I protect you indefinitely? However, if I allow them to live, as long as I draw breath, they shall not harm you. External forces will not target you alone. These concepts are rather straightforward. I trust your intellect will enable you to grasp them without difficulty." After Carl finished speaking, he did not linger but directly picked up the weapon and sunglasses from the table and turned to leave. "Mr. Lucy," Sophia suddenly called out to Carl, but he merely paused in his steps without turning back. After a moment of hesitation, Sophia softly inquired, "Will you return?" "It depends," Carl replied. "The cuisine here is so delectable. Perhaps one day, when my appetite stirs unexpectedly, I may find myself returning at any moment." Carl waved his hand and departed from the Relic Merchant Association, leaving behind the reluctant gaze of Sasha. A week later, Carl, accompanied by several companions, arrived at a uniquely climatic island known as Little Garden within the Grand Line. The Grand Line is a realm of enchanting seas, where the magnetic forces and climate defy conventional explanation. Each island, due to its distinctive geographical characteristics, generates varying climates that subsequently influence the surrounding waters. One moment, they might find themselves on a warm tropical isle, only to be transported to a wintry domain cloaked in silver at the next stop. Moreover, the isolation of these islands fosters significant disparities in civilization. Some islands have advanced hundreds of years beyond the world average, evolving into mechanical havens, while others, untouched by human presence, remain ensconced in the primitive epochs of their forebears. Little Garden stands as a colossal island that preserves landscapes reminiscent of prehistoric times, where not only ancient dinosaurs roam, but also a plethora of archaic flora and fauna thrive. "Carl, I cannot comprehend your motives. What brings you to this island in your leisure?" Ro, leaning against the ship's railing, cast a glance at a dinosaur along the shores of Little Garden and couldn't resist teasing Carl. "Are you here for the sake of consuming dinosaur meat?" That could be one justification. Carl did not dismiss Ro's conjecture. While directing Aaron to anchor the sailboat in a discreet and secure location, he replied, "Indeed, that may be part of it." Observing the multitude of bizarre creatures termed dinosaurs, Bear, clutching a bamboo shoot, found himself so entranced that he ceased to eat, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he stood frozen on the deck. "I previously mentioned a certain insect on this island, one whose bite inflicts a rare and peculiar ailment. Ro, I trust you haven't forgotten?" Ro reassured him, "Do not worry. Uncle Colocus's notes contain precise information regarding this insect. Named Caskia, I have thoroughly studied it. Should you be bitten, I am confident in my ability to cure you." "I sincerely hope your medical skills remain unnecessary," Carl replied. Carl curled his lips and, after the ship steadied, continued, "Well, I shall not keep it from you any longer. I have come here primarily to engage in a friendly contest with two giants and, in the process, to learn some of their extraordinary techniques. Moreover, this island is home to many peculiar creatures, which will serve as an excellent opportunity to hone your combat skills. You and Cerno are still far too weak. You cannot even defeat Bear Big." Upon hearing Carl's words, Bear Big became displeased and jumped in front of Carl with a disgruntled expression. Yes, our Bear Big is indeed quite formidable. In the past, even I was no match for him." Bear Big nodded contentedly and then returned to the side of the ship to observe the island's dinosaurs. "Carl, are the giants you mentioned from the giant clan?" Cerno inquired. "What? You know about the giant clan?" Carl replied, slightly taken aback, completely unprepared for Cerno's question. "Yes, I read about them in books before. The books state that the giant clan is the most powerful race, with every member being a warrior. In a certain sense, the giant clan can indeed be considered the strongest race. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the volcano on the island, interrupting what Karl was about to say. Come, let us go see. The giants on the island should be commencing their duel. Chapter 116. A different approach. The giant clan possesses immense stature, formidable strength, and lifespans exceeding 300 years. Although they are universally acknowledged as the world's most powerful race, the absolute combat prowess of individuals within the giant clan pales in comparison to that of the top human warriors. They are akin to the Fishmen clan. While the Fishmen possess 10 times the strength of ordinary humans, this difference is merely between average Fishmen and average humans. The new Fishman pirates from Fishman Island, after 2 years of training, appeared as mere children against the Straw Hat pirates, easily overwhelmed. Despite the renowned Fishman hero Fisher Tiger having a bounty of 230 million berries, he was merely ambushed by a rear admiral of the Navy and sustained severe injuries. The strongest known Fishman is Jinbei, yet his strength still falls short of the Navy admirals and the 4 emperors of the sea. As for the giant clan, the legendary hero Bragi was incapacitated by an ambush from the wax fruit user Mr. 3 during the Doflamingo tournament in Dressrosa. The Fishmen excel in their aquatic abilities, gaining significant advantages in naval battles, even capable of directly damaging enemy vessels. The strength of the giant clan lies in their collective power. When an army of dozens of giants engages in battle, if the human side lacks elite vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, their only recourse is to flee. However, the high-powered world of One Piece is distinct from the low-powered world of Earth. While Luffy can defeat Helding with a single punch, he might not necessarily prevail in a pure contest of strength against him. This phenomenon, which defies the laws of the Earth, is particularly evident in the higher-powered Dragon Ball universe. In Dragon Ball, Master Roshi can obliterate mountains with a single punch and even destroy the moon using the Kamehameha wave. Yet pushing a massive boulder becomes an arduous task. Thus, although Karl is confident in his ability to defeat these 2 giants, he would find it utterly impossible to lift a small mountain composed of Sea King's bones. Karl and his companions ventured towards the direction of the thunderous roar. Although the distance was still considerable, they could already discern the 2 titanic beings locked in fierce combat. Perhaps wary of the giants' formidable prowess, the ferocious creatures of the forest, including dinosaurs, sought refuge, evading the impending chaos. As Karl and his group progressed, they encountered no hindrance whatsoever. The red-skinned giant, Broki, wielded a colossal axe, while the blue-skinned giant, Dongli, brandished an enormous sword, both engaging in an exhilarating battle amidst the distant woods. The titanic axe and sword clashed repeatedly, producing a cacophony akin to thunderous roars. At the sight of their confrontation, countless towering trees fell like wheat before the scythe, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Yet, for the 2 giants, this dust barely concealed their towering forms above the waist. Above them, shattered boulders and splintered trees rained down like a deluge, striking the garden below with relentless fury, incapacitating many dinosaurs beneath the perilous onslaught. Karl and his companions had to employ their own means to navigate